The current state of animations is not good. I don't mean all the new cartoons are bad and only old ones are good. We still see great cartoons here and there, but nowadays, most of them are either a soulless cash grab or just a stupid thing to entertain children for an hour or two. Big companies don't consider cartoon art anymore and all they care about is making money. I know money is important and our beloved cartoons wouldn't exist if the creators couldn't make money from them. But the difference is in the past money was not the only thing that mattered. They also cared about creating art and telling a good story. The other part of the problem is the fact that some people think cartoons are only for kids and kids are not smart, and because of that cartoons shouldn't have any deep meaning. Today I want to say that I disagree with them and I will try to prove that cartoon is art and they can teach kids and adults about the meaning of life and the ways of living. I want to say kids are smarter than what we think and they deserve better. And I will start that with talking about a multimedia franchise that is both a showcase of good storytelling and bad storytelling. A franchise that used to be considered one of the best examples of storytelling in kid media, but nowadays it is seemingly another franchise that only relies on nostalgia to make more money. And that franchise is The Lion King. Welcome to Retro Cafe. My name is Bashir, and here we will celebrate the anniversaries of old cartoons and games. On this channel you will see complete series retrospectives of beloved cartoon franchises and game franchises. This year I will review anything and everything about The Lion King. I will talk about all the movies, animated shows, games, books, comics and anything else that exists in The Lion King franchise. This year this series has become 30 years old and because of that it will be the first franchise that I will talk about on this channel. Now that all the introductions are out of the way, let's start celebrating 30 years of The Lion King. Spoilers ahead. As the sun rises, we see all the animals of a land named the Pride Land moving toward the goal, each species doing it in their own way. Their goal being a rock that looks like a giant throne named the Pride Rock. Mufasa the Lion King standing on it with a serious face, a hornbill named Zazu flying toward him. Then he lands in front of King Mufasa, bowing to his majesty. Mufasa's cold look turns into a friendly one with a smile. Animals make way for an old baboon named Rafiki to cross. He climbs the Pride Rock and gives Mufasa a hug. Mufasa goes back to the cave in the Pride Rock next to his wife Srabi, holding their newborn son Simba in her paws. Rafiki picks up Simba and goes to the edge of Pride Rock in front of all the animals. This opening scene is so impressive that it was used as the trailer of the movie. This opening alone is all that is needed to convince people to watch the movie. I believe the reason is that almost everything about this movie can be seen in this opening. The first thing that we see is the style of the movie. This animation shows how beautiful nature is. This beauty is something that a live action can't capture. I have never in my life seen a sunrise as beautiful as this one. Looking at these few seconds of animation always makes me feel better. For just a few seconds I will forget all the stressful moments of my life and feel like a kid again. But what you see is not the only thing. The other thing that makes this opening special is what you hear. That iconic music is something that I will never forget. Each time I see a sunrise, I hear this song. That shows how memorable the song is. After the sunrise, we see the animals and we can see how their movement is both expressive and realistic at the same time. We can also know some of the characters here. We can see how majestic Mufasa is, how loyal Zazu is, how friendly Rafiki is. We see how lovely the royal family is. We can see how much they love each other. And we can see how much respect people of this kingdom have for their kings. We can see the setting and theme of the movie, and we can see that this movie is something special. Concept versions of this scene was supposed to have dialogue, but they realized this scene needs no dialogue. But one thing we didn't see in the intro of the movie is the villain of the story. In the earlier version he was there, but it wasn't a good introduction. And because of that, the next scene exists so that we would have a good introduction to him. We see a mouse minding its own business, but the paw aggressively picks it up and we see Scar, the brother of King Mufasa. He looks like the exact opposite of his brother. While Mufasa has a light color palette and looks friendly, Scar has a darker color palette, and just from his look we can see he is the bad guy. Mufasa is strong, and from the way he stands, we will understand he is not someone to be overpowered in the traditional way. While Scar is skinny and is not gifted with the large body and the strength that lions are known for. Mufasa talks loud and clear, but Scar talks in a more quiet and mischievous way. But despite all that, Scar is still as charismatic as Mufasa, or maybe even more. And I think there are 3 reasons for that. First is his design. The moment you see him, you will remember him. When he's next to the other lions, he stands out. His dark skin, his black mane, his claws that are always out, his green eyes, and of course his scar. Everything about his character design is for making him iconic. Second is his voice and the way he talks.
I'm surrounded by idiots.
Even without seeing him, you can tell from his voice about his ego and the darkness of his heart. But despite that, it is so enjoyable to listen to him. And third is the way he moves. He always seals the scene, and you can tell from the way he walks that it is intentional from his side. He always walks and talks as if he owns the entire world, and you know that is his goal. From the rest of this scene, you can see that his relationship with his brother is not the best. Scar is obviously jealous because his brother is king and he is not. And Mufasa seems to be done with Scar. Here we realize that the reason Scar wasn't in the intro is because now that Mufasa has a son, it means that after Mufasa dies, Scar has no chance of becoming a king. A fact that Mufasa makes sure Scar should always know. And because of that, now the absence of the villain in the intro is actually an advantage. It shows that Scar has no respect for his brother and nephew. After that, we will see more of the beautiful world of the Lion King. A few months passes, and just the moment sun is starting to rise, we see a slightly older Simba, excited because his father promised him to show him the kingdom this day. After Simba wakes his parents up, we see more lovely interaction between the family members. The sun fully rises and the father and son duo are on top of the Pride Rock. As the entire savannah gets visible, Mufasa says,
Everything the light touches is our kingdom.
It shows how huge this kingdom is. But of course, the first thing that comes to Simba's mind is what the light doesn't touch, a place that Mufasa makes sure Simba would never go to. Then they take a walk in the kingdom. While the animals are doing their things, Mufasa tells Simba about the circle of life, a speech that also tells us about the world building of this movie. You may wonder, why do the animals have so much respect for the lions when they are the ones that kill and eat them? Well, according to Mufasa, when the lions die, their body will slowly turn into the grass, and an antelope eats the grass, and then another lion eats the antelope, and the other lion would turn into grass when it dies, and the cycle continues. And the Lion King has the responsibility to make sure the cycle continues. Then Zazu shows up to do his job of reporting everything that happens in the kingdom. While Zazu is doing his report, Simba is trying to pounce on a bug, which catches Mufasa's attention. He suggests his son to pounce on Zazu instead, an act that shows the more playful sides of the king. One successful pouncing later, Mufasa gets informed about the hyenas in the kingdom. So he tells Zazu to lead Simba back to the Pride Rock while he deals with the hyenas. Back at Pride Rock, we see Scar's brooding being interrupted by Simba, who is really excited to talk about what his father told him. Here we can see the dynamic of Scar and Simba, or at least what Scar wants Simba to believe is their dynamic. To Simba, Scar is a person who doesn't seem to care about anybody but himself, but deep down in his heart he is a good and caring person. Of course, just from Scar's body language, we, the audience, know that Scar is a bad person. But Simba is just a kid, and in his happy world, his dear uncle just prefers to be alone, and if it seems that he has a bad manner, he doesn't really mean it. Scar manipulates Simba to make him to go to the exact place Mufasa told him to avoid. Of course, he doesn't directly say it, but he knows when you tell something to a kid multiple times, that kid would do exactly the thing that they are told to avoid. Then we see Simba reaching his best friend, Nala, who is in the middle of being bathed by her mother, Serafina. Simba tells Nala about this great place that he wants them to check out. Of course he will tell their mothers that it is just a safe place, while making sure Nala knows they are going to a lot cooler place. But it doesn't go according to the plan because Zazu has to be with them as well. Now Simba and Nala has to find a way to get rid of Zazu, but how? With a musical scene, of course. Zazu is trying to teach Simba about the traditions, but with the music, Simba tells Zazu that he doesn't like traditions, and when he becomes king, he will get rid of them. And other stuff that shows that Simba is still young and unexperienced, and at the moment, all he knows about being a king is that everyone will do everything he will say. And of course the legendary line of, I should mention that usually in the musical moments, all the realism of the movie is thrown out of the window in order to make a wacky and magical scene for entertainment reasons. What I want to say is don't take these type of moments seriously. Some people joke about how Zazu could hold the rhino for a few seconds but couldn't help Simba in the stampede moment. And my answer is again, what happens in the musical moments are just for fun. Things that happen in these moments are not literally what happens in the story. This cartoon tries to be realistic and the characters wouldn't do anything too wacky or weird. But in the musical scenes they are allowed to do all sorts of unrealistic stuff because they happen in their mind, and instead of the real world that they live in, we see the fantasy that they want to live in. In the earlier drafts of the movie, Mufasa was supposed to sing a song about what it means to be king, but it was cut and instead we got a song from Simba to show his childish fantasy of what being a king means in order to show the later growth of the character. Here the tone of the cartoon changes a little bit. Just a few seconds ago the cartoon was so colorful, but now it is so grey and lifeless. Only a few seconds has passed and we already know what a great place the Pride Land is when it is compared to the other lands. This place looks dangerous, which to Simba and Nala just looks like another new place for a new adventure. Until they see the hyenas, the other villains of the story, Shenzi, Banzai and Ed. They are a little bit of a comic relief character, but still threatening. The kids try their best to escape, but their efforts are no help. When the kids are seemingly trapped, Simba tries to scare the hyenas with his roar, which of course doesn't work, but when he tries again, a loud roar is heard, which soon turns out to be Mufasa's roar, who thanks to Zazu, becomes aware of what is happening and makes sure to make the hyenas regret what they were doing. and then he scolds Simba. When they are leaving, the camera gets a little bit upper to show Scar, which shows that it was all parts of his plan. It seems like Mufasa is going to scold Simba harshly, but when Zazu and Nala leave, Mufasa isn't mad anymore. He just looks worried. When Simba says that he did all this just to show how brave he is, Mufasa basically tells him that there is a difference between bravery and stupidity. When Simba tells Mufasa that he is afraid of nothing, Mufasa tells him that he is afraid of losing his son. After that, they play with each other. The moment that we thought we are going to see some sad stuff actually ends up being a very heartwarming scene. When Simba asks his father if he will always be there for him, that's when Mufasa says one of the most beautiful lines of the movie. He tells his son that when the great kings die, their souls would turn into the stars in the sky, and through those stars, they would look over their people. He tells Simba that one day he would join them, and even though he cannot physically be there for his son forever, he would be there with him in spirit. This scene is getting its audience ready for one of the most important things that this movie wants to teach them. The fact that our loved ones will be gone one day, but that is part of life. Yeah, it is sad, but their memories will be with us and their souls will be in a better place. So when we lose a loved one, we shouldn't lose hope. We still have a life ahead and we should continue it. This is another iconic scene of this movie. We see more of the hyena's home. This place looks evil. The dark grey color of the place combined with the green fires makes you feel uneasy. Here it gets 100% confirmed that the hyenas are working for Scar, for the price of food of course. We can also see the dynamic between Scar and the hyenas. What Scar thinks about the hyenas is obvious. To him they are just tools. He has no respect for them. And even if it seems that he respects them a little bit, it's a lie. He just promises them that by being his minions they would never stay hungry again, so that he could use them to reach the throne. Which makes the hyenas a little bit sympathetic. Because while the lions are living in a perfect place, the hyenas are living in a terrible place and just a basic need, like food, has become a dream. A very sad reality about the world that we are living in. Some people would even say that because Scar is actually trying to make a balance between the life of lions and hyenas, he is an anti-hero and not a villain, which is a beautiful lie. Don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to insult anyone. I just want to say that I don't believe it, but I want to believe it. Life isn't just black and white and there are different shades of grey, and we like to see more of that in media. And it will make us force our headcanons and theories into the canon. When I was a teenager, I used to believe that Scar is actually a hero and Mufasa is a secret villain, because Scar has a great design, and a good design, at least in my opinion, is one of the essentials of making the audience care for a character. And some of us want excuses for our love for a character, because just liking a character for its design is kinda lame. I would love to see an alternate universe to The Lion King, in which these theories that we have made would become a reality in it. I want a story that would make Scar a great character. A story in which Scar is a victim of circumstances. A story in which Scar means well and all the evil stuff that he does are sacrifices that he is willing to make in order to make a better future for everyone. But as far as the canon stories go, Scar is just a normal villain. And it pains me to say it, but that is the reality. And if you are not satisfied with it, There are a lot of fan fictions and fan comics that would go above and beyond what official stories would do. What the hyenas think about Scar is a little bit complicated. Like, I still can't tell how they feel about Scar. They kinda consider him a friend, but they also consider him their boss. They kinda have respect for him, but they also make fun of him sometimes and tell him that he is not important. They say that he is one of them, which is both a very friendly and a very insulting thing to say to him at the same time. Like I said, I am not sure what exactly do they think of him. Here comes another great musical moment. We heard our protagonist singing, and now it's the turn of the antagonist. This one is evil but also majestic and beautiful. I just love the way he walks through the fires that have the same green color of his eyes. I love how sometimes he stands in a pose so serious that you do not want to mess around with him. But also sometimes he dances and makes goofy faces. He's having so much fun and I am all here for it. His singing voice is again evil and majestic. He sings about how he will reach power and how he will make a new era and how anyone who follows him would have a good life. At the end of the scene, with his power of singing, he would make an earthquake and the floor under his paws will bow to him. And the entire place would shake and reshape itself to become his gigantic throne. And the moon will shine on his new king. And we can see one of the coolest frames of the entire movie. The most fun scene of the movie gets followed by the darkest and most tragic scene of the movie. And also the most expensive one. This scene used CGI technology, which at the time was a new thing, and because of that, this scene has been in development for almost the entire production time of the movie. But it was totally worth it because of how realistic the animations look. Most of the animation is hand-drawn, but this is the only part that was animated using computers. This part actually includes 3D animation, and it took a long while for animating and scripting so that the animals wouldn't collide with each other. This is the moment that changes everything. This is what made this cartoon special. The reason that people consider this movie a masterpiece is probably this scene. This is why I recommend this cartoon to everyone, even people who hate cartoons because they are just for kids. The reason that I believe animation can be more than just a child entertainment media is this scene. It all starts with another look at this beautiful world. Then it cuts to Scar spending time with his dear nephew. Here we can see what kind of a manipulative mastermind Scar is. He is the one who planned the elephant graveyard disaster, but Simba doesn't know that. Scar tells Simba that everyone knows about his mistake, which is of course a lie, but what does poor Simba know? Scar tells Simba to wait in the valley while Scar brings him a surprise to die for. He also suggests him to work on that roar of his while he is waiting. When Scar leaves, Simba starts to roar in order to scare a chameleon. His first attempts are not successful, but the moment that Simba makes a loud enough sound, Scar sends a signal to the hyenas so that they would attack the buffaloes that are above the valley, and because of that they would start running into the valley, and it would make Simba think that his own roar has started a stampede. The mood of the movie changes suddenly. Before this, the movie has been overall fun and happy. The moment the stampede starts, a serious and stressful music can be heard. Camera zooms into Simba's horrified face. Now you can definitely tell that something really bad is going to happen. While Simba is running for his dear life, Scar tells Mufasa that his son is in danger. When it seems that all hope is lost for young Simba, his father comes to the rescue. Here, the love of a father for his children is portrayed beautifully. Mufasa does everything to save his son. You could sometimes twist your mind and look at some parts of this series to believe that Mufasa is not a very good person. But one thing that you cannot prove wrong is that he is an amazing father. From the beginning of the movie, he has been a wise and understanding father, always teaching him good lessons and spending enough time with him. And he never gets mad at his son. And now he willingly does the most dangerous of things to keep his own son safe. He manages to put Simba in a safe place, but not himself. Simba desperately looks into the crowd to see if his father is okay. When Mufasa jumps out of the stampede, Simba climbs the valley under the false assumption that his father is safe now. Here, the tragedy happens. Mufasa begs his brother for help, but Scar does the exact opposite.
Long live the king.
Here we see another tragedy of the real world in this movie. The sad thing that some people would do anything to gain power or make their own life easier. Some people would do all sorts of horrible things for selfish reasons, even killing their own brother. Simba finds his father in a deep sleep. He tries everything to wake him up, but this time his father will never wake up. Simba puts himself under his father's paw, being in his embrace for one last time, crying. Scar emerges from the dust, manipulating Simba again, convincing him that he should
Run away and never return.
And when Simba does as he is told, Scar commands his hyenas to kill Simba. And you may wonder, why didn't Scar kill Simba himself? The reason is not complicated at all. Scar is evil, yes, but he is not a heartless monster. He can tell someone to kill a cub, but he won't be there to see it himself. Yes, he did in fact murder his own brother, but killing a very young person is the worst of the worsts. The reason that he didn't use the perfect opportunity to get rid of his final problem is simply because he didn't have the guts to do it. Even though he has done horrible stuff, he still is a person, and there still is a heart in his chest. He simply didn't dare to do it. He is heartless enough to tell someone else to kill a cub, but he is not heartless enough to kill a cub himself. Simba manages to escape from the hyenas, but the hyenas don't care because Simba is now in a desert, and for a cub alone, it is impossible to survive. Scar tells the tragedy of the death of his dear brother and nephew, and the start of a new era. Because now, with Mufasa and Simba out of the picture, now he is the king. And in this new era, lions and hyenas live together. Now is the end of the injustice. Now both the lion and the hyena are having a similar life. Now life is fair. This scene starts with Simba lying on the hot ground of the desert, vultures ready to have him as lunch. But he's saved by the comedy duo of this franchise, Timon and Pumbaa. Just a few seconds has passed and you can already tell what kind of characters they are. They are the comic relief characters of the franchise. Yeah, the hyenas were kind of comic relief as well, but they are villains, and I also mentioned that they are a little bit sympathetic. But these two are 100% comic relief. You can also see the dynamic of the two. They are both kinda dumb, as most comic relief characters tend to be, but Pumbaa is the dumber of the two, but one of those dumb characters that sometimes say smart stuff as joke, which gives Timon the ability to take advantage of him, like how in this scene, he steals his friend's idea and acts as if it was his own idea. As a kid, Timon and Pumbaa were my favorite characters because they were funny, and I think other kids loved them as well, because they are the first characters to get their own spin-off TV show and movie. But now as an adult, well, I can't laugh at fart jokes anymore, but Pumbaa is still a kind person, so I like him. But he is not my favorite anymore. But I am not sure about how I feel about Timon. I mean, yeah, it is Timon and Pumbaa, and having them separated would make them less funny. But sometimes Timon is kind of selfish, I guess, you know, because of the whole taking advantage of Pumbaa thing, and like how the only reason that he wanted to save Simba was to have a bodyguard, which was also the reason that he became friends with Pumbaa and other stuff. But then he learned to love them as a friend for real, and even putting his life in danger for them. So yeah, he is overall a good person but still a little bit selfish. Simba is depressed for obvious reason. Well, he can't really tell them what happens. He would actually tell them in the earlier versions, but it made more sense if he didn't tell them. But it won't stop Timon and Pumbaa from trying to cheer him up. So they will say another iconic line and another life lesson. Hakuna Matata. And they sing it to say the meaning of it. I cannot show the whole scene because copyright issues and all, but I can tell you my take on it. Does it mean to be lazy and don't take any responsibility? No, don't take the stuff you hear literally. It means don't overthink your life. It means don't be stressed about everything all the time. It means your problem will get solved eventually. Not by being lazy, but by trying just as hard as you can, but not too hard. And staying positive. Being worried all the time will not make the situation better. So be happy and hopeful instead. Don't try to find the purpose of your life because there isn't any. Life is about the little things. It is okay if you are not going to be the most successful and important person in history. It is okay if the story of your life is simple and it doesn't have anything that makes it special. Don't be philosophical because you will waste your entire life trying to find its meaning. There is no deep meaning in life, and that is okay. Just enjoy the little moments because that is all the life is about. And of course we are going to be taught in form of a musical, another upbeat and iconic song of the series, a song that basically says you only live once, so enjoy it as much as you can. And in the middle of it they take a break to show us more of the beauty of this world and also have lunch. Simba can't eat what he used to in his homeland, so he has to eat what Timon and Pumbaa eat, which is bugs. And this is probably the only time in the history of reality and fiction that bugs look delicious. Each time I see Timon and Pumbaa eat, I become hungry, which is weird because bugs in real life look disgusting. The fact that this movie makes the things that I hate lovable shows what a great style it has. During the musical, time passes and Simba becomes an adult. Now we can see what has happened to the Pride Land after the time that has passed. It seems that Scar is not a worthy king, because the beautiful savanna of Pride Lands has now become a lifeless wasteland. Then we can see the reason of it. We see Scar lazily sitting on his throne, imprisoning Zazu in a cage made out of bones, forcing him to sing for his king. Now it is obvious that Scar wanted to become a king for selfish reasons. He did not want to become a king to make the world a better place. He is not a lion that, despite being a lion, had sympathy for hyenas. He doesn't want to make life fair for everyone. He just wants to be respected. He just wants fame. He just wants power for himself. Here we see a reference to one of the inspirations of the movie, Hamlet by William Shakespeare. The hyenas interrupt Scar and start complaining that they are hungry and there is nothing left to eat. So yes, Scar is nothing but a bunch of empty promises, which is what the hyenas are starting to believe. The more time passes, the less respect they have for Scar, which is probably foreshadowing something. Back to Simba, we take another look at the beautiful jungle. Then we see Simba, Timon and Pumbaa lying under the stars, wondering about those shiny points in the sky. When Simba tells his friend about what he had heard about the stars, they laugh at it. Simba pretends to agree with them about how ridiculous it is, but it is obvious that he is hurt by it, and how traumatized he still is. and how much he misses his family and home. Then he gets up and goes somewhere away from his friends and lies on the floor again, mourning, alone, not wanting his friends to know about it. His heavy weight sends dusts into the sky, and it seemingly forms the word SFX, which got removed in the later releases of the movie for some reason. I mean, I don't know why should they remove it, because it is either totally by accident or just a shout out to the hardworking special effects team. Like, did someone complain about it or something? Why did they remove it? Those dusts travel through the desert and reach Rafiki's house, and Rafiki, being the shaman of the Pride Lands, does some spiritual magic things on those dust to find out that Simba is alive. This scene starts with Timon and Pumbaa singing another iconic and relaxing song, which gets interrupted when a lioness tries to hunt Pumbaa. Timon tries to help, but what can he do? Simba comes to rescue, fighting the lioness, a fight that ends shortly because deja vu hits Simba like a truck. The lioness turns out to be Simba's childhood friend. One explanation later, Simba and Nala want to have a private time to get a proper reunion. A reunion that seems to be romantic, which worries Timon. Here, you can see a little bit of his selfishness. He doesn't want Simba to fall in love with anyone. He fears that if he starts a family, it means that he can't spend time with him anymore. But one thing that you may be thinking about is, what is Nala doing here, this far from home? She says she came here to find help, but it just doesn't make any sense to me. Like, did he just try to explore everywhere in hope of a group of animals who will willingly put their own life in danger to save a kingdom that they have nothing to do about? Or a rogue lion to dethrone Scar? How she is so sure that things won't get worse? It seems that we are missing a puzzle piece, and that puzzle piece is actually a deleted scene. Well, not really a deleted scene because it never got fully animated, but it actually makes sense out of why Nala is here. I won't show the full version of it here because you can check it out on YouTube. But the short story is that Scar wanted Nala to be his queen, and Nala gets banished because of her refusal. It is obvious why it never made into the finalized film. First of all, Nala is much younger than Scar, and second of all, you can't have a scene like this in a kid cartoon. If it wasn't a kid cartoon, I would actually want it in, because if you can make your villains sympathetic, then make them a heartless monster so that you would be satisfied when they get punished for the horrible stuff that they have done. But as far as child media is concerned, this is one of the topics that should be avoided. But there is a fan animation of it on YouTube that is so good that when I watched it first time, I thought it was part of the official animation that got removed the last minute. Now we can see another one of the best parts of this movie, a scene that has the most beautiful soundtrack that you will ever hear in a cartoon. Words cannot describe the beauty of this scene, but I will try. Simba and Nala climb down the beautiful waterfall, taking a lovely walk to the lake. Sometimes they stop to look at each other, rotating around each other. When they reach the lake, they will have a sip of water. Their reflection can be seen on the water. They sing what they can tell each other in their mind. Then they start to be playful, as if they are children again. And then, chasing, hugging, rolling down slopes, all the cliche stuff that couples do in romantic scenes. Then a moment that was tiptoeing on a red line. After their lovely reunion ends, their arguing starts. Nala asks Simba why he never returned, and Simba dodges the question. Nala says that he is needed, but Simba acts as if he is no one important. Nala tells Simba about the current state of Pride Land, which deeply hurts his feelings, but he still cannot go back. Then he says something that I don't know if it is what he believes or if he just wants excuses for not coming back. It seems that Simba has taken the meaning of Hakuna Matata too literally. He basically says that bad things happen in life and you cannot do anything about it. So just be lazy and avoid responsibility. Which is wrong, I have already said my take on it. After their arguments, they leave each other. Now Simba is alone, and again he is going to grief. But it gets interrupted by Rafiki, who came here after he realized Simba is alive. But Simba met him when he was just born and doesn't remember him, so to him he is just a crazy monkey. And here, where the movie is almost at its end, Rafiki has just started to show his personality now. He is one of those type of characters that are the wisest, but they pretend to be crazy. The type of characters that annoy you and you want them gone, but then they say something that makes you curious. And then the moment that you want them to stay around and finish what they said, they will run away and now you have to find them yourself. The type of characters that will say something important in the most encrypted way possible, so that you have to go through an entire arc to understand. I have a love-hate relationship with these characters. By the way, here is another candidate for the best scene of the movie. It is a good movie, all of its scenes are good, it is hard to choose one as the best. The main life lesson of the movie can be learned here. The Look at the Star scene was trying to make the audience ready for this scene. Rafiki tells Simba that his father is alive, which makes Simba desperately follow Rafiki. When they reach a lake, Rafiki tells him to look at the water and Simba obviously sees his own reflection, but Rafiki does his whole wise people make things look different thing and Simba sees his father instead of his reflection. A great moment that got ruined for me because of a joke. Then Simba looks up at the sky and sees the spirit of his father. Mufasa tells his son that forgetting his own responsibilities means that he has forgotten his father. When Mufasa leaves his heartbroken son, now it is Rafiki's turn to continue the lesson. And what they are trying to teach Simba and the audience is about learning from your past to do your best in the present so that you would have a better future. Sometimes you make some mistakes in your past or something tragic happens and you have to face the consequences of it. It is hard, but it is the hardship of life that gives meaning to the happy days of our life. And Rafiki uses a metaphor to teach that to Simba, which leads to another iconic line of the series.
Oh yes, the past can hurt, but the way I see it, you can either run from it or learn from it.
Which affects Simba immediately. He gets the confidence boost that he needed and starts to run back to his homeland. Rafiki informs Simba's friends that he is returning to Pride Land, and then we see Simba running through the desert. Simba reaches Pride Land and he is not happy to see it. It pains his heart to see his home in this shape. Nala joins him and says that she will fight alongside him. When Simba tells her about the dangers of it, Nala makes a reference to the early scenes of the movie. That's when Timon and Pumbaa also show up to help their friend. Timon and Pumbaa will distract the hyenas and Nala will find the lionesses while Simba deals with Scar. When he gets near to Scar, Scar calls Sarabi, so Simba hides. Scar complains about the lack of food and Sarabi tells him that all the animals have left and the only way to avoid starving is to do the same thing. Scar disagrees, which makes her tell him that he is not even close to be as good of a king as Mufasa was, which infuriates Scar so much that he hits Sarabi. That is when Simba gets mad and he runs to help his mother, which scares Scar because he mistakes him for his father, a mistake that Sarabi makes as well. When they realize that it is Simba, He slowly but scarily approaches Scar, and he desperately thinks of a plan. First, he tries to scare Simba with the hyenas, which doesn't work because Nala and the lionesses are against Scar. Then he tries the good old manipulation technique. When Simba admits that Mufasa's death was his fault, Scar tries to execute him, Simba hanging to the edge of Pride Rock. And just the moment that Scar is going to win, of course he ruins it, through the classic revealing your dark secrets the last minute way. I just love how 90% of times when the villains are winning, their own ego or stupidity stops them. They just can't help but be a jerk and enjoy it. They could win by just shutting their mouth, but the heroes should win somehow, right? When Scar tells Simba that he killed Mufasa, Simba somehow climbs up and pins down Scar, forcing him to tell the truth to everyone. That's when the war begins. Simba versus Scar, lionesses versus hyenas. Everyone gets a moment to shine. It is the final battle and Scar has never been suitable to fight. So of course he desperately tries different ways to cheat, even trying to put the blame on the hyenas, the ones who helped him to reach his goals. He manipulates and gets an advantage, but it is not enough. After a glorious battle, Scar falls down and Simba sounds victorious. And then we reach an interesting end of a villain. The hyenas heard what Scar said about them, and they are not happy. Scar, desperate and afraid, tries to explain, but it is too late. Scar promised them a perfect life, and he didn't give it to him. And now he will pay for his lies. His hyenas are hungry, and now they have something to eat. Scar dies, not by the hand of the hero, but by his own minions. He could still have allies, but again, he and his big mouth was the final nail on the coffin. I would have actually preferred the way he died in the concept version of the movie. In the old version, Scar would have used his manipulation skills to win the fight. Simba would fall down but survive, and Scar would be laughing while he is burning in fire, which is kinda cool. But I am conflicted on the finalized version. On one hand, it is one of the most interesting ways for a villain to die. On the other hand, it kinda makes Scar pathetic. Let me explain. We have two versions of Scar in this movie. The first version is the Scar from the first half of the movie. A villain that, despite having a simple backstory and motivation, is still a great villain, and he has a great design, and he is charismatic, and he has so much fun being evil that you can't help but love him. And also, he's one of the few villains that actually wins. He wanted to get rid of his brother and nephew to become a king, and he succeeded. The second version of Scar is the one from the second half of the movie. Now that he has reached his goals, the writers now don't have anything special to do with him. Now Scar is just a lazy and unworthy king. All he can do is whining, and he cannot do anything on his own. One of the coolest villains is now just a generic one. I want to consider Scar a great villain, and I am happy that a lot of lists of best Disney villains and even villains in general include Scar. But sometimes I feel like we are all lying to ourselves. Scar is one of my favorite fictional characters ever, but my love for him is because of his design and his potential. The Scar that I love is not from this movie. The Scar that I love is a glorified version of him in my mind. The rain puts out the fire. The war has ended and Simba has won. He climbs down the Pride Rock. Zazu bounds to the rightful king. Simba gets reunited with his loved ones. Now he climbs the Pride Rock again, goes to the ledge and roars. And then the lionesses roar, accepting their new king. Time passes and the lifeless Pride Lands transitions back to the glorious and beautiful place that it used to be. The ugly grey gets replaced with the beautiful green, and the animals are back. Everything looks like the first scene. King Simba and Queen Nala on the Pride Rock. Timon and Pumbaa next to them. Zazu flies around them. Rafiki joins them, holding the newborn cub of Simba and Nala, just like the beginning of the movie. After a few seconds, you will hear the song Can You Feel the Love Tonight, a music that won a few awards. At first, it seems out of place to choose a love song for the main theme of a kids' cartoon. But the beauty of this song couldn't be ignored by anyone. So everyone chose to enjoy this song and the entire movie. A project developed by a B team that was expected to fail became a timeless classic. The Lion King not only became one of the most beloved Disney cartoons, it also became one of the highest grossing movies of all time. When it came to home as VHS, it again became a bestseller. The soundtrack of the movie also became a bestseller. It felt like that overnight, The Lion King became one of Disney's biggest award-winning and moneymaker properties. And I have been fanboying throughout the entire video to show you why. Just the fact that this movie tries to tell the meaning of life to kids and adults is enough to make it one of the best movies of all time. The Lion King was a critic and financial success, which of course led to this single movie becoming a franchise. Comic adaptations, books, toy games, and of course sequels and spin-offs were made, but of course, those are stories for another day. At its core, The Lion King is a kid cartoon that even adults can enjoy. It doesn't talk down to its audience. It tries to teach the most important life lessons to kids. You may say, kids are too young for this stuff, but I disagree. The current state of world is the result of what people have been told as a kid. When they are young, they were promised a perfect life. They think when they grow up, they will have everything they wanted. And then they grew up and realized that life is not perfect. And because of that, they become evil. They are so heartbroken that they start ruining other people's lives. They sacrifice the happiness of other people for their own happiness. And that can be fixed. Changing as a kid is much easier than changing as an adult. And that's why we should tell kids some of the realities of life. We should teach them that life isn't going to be perfect. They should become ready for when they will lose someone dear to them. They should learn to be hopeful in the dark days, how to move on from tragedy, how to live life and enjoy it to the fullest they can, to try hard enough to achieve their goals, to believe in themselves. And there is hardship in life, but those hardships would end one day. And we should be happy and hopeful through all of it, even the bad days. The Lion King is also the story of growing up. Change can be hard, but it is not a bad thing. Don't be horrified of your future. You may like your life to be how it is at the moment, but when you accept change as a part of your life, you will start to appreciate the new life that you will have. So, from The Lion King, we learn that Life is not perfect, and that is okay. Sad things happen, but those sadness is the thing that gives meaning to happiness. One day we will die, and that is okay, because death is what gives meaning to life. Change is a good thing, and don't be afraid of growing up. It may not be as fun as being a kid, but it has its own beauties. Be kind to yourself and be kind to others so that we could make a better life for ourselves and make a better world for everyone to live in. Try hard enough to achieve your goals and enjoy your entire life, both the big stuff and the little things. Book 1: A Tale of Two Brothers. Simba promised Koppa to show him the kingdom, just like how Mufasa showed Simba the kingdom. But crisis has happened. Animals are not willing to share the water hole, and because of that they are fighting each other. Simba wants to break his promise to his son, but Rafiki does not recommend that. When Simba wants to know the reason, Rafiki tells a story to Simba and Koppa. A story from the time that Mufasa and Scar were teenagers and the Pride Lands were under the rule of their parents, King Ahadi and Queen Uru. This story is a prequel to The Lion King, and it tells the origin of the Lion King characters and the Pride Lands. First we see the origin of Rafiki. Turns out he is not originally from Pride Lands. He is a man who is always traveling in order to gain more knowledge. And when he reaches the Pride Lands, it was during the drought season. The first person he meets is Zuzu, mother of Zozu, who suggests him to rest in the shade. But when Rafiki tries to do as he is told, he gets attacked by Shenzi, Banzai and Ed. But they are stopped by Ahadi the Lion King. Here, it turns out that before the events of the Lion King, the hyenas used to live in Pride Lands, and they are allowed to hunt when they are hungry. But in situations like these, when the hyenas want to hunt for sports or because of greed, they will be stopped by the king. Also, there seemingly is an error in the book. In the text, it is said that Ahadi has black mane and green eyes, but in art, he looks just like Mufasa. And seemingly most fans choose the text description over the design. Because in most fan arts, he has black mane, and it makes more sense to me. Because it would show that the brothers have inherited different aspects of their parents. But when Ahadi is just like Mufasa, it is hard to believe that Scar is part of the family. You could say Scar took after his mother, but the fact that Uru is not in the story and she just gets mentioned by name and there is no official design of her doesn't really help. Also here we get to know that the real name of Scar is Taka. And we can already see that the seeds of darkness is already planted in his heart. Mufasa is the firstborn and the future king. And because of that, Ahadi spends most of his time with Mufasa and barely spends any time with Taka. And because of that, Taka doesn't get along with them, especially Ahadi. The Lion King suggests Rafiki to spend the night with them. Mufasa and Rafiki decide to sleep outside of the cave. But when they are asleep, a snake tries to attack them and fails. Rafiki realizes that the attack was planned by Taka, but he decides not to tell Mufasa about it. I am not sure if Taka just didn't like Rafiki or he has already planned killing his own brother. The next day, Ahadi has promised his sons to take them to hunting with himself. But he breaks the promise because he is busy making peace between the animals because of the drought. And when Taka complains, he tells him to learn good behavior from his brother. And here we will see the reason that Taka is evil. It does not justify the bad things that he eventually will do, but it makes the audience understand him a little bit. In Scar's point of view, his father is neglectful toward him. He thinks his father hates him and his brother is getting all the love and attention. It is not true, but I can see where Taka is coming from. Ahadi loves both of his sons, but he is unintentionally scarring his second-born mentally. He just wants to make Mufasa ready for becoming the next king, but he doesn't know that by spending most of his time with Mufasa, Taka would become cool. He just wants the best for both of his sons, but he doesn't know that by always setting Mufasa as a good role model for his brother, Taka would hate them even more. I understand that Ahadi, as a king, has a lot of responsibilities, but that doesn't mean that he should forget that he is a father as well. At the moment of this story, his sons are teenagers or young adults, but from my understanding, it is not the first time that a thing like this has happened. If Ahadi has been like this since his sons were born, then I cannot blame Scar's bad behavior. Yeah, a teenager should be mentally ready for a broken promise, but a kid cannot. Never ever break a promise to a kid. The most insignificant of things for an adult, to a kid can be a traumatizing event. If you can't keep it, then don't promise. Imagine this. Taka, as a kid, felt neglected. His life is so unfair. He thinks his father hates him. Each time his father promises him, he would break it. Each time his father wants to spend time with him, duty calls him. There is always something more important than his second son. Then, how come he always spends time with Mufasa? Why doesn't his royal duties call him when he is with his other son? Taka thinks he is nothing but a burden to his father. He should have never existed. His father just wanted one son to be his next in line, but he ended up with two sons. Now he has an extra duty that he never asked for. His brother gets all the love and attention. Why? Just because he is going to be the next king. All Taka wanted was just a little love and attention from his father. And the only way to get that is by being the future king. If Ahadi showed more of his love to Taka, he probably would never want to be a king in the first place. Of course, these are all just what Taka believes and is far from the reality. Ahadi doesn't spend time with Taka because he is the king, and it is his responsibility to make sure his people are having a good life, and he would spend his remaining time with Mufasa because he is the next king. He has to make sure Mufasa would become a wise king so that the future of his kingdom wouldn't be doomed. He loves Taka as much as he loves Mufasa. He just can't make a balance between being a king and being a father. The only mistake he made was that he thought Taka would understand that. He wasn't aware of how terrible Taka feels. If he knew, he would spend more time with Taka. But he failed to understand his second son. He failed as a father, and that would doom the life of both of his sons and his kingdom. But of course, these are just a fan theory. Maybe Ahadi did spend enough time with him and Taka is just a spoiled brat. But what I understand from reading this book is that Ahadi have been unintentionally neglectful toward Taka. Some fans even went beyond that and theorized that Ahadi secretly hated Taka and was abusive to him. But again, it is just a theory and not a fact. But I wouldn't be against exploring the idea in an alternate universe. One of the reasons that led to this theory is Scar's real name. I didn't mention it in my first video, but now that it is more relevant, I will say it here. Almost all of the names in The Lion King are actually African words. For example, Simba means lion, Srabi means mirage, Rafiki means friend, Nala means gift, Mufasa means king. But Taka has two meanings. One meaning is to want, but the other one is trash. Just imagine your brother being named king, but you were named trash. What kind of parents would name their kid trash? But I think that is not really the case. I believe these names don't have the meaning they have in real life. Simba in real life means lion, but I think in the world of the Lion King, it is just a name and doesn't have meaning. I don't think that Mufasa looked at his son and thought, my son is a lion and because of that I will name him Lion. That would be ridiculous. But even if they are aware of what those names mean, that wouldn't confirm that Scar's parents hated him. Because Taka also means to want, and that isn't an objectively bad thing. There is a fan comic that actually made a heartwarming sense out of why he is named Taka. In the rest of the story, it gets established that the hyenas are already friends with Scar, and a conversation between them and Scar gives him an idea. He thinks if he do something that would make Mufasa look unworthy, then their father would break the traditions and choose the second born as the future king. And so he comes up with a plan. There is a buffalo named Boma who is not willing to share the waterhole with other animals. And Taka suggests Mufasa to convince Boma together while their father is busy. But Taka would say something to Boma that would make him attack Mufasa. Taka thinks doing this would make it look like as if Mufasa has started the fight, and that would make Mufasa look bad. But it does not go according to the plan. Mufasa runs away from Boma, but turns out while Boma was attacking Mufasa, the other buffaloes were attacking Taka. One of the buffaloes hit Scar's face with his horn, and that would knock him out. The fight would be stopped by Ahadi, who thanks to Rafiki and Zuzu became aware of the fight. Taka would be sent to Pride Rock so that Rafiki would heal him. Taka didn't take any fatal damage, but he will have a scar for the rest of his life. Taka admits what he wanted to do, and then he said that from now on, his name will be Scar, so that he would never forget his mistake. And I think he did this as a cover for his future plans, because I don't believe that he is really sorry for what he did. He would probably continue being the backstabbing person that he is. After a few days, the drought would end. Zuzu would become the eyes of the king in the sky, and Rafiki would stay in Pride Lands to help the kingdom. When Rafiki ends the story, Simba and Koppa would thank him for the story and its lessons. Koppa learns to be more understanding and respectful for his father's duties, and Simba learns to keep his promises to his son. So he would first show Koppa the kingdom, and then he would deal with the crisis. This story is good for what it is. It is not ambitious, but it does not need to be anything special. This series of books is probably just something for kids who have just learned how to read, and it is supposed to be just a small companion to the movie. And it probably was never going to be canon. Considering that, I am totally fine with its simplicity. I like the idea that Zuzu was never part of the kingdom, and Rafiki suggests the king to use her as help, and her son Zazu would help the future king. But I would prefer Rafiki to be part of Pride Lands for a much longer while. To me, Rafiki looks like as if he has been a wise man of the Pride Lands for several generations. But that is just my personal preference and not a problem. Book 2. Nala's Dare. Koppa's monkey friends dare him to jump across a gorge, but Koppa runs away. Even though he did the right thing by avoiding danger, he felt humiliated. That's when Rafiki comes out of nowhere, who is aware of what happens. And in order to teach Koppa that there is a difference between bravery and stupidity, he tells Koppa to ask Nala to tell him the story of Ni. And Koppa does as he is told. So Nala tells Koppa and Simba the story of Ni. A story from the time that Scar was the king and Nala was just a cub. Nala was spending time with her friends, Kula, a female cub, and Chomvi, a male cub. Chomvi said that lions are the best animals and started to make fun of other animals. But Nala disagreed and said that they are just different. Then Chomvi said not only lions are the superior animals, but also the lions of the Pride Land are the superior lions. Nala said that she believes the other lions are just like them, and because of that, Chomvi dares Nala to talk to a lion from another pride. And Nala accepts it, under the false belief that they would never see a non-Pride Lander lion. But Chomvi points out that a rogue lion is lurking in the tall grass, and the ignorant Nala tries to talk to the lion, an act that Kula doesn't recommend at all. But when Nala gets a few steps closer to the rogue lion, they hear an emergency roar, so the cubs get back to Pride Rock. Turns out the lionesses were also aware of the rogue lion and they scared him off. But Nala still couldn't refuse a dare, so she tried to find that rogue lion at midnight. Kula begs Nala to avoid this stupidity, but Nala wants to prove her bravery, so she doesn't listen to her. A choice that Nala soon regrets because the moment she leaves the Pride Rock, hyenas try to attack her. The rogue lion comes to the rescue. The rogue lion says that his name is Ni. When he wants to escort Nala to Pride Rock, more hyenas come, and this time there is too many of them. So Serafina comes to help, who thanks to Kula realized her daughter is in danger. When the hyenas are gone, they go back to Pride Rock. Serafina tells the other lionesses about Ni's bravery, and Chomvi tells Nala that he is sorry for teasing her. After a short while, Ni says his goodbyes and leaves. This story is also simple but good. My only problem is that Scar wasn't in it at all. I would like to see how he ruled the Pride. Was he really brooding in the cave throughout his entire time of ruling the Pride Lands? Also, am I the only one who thinks Ni looks like Nala? First time I saw the cover of the book, I thought he was his long lost father or something. Book 3. Vulture Shock. The story doesn't include any flashback. Koppa is hanging out with other lions, and here we see that other male lions exist in the pride. The movies try to be realistic, and there is only one or two male lions in each pride, and the rest are lionesses and cubs. But this series of books is seemingly trying to make their pride look more like a human civilization. One of the lions mentions his family tree, which makes Koppa curious because he has no idea what it is. He mistakes it for an actual tree, which makes the lions roll on the floor laughing. One of them tells Koppa to ask Simba about it, so Koppa goes to his father. But Simba is too busy because of problems at the water hole. It's always about the water hole. So Koppa wanders around to find his family tree himself. Later, Simba tells Zazu that Koppa wants to know about their family tree, but he doesn't know where to begin. So Zazu takes Simba to a cave that has the royal family tree painted on it. When Simba wanted to show it to Koppa, he was nowhere to be found. Turned out when he was trying to find his family tree, he got kidnapped by vultures. So they sent a message to Simba to exchange Koppa with a meal, including many animals like mongoose, snake, gazelle, elephants, and hyena. Yes, in this book, there are still some hyenas living in Pride Lands. Simba and Nala trick the vultures to tell them where Koppa is. The next day, a lot of animals went to where Koppa was. The vultures were happy to have a huge meal, but Simba and Nala were hiding behind the hippo, and they surprised the leader of the vultures. With the leader's life at the king's hand, they have no choice but to give Koppa back to them and let go of their meal. After saving Koppa, they tell him what a family tree really is. I think this one is a downgrade in comparison to the previous books. It is not bad, it is just too simple. Yeah, all of them are simple, but at least they have a good lesson in themselves. First book was about the importance of a promise, and the second book was about the true meaning of bravery. But this one doesn't go deeper than, remember kids, don't go far from home without your parents. Yes, I know kids should know this stuff, but the other books of the series had lessons like these alongside deeper lessons. Book 4. A Snake in the Grass. There is a lion cub named Afwa who is Koppa's best friend. But recently Afwa is hanging out with a cheetah cub named Beba. And I don't know if Afwa is hanging out less with Koppa or Koppa is just jealous, but all that matters right now is that Koppa hates Afwa now. And Timon and Pumbaa, wanting to rebuild that friendship, tell Koppa a story about when adult Simba was hanging out with them in the jungle and hadn't become a king yet. A snake tries to eat Timon, but he is saved by Pumbaa and Simba. The snake runs away. He later realizes that they are friends, so he needs a plan in order to eat Timon. This snake, just like other cartoon snakes, can hypnotize. So he meets each friend individually and uses his power to manipulate them and make them forget they have met the snake. His plan almost works. His manipulations, alongside Timon's attitude, make them separated for a while. But it does not last long because Simba and Pumbaa think more of what they have started to believe and realize that they have been manipulated. And the moment that the snake almost had Timon, they save Timon again. And this time they make sure the snake wouldn't strike back. After the story, Koppa learns that a friendship is based on trust. Then he goes back to Afwa to make up for their misunderstandings. Book 5. Follow the Leader. We see more of Simba struggling as a king. Animals of this kingdom are too ignorant, always arguing over stupid stuff. And Simba is really tired of it. He's thinking about taking a break, maybe hanging out with Timon and Pumbaa, and just ignore the fact that he is a king for a few hours. But Zazu and Rafiki tell him duty before pleasure. When Simba is dealing with the animals, Rafiki gets informed that the baboons in grass walls are in deep trouble, which worries Rafiki because grass walls is his homeland. So he leaves the Pride Lands immediately, but he tells Zazu first. Simba gets informed about Rafiki and goes to help him, and he reaches him just in time to save him from a rhino. When they reach grass walls, they see that it has become a wasteland. Rafiki finds the baboons and realizes that their leader is his cousin Jelani. Turns out Jelani is a lazy ruler, and just like Scar, he turned his beautiful land into a lifeless one. Rafiki tells Jelani that he wants to move them to a better place. When Jelani disagrees, Simba comes and forces him to accept it. The next day, they start moving. After a while, a leopard attacks them and gets a baby baboon, but Simba saves him. After more walking, a baboon falls down from exhaustion. Jelani gently lifts her onto his back because she is his aunt. Everyone is surprised to see any act of kindness from Jelani, but they continue walking. And after that, they finally reach their new home, a beautiful jungle with a big waterfall. The next day, Jelani thanks Rafiki and Simba for opening his eyes. He tells them that when he saw his aunt in that situation, he realized that his selfish actions almost killed his troops. And he tells them that from now on, he will be a good leader. After that, Rafiki and Simba go back to Pride Rock. Book 6. How True Zazu. Zazu tells Kopo a story about when he had just become Mufasa's steward. Zazu's mother taught him too well. Zazu not only reported the important stuff to Mufasa, but also everything else, even the most useless of facts, had to be reported to the king, and that would sometimes lead to misunderstandings or problems. And because of that, one day a few kids decide to troll Zazu. At first, they tell him that a monster is in the Pride Lands, and the next days they will tell him other lies, and it would slowly make Zazu's word less valuable to Mufasa. But it would all change one day when Zazu discovers an army of ants heading toward Pride Lands and eating everything in their way. He tells Mufasa, and at first he doesn't believe it, but then he chose to give him one more chance. Zazu tells him that now the ants must have reached the forest. So Mufasa enters the forest, still not believing Zazu completely. But he soon jumps out of the forest, unable to see because his body is covered with ants. Zazu tells Mufasa to follow his voice to the river. When Mufasa is saved, he thanks Zazu and they go back to Pride Rock. They tell the animals of the disaster and Mufasa comes up with a plan. The ants need to cross a river in order to reach Pride Lands, and it is possible for them thanks to the rocks that can act as a bridge for them. There are boulders at top of the falls that act as a dam. When the ants are trying to cross the river, Zazu will inform Mufasa, and he, alongside a few strong animals, will move the boulders, and that will increase the flow of the water, and that would get rid of the ants. Their plan works, and Pride Lands is saved, and Zazu is considered a hero. After that, Zazu learns to always check his facts and only report the necessary stuff to the king. Later, 6 New Adventures would get 2 spin-offs in form of German audiobooks. First one, named Friends for Life, is about Koppa saving a hyena cub named Asante from a snake, and after that they would become friends. And I like it, but I can't say the same to the second one. The second story, named Fight for the Throne, is too complicated for its own good. I usually prefer ambitious stories over simple ones, but this single story convinced me that sometimes simplicity can be beautiful. This story is ridiculous. It disrespects all the character developments that Simba had in the Lion King movie. In this story, a few hyenas make a plan to make Simba lose in a challenge, and they succeed, and because of that, Simba exiles himself to the jungle again, and Koppa goes with him. But Nala stays at Pride Land. After years, Nala goes to the jungle to convince Simba to challenge the hyenas and become a king again. But this time Simba won't get convinced. So instead, Koppa asks an elephant from the jungle to defeat the hyenas in a challenge. And when the hyenas face defeat, they admit that they have defeated Simba through cheating. And because of that, Simba comes back and reclaims the throne, and the hyenas get banished. Do I even need to say something to prove why this one is bad? I have no idea what they were thinking when they were writing this one. It turns Simba into a very unlikable person and ignores everything that makes him a great character. The real Simba would challenge those hyenas after a few days and save his people. But in this story, Simba was a coward, as if he has learned nothing. And also the story is just a bad retelling of the original movie. A lot of discussions in the Lion King fanbase and a lot of the Lion King fan contents exist because of this miniseries. And they are all about this question. Where is Koppa? The most popular theory is that Koppa is dead, a fan idea that I have no idea who came up with first, because it have been adapted so many times in the fanbase. The story goes like this. After the events of 6 New Adventures, but before the events of Simba's Pride, Koppa meets Vitani, similar to how Kiara met Kovu, and they will become friends. They will secretly continue their play dates. But one day Zero would find it out, and when Koppa wants to spend time with Vitani, he meets Zero instead. And Zero, being the psychopath that she is, brutally murders Koppa. And that is why Simba is so overprotective in The Lion King 2, and why he hates the Outlanders so much. This is the base story, and later fans would add more details to it. If I could turn one fan idea into an official story, it would be this one. But as I said, this is a fan idea and not a canon story, and I have few proofs to debunk this theory. My main proof is that why is Nala so chill about Kiara? If they had another cub before Kiara that died, wouldn't Nala also be very overprotective as well? Another proof of mine is why Simba had a nightmare about Mufasa's death and not Koppa. Isn't death of a son much more tragic than death of a father? And my third and final proof is why Zero is alive. If someone killed your son, wouldn't you do anything and everything to make sure that his killer would have a slow and painful death? Some would also say that the cop at the end of The Lion King 1 is different from Kiara. And I think that is just an artistic choice. Simba and Mufasa were gazing at the stars. Simba realizes that there is one star that is bigger and brighter than all the rest. When Simba asks about it, Mufasa says that it is the spirit of Mohatu, Simba's great-grandfather. When Simba asks more about it, Mufasa tells the story of Mohatu the Lion King. A long time ago, when Mohatu was the king of the Pride Lands, there was a terrible drought, and everyone was suffering. Mohatu the wise king made a law about how much water each animal could drink, and also said that lions should drink less because they can go for days without drinking. And the plan was working and animals were surviving, until one day a selfish and lazy lion broke the law. When Mohatu was informed about it, he went into deep thoughts. He realized that even with the laws, the only remaining waterhole was getting smaller and smaller. And when even his own kind doesn't listen to the rules, something needed to be done. Mohatu told his people that he is going on a long journey to find water. The next day, Mohatu started his search. After a very long walk, Mohatu finally found a place with water. A big forest with mountains and waterfalls, which is the same place that Timon and Pumbaa were living in the Lion King movie. When Mohatu drank from the river, he heard crying, so he went to see who it was. It was a crocodile that was crying. Mohatu asked him why. The crocodile approached Mohatu and he realized that this is the largest crocodile ever. But Mohatu was too fearless to be afraid of it. The crocodile tells Mohatu that he is crying because he has no friend. No one comes to the river because everyone is horrified by his large size. So Mohatu tries to help. Mohatu asks a few animals of the forest and realizes that animals of this forest have the same fears as his own people. They are afraid of each other and they don't trust each other. Mohatu went back to Pride Lands to execute his plans. The Pride Landers asked King Mohatu and he answered that he has found a great river that they can drink from. The animals cheered and asked where it is. Mohatu said that it was far from Pride Lands, and in order to reach it, they need to trust each other and cooperate. But the fact that first it was a lion that broke the law didn't help. So the animals didn't listen to him, and everyone tried to reach the forest as fast as possible, without any care for the well-being of others. What happened next was chaos. All the animals, big or small, prey or predator, running as fast as they can. In the stampede, a zebra kicked a cheetah in the chest, flattening him to the ground. All the animals behind the cheetah ran over him. So Mohatu carries the cheetah on his back. The zebra was the first to reach the river. but he got stuck in the quicksand that was around the river. The animals tried to help him, but they couldn't. So King Mohatu asked the giant crocodile for help. The crocodile saves the zebra. The zebra thanks the giant crocodile and asks the cheetah for forgiveness. The cheetah forgives the zebra and the animals drink from the river. Then Mohatu and the animals say their goodbyes to the crocodile and go back to the Pride Lands. From that day, the Pride Landers would journey to the great forest to drink from the water, and Crocodile was happy to see his new friends. After a while, the drought ended and there was no need for traveling to the forest. But Mohatu never forgot his crocodile friend and he would visit him from time to time. Mohatu ruled over Pride Land for many years until he died out of old age. After his death, the animals were sad for a while, and slowly they would start fighting again. But one night, the animals realized one thing. There was a new star in the sky, bigger and brighter than the other stars. They realized that it was the spirit of the great King Mohatu. So they stopped fighting and continued their peaceful life again, because they knew that their king was looking over them from the sky. So there you have it. What do I think about it? It is good. Not as good as 6 New Adventures, but still a cute little enjoyable book. In 6 New Adventures, we heard stories about Simba's grandfather, and in the Brightest Star, we learned about Simba's great-grandfather. And also in 6 New Adventures, alongside Simba's pride and the Lion Guard, we see stories of Simba's children. So we know 4 generations in the Lion King franchise, and that is cool. I like stories that go generation by generation. It would be cool to have an animated Lion King series that would happen in an alternate universe, and it would have 4 seasons, and each season would tell the stories of one of those generations. And maybe even a season 5 about Simba's grandchildren. I would love to have it, but I won't be sad if it did not exist. Maybe I am wrong and I'm asking for too much fan service. And maybe the stories of Mohatu and Ahadi would be better as a legend. Maybe the less we know about them, the most interesting they are. The fan base has told more stories about them anyway. But speaking of Ahadi and 6 New Adventures, most fans say that Mohatu is Ahadi's father, and a few say he's Uru's father. But there is no official words for that. The Brightest Star could be completely unrelated to 6 New Adventures, and its writers probably weren't even aware of the existence of Ahadi and Uru. And probably both the Brightest Star and 6 New Adventures are non-canon anyway. But why not? Having an extended universe as a headcanon wouldn't hurt. It's totally fine that in retrospect, we connect unrelated stuff to each other. We say Mohatu is Ahadi's father because it's fun. It's not going to hurt the franchise. That is the beauty of being a part of a fan base and consuming fan media. It lets you have more fun with your favorite franchise. And there is nothing wrong with that. Unless it leads to toxic manners. That is not okay. Have fun with your headcanons, but also be kind to each other. There is this series of the Lion King books or magazines called a Nature Fun and Learn series that has 80 issues, and in each of them has activities for children and informations about animals and natures, and of course small Lion King stories. I don't see a need for an in-depth look at this series because of the childish nature of it, but here is the basic structure of it. Each book has few parts. Simba's World. It has information about Africa, usually focusing on the animals. Pumbaa and Timon's travels. This one also has information about Africa, but this one usually focuses on the place. Get Drawing. It teaches how to draw animals. Hakuna Matata. This one tells short stories in the Lion King world, usually about Simba's life during the time he was living with Timon and Pumbaa. The Lion King coloring. It has pictures from the Lion King that kids can color it. Rafiki Remembers. In this one, Rafiki tells a story, not a Lion King story, but a generic story about animals. Bug Patrol. It has information about bugs. Grapevine. It has jokes about animals. Puzzles. It explains itself. Zazu's Make and Do. It teaches kids how to make things like masks and kites. Okay, but are the Lion King stories in it anything special? Well, not really. Just like most Lion King books. But let's talk about the one story that adds a new lion character to the series. At issue 38, we have a story called In Deep Water that introduces the character Tanglemane. It's the drought season and water is hard to find. When Cub Simba, Timon and Pumbaa get close to the lake, they run. They drink it, but they know they can't continue like this. Soon this lake will also dry out and they need to find a new source of water. A pelican tells them that they should ask Tanglemane for help, who is a wise but surly lion. So they go to find Tanglemane. The rest of the story is in the next issue. In issue 39, they find Tanglemane and he looks horrifying to Timon and Pumbaa. Not Simba though. When Tanglemane sees that scaling Simba isn't working, he tries to strike him. Simba dodges. Tanglemane tries to do it again, but he misses again. And this time he slips and falls onto hard rock and is stunned. Then Simba tells him that they are just here to get help. Tanglemane gets up and starts laughing. Turns out that for a long time he has toothache, and when he hit the ground, his bad tooth got removed and he isn't in pain anymore. He thanks Simba and asks him what their problem is. Simba explains the situation. Then Tanglemane smiles in a way that Simba gets reminded of Mufasa. Tanglemane said that once he ruled a pride with strength and kindness, but slowly he became old, and when two young lions challenged him, he lost and was chased away. Then Tanglemane leads them to a river in the cavern he lives in. So they try to think of a plan to see how they can deliver this water to the rest of the animals. In issue 40, all the animals are working together to make a pipeline so that the water from the river would go to the lake and all the animals could have water again. Everyone thanks Simba for his idea. Simba tells them that it was because of their hard work and also Tanglemane who showed him the river. As a thank you for Tanglemane, Simba tells the pelicans to fill a big hole in Tanglemane's cave with water so that he could have water next to him, because he is old and walking to the lake would be a long distance for him to travel. During the story, Tanglemane tells Simba that he is a born leader, which is totally true. During this story, we see that Simba is brave, wise, and kind. Even as a cub, he is a good leader. I know sometimes he becomes a jerk, mostly during Lion King 2, but overall Simba is a great guy. And then some people think he is one of the worsts. I think this story happens before Mufasa becomes a king. He is an adolescent and is slightly smaller with a smaller mane. He was in the elephant graveyard for some reason and saw Shenzi, Banzai and Ed trying to cook Zazu. Mufasa saves Zozu. Zozu thanks Mufasa and tells him that he will make it up for him one day. Mufasa laughed because he doesn't believe a small bird could be any help to a lion. Yes, this is an adaptation of the Lion and the Mouse story, if it isn't obvious. Zozu was hovering over Mufasa all the time for a few days. It was really annoying Mufasa until one day Zozu finds out that Serabi is trapped in a big hole. He tells Mufasa about it and Mufasa goes there. Mufasa doesn't know what to do, but Zozu tells him to throw a log in the hole. Mufasa does it and Serabi climbs the log and now she is saved. So Mufasa learns his lessons and asks Zozu to become his future major domo. And yeah, that's it. Bwara Bwara. Timon and Pumbaa are at the beach. Pumbaa gets kidnapped by the locals. While Timon is looking for him, the leader of the tribe mistakes Pumbaa as some sort of an ancient god, so they crown him a king. When Timon finds Pumbaa, Timon is mad at Pumbaa for having him worried sick. The locals are displeased with Timon, so they make him Pumbaa's servant. Later, some sort of an ancient fire of the tribe is put out, so they want Pumbaa to restore it. Pumbaa fails and the locals realize that Pumbaa is no one important. So they attack them, but Timon and Pumbaa defeat them by the power of Samba! I'm not the biggest fan of this episode, because Pumbaa was kinda mean. I could say that because Pumbaa is dumb and doesn't realize it, or maybe he is just acting so that the locals won't hurt them. But
I don't know how long I can keep this up. We gotta get out of here.
We can't leave, not yet.
Why not?
You haven't done my other hoof.
so yeah, not a great first episode. Saskatchewan and catch. Timon is trying to catch a bug from a tall tree, but a male flying squirrel interrupts him. Then a female flying squirrel crashes into Timon and they fall down. Timon and Pumbaa ask the female squirrel to catch the bug for them, but she said that she would only do that if they help her to go on a date with the male squirrel. After a few failed plans, they trap the male squirrel and set him on a date with the female squirrel. The flying squirrels fall in love and fly together, and Timon and Pumbaa don't get their bugs. The female squirrel was selfish. They saved her life and did her a favor, and she didn't return the favor for them. But that's fine. As long as Timon and Pumbaa are not mean, I can enjoy the episode. Can you be my friend?
Extra good morning, Timon!
And what's so extra good about it, Pumbaa? What's so darn extra good about this particular morning that you must rudely wake me up?
It's bestest best friend day, so Pumbaa gives Timon a gift. Then he asks Timon for his gift. Timon has forgotten it, so he tries to come up with excuses and then breaks their friendship. He did all of these because he couldn't be honest with his friend. So they try to find a new friend. Pumbaa finds a meerkat that is the exact opposite of Timon, and Timon finds a warthog that is the exact opposite of Pumbaa. After spending time with their new best friend, they realize they can't replace each other and ended up together. This could be the best episode of the show, but the ending of it ruins it. Timon lied to Pumbaa and learned nothing. If at the end Timon told Pumbaa that he has forgotten the bestest best friend day and he promised him that he would never forget it again, it could be a beautiful story about friendship. But the episode undid itself for the sake of a joke. I know it is a comedy show, but it doesn't mean the quality of a story should be sacrificed for comedy. Rafiki Fables, Good Mousekeeping. Oh yeah, the show is called Timon and Pumbaa, but it isn't just about them. Sometimes it focuses on other non-lion Lion King character. Like this episode that Rafiki is in it. And there are also some other episodes that focuses on the hyenas or Zazu instead. In this episode, 3 elephants bully a mouse. That mouse ends up in Rafiki's home. He tells his frustrations to Rafiki, and Rafiki tells him that he can make a wish. The mouse wishes to be big and strong and the ability to fly and swim, so that he would be respected. Rafiki asks him if he is sure about it, because respect doesn't come from power, but the mouse is sure about it. Rafiki makes his wish a reality, and that turns the mouse into an abomination. The mouse is happy at first, but he still doesn't get respect. Then the bully becomes the bully. That's when Rafiki stops him. Later, Rafiki takes the mouse back to the elephants, but the mouse, even with his new powers, was scared of them. Rafiki saves him and agrees to turn the mouse back to its original form. Then the mouse shouts at the elephants and that makes them run away. Brazil Nuts. Timon and Pumbaa find a bug restaurant, but it was a trap set by 2 snakes that want to eat them. So Timon and Pumbaa make a plan to set free and get rid of the snakes. South Sea Sick. Pumbaa is sick and Timon makes the situation worse by trying to cure him. In this one also, Timon hurts Pumbaa, but this time it was because of his stupidity and not because of selfishness. The lion sleeps tonight. Timon and Pumbaa are wandering in the jungle and singing this song while Simba is trying to scare them as a joke. Never Everglades. A crocodile egg is thrown under Pumbaa, so when he wakes up he thinks that he has laid an egg. Timon tells Pumbaa that it's impossible, but Pumbaa doesn't listen to him. The crocodile hatches at that moment and Pumbaa names him Pumbaa Jr. The entire episode is about Pumbaa trying to raise his son and Timon being angry at them and being a bad example for Pumbaa Jr. At the end of the episode, when Junior isn't around, Timon tells Pumbaa that Junior looks nothing like a warthog, not knowing that Junior was listening to them. So Junior runs away. Timon and Pumbaa search for Junior, but when they find him, they see he has fallen in love with a female crocodile. So they say their goodbyes to Junior and let go of him. I know Junior was annoying Timon, but it does not justify him being mean to others. If Timon was less harsh, it would be one of the better episodes, but here I am putting this episode on the lower half of the list. The Laughing Hyenas, Cooked Goose. This episode is about Shenzi, Banzai and Ed. They are being goofballs, which leads to them and 2 cheetahs to lose their hunts all the time. So the cheetahs try to get rid of them. It takes a few failed plans to finally send the hyenas somewhere far, far away, so they can finally have a full belly. At the end, the hyenas realize that they've been lied to, so they go back to have revenge on them. But both the hyenas and the cheetahs see a white goose and try to catch it. I know the hyenas are comic relief characters, but they are not that dumb. Yukon Khan. Pumbaa is digging to find gold while Timon is just chilling. When Pumbaa complains about doing all the work, Timon starts digging another hole and tells him that anything they find is only for themselves and they shouldn't share. That's when Pumbaa finds gold. Then Pumbaa is rich and everyone loves him while Timon is shivering in the cold. Pumbaa is not happy though. He misses Timon. And the main villain of this show, Quint, approaches Timon and Timon agrees to help Quint to rob the gold for themselves. Timon distracts Pumbaa while Quint robs the gold. Later, Timon is regretful and tells Pumbaa that he robbed the gold, but they realize that Quint has run away with the gold. So they go to get the gold back. They fail. When all hope seems to be lost, Timon apologizes and gives a bottle cap that he found during the digging to Pumbaa. Then they hit a submarine. There was a rich man in the submarine who is willing to give a lot of money to add that bottle cap to his collection. That's when Timon and Pumbaa argue each other over who owns the bottle cap. Again, it could have been a wholesome ending, but they ruin it because of a joke. Depth of Africa. A weak and sick tiger tries to hunt Timon and Pumbaa and fails. After running away, they meet the tiger again. The tiger said after the death of her mate, she couldn't hunt like him, and because of that she and her cubs are always hungry. So Pumbaa asks Timon to help him teach her how to hunt. After a few failures, Timon says that people should only help if there is something for them in it. Then he leaves. Then a jackal attacks Pumbaa. Timon takes back what he said and asks the tiger for help. The tiger helps them and learns how to hunt. It took too long for Timon to swallow his pride, but the lesson of helping people in need is good. How to beat the High Costa Rica. In this episode, we see Quint again. He has stolen a briefcase full of money, but that briefcase accidentally replaces Timon and Pumbaa's briefcase. Timon says that they are rich now, but Pumbaa forces him to give it back to Quint. Later, they realize that Quint is a criminal, so after a few failed tries, they succeed to get the briefcase back. Pumbaa tells Timon to give the suitcase to the police, but Timon lies to Pumbaa and buys stuff with all that money. Again, another episode taken down by Timon learning nothing at the end. Swiss Mist.
You're not going to perform an entire musical number, are you?
The fact that most people are responsible and don't live by the Hakuna Matata philosophy annoys Timon. He realizes that people of the city that they are in work based on the city clock. So Timon talks to the keeper of the clock and he agrees that for the first time in his life, he wants to avoid responsibility and live for himself for a while. But the moment he leaves, the clock breaks down. Quint shows up and tells Timon and Pumbaa that if the keeper of the clock doesn't fix the clock by noon, he would be fired. Timon and Pumbaa go to the keeper of the clock. They see that he is living his life alongside the girl that he has just met and already agreed to marry him. They tell him the clock is broken, so the keeper of the clock approaches the clock of the city as fast as possible. So fast that on the way, he marries the girl in 1 second. Timon and Pumbaa help him to fix the clock and his job is saved. In this one also Timon was selfish, but the lesson of balancing responsibility and living for yourself is a good lesson, so I put this episode high on the list. Russia Hour. Timon and Pumbaa visit Pumbaa's uncle to see his last ballet dance before his retirement. But because of Timon's mistake, he breaks every single bone of his, and now Pumbaa has to replace him. But Pumbaa also breaks his leg just before the performance. Timon tries to do a performance instead, but when he fails, Pumbaa's uncle comes back, and even with his injuries, he does a great performance. Then he literally breaks down. "You gonna join the club." Timon and Pumbaa are resting, but a bunch of beavers, all of them named Ted, kick them out and make a club in that place for anyone with the name Ted. Timon and Pumbaa tell them that their name is also Ted and they want to join the club. But in order to do that, they need to do some made up tasks that all involve annoying a lion. So at the end, that lion attacks all of them. "You gonna be an elephant." Timon saw an elephant and told Pumbaa that they are amazing. Timon does some reverse psychology on Pumbaa to make him want to be an elephant so that they can be popular. Timon does a lot of stuff to make Pumbaa look like an elephant. Later, Timon shows Pumbaa the elephant to another elephant, and that elephant makes fun of Pumbaa. Then the elephant is in danger and Pumbaa saves him. The elephant tells Pumbaa that he can join him as an honorary elephant, but Pumbaa dismisses it because he has learned to love himself for what he is. Timon was indirectly responsible for humiliating Pumbaa, but again I am willing to ignore it because the lesson of loving yourself is also a good lesson. To Kilimanjaro bird. Timon robs food from a baby, so its mother puts Timon to babysit him as punishment. At first Timon wants to abandon the bird, but Pumbaa insists on being responsible. Then the baby bird is walking through dangerous places and Timon and Pumbaa try to save him. At the end the bird falls down. When the angry mother approaches, the baby bird learns how to fly and flies back to her mother. I think this is the worst episode. Timon has been selfish in the series, but stealing from a baby is a new low for him. Rocky Mountain Lie. Timon thinks that he has eaten Pumbaa's bug friend, so he lies to Pumbaa that a bear has captured him. So they go to find the bug, which leads to disaster, but they are saved by Pumbaa's bug friend, and Timon apologizes to Pumbaa for lying to him. Can You Be My Friend had to learn a few lessons from this episode. Timon can make a mistake, but he can also learn something from it. Amazon Quiver. A panther is chasing Timon and Pumbaa, so they go into a tree and wait for 95 years so that the panther would go away. When they come out of the tree, they are old and the world is futuristic now. The panther was still there though, but he is also old, so he slowly chases them and they slowly run away. French fried. Timon and Pumbaa are trying to eat a snail. When they catch it, they get trapped in a crate. Then they realize that the snail can talk, so they want to become friends with him now. The crate is opened by Quint, and he takes the snail to cook him. And Timon and Pumbaa realize that they are in France now. They try to save the snail. In this episode, the slapstick comedy is dialed up to 11. It's really entertaining, but the ending lowers the satisfaction a little bit. The Laughing Hyenas, Big Top Breakfast.
Hey, that's not bad. What do you say? I have no idea.
A circus monkey falls down from a plane and lands in front of the hyenas. The entire episode is about the monkey running away from the hyenas and the hyenas being goofs. And at the end, the monkey is sent back to the plane as if nothing has happened. Again, the hyenas were too dumb, but not as dumb as the previous hyenas episode. Madagascar about you.
Mr. Pumbaa is not getting executed, he's getting married.
There's a difference.
Turns out that Pumbaa was better off before even being born, and now he has to get married. So Timon helps Pumbaa to become a horrible and disgusting person so that the female warthog wouldn't want to marry him. But that female warthog was actually into horrible and disgusting people. So they tell her that Pumbaa is actually a nice guy, so the wedding is cancelled. Truth or Dare? Timon and Pumbaa are running away from Queens when they accidentally get dressed as babies. So a gorilla adopts them. But later Pumbaa feels bad about it, so he tells the truth, and because of that the gorilla chases them. Quint traps the gorilla in order to catch Timon and Pumbaa, but turned out that he just wanted to take a picture of them. After this episode, we see another musical short, and I am not a big fan of this one. Mojave deserted. Timon and Pumbaa save a bunny, but he is too nice and too dumb, so it annoys them. They pretend to be in danger so that the bunny would save them, and they become even so that they can get rid of him. Beauty and the Wild Beast.
That's not the only problem.
It gets worse.
There's this girl.
It gets worse.
There is this very ugly wild beast that everyone is scared of, except for a beautiful deer that this wild beast loves. She invites him to her birthday party. The ugly wild beast visits Rafiki, and Rafiki helps him to look better and become braver. When they reach the birthday party, the ugly wild beast learns to be himself. That's when the beautiful deer shows to everyone that she is also ugly, and it was her makeups that made her beautiful. Then the ugly wild beast and the not anymore beautiful deer kiss. Even though Timon and Pumbaa weren't in this episode, it's still a candidate for the best episode. It's again about being yourself and loving yourself, but this is better. I guess the only thing wrong with this episode is that I'd rather the deer was actually beautiful, because now she loves the ugly wild beast because she is ugly as well. But if she was naturally beautiful, she would be one of my favorite Lion King characters, if you believe it. Because in that case, she would be a really nice person that despite the fact that she is beautiful, she's one of the few people that is nice to an ugly guy and knows that the real beauty comes from inside. But that is more about personal taste, and this episode is still a great episode that tries to teach good stuff. Don't break the china. Timon and Pumbaa find a lost baby panda. They try to take him back to his parents, and shenanigans happen. Can't take a yolk. The hyenas are trying to steal an egg from an ostrich, and each time they fail in a slapstick way. This one is the more interesting hyena episode. Stand By Me. I like the music and the animation is funny, and that's all I need. The Pain in Spain. Pumbaa is mistaken for a bull, and shenanigans happen because of that. Frantic Atlantic. Timon and Pumbaa become friends with a penguin to go on a cruise, but that penguin is clumsy and ends up accidentally hurting everyone for an entire episode. Unlucky in Lesotho. Ned, the elephant from the Uganda Be an Elephant episode, gives a vase that is an unlucky charm to Timon and tells him that it's a lucky charm. and if he takes care of it for a day, he can join his club. While Timon is trying to take care of it, Pumbaa finds a black baby panther and brings it home. The vase breaks down and Timon blames the black cat for it. Ned wants to tell everyone what an unlucky loser Timon is when the black cat crosses Ned's path, and because of that Ned falls down in a river full of piranha fish, and because of that Timon starts to like the black cat. Rafiki's apprentice. Okay, I guess this episode is the most lore heavy episode of the series. I'm 99% sure this show is not canon, but it was still interesting to see more of Rafiki's magic and how it works. Rafiki's annoying nephew comes for a visit. When he tells Rafiki that he wants to become like him, Rafiki tells him to bring fruits from the trees to his home. The same fruits that are hanging from his staff. Apparently those fruits are the source of his magic. Later, when Rafiki is not looking, his nephew uses Rafiki's staff to make the trees sentient so that the trees would move the fruits themselves. But the last tree starts attacking him. So he uses the staff to make a storm to get rid of the tree. But now the storm is too dangerous, and it broke Rafiki's staff and it took it with itself. That's when Rafiki comes and asks his nephew where his staff is. His nephew said he doesn't know. Rafiki said that it was a very important staff that is inherited from generation to generation. That's when his nephew cries and tells the truth. Then Rafiki opens a door and shows that he had dozens of that staff. So he lied about the staff. I wonder if everything he said in this episode was a lie. Then Rafiki does his magic and ends the disaster. Then he finds his broken staff and gifts it to his nephew because it's smaller now and more suitable for him. Then he tells his nephew that he took too many fruits and now he has to return some of it back to the trees. And this time his nephew has learned his lesson and doesn't use magic to do it. Tanzania Zany. Timon's old friend shows up. At first he is hanging out more with Pumbaa and Timon is having a bad time. When Timon's old friend wants to pull a painful prank on Timon, that's when Pumbaa doesn't want to hang out with him anymore. Then Timon's old friend approaches Timon and asks him to pull a painful prank on Pumbaa. At first Timon agrees, but then he changes his mind and stays loyal to Pumbaa. This episode is about treating your friends well and avoiding toxic friendships, and that is a good thing. Guatemala Malarkey. Timon and Pumbaa find the temple. Timon said it's full of treasure, but Pumbaa said it's cursed. And in the entire episode, they are in danger. Pumbaa saves Timon from all sorts of danger, and Timon doesn't realize it, and he's just mean to Pumbaa. Mombasa in law.
I do my best, but nothing is good enough for your mother. And you leave everything lying about the house just expecting me to pick up after you. Well, I'm sick of it, and I deserve a little more appreciation.
Timon's mother is coming for a visit. In order to make her believe that he is the responsible person, he builds a house and pretends to have a job, and asks Pumbaa to dress up as a woman and pretend to be his wife. It works at first, but then Pumbaa has to dress up as many more people to keep their secret. Of course it doesn't work, and Timon's mother realizes that they have been lying to her. But the last minute turns out that Timon's mother was actually Timon's old friend in disguise. It is overall a good episode, but it repeats jokes a lot. An armadillo is the star of a wildlife show, and because of that he gets to eat anything he wants, while the hyenas look at him with jealousy. They tried to join the show, but the director rejected them. Then the armadillo leaves the director, and the hyenas take the director's place, and they will have the director as lunch. Also here it gets confirmed that Shenzi and Banzai are in fact in a relationship. Back out in the outback, Timon and Pumbaa go to Australia to hunt some bugs. Pumbaa wants to do it together, but Timon insists on turning it into a competition. Pumbaa agrees. Pumbaa is hunting as many bugs as possible, but Timon is greedy and wants to catch the biggest bug. Timon mistakes a crab as a giant bug, and the entire episode is about Timon failing to catch that crab. At the end, it turns out that Pumbaa got help from that crab to hunt bugs, and Timon runs away. Timon was too ignorant in this episode, but unlike the previous episodes, it didn't lead to him annoying Pumbaa, so I'm fine with it, I guess. Gabbing with the wind. Two cheetahs catch Timon and want to eat him. Timon tells them if they free him, he will get Pumbaa for them, not knowing that Pumbaa heard it while he was trying to save him. They let Timon go, but they take his wallet to make sure he comes back. And the rest of the episode is about Timon and Pumbaa hunting each other. At the end, Timon tells Pumbaa that he just said those things to escape. Then they defeat the cheetahs. If Timon really said those stuff to run away, then it's fine. But then why was he trying to hunt Pumbaa down? Is his wallet really more important? Timon's time to go. In this episode, Timon gets poisoned and dies. Then he goes to the afterlife. There, an angel tells him that he did nothing good in his life, so he is going to hell. Timon asks for a second chance, so the angel tells him that he can go back and do one good thing so that he can go to the heaven. When Timon is alive again, he realizes that if he does one good thing, he will die in order to go to heaven. So he won't do anything good. Until the end of the episode that he saves Pumbaa's life. So he dies and goes to heaven. But he becomes alive again because he realizes that he wasn't poisoned at all. You may say this is just another episode that ends with a joke, but I think this episode has a deep meaning that makes this the best episode of the show. Some people say we all need two lives. One life to learn how to live from it, and another life to live correctly. They believe when they die, if they are given another chance, they will change their ways and become a better person. In some stories centered around religious stuff and things related to life after death, it is said that this idea is wrong. When they are given a second chance, they will probably stay the same person because they think they still have a long time remaining. So they start procrastinating until their time comes again and they will die as the same bad person as they were. Every single day that we wake up, we are given another chance. Every day that we live, we have the chance to become a better person. We are not given the second chance. We have been given the 1000th chance, but we still refuse to be better. Maybe I am thinking too much about the dumb show, but this episode makes me think about my life, and because of that, it is my favorite episode. The Law of the Jungle. Timon scratches his back with a forbidden stick, so he is taken to the court. And for an entire episode, Timon is mentally and physically tortured for it. I know Timon is selfish sometimes, but making him suffer for an entire episode is not funny. Manhattan mishap. Timon and Pumbaa want to go to New York, but they end up in an island with a hungry and mad man. He wants to eat them, but they tell him if he doesn't eat them, they will fix his plane so that he could escape the island. After a few failures, they get him off the island, but now they are stuck. But at the end, the camera zooms out and shows that they are just in a small island in the middle of a big lake in a city, and they don't know that. The interesting thing is that in this episode, Timon was the dumb one and Pumbaa was the smarter one. And that ending caught me off guard, not gonna lie. Paraguay problem. An anteater tells Pumbaa that he is a better bug catcher than Timon. When they argue, he tells them to do a competition to see who is better. It is all an act of manipulation from the anteater so that he could eat their bugs. When he does that, they realize that they have been manipulated, so they take back the bugs and become friends again. Be more Pacific. Pumbaa saves a magic whale, and that whale tells Pumbaa that he can make 3 wishes. Pumbaa doesn't have any wishes, but Timon does, but each wish brings a trouble for them. Going your Goa. Timon and Pumbaa escort a king termite to his kingdom so that they could eat him and his people. But when they see he has a family, they change their minds. Let's Serengeti out of here. A weirdo captures a lot of animals, including Timon and Pumbaa, and puts them in a zoo because he thinks they are endangered species. After staying there for 28 years, they get bored and run away from that place. At first it looks like a generic slapstick episode, but it actually tells a dark fact about zoos. Some animals are trapped in zoos either because they are endangered species, which at least has good intention, or just because of our amusement, which shows the horrible sides of us humans. Zoo is a prison in which all the prisoners are innocent. You may say they have food and water, but that is not enough. Maybe physically they are fun, but mentally they are not. Animals may not be 100% sentient, but that doesn't mean that they are safe from mental problems. That doesn't mean that they don't need freedom. I have heard stories about animals of the zoos developing mental problems because of not being in where they belong. And this episode reminds me of those stories. This episode also makes me think more about ourselves, and because of that, this is also a great episode. It entertains, but it also makes you think. Congo unlike this. This one happens when adult Simba was living with Timon and Pumbaa. A little animal sees the bones of a wild beast and tells Timon and Pumbaa that Simba might be the one that ate it. Pumbaa doesn't believe it because it's in the time that Simba used to eat bugs only. But Timon being Timon, of course he has to be paranoid. He does a few tests on Simba, but Timon twists those tests in a way that even though Simba does not want to eat them, the result tells him that Simba wants meat. So Timon and Pumbaa join that little animal and run away to a cave. But that little animal is actually a wolf in disguise. Simba comes and saves them, and Timon learns to trust his friends. Simba's inclusion puts this episode higher on the list. Okay, Bayou. Timon and Pumbaa are traveling with an opossum to learn bravery and find an infinite source of bugs. Shaker Djibouti. A wild animal escapes from the zoo, and because of that Timon and Pumbaa are paranoid. So they want to train Simba to become a better protector. I assume all the episode that has adult Simba in it happened before he met Nala. Simba isn't taking his training serious though. When Timon tells Simba to pounce on Pumbaa, he fails, and because of that Timon tells Simba that he stinks as a lion, which hurts Simba's confidence. But when that wild animal, who is a monster, attacks them, Simba strikes back. It seems that Simba has defeated the monster, but he actually talked it out and made peace with him. Yosemite Remedy. Timon and Pumbaa get robbed by a thief. They can't prove it, so he gets away with it. Timon and Pumbaa try to get even, and at the end, the thief gets caught for his crimes. Rafiki Fables, The Sky is Calling. A meteor falls between Timon and Pumbaa. Pumbaa wants to send it back to the sky, but Timon wants nothing to do with it, so they are not friends anymore. Rafiki shows up and does some reverse psychology stuff to them, so that they would send the meteor back to the sky and restore their friendship. Mozambique.
Hey, Timon! How did you get down here?
A woodpecker was pecking on a tree, which is annoying Timon and Pumbaa. So they catch him, and when they try to get rid of him, he tells them that he pecked on the tree to reach the bugs in it. So they let go of him and start pecking on the tree alongside him. This is one of the funniest episodes.
As soon as the bird starts splashing gleefully around in the water, it's supposed to...
Cool!
Ocean Commotion. Timon and Pumbaa are illegally on a cruise. Captain Quint wants to kick them out, but Speedy, their snail friend from the episode French Fried, tells him that they are with him, so Timon and Pumbaa are safe now. But just like the previous Speedy the Snail episode, he is in danger and Timon and Pumbaa save him. And here we are, end of season 1. For the moment my season 1 ranking is like this. 53 to Kilimanjaro bird. Timon dropped a foot from a baby. That one makes it the worst episode. 52 Kenya be my friend. Timon lied to Pumbaa about forgetting bestest best day and didn't learn anything. 51 How to beat the High Costa Rica. Again, Timon didn't learn anything. 50 Russia Hour. Timon was mean to Pumbaa's family. 49 Never Everglades. Timon was mean to Pumbaa's son, but at least he had a reason for it. 48 Bora Bora. Pumbaa was mean in this one. 47 Yukon Khan. It was trying to show that money can't end their friendship until the end, that they just ruin it and forgot about it. 46 Guatemala Malarkey. Timon was mean to Pumbaa and totally unaware of danger. 45 Truth or Zaire. It's a boring episode. 44 Mojave Deserted. The bunny was too annoying. 43 Cooked Goose. The hyenas were too dumb. 42 Big Top Breakfast. This one relies too much on slapstick. 41 South Sea Sick. Timon hurt Pumbaa with his stupidity. 40 Frantic Atlantic. The penguin was too annoying. 39 The Law of the Jungle. I know Timon is a jerk sometimes, but as I said, torturing him for an entire episode is not funny. 38 Back Out in the Outback. Timon was too ignorant, but at least in this one he didn't hurt Pumbaa. 37. Gavin with the wind. I don't know if Timon was smart in this one or just selfish. 36. Okay Bayou. Mid-episode. 35. Brazil Nuts. Another mid-episode. 34. TV dinner. Yet another mid-episode. 33. Yosemite Remedy. This one is also kinda mid, but just the fact that the name of the Weave is actually Weave is kinda funny. 32. Yummy Yummy Yummy. The music is just fine. 31. Unlucky in Lesotho. Above average episode. 30. Don't Break the China. Another above average episode. You're gonna join the club. Yet another above average episode. 28. Good Mousekeeping. Good lesson, but far from the funniest episode. 27. Mombasa in Law. Now we have reached the good episodes. This one is funny, but it repeats a few jokes too much. 26. The Pain in Spain. Predictable episode, but it was still funny. 25. Madagascar About You. This one is also predictable, but still funny. But this one had just one moment that made me laugh out loud. 24. Can't Take a Yolk. This is the funniest hyena episode. 23. Ocean Commotion. It's a lesser version of the previous Speedy the Snail episode, but it's still good. 22. The Lion Sleeps Tonight. The music is good and Simba trying to scare Timon and Pumbaa was kinda cute. 21. Going Uruguay. It's good to see Timon apologize for his bad manner. 20. Amazon Quiver. This one is really funny. 19. Rocky Mountain Lie. This is what Kenya Be My Friend should have been. Timon made a mistake, but he apologized at the end of it. 18. Manhattan Mishap. Also really funny, and also that ending caught me off guard. 17. Shake Your Djibouti. Simba's existence helps the show have a little bit more variety. 16. Saskatchewan Catch. Almost a perfect episode, except that last tantrum by Timon was kinda unnecessary. 15. French Fry. A perfect slapstick episode. 14. Paraguay Problem. It's good to see Timon and Pumbaa argue with each other, but become better friends as a result. 13. Be More Pacific. A lot of cartoons do an episode like this, but it's still a good lesson. 12. Rafiki's Apprentice. It's the best Rafiki episode. It's funny, but also has a little bit of lore. 11. Uganda Be an Elephant. Timon was responsible for Pumbaa's humility, but the lesson of loving yourself is good. 10. Depth of Africa. If everyone learned to help someone in need without any benefit, the world would be a better place. 9. The Sky is Calling. It's good to see Timon and Pumbaa bond more after arguments. 8. Swiss Mist. Again, Timon was kinda mean, but it was a good lesson to balance out working and having fun. 7. Tanzania Zany. At first, Timon and Pumbaa were mean to each other, but at the end, they showed true friendship. 6. Congo Unlike This. It's good to see what a good friend Simba is. 5. Stand By Me. I like the music and the animation is funny, and that's all I need. 4. Beauty and the Wild Beast. Real beauty comes from inside. 3. Mozambique. It's the funniest episode of this season. 2. Let Serengeti out of here. It's good that it doesn't shy away from sending a message. And number 1, Timon's time to go. This isn't just a slapstick episode. It tells us to become better people. Palm Beach. Timon and Pumbaa want to stay in a hotel without paying for it, and Queen is stopping them. Jamaica mistake. Timon and Pumbaa follow a bat and reach a haunted house, and now they have to run away from a vampire. Oregon Stray. Pumbaa gets a job for him and Timon. Their job being cutting down trees and making a dam for a beaver. Pumbaa is excited but Timon is not. But after a day, Pumbaa gets tired of it. Not Timon though. He realizes that this job pays well. So Timon works so hard that he gets promoted. And now he does the paperwork while Pumbaa does the hard task of moving the logs. Over time, Timon spends less time with Pumbaa, and his boss forces him to fire Pumbaa when the dam is built. At the end, their boss Beaver takes credit for building the dam and fires Timon. But the dam breaks down, and because he took credit for it, he can't build dams anymore. So he's out of job. That's when he becomes Timon and Pumbaa's butler, and they return back to their Hakuna Matata philosophy. New Guinea Pink. Pumbaa starts to find his tusks annoying, so he and Timon try to trade it with the locals for something else. When they realize Pumbaa's tusks has to be removed in a painful way, they run away, and on the way, they realize Pumbaa's tusks are useful and they escape. Isle of Manhood. Timon hasn't given his manhood test, so Pumbaa forces him to do it. Putting on the Brits. A dog is trying to hunt a cute little red fox, so Timon and Pumbaa do everything to protect it. They fail, but the dog and the fox were actually friends and they were just playing tag. Klondike Khan. Timon and Pumbaa are trying to gold mine in a snowy place, but they freeze. Quint comes and rescues them and helps them mine gold. Pumbaa is thankful, but Timon is suspicious. And of course at the end Quint runs away with the gold. I'll find out. A bunch of flamingos are just standing and doing nothing, which makes Timon curious. After a lot of trouble, they reach the flamingos and realize they were really doing nothing. When Timon and Pumbaa leave them, the flamingos start a party. Beetle Romania. Timon tries to eat a madam bug, so she curses him. The next day, Timon turns into a bug and Pumbaa eats him, not knowing that it was Timon. And now Timon has to find a way out. Rumble in the jungle. Timon and Pumbaa are arguing, so Rafiki tries to help. He tries everything, but it doesn't work. So again he goes the reverse psychology route. He tells them to argue and fight for as much as they want. So they fight for a long time and at the end they become friends again. Also this episode has Zazu cameos. Wide Awake in Wonderland. Pumbaa can't sleep, so Timon tells him a few stories and imagines themselves as the characters. Zazu's off by one day. Zazu is the jungle administrator and Gopher is his assistant. But Zazu is fired now because a part of his job is to count every single animal, but he is off by one. So Zazu tries to recount all the animals, but it will take too long. Rafiki comes and tells Zazu that the one animal Zazu forgot to count is Zazu himself. But Rafiki does it by making a reference to the He Lives in You moment in the Lion King movie. Also, there was a Scar cameo earlier in the episode. This show makes a lot of references to the original movie, but I always roll my eyes at them. But this episode, up until now, is the only episode that makes a reference to the Lion King movie, and I actually like it. And I am not sure why. Maybe it's funny or maybe it's done in a smart way. Whatever it is, I really like this episode and its references. And that combined with the variety that comes from this episode being about Zazu makes this one of the best episodes of this season. Animal Barn. Timon and Pumbaa see a pig named Mr. Pig.
That's what they call me.
So Pumbaa goes to a competition with Mr. Pig to win that title. Mr. Pig outpigs Pumbaa in every way, but Timon cheats so that Pumbaa could win. When Pumbaa realizes that, he rejects the prize and tells everyone that they cheated and makes Timon promise to never cheat again. Roach Hotel. Timon and Pumbaa are tasked with getting rid of cockroaches in a hotel, and Timon and Pumbaa destroy the hotel while doing it. Africa Dabra. Timon takes a rabbit out of a hat, and that rabbit asks him to join him to become famous by doing the same thing over and over again. The rabbit ends Timon and Pumbaa's friendship, but at the end they stay loyal to each other and get rid of the rabbit. I don't believe ya. Timon sets a criminal free, and now Timon and Pumbaa has to find that criminal. Shopping malls. The clumsy penguin is back and Timon and Pumbaa do anything to avoid him. Library Brawlhalla. Timon and Pumbaa are trying to catch a worm in a library and all sorts of shenanigans happen. Catch me if you can, ya. Pumbaa forces Timon to help him save butterflies from a collector. Scent of the South. Because of misunderstandings, Pumbaa makes himself smell good and Timon makes himself smell bad so that they could stay friends. But at the end, they learn to accept each other. Monster Massachusetts. Timon and Pumbaa are captured by a mad scientist and now they have to escape. Handle with Caribbean. Timon is the captain of a bunch of dumb pirates and shenanigans happen. Forbidden Pumbaa. There is a planet with a lot of female warthogs but no male warthog. So a robot is tasked with capturing Pumbaa from Earth and making clones of him. So now Timon has to save Pumbaa. Washington Applesauce. A worm is destroying apple farms, so Timon and Pumbaa wants to get rid of it. They do it but they destroy everything as a result. Alcatraz Mataz. Timon and Pumbaa are imprisoned for the crime that they have not committed, so they try to escape and prove their innocence. Wahoo Wahoo. Timon has gone mad and thinks a statue is a god, and he does a lot of mad things as his tasks given by his god. I think Canada. Timon and Pumbaa are forced in a fitness program, but their coach actually wants to eat them, so they run away. Zazu's off day off. An elephant is blocking a river, so Zazu has to make him move away. Beast of Eden. The locals have taken a magical golden tooth from a beast. So Timon and Pumbaa give the tooth back to the beast and he, in return, protects them. Sense and Senegambia. Pumbaa can't catch bugs because he has lost confidence. After Timon making the situations worse many times, Pumbaa rebuilds his confidence thanks to the spirit of his uncle and starts catching bugs again. Timon on the range. Pumbaa is mistaken for a gang leader and shenanigans happen. The Man from Jungle. This one is a parody of the superhero genre. It also has a Pride Rock cameo which is neat. Maniacs. Timon and Pumbaa has to work for Boss Beaver to pay their debt, and while doing it, they destroy everything. Fiji for Fun, another parody of a fairy tale. Roam Alone. Timon, Pumbaa, and Simba are in a coliseum. Simba is forced to eat Timon and Pumbaa, but obviously he doesn't want to, so they run away. But Simba is captured and he is forced to fight another lion the next day. So at night, Timon and Pumbaa go to the other lion and try to make him not want to fight Simba. They fail, but because they kept him awake at night, the moment the fight starts he sleeps and Simba is safe now. At the end, Queens attacks them, but the Colosseum falls apart and Simba, Timon and Pumbaa run away. Amusement Park. Timon gets mentally tortured by a kid for an entire episode. Once Upon a Timon. This time, instead of 2 small episodes, we have one big episode. That's because it's the origins of Timon and Pumbaa. I know all the lore episodes are not canon anymore because the later projects undid them, if the show even was canon in the first place. But I still like that sometimes this show is more than just a joke. Simba is now the king of Pride Lands, but he's still eating bugs. Zazu complains to Rafiki about the influences of Timon and Pumbaa on Simba and asks Rafiki to do something about it. Rafiki says that Zazu should do it himself. Zazu says he tried, but it didn't work. Then he gets curious and asks Rafiki why Timon and Pumbaa used to be outcasts. He knows Pumbaa is an outcast because he stinks, but he doesn't know a thing about Timon. That's when Rafiki starts telling Timon's story. Timon used to be a part of the Meerkat Society. Each meerkat had a responsibility, and Timon's job was to guard the back door of the city. One day, the king was out of the city, so Timon left his post to meet the princess. But with the back door being unguarded, a cobra snake uses this opportunity and attacks the city, and seemingly eats the princess, so Timon is banished. Later, the hyenas capture Timon and put him next to a tied up Pumbaa. Together, they run away from the hyenas and become friends. Later, they see that the meerkat princess is actually alive, but captured by the snake. So Timon and Pumbaa save her and bring her back to the Meerkat Society. As a reward, Timon is welcomed back to the society and is given anything he wants, including marrying the princess. Timon asks the king to let Pumbaa join the Meerkat Society as well. The king denies, so Timon lets go of everything he wanted and banishes himself so that he would stay loyal to Pumbaa. I know Timon is selfish sometimes, but this episode is one of the main proofs to show that deep down in his heart he is a good man. Home is where the hog is. Another big episode. A tribe of warthogs send a help signal. Timon and Pumbaa go to help them. Turns out it's the same tribe that Pumbaa was banished from, and their princess is Pumbaa's ex. The warthogs are attacked by an army of birds, and Timon and Pumbaa help the warthogs to get rid of the birds. Bumble in the Jungle. There is no dialogue in this episode, only the music and the animation that moves to its rhythm, and it drags too much. Episodes like this should be short, and there are more than a few cartoons that do this type of episodes much better. Mind over Matterhorn. Timon and Pumbaa want to go out of the country, but they don't have passports. So they try to sneak their way out in all sorts of slapstick ways. And now here is my ranking of season 2 episodes. 40. Amusement Park. 39. Bumble in the Jungle. 38. Wahoo Wahoo. 37. Roach Hotel. 36. Shopping Mall. 35. Wide Awake in Wonderland. 34. Library Blue Hollow. 33. Palm Beach. 32. Putting on the Brits. 31. Klondike Con. 30. I Think I Canada. 29. Handle with Caribbean. 28. Maniacs. 27. Fiji FIFA Farm. 26. I Don't Believe Ya. 25. Alcatraz Mataz. 24. Washington Applesauce. 23. Sense and Senegambia. 22. Beast of Eden. 21. Forbidden Pumbaa. 20. Zazu's Off Day Off. 19. Monster Massachusetts. 18. Timon on the Range. 17. The Man from Jungle. 16. Mind Over Matterhorn. 15. Rumble in the Jungle. 14. Jamaica Mistake. 13. Isle of Manhood. 12. I'll Find Out. 11. Beetle Romania. 10. New Guinea Pig. 9. Oregon Stray. 8. Scent of the South. 7. Catch Me If You Can. 6. Africa Dobra. 5. Animal Barn. 4. Home is Where the Hog Is. 3. Once Upon a Timon. 2. Roam Alone. And 1. Zazu's Off by One Day. In spring of 1994, just around 2 months before The Lion King came out, on Broadway opened the successful stage production of Beauty and the Beast, which made some of the Lion King staff members think about doing The Lion King on Broadway as well. At first it seemed to be a crazy idea because of the fact that there is no human in The Lion King movie. It seemed to be impossible to make people take it seriously. If the actors just put a mascot costume on and danced, it would make it look silly. Some people laughed at the idea, but some of the creators of The Lion King are too ambitious and ignorant, so they thought they had a new challenge to conquer. Everyone was skeptical, but they were not going to give up. Enter Julie Taymor, the director of the Beauty and the Beast stage musical. She was tasked with reimagining The Lion King for the stage. She believed it was in fact a possible challenge because despite The Lion King being a story about animals, it told a very human story. So she wanted the humans who played the role of animals to always be visible. Similar projects would hide the face of the humans to help the audience believe it was the animals doing the talking. But this project proudly included the behind the scenes as part of its identity. Just at the moment that people could see the show, they could also see the making of it at the same time. The actors and the puppet masters would be there alongside the costumes and puppets. Reality and fiction would be combined in this project, and that would make it weird in the best sort of way. It gave it a very unique identity. In this incarnation of the story, even the stage would have a life of its own. Even the trees and the grass would have actors playing as them. Julie Taymor had to play with keeping certain amount of characters of the Disney characters so that they could be recognizable. But she was also very inspired by African masks, which were much more abstract. And she also had her own style that she had to mix them with it. She had the challenge of making this project similar enough to The Lion King, but also different enough to stand on its own. It had to be more than just an adaptation. A lot of different influences from around the world was taken. A mixture of masks, puppets, people, and a lot more things would be seen in this project. But of course, this gigantic accomplishment could not be achieved alone. This project was a result of a teamwork. A lot of different people with different talents were involved. Not only everyone were there to do what they are good at, it also was a learning experience for everyone. The Beauty and the Beast stage play was a success because it had a similar structure to a stage play, so it transferred easily onto the stage. But the same thing could not be said about The Lion King. It had to transform itself to something that could be done on the stage. Because of that, this project took a long and slow process of development. So at the year of 1997, The Lion King stage show, inspired by The Lion King animated movie and the rhythm of the Pride Land's music album, came out on Broadway. Rafiki starts the show, and you can see that in this incarnation of this world, Rafiki is female. That's because they believed that there weren't enough female characters in the movie, and I am fine with this change. Rafiki is a type of character that even with a different gender would be 100% the same person. She sings the Circle of Life music, and the animals approach Pride Rock. Giraffes, cheetahs, zebras, deers, birds, rhinos, elephants, all sorts of different animals represented in a different way. Some as people in costumes, some as puppets, and all sorts of creative ways to make the animals move. Some animals come from the behind the stage, while some come through the audience. Mufasa and Srabi show up on Pride Rock. Rafiki joins them. Then she shows Simba to the animals, and the animals jump in joy. Then the scene fades to black, and with light and shadows, we can see a mouse, and the Life is Not Fair scene plays out. After that, we see an expanded version of the scene in which Rafiki paints Simba. She comes and starts talking in a language that I don't know if it's an African language or it's just gibberish. Then she asks the audience if they understood what she said, which usually gets a laugh from them. Then she pretends to paint on a curtain while a light slowly shows up on it and it looks it as if she has painted it. Then we slowly approach the everything the light touches scene. We won't see the cute interactions between Simba, Mufasa and Srabi, which is a big loss if you ask me. But instead, the climbing of the Pride Rock is an individual scene now. An original music for this part is created, and we can see people are dressed as grass and are moving while Mufasa and Simba as puppets move through them. Then the puppets are replaced by actors, and we hear a music from the movie. Then Mufasa and Simba reach the top of Pride Rock. Then Simba sees buzzards. He is scared of them, but Mufasa tells him that they are just doing what they are supposed to do, and starts talking about the Circle of Life. Then Zazu shows up and sings the morning report. This part is removed in the newer versions of the Broadway, and Zazu immediately brings up the hyenas instead of being informed by Gopher in the middle of his report after being pounced on by Simba. The Our Little Secret scene plays out like the movie, but what happens next is different. In the movie, Nala was in the middle of a bath, but here, she is in the middle of hunting. We see a new scene that shows how the lionesses hunt. What's funny though is that while the lionesses hunt a deer, a gazelle is jumping in happiness a few steps away from the lionesses because he is happy that someone else has been hunted instead of him. Then Simba finds Nala and things happen similar to the movie. Then we reach the Can't Wait to Be King scene. And just like the movie, Simba and Nala kind of break the fourth wall to get rid of Zazu. In the movie, they switch from fantasy mode to reality mode in order to trap Zazu under a rhino. And in the stage show, they take advantage of part of the stage, like curtains, to distract Zazu. At the middle of it, they even take Zazu away from its puppet master, and the puppet master becomes a separate character who is looking for Zazu. Now it's time for the elephant graveyard scene. It's similar to the movie, But during it, a music exclusive to the stage show is sung by the hyenas. But then there is one small change that I don't like, and that is Mufasa approaching the hyenas with two swords. I know the humans were supposed to be part of the stage show, but I think this is too human. If he just came without the swords and did a lion-like pose, it would be fine. Then it's the turn of the look at the star scene. Mufasa puts his swords away and takes off his lion head-shaped helmet. And then the scene goes according to the movie. But at the end, when Simba asks Mufasa if he will always be there for him, instead of teaching the lessons with just a few sentences, it's time for another music, which you probably have heard a slightly different version of it in The Lion King 2. At the end, Simba helps Mufasa put his helmet back on. Now, be prepared. The scene is similar to the movie, except the Be Prepared music has an extra section in which the hyenas dance. After that, we have a new scene. Zazu apologizes to Mufasa about the elephant graveyard theme. Mufasa tells him that Srabi insisted on firing him. Zazu does not take it well. He has the funniest panic attack ever. Then Mufasa tells Zazu that it was a joke. Then Zazu asks Mufasa if he went too hard on Simba. Mufasa said no. Then he says that he is worried about Simba's future because of how reckless he is. Zazu tells Mufasa that he was just like Simba when he was a cub, but he turned into a good king, so he shouldn't be worried. Also, I should mention that in the stage show, Zazu is kinda the bottom of every joke. Most of the funny things happen to Zazu and most of the funny lines are said by Zazu. The stampede scene is also similar to the movie, but at first we see a cheetah trying to hunt a zebra. After that, it's time for the lionesses to mourn their king. This time, the body is there. The lionesses cry in a creepy way while Mufasa is being buried. The scene ends with a different version of Be Prepared. After that, there is another exclusive scene, which shows Srabi and Nala mourn Simba while Rafiki is cleaning his painting. And it's one of my favorite parts of it. It's sad in a beautiful way. The Hakuna Matata scene is almost one-to-one with the movie. After that, the first act finishes and the cast will have a small break. After that, the second act starts with another exclusive music. Then we can see that the Pride Lands has become a wasteland. But this time, we see the animals leaving Pride Lands. Then a scene that didn't make it to the movie can be seen in this version of the story. Zazu is singing for Scar. Then Scar asks Zazu why he is not loved. Zazu lists all the good things that Mufasa had but Scar doesn't. But the only thing that catches Scar's attention is a queen. Yup, the deleted scene, Madness of King Scar, made it into the stage show. After sending the hyenas away when they complain about the lack of food, Scar loses his mind and sees Mufasa everywhere. When Nala arrives, he tells her that she has grown up. Then he sings and forces Nala to dance with him. She goes away. When Scar tries to get near to her again, she slaps him and goes away. You know that fan animation that looks official? That used voices from the stage show. Now another stage show exclusive scene. A vocal version of a non-vocal music from the movie. Nala sings about her destroyed home and about leaving her pride in order to save them. After her singing, she gets blessing from Rafiki and the lionesses and says goodbye and leaves. Then we see another scene exclusive to the Broadway that makes so much sense that makes me wonder why a scene like this was not in the original movie or the live action remake. At first it looks like a scene from the movie, but it immediately changes. Simba tells Timon and Pumbaa that being in this place feels wrong. He needs to find a new place. What's funny is that Simba says maybe he should be in a place greener. Then some actors that are playing as the grass look at him. Then Simba goes and Timon and Pumbaa follow him. When they reach him, He jumps across a river and challenges Timon to do the same thing. Timon fails and the flow of the river takes him with it. Then Timon is falling down a waterfall. Simba wants to save him, but he has a flashback to the death of his father and freezes in his place. Timon falls down, but he survives. Simba panics and tells Timon that he could have died. Timon tells him to relax because he could have died, but he didn't. Then they are looking at the stars, and it's similar to the cartoon. But after that, when Simba just sadly sits down, it's turned into a scene of its own. Another stage exclusive music. Then just like the animation, Rafiki finds out that Simba is alive. After that, it immediately goes to the scene that Simba meets Nala again. It's similar, but because it's a musical, the fights are done with music and dancing instead of actual fighting. Then it's time for the beloved romantic scene. Then their argument happens. After that, it's the turn of Rafiki to knock some senses into Simba. Again, she's singing in a way that I don't know if it's a language or just gibberish. But the way Rafiki shouts at Simba's ears is funnier here. The spirit of Mufasa talks to Simba. When Mufasa is gone, Rafiki does the same thing that he/she did in the movie. Then it's the scene that Nala asks Timon and Pumbaa where Simba is. It happens similar to the movie, but the way Rafiki tells them that the king has returned is much funnier.
Where is he? Hey, hey! You must find him here. King has returned! He's come back. Come back? What do you mean?
After that, we reach the scene where Simba has to challenge Scar. It goes according to the movie. After a glorious battle, visualized in different and creative ways, Simba defeats Scar, and Scar is killed by his own minions. The war is over and Rafiki crowns Simba the new king. Simba climbs the Pride Rock and roars, and the animals come back. The show ends, and group by group, the actors and puppet masters bow to the audience. The Lion King stage musical was a critical and commercial success and has quite the legacy. It has been running since 1997, which makes it the third longest running Broadway show in history. That's because everyone loves it and it keeps making money. It has made almost $2 billion, which means it has become the highest grossing stage musical of all time, a record previously held by The Phantom of the Opera. The Lion King stage musical has also won a lot of awards, including 6 Tony Awards. Best Musical by Disney Theatrical Productions, Best Scenic Design by Richard Hudson, Best Lighting Design by Donald Holler, Best Choreography by Garth Fagan, and of course Best Direction of a Musical and Best Costume Design for a Musical by Julie Taymor, making her the first woman to earn such an honor. The stage musical has been also performed at the Royal Variety Performance in 1999 and 2008. Julie Taymor later directed more stage musicals, including a few plays based on Shakespeare's stories, and also a Spider-Man stage musical called Turn Off the Dark. She even became one of the producers of the 2019 live-action remake of The Lion King. But she is not the only person involved with the stage show to be involved with the remake, as Shahadi Rai Joseph, who as a kid played as young Nala in the stage musical. As a teenager, she also had the role of young Nala in the 2019 remake. Just like how the Lion King movie revolutionized the animation industry, the Lion King stage show also revolutionized the Broadway industry. The Lion King movie made almost $1 billion, but the Lion King Broadway made almost twice of that. The 1994 version of The Lion King may not be in the top 10 highest grossing movies of all time list anymore. What if we consider stuff like the VHS release and the stage musical and the merchandise? It has made more than $8 billion. So yeah, this idea that seemed silly at first became a success even bigger than the thing that it was inspired by, and helped its inspiration to become an even bigger success. So next time that you thought an idea is silly, think more on it. Maybe this silly idea has the potential to be something bigger. Restaurant Hakuna Matata. The first Lion King attraction was created in 1992, even before the Lion King was out. And that's because it didn't start as a Lion King related thing. At first it was an African themed restaurant, but when the Lion King, an African themed movie, came out, it was the perfect time for a little bit of a change and a rename. The Lion King Celebration. It was a parade held on Main Street, USA at Disneyland. It was designed to tell the story of Simba as if it was a tale that had been told for generations. It featured 6 different floats and a host of audio animatronics, puppetronics, costume characters, and live dancers, all carefully designed to accurately display and portray African artworks, tribal designs, and dances. There were over 75 people involved with each parade. The parade was basically an adaptation of the Can't Wait to Be King and the Circle of Life scenes of the movie. The Lion King Festival. This one is seemingly a smaller version of the Lion King Celebration Parade. Legend of the Lion King at Walt Disney World. It was located in Fantasyland in Magic Kingdom at Walt Disney World Resort. It was a stage performance retelling the story of the film using life-size puppets. At first in it we see a few seconds of the Circle of Life scene, and then it starts using puppets and recreates the Everything the Light Touches scene. But it shows elements of the Look at the Stars scene as well. Then it becomes a musical. First the Can't Wait to Be King scene, and then the Be Prepared moment is shown. Then it uses both puppets and footage from the movie to tell the Stampede part. And then the Hakuna Matata moment, in which, like the movie, Cub Simba turns into adult Simba. Then Can You Feel the Love Tonight, and then again an animation puppet hybrid to recreate the He Lives in You moment. Then it shows footage from the movie to show the final battle, and finally uses puppets to show the final scene of the movie. Circle of Life, an environmental fable. This one is a short film that was shown in theater from 1995 until 2018. It features both animation and live action footage. Timon and Pumbaa are chopping down trees and making a dam to build a village. But Simba tells them that by doing this the animals that live down the river can't have water. Timon says that those animals can come up and live in their village. That is when Simba tells the story of humans. Now it shows live action footage and shows that at first there weren't that many humans and they only took enough from the nature to survive. But then the number of humans increased and they became greedy and took too much from the nature, and that was slowly destroying it. But then they slowly realized it and started to give the nature as much as they take from it to prevent the planet from doom. When Simba finishes his tale, Timon and Pumbaa learned their lessons and destroyed the dam. This short film exists to teach people about the danger that our planet is in and how to save it. Some fans said that the existence of this short proves the existence of humans in The Lion King, but I think it is not canon. Festival of the Lion King. It is a live stage show inspired by the movie. It is located in Disney's Animal Kingdom at Walt Disney World and in Hong Kong Disneyland, and it stars Simba, Timon and Pumbaa. The show uses songs, dance, puppetry, and visual effects to portray a tribal celebration in an African savanna setting filled with various African animals. It is a traveling celebration presented by Simba and his friends, including a band of 4 singers. The show is in the form of a revue, not a condensed version of either the film or the stage musical. The show features Elton John and Tim Rice's award-winning music from the film. The show differs slightly between the Animal Kingdom and Hong Kong version, but the overall concept is the same. Rafiki's Planet Watch. This one had a train, zoo, gift shop, park, museum, electronic show thingies, basically a little bit of everything. The Legend of the Lion King. It ran from 2004 to 2009 and played at Videopolis Theatre located in Discovery Land. Using human actors and featuring popular songs from the film. This Broadway-style show was similar to the musical and the Festival of the Lion King show at Disney's Animal Kingdom Park. The show ran for 30 minutes and had performances in both English and French. The Lion Guard Adventure. The Lion Guard Adventure allowed park guests to track down the 5 main characters of the television show. Kayan, Beshti, Banga, Fuli, and Ono, who were represented by colorful statues scattered across the park. Each statue was accompanied by signs that list attributes of their found character and emphasize the circle of life and conservation. Defenders of the Pride Lands. Defenders of the Pride Lands introduced Disney store guests to the Lion Guard by having them participate in a series of tasks, each inspired by a specific member of the Guard. Once all tasks were completed, guests would receive a certificate and a sheet of stickers and were named honorary members of the Lion Guard. The Lion Guard The Exhibit. The Lion Guard The Exhibit is an interactive museum exhibit designed for young children. The exhibit includes a brain-building activities such as navigating a maze, and physical activities such as training in the lair of the Lion Guard. Additionally, guests can take their picture with classic models of the members of the Lion Guard. The Lion Guard High Tea. As you can guess from the name, it is a Lion Guard themed cafe. Hakuna Matata Time Dance Party. It was primarily a sing-along session where Timon and Rafiki, as well as other Disney characters, got up on stage to lead in the singing of multiple Disney songs, while park guests danced to the music. Rivers of Light, We Are One. It served as a temporary Lion King themed replacement of the night show Rivers of Light, which normally showed at Disney's Animal Kingdom every night. It used light, water, and spatial effects to tell a new story about the milestones we all share in our journey through the great circle of life. Tale of the Lion King. This one is another retelling of The Lion King in the form of a musical stage show and acted as a tie-in to the 2019 remake. The Lion King, Rhythm of the Pride Lands. This is also a stage show, but in my opinion this is the best of this list. Don't get me wrong, I enjoyed the others as well, but this one is my favorite. Because the acting and the singing is slightly better than the rest, and the use of smoke and light is beautiful. This one is probably the most expensive one. It is seemingly an adaptation of the Rhythm of the Pride Lands album, which is basically the vocal music of the original Lion King movie, plus a few extras. It starts with the Circle of Life scene. People dressed as animals dance and Rafiki is on the Pride Rock. Then Mufasa comes, followed by Simba. The scene gets followed by the Can't Wait to Be King scene. Simba sings the song and Nala sings the lines of Zazu because Zazu is not in this one. After that, it's the turn of the Be Prepared moment. The dancers of the previous scenes go away and dancers dressing as the hyenas replace them. At first it is dark, but then green light. While the hyenas are dancing, just like the movie, the sage dances to the song. A giant drum moves, then the hyenas open it and smoke come out of it, and Scar comes out of the smoke and makes an amazing intro. And on this list, it is my favorite Scar design / makeup / costume. After a little bit of singing, Scar goes up to Pride Rock and continues his song. Then more smoke. Sometimes the hyenas hide in the smoke. And then more green lights. And then the stage becomes red and it immediately goes to the stampede scene. Mufasa dies and Scar puts the blame on Simba. Just like the movie, Simba runs away. Now it is time for the Hakuna Matata scene. Simba is depressed and far from home. Timon and Pumbaa see him. At first they are afraid of him, but they still want to cheer him up. So they introduce themselves with their iconic song. The place is dark, but suddenly it becomes colorful and lovely. Just like the movie, Simba becomes an adult in the middle of it. After that, we see a scene that is from the 1997 stage show and not the 1994 movie. An adult Nala is singing and the color of the stage is now black and blue. And it is relaxing and beautiful. After that, it is the turn of the Can You Feel the Love Tonight moment. Now purple and pink is added to the blue. After that, it's completely dark. Only the stars can be seen. That's when we see a musical adaptation of the He Lives in You moment. And it uses the music of the same name of the scene, which you will mostly remember from The Lion King 2. Then the scene becomes red again, and now it's time for the final battle. After a glorious battle, Simba wins and reclaims the throne alongside his queen, Nala. The Lion King and Jungle Festival. It was an event inspired by The Lion King and the Jungle Book that included attractions like Rhythm of the Pride Lands and Hakuna Matata Time Dance Party, Timon's Mata Dance. It was an interactive show experience in which park guests take a lesson in dancing from Timon, while performers sing Hakuna Matata. It was a part of the Lion King and Jungle Festival. Circle of Flavors Harambe at Night. This one is a nighttime dining experience inspired by The Lion King. The sequel starts like the first movie, because it is an expanded version of the final scene of the first film. The future ruler of the kingdom is born, and the animals are approaching the Pride Rock to pay their respect. Rafiki shows the newborn of Simba and Nala, and the animals jump in joy. After that, Timon and Pumbaa tell each other how happy they are to kinda experience parenthood again. Just like the good old days, it is Timon, Pumbaa, and a little guy. That's when Rafiki tells them that it's actually a girl. Timon and Pumbaa are horrified and they faint as a result. Then the scene cuts to black and shows the name of the movie, The Lion King 2 Simba's Pride, which I think is a smart name. The word pride has more than one meaning, and more than one of them are related to this movie. So the name of this movie has more than one meaning, and all of them are the correct answer. How this scene ends could just be a joke, but I think it wants to tell the audience that it will start like the first movie, but it won't end like the first movie. It will be similar enough to strengthen the lessons of the first movie, but it will also be different enough to teach new lessons as well. But how Timon and Pumbaa reacted when they realized that the cop is a she can also have meanings. Maybe they just think they can't be themselves in front of a girl. Or maybe it's a bigger concern. That concern being the fact that it is called a kingdom and not a queendom, which is sexist and it makes me sad, but that's all that this movie mentions about how this kingdom works, and they won't bring it up again. The only time this franchise talks about it again was in The Lion Guard, but even there it was barely mentioned. If you haven't watched The Lion Guard, it is about Kyle, the second born of Simba and Nala and the younger brother of Kiara. In that show, still Kiara was considered the next ruler because she is the older one, which means in the Pride Lands, the next ruler is the firstborn and the gender does not matter. Or maybe the next ruler had to be male, but Simba broke the traditions because he believes in gender equality. I wanted this idea to be explored more, but I think that was the job of other projects like The Lion Guard and not this movie. But also, we do not know how canon the likes of The Lion Guard and Six New Adventures are. So we don't really know that if Kiara is the only child or she has brother or brothers. The music you hear in this scene comes from the album Rhythm of the Pride Lands, which is some sort of a sequel to the soundtrack album of the first movie. This song is called He Lives in You, and it fits the first movie so much that they had to include it in its sequel and other stuff. Time passes and Kiara grows up a little bit. She comes out of the cave excited. She wants to go out and play, but Simba stops her. He does the whole overprotective father things and then lets her go. Nala tells Simba that Kiara is just like him and he should stop being overprotective. But it does not stop him from telling Timon and Pumbaa to keep an eye on Kiara. Kiara realizes it, and when Timon and Pumbaa are not paying attention, she goes out of Pride Lands. Kiara reaches the Outlands and meets a male cub named Kovu. At first they are not fond of each other, but after an encounter with crocodiles, they realize that they make a good team. They tell each other how good they were, while a lioness is secretly watching them. The cubs tell their names to each other, but Kiara is too friendly and that makes Kovu feel awkward. The lioness becomes angry when she hears the name Kiara. Kiara wants to play tag with Kovu, but Kovu seemingly doesn't even know what a game is. Then Simba shows up and roars at Kovu, an act that is messed up if you ask me. I know Simba just wants to protect his daughter, and he probably knows who Kovu is, but that does not justify trying to attack a cub. Even if he didn't want to attack Kovu and just wanted to scare him off, it is still questionable, because Kovu is just a cub and innocent. Some people say that Simba saw the lioness and he roared at her, but that does not seem like that to me. I am not trying to say that Simba is evil or something, because he definitely isn't, but he has some flaws that can make him unlikable sometimes. The lioness comes out of the grass and roars back at Simba. The name of this lioness is Zero, the antagonist of this movie, and Scar's wife. Nobody ever directly said that Scar and Zero are mates, but later you will see a lion that clearly is the son of Scar and Zero. So even if Scar and Zero weren't married, they at least had a history at some point. And here I should mention a flaw in this movie that I agree that it is a big problem. And that flaw is that we never saw Scar and Zero together. She wasn't in the first Lion King movie because she obviously didn't exist at that point, and she is one gigantic retcon. But in this movie, we should have seen at least one flashback scene to establish her and say why she was nowhere to be found in the first movie. And it is something that this franchise does everything to avoid. Even The Lion Guard never did something like that. They just had Zero in one episode and that's it. Which is a decision that makes me mad. And it made some people theorize that Scar and Zero actually never met. Or maybe they just had a brief moment together. But Zero became so obsessed with him that she started living a lie. Scar probably even didn't love Zero, but she believed that she was his queen. And now it's her duty to train the next in line for him. Which is an interesting theory that the more time passes, the more I believe it. And it kinda breaks my heart, because it is not how it works in my fantasies. I want villains to be deeper. I don't mean I want every single villain to be sympathetic. I just want some of them to have at least one single redeeming quality that doesn't make them sympathetic, but it just makes them a little bit deeper so that it would be more entertaining. I like to believe that the one single redeeming quality of Scar is being a lovely family man. You know, he could be the worst person you could imagine, but when it came to the family he chose, he could be the exact opposite of what people imagine of him. Scar hated his brother? Yeah, because he never chose to have a brother. But a wife and kids? That's a family that he chose to have. Imagine how cute it would be if Scar was mean to everyone and everyone would think that Scar is also abusive toward his own family, but then the audience would be surprised to see that Scar is actually kind to his family. Imagine Scar and Zero being evil but also madly in love with each other. Imagine those theories about Ahadi being abusive toward Scar being real, and Scar swore that he would never become like Ahadi. So as a result he became almost as good of a father as Mufasa was, and treated all his kids fairly, and didn't have a favorite child so that they wouldn't go through the hell that he went. But I know some people would also think that Scar being as bad of a father as Ahadi was is also an ironic but good story to tell. And also Zero just being a psychopath that thinks is Scar's queen despite the fact that she never was is also a creepy but cool story to tell. But my favorite is them being an evil but lovely family, and I wish to see Scar and Zero and their cops together in an official project one day. But that's enough fanfiction rambling from me. Zero tells Simba that Kovu is her son and Scar's next in line. After a little bit of an argument, Zero and Simba pick up their cup and walk away. Again, a scene that is similar to the first movie, but different at the same time. Simba wants to talk to Kiara, but unlike the first film, from the beginning it's obvious that Simba won't be hard on Kiara. After a generic father telling his kids that they could have died moment, we hear another music from The Lion King 2 that is easily as good as the music from The Lion King 1. And this music is kinda a combination of every lesson these two movies are trying to teach the audience, but mostly about forgiveness and circle of life. Unlike the first movie, this story has two sides. On the hero side we had a heartwarming scene, and now on the evil side we will have the exact opposite. We see a wasteland. A few lionesses are having a miserable life. Then we get introduced to Nuka, Zero's first son, and Vitani, Zero's daughter. Nuka just looks miserable. Skinny, ugly, not groomed, dirty. It just shows what living in this place does to a person. Later in this video I will say why despite all of these, Nuka is still my favorite Lion King character, but it is not the time yet. Nuka is complaining about why Kovu is having all the glory. Then he says that Kovu is not even Scar's son, which caught me off guard first time because both Nuka and Kovu look like Scar, but seemingly only Nuka is the star of Scar and Zero and Kovu is seemingly adopted. In the first draft of this movie, Kovu was Scar's kid, but soon they realized that if he falls in love with Kiara, it would be incest, so they changed their mind immediately. Zero was supposed to tell Kovu that she actually robbed him from another pride because he looked like Scar and people would believe that he is Scar's son. But that scene was never made because they ran out of time. Nuka is the firstborn, but because he obviously has mental problems, he wasn't considered a good fit to be a king. So Kovu is Scar's next in line. There also is Vitani, but we were never told if she is older than Kovu or younger, or if she is also adopted or not. I mean, she doesn't look like Scar or Zero, so she probably is adopted. Nuka annoys Vitani. She tells him that he was supposed to keep an eye on Kovu, but Nuka didn't care. Zero and Kovu show up. Zero is angry at Nuka, and Nuka is really afraid of his mother. Kovu tells Zero that it's not Nuka's fault because he ran off himself. Then Zero shouts at Kovu. She tells Kovu that Simba is the one that killed Scar and banished him, which means either Zero is a liar or she doesn't really know what has happened. She wasn't there when the hyenas killed Scar, so she probably just saw Simba and thought that he was the one that killed Scar. And if she really loved Scar, then she really wouldn't be in a mentally healthy situation to believe what Simba says. And about being banished by Simba, most people will say those lionesses deserve to be banished because during Scar's rule, the Pride Lands became a wasteland, and if they were still loyal to him even after they realized that he killed Mufasa, then they are no doubt evil. But the thing is, because we never saw what happened between Lion King 1 and 2, then it could go any way that we want it to go. If you want this movie to be just a good versus evil story, then it can be that. But if you want this movie to be something deeper, then nothing stops you to believe that maybe before the Lion King 2, Simba did something not so heroic that the Outlanders are justified to hate him. Some would say the fact that this movie has a lot of unanswered questions make this movie a bad one. But I say, sometimes it's more fun to fill the gaps yourself. I am not trying to say that Zero is an evil and Simba is the real bad guy. I just want to say that maybe there are things that we don't know. I am totally fine if in fiction, sometimes a good person does bad stuff, and sometimes an evil person does good stuff, because that's how we humans work. And here I am going off on a tangent again. Kovu tells Zero that Kiara didn't look evil, so he wanted to be friends with her. Zero is disgusted at first, but then she realizes that by getting close to Kiara, Kovu can get rid of Simba easily. So she tells Kovu that he is smart like Scar. Then she takes Kovu to their home. Then she sings him a lullaby that it's a miracle that Kovu could sleep to it because it's kinda creepy. It's Zero's villain song, but unlike Be Prepared, that was more cool and charismatic, this one is more creepy, which is very in character for Zero. When people talk about great Disney villains, the sequel exclusive villains are not usually mentioned. I think Zero has to be the one single exception for that. Zero is the only villain from a sequel that is a great villain if you ask me. And that's just because of how scary and determined she is. She may not be smart, but everything else makes her a good villain. I'm sure at least one kid couldn't sleep because of how scary Zero looked. And I just love how creepily obsessed Zero is. To people who think Scar is a great villain but Zero is not, I tell you this, Scar had his moments of doubt, regret, and fear. But Zero never had that. An unlucky Scar who needed to take advantage of the hyenas to achieve his goals. She is even dangerous without help, and her song shows what a heartless monster she is, which is again one way of having a great villain. We can also see that she isn't really proud of Nuka, as we see how she abuses him. Rafiki is talking to the spirit of Mufasa. He says that he is worried about Kovu because Zero is filling his heart with hatred. Mufasa indirectly tells Rafiki that this problem can be solved by making Kiara and Kovu fall in love. Rafiki thinks it's ridiculous, but he eventually agrees. In the first movie, it took half of the movie for a time skip, but here is where the Lion King 2 starts standing out on its own. It doesn't want to be just a retelling of the first movie, so this time, just after a few minutes, the main characters grow up. Kovu is an adolescent now, and Zero has seemingly turned him into a monster. Then we see Kiara. She has also grown up, which means she has to hunt on her own for the first time. One of the lionesses mentioned how much Kiara has grown. Some people say that this lioness is Sarabi, but it is not confirmed. Sarabi was supposed to have a role in this movie, but her voice actress sadly passed away, and because of that, Sarabi is probably dead as well. And this is also another thing that annoys me. They just act as if Sarabi never existed. If they just said in one line that Sarabi has passed away, it would be enough. But they didn't even do that. The Lion Guard didn't do it either. Couldn't they just have one episode that mentioned Sarabi? Mufasa was in a lot of episodes, then why couldn't Sarabi be there as well? Also, don't think that I hate the Lion Guard. I like that show, but I have some complaints about it. Kiara asks Simba to promise her to not send anyone to look after her. Simba says yes, but the moment Kiara and Nala leave, he sends Timon and Pumbaa to keep an eye on Kiara. It's getting annoying at this point. Kiara messes up a few times. When she's trying again, Nuka and Vitani go to the elephant graveyard to put 2 sticks on fire. Nuka says that the hyenas have left this place, which is the only acknowledgement the hyenas achieve. I think Banzai was supposed to be in this movie, but the character was cut. I don't know if they have really left this place or did they just die in the fire in the last movie. The Lion Guard has some hyenas that could be the next generations of the main hyenas, but again nothing is confirmed. Also, Nuka is weirdly paranoid when he sees fire, which could mean he has a bad memory of it or something. I mean, his mane looks like it has been burnt once. Or who knows, maybe he saw the death of his father in the fire and maybe that trauma is why Nuka acts like this. But again, these are just a bunch of fan theories. Then they start a fire. Some people associate this scene with Nuka the most.
Roasty toasty princess. Hey, is it hot in here or is that just me?
Kiara sees the fire and starts running away. Some people use this scene to say the animation of this movie is bad. I disagree with that, except for the fires. The animation of the fires are in fact really bad. When the fire grows, Zero tells Kovu to start his mission. Simba sees the fire and starts looking for Kiara. Kiara is trying to escape, but she passes out because it's hard to breathe in the smoke. Kovu approaches Kiara and it looks like Kovu wants to kill her. But no, he actually saves her. But Simba being Simba, he is mad at Kovu. Kiara asks Simba why he broke his promise. Simba tells her it's a good thing that he did that. Then he says that she is not allowed to hunt anymore. And again, Simba's attitude is getting more annoying the time passes. I know Simba just wants to protect Kiara, but the way he does it is wrong. He won't be able to protect Kiara all the time. One day he will die, then Kiara would be helpless. By not letting Kiara learn how to live on her own, he will doom her future. Kids should learn how to stand on their own feet, and they won't learn that if other people do everything for them. If Simba continued this bad manner, Kiara would never learn how to manage her own life, let alone an entire kingdom. I can easily see an alternate timeline in which Kiara would become an incompetent and unworthy queen after the death of Simba. Then Rafiki comes and indirectly roasts Simba by telling Kovu how dare he saved Kiara. Like, dude, he saved your daughter, why are you so mad at him? Simba asks Kovu why he saved Kiara. Kovu said that he left his pride and wants to join Simba's pride, and that he shouldn't punish him for the crimes that his parents have committed. Simba isn't happy, but others make him agree. He will let Kovu stay with them for a short while to make sure he means good, and then let him join the pride. When they reach Pride Rock, Simba doesn't let Kovu inside the cave, so he sleeps outside. Kiara comes and thanks Kovu. Kovu tells Kiara that she is really bad at hunting. She asks Kovu if he is any better. Kovu says yes, so Kiara asks him to teach her. Kovu agrees and Kiara enters the cave. Zero and Nuka were keeping an eye on Kovu. Nuka asks why didn't Kovu attack them. Zero tells him that it is all part of their plan. He will gain their trust and then he will attack them to catch them off guard. Then I don't know if Zero wanted to hit Nuka or just the branch that was behind him, but Nuka's reflexes were fast enough that he could dodge, so that his mother's claws won't tear his face apart. I think Zero has beaten up the poor guy so many times that he knows exactly when she wants to hit him. Simba has a nightmare about the death of Mufasa. He is still traumatized. He wakes up and takes a walk to the water hole. Kovu wants to attack Simba, but Kiara interrupts him. So Kovu starts Kiara's training, but Kiara is really bad at it. When Kovu tries to show Kiara how to hunt, they meet Timon and Pumbaa. They are trying to scare off birds, but they can. So Kiara and Kovu help them. Then they start chasing the birds, and Kovu is discovering the concept of having fun. And it's the end of his Valinor. He was like evil for 5 minutes and done, that's it. He had fun for 1 minute and bam, he is a good guy now. Not that I'm complaining, it's just funny. Probably the way Zero treats her children, it's not impossible for Kovu to ditch her the moment he could. Then they reach rhinos, so they run away. When they escape, Kiara kisses Kovu. It's supposed to be an accident, but it doesn't look accidental to me. Kovu and Kiara are stargazing. During it, Kiara mentions what Mufasa told Simba about the stars during the look at the stars scene, which leads to Kovu ask if Scar is up there as well. Kiara has nothing to say. Then Kovu says that Scar isn't his father, but he is still part of him. So Kiara starts comforting him. Simba was watching them from the above, and now he is asking his father for guidance. But that's not how it works. The spirits in this universe usually interact indirectly. That moment in The Lion King 1 that Mufasa directly talked to Simba was an exception, something that the Lion God completely forgets about. Nala joins him and tells him to get to know Kovu. Kovu wants to tell Kiara the truth, but he can't. When he wants to leave, Rafiki stops him and tells them to follow him. He takes them to a lovely place, and now we can hear a romantic song. This music is called Upendi, that means love. It's a good music, but not as good as the romantic song of the first movie. After that, they go back to Pride Rock, but this time Simba lets Kovu in the cave. Vitani is watching them afar and waiting for Kovu to kill Simba. But he doesn't do that. Vitani goes from heartbroken to mad instantly and tells Zero. The next day Kovu wants to tell the truth to Kiara, but Simba interrupts him because he wants to talk to him. They take a walk. Simba is talking to Kovu and it seems he's starting to trust him. And he's starting to let go of his hate. But that won't last for long. Zero realizes that Kovu wants to betray them. So she will burn the bridges for Kovu and kill Simba herself. The Outlanders attack Simba and Zero makes it look like Kovu was part of it. Nuka is the first to attack Simba, but he isn't good at fighting. Kovu is horrified. He is stuck between and he doesn't know if he should help his family or do the right thing. He is frozen in his place for a few seconds. Then he tries to help Simba, but Vitani kicks him and knocks him out. Simba falls down and the Outlanders chase him. Simba needs to climb a dam made out of huge logs to escape. It's dangerous, but he has no choice. The Outlanders try to chase him, but they won't take the risk. Kovu is up there. Zero tells Kovu to attack Simba, but he doesn't do that. When nobody dares to move, the one character that nobody considered brave does a brave move. Nuka is the only Outlander that climbs the dam to get Simba. Now that Kovu is not willing to help, it's Nuka's time to shine. He gets Simba, but the log beneath him breaks and Nuka falls down and gets trapped under a log. Then another log falls on Nuka, while he can just helplessly watch. Kovu comes down and searches for Nuka. Zero pushes Kovu aside and digs the logs to find Nuka. She finds him, but barely alive.
I'm sorry, Mother. I tried.
Then he dies on his mother's hand. This is my favorite scene of this movie, and one of my main reasons why I consider this movie a misunderstood masterpiece, and why Nuka is my favorite Lion King character. Yes, this ugly idiot who stinks and can't do anything is my favorite. But why? Well, be patient and I tell you. First, I don't consider Nuka an evil character. Yeah, I know he was trying to kill Simba, who as far as we know is innocent. But the thing is, he has mental problems. He does not have the ability to think straight. He's basically a kid in the body of an adult. Kids believe anything their parents tell them. Yeah, Zero is evil, but what does Nuka know? When he does not have the ability to think for himself, why do you consider him evil? Nuka just wants attention and love from his mother. That's it. The reason he thought he should be king instead is because he wants his mother to notice him. The reason he wanted to kill Simba is because he wanted his mother to be proud of him. From his teenage years, or maybe even from the day he was born, he has been overlooked. He has been denied. He has been hated. He was overshadowed by his adopted younger brother through the entire film. He had to deal with an abusive mother. He was Zero's favorite punching bag. Zero just considered Nuka a burden. She treated him like anything but a son. And despite all that, Nuka still loved his mother no matter what. Everything he did was because of his mother. And no matter what, he never stopped fighting for what he desires. No matter how many times he failed, he tried again and again. And he finally kinda achieved what he wanted. But it cost him his life. He wanted the attention of his mother, and he received that by dying for her goals. When people talk about sad Disney deaths, they will never think about this moment, which makes me sad. This is probably the most underrated animated death of all time. And that's not because of how he dies, but because of what happens before and after his death. Death of Mufasa was tragic, yes, one of the most tragic deaths ever. But at least Mufasa's life was good. At least he was respected by a lot of people even after his death. But Nuka, as far as we know, the guy didn't have one happy day in his life. And the day that he had a little bit of a sense of accomplishment was the day that he died. And after he died, barely anyone cared for him. For just a few minutes, the Outlanders mourned him, and that's it. Even in the Lion Guard at the final episode, they just mentioned the death of Zero. They acted as if Nuka never existed in the first place. And the fact that both in the Lion King universe and in real world barely anyone talks about this guy adds to the tragedy of it. And the other thing that makes Nuka interesting is his connection to both the main hero and the main villain of this franchise, Simba and Scar. It may not be obvious at first, but think about it. Nuka is kinda the anti-Simba. Simba was a prince with the best life. He was a little bit spoiled, but overall a good person, who after the death of his father, runs away from his home and starts a carefree life. He tries to forget his past life, but he can't. So eventually, he confronts his past and defeats his demons, and learns to accept the tragedies as parts of his life. Nuka is a prince that nobody knew he existed, and probably didn't have a good life. He has been denied, and because of that he is a little bit of a jerk, but not evil. After the death of his father, his life became even worse. He entered a new life that was hell. The past has obviously scarred him, but all he focuses now is his future. He will get his mother's attention one day. He will confront the one thing between him and his glorious future. But because he is alone, he fails. Simba was lucky to survive the tragedies and reach better days, but Nuka wasn't as lucky. Nuka also is a lot more similar to Scar than people give him credit for. Scar was overshadowed by his brother, so was Nuka. And Mufasa the Lion King movie is probably going to make them even more similar because seemingly Mufasa is also adopted. Scar probably had a bad father and Nuka had a bad mother. Nuka has mental problems. Scar was also supposed to be like that in the earlier drafts of the first movie. We don't know the dynamic of Scar and Nuka, but whatever it is, it will be interesting. If they never met, then again it helps Nuka to be more of an anti-Simba. If Scar was also abusive to Nuka, then it's ironic that Scar became the exact same thing that he hated and puts his own son in the same hell that he lived through. And if Scar was a good father, then it would be heartwarming. Ahadi was a bad father, then Scar would be like anything but Ahadi. Scar knows how hard it is to have a bad father, so he made sure that Nuka won't go through the same hell that he went through. And then his death would be more tragic, and again it would go more the anti-Simba way. And then if we consider the fan theory that Uru was the only family member that cared for Scar, then Scar to Nuka would be what Uru was to Scar. And if Nuka didn't die, he would have probably do the same thing to Kovu that Scar did to Mufasa. Both Scar and Nuka couldn't let go of their hatred and jealousy, and that ultimately doomed both of them. Scar and Nuka both tried to change their destiny, but died as a result. I could go on, but I have already gone the fanfiction route, so I will stop there. So, why is Nuka one of my favorite fictional characters ever? Because I feel sorry for the guy. There was a deleted scene in which Nuka would say, "So I finally got your attention, didn't I?" And then Zero would smile at him before Nuka died. and some people wanted it to be part of the final product, but I have to disagree. Nuko and Zero talked more with their eyes than their mouth, in a more show don't tell type of way, which as far as I know is actually a good thing. Nuka didn't need to say that line because you can already tell it from his eyes. If you ask me, he didn't even need to say the sorry mom I tried line. Zero and Nuka could just say nothing, and just with their eyes and body language, this scene could still be as powerful as it is. But that's not the only part of the tragedy. The other side of this tragedy is Zero, this heartless monster that for a moment becomes a person. In the entire movie, she considered him a burden. He was not her son. He was just a failure. But you will only appreciate the things in your life the moment that you lose them. Only when Nuka died, Zero realized what she had. Nuka was the most loyal soldier a commander could have, and the most loyal son that a mother could ask for. But she realized that when she lost him. Only when Nuka died, Zero realized what a horrible mother she was. From her eyes, you can tell how much she regrets it. Later, she would put the blame on Kovu, but deep down, she knows that only she is the one to blame. Zero hits Kovu's face with her claws, marking a scar on his face, just like Scar himself. Then she tells him that he killed his own brother and betrayed his pride, so Kovu runs away. And it makes me wonder, does Zero know the horrible stuff that Scar did? I mean, brother killing and betrayal is exactly the type of things that Scar would do. This is where some people would call Zero one of the biggest hypocrites ever. But her son is dead, so making sense is not her highest priority. And also we don't know her past. Maybe she has a reason, or maybe she's just a hypocrite because of being evil. With her plans failing, now Zero commands her lionesses to start a war against Pride Lands. Being sneaky didn't work, so now she will achieve her goals by force. Kovu goes back to Pride Lands. Simba is on Pride Rock, and a lot of animals are around the Pride Rock. Kovu tries to tell him that he wasn't part of the ambush, but Simba isn't listening to anyone. He exiles Kovu. While Kovu is running away from the animals, we hear another good music. Kovu reaches a lake, but instead of his own reflection, he sees Scar. So he runs away even further. Kiara begs Simba to reconsider, but Simba tells Kiara that she is not allowed to leave Pride Rock. Kiara enters the cave to cry, but she sees a hole at the back of the cave, so she escapes through that. She is looking for Kovu. She reaches the same lake, but she only sees half of her reflection. This movie actually has 2 love songs, and this one is actually really good. Depending on the day you ask me, sometimes I love this song even more than Can You Feel the Love Tonight. Yeah, this song is that good. During the song, Kiara and Kovu find each other. At the end of the song, they look at the water and they see that the halves of their reflections have made them complete. Kovu tells Kiara that they should run away together, but Kiara insists on going back. The Outlanders are approaching Pride Lands. Timon and Pumbaa are fighting each other because they want to put the blame on each other for Kiara being missing. Simba enters the cave and realizes it, but he can't do anything at the moment because Zazu informed him that the Outlanders are attacking. The war begins. Kiara and Kovu see it from afar and run towards them to stop the war. And unfortunately, I have to admit that Timon and Pumbaa are kinda ruining this scene. Their existence doesn't let you take the movie completely seriously, and this problem is obvious at this scene. It doesn't ruin the movie for me because I can ignore them, But I will understand if someone said that Timon and Pumbaa, the characters that are one of the best parts of the first movie, are the reason that they don't like the sequel. The glorious battle continues, but during it, one interesting thing happens.
Where's your pretty daughter, Nala? Vitani!
This part always makes me wonder, do Nala and Vitani have a history that we are not aware of? It could just be some trash talking before fighting, but the way Vitani talked to Nala and the way Nala called Vitani's name is weird. There is a special hate in their voice, as if they are more than just enemies. And it is where I have to enter the realm of fanfiction again. The story is that Nala and Vitani are related. Some say that Vitani is Nala's little sister, daughter of Serafina and Scar, and either Serafina died while giving birth to Vitani, or it led to Scar being abusive to Serafina, and that's why Nala hates Vitani. But the other theory, which is much darker, is that Vitani is the daughter of Scar and Nala. Some fans theorize that the deleted scene madness of King Scar actually happened in the lore. But it happened even more than that, and Nala ended up having a cup with a person that she hates, and maybe she even went through hell because of that. Of course, this is just a theory, and I don't 100% believe in it. But I still think there is something that we don't know. After a while, the soldiers stop fighting because the leaders want to finish the war with a 1v1 fight. Simba and Zero want to kill each other, but Kiara and Kovu stop them. Kiara tells Simba that the Outlanders are lions just like them, so they shouldn't fight them. And that is when Simba realizes that he was also a hypocrite. Earlier in the movie, he sings a song about how everyone are equal and that they are all part of the circle of life. But he just didn't consider the Outlanders as one of them. It could be because the Outlanders are bad people, but again, we don't know their past. But what matters now is that Simba is willing to forgive and forget. Not Zero though. She commands Vitani to attack, but Vitani, for once in her life, doesn't listen to her mother. She is moved by Kiara's speech. And also, the death of her brother could also be part of the reason, as she might have realized that by continuing their hate, they will lose even more. Vitani joins Kovu and Kiara. Zero sends a death threat to Vitani. That is when the other Outlanders also join Kovu and Kiara. They realize that Zero is a selfish leader who only cares about herself and doesn't even have mercy on her own children. Zero is even more mad now and tries to attack Simba, but Kiara tackles her and they fall down. Kiara manages to save herself, but Zero is falling into a river. Kiara wants to help her, but Zero rejects it. Ultimately, Zero falls to her death. Simba helps Kiara climb her way back, and they end the war. Simba accepts Kovu and invites all the Outlanders to become Pridelanders. Now, the final scene. All the lionesses, Pridelander and Outlander, are gathered. Simba and Nala are going to make it official that Kovu and Kiara are the future king and queen of the Pride Land. Simba and Nala go in front of all the animals as the lionesses bow to them. Kiara and Kovu follow them. Simba roars, then Kovu roars, then all four of them roar. The other lionesses roar as well. The animals cheer. The spirit of Mufasa finally talks. He tells Simba how proud he is, and he agrees that they are all one. During this final scene, we hear a non-vocal version of We Are One, and this version of it is my favorite music from this franchise. There is a beauty in this song, there is a relaxation in this song, there is a bittersweetness in this song. It kinda gives you all the feelings that the movie was trying to give you, and I love it for it. So here we are. As you can see, this is a flawed movie, but it is also full of little moments that you can really appreciate. Even though I agree that this is not a perfect movie, I don't agree that this movie is bad. It has flaws, but it's overall a good movie. One of the complaints about this movie is how some of the characters are sidelined and only Simba, Kiara and Kovu are important. And to that, I have to say that even in the first movie, they were sidelined. In the first movie, Simba was the only main character. Other characters were important in their own way, but only Simba is the one that is in almost every scene. I have also heard from people that the voice acting, animation, and soundtrack of this movie isn't good. But again, I disagree. They are almost as good. The presentation of the first movie is superior, but by only a small margin. And also, I love the music of it. There are a few that aren't as good, but there are musics in it that I love as much as the musics from The Lion King 1. And also the voice acting of this movie isn't bad, it's actually good, especially Zero's voice actress, she really did a good job. I have also heard the characterizations isn't good, but again, I don't get it. Characters of the first movie weren't that deep either, and that's why I love them because of their simplicity. Simba is too paranoid in The Lion King 2, but he has a good reason for that, and he eventually became a better person. Kiara and Kovu are also good characters, and I also talked for a long time why I consider Nuka a good character, and I also said why Zero is also a great villain. And the other characters did what they needed to do. But the biggest complaint I hear about this movie is how it is just a retelling of the first movie, and this is what I will always disagree with. The Lion King 2 is not a retelling of The Lion King 1. It is a continuation of it. The first movie is about accepting your tragedies as part of you. But one thing that movie didn't tell you is not letting your tragedies become all of you. It should be part of you, but not all of you. You shouldn't let your trauma tell you what decision you should make. You should learn from your trauma to make a better decision. You should learn to let go of your hate, or else it will consume you. This is the next level of what you learned from the first movie. And even if you still think these are all the same lessons from the first movie, then it's still good. These are important things to learn because lives are saved or doomed because of it. But again, it is not just a retelling. Lion King 1 made the foundation, and the Lion King 2 strengthened those foundations. Also, people say this movie is just Romeo and Juliet but bad, but I have to disagree with that. I actually think The Lion King 2 is an improvement of Romeo and Juliet, because in this one you actually see the point of the parents as well. And yeah, Romeo and Juliet is kind of a depressing story, but The Lion King 2 is a tragedy that you can learn from it. It's a story that you will feel better by watching it. The last common complaint I hear about this movie is how the final war ended out of nowhere. But I say that's a good thing. The world we live in is a horrible place sometimes. A world that is at war sometimes. Innocent people die because of hate. This world would be a better place if, just like this movie, people would just let go of their hate. '78 Jailhouse Shock. Timon and Pumbaa go to jail for crimes that they have not committed, and they suffer for an entire episode for no reason. '77 Ready, Aim, Fire. Another episode of Timon and Pumbaa suffering for no reason. '76 Don't Be Elfish. Pumbaa becomes Santa Claus and Timon becomes an elf. Pumbaa wants to make kids happy, but Timon takes advantage of them. '75 Living in the Nile. Another episode of Timon not listening to Pumbaa and being mean to him. 74. Common sense. Somehow, someone wants to sell Pumbaa's scent as a perfume, and it works and it makes them lots of money, but Pumbaa rejects the money. 73. Miss Perfect. Because of a bug in the system, Pumbaa is labeled the most beautiful creature, and shenanigans happen. 72. Ivy Beliguard. Timon and Pumbaa go to college. 71. Seal Hog. Timon and Pumbaa become those kind of bikers. 70. One tough bug. Timon and Pumbaa try to catch a bug, but that bug has superpowers. 69. He is a bad sport. Timon and Pumbaa are playing all sorts of games and Pumbaa is winning all of them. When Pumbaa realizes that Timon is feeling bad for it, Pumbaa intentionally plays bad so that Timon would win as well. 68. Dapper Duck Burgers. Timon and Pumbaa keep getting the orders of a bear wrong and he attacks them for it. 67. It runs good. Timon and Pumbaa sell a broken car to a bear and shenanigans happen. 66. Hot air buffoons. Timon and Pumbaa accidentally fly with a balloon. Pumbaa is afraid of heights, but it takes him the entire episode to admit it. 65. Stay away from my honey. A girl in a hotel is nice to everyone, which leads to Pumbaa and a bear to think she is romantically attracted to them. But at the end they realize the misunderstanding. 64. Timonkio, a Pinocchio parody. 63. Throw your hog in the ring. Pumbaa becomes a wrestling champion because his burps knocks out everyone, until a guy with a mask defeats him. 62. The truth about cats and hogs. A woman is trying to make documentary about Pumbaa and Timon, but she doesn't know who should she focus on. Timon and Pumbaa try to catch her attention more than the other, but they make her crazy as a result. 61. Visit Pignatories. Timon and Pumbaa travel to another country, but they are mistaken as important people, so of course shenanigans happen. 60. Timon alone. Timon wants to become a writer, but he can't write anything because of how noisy Pumbaa is. So Timon tells Pumbaa to go away. When Pumbaa does as he is told, Timon feels lonely. When he is in danger, Pumbaa comes to the rescue. 59. So Sumo Me. Timon and Pumbaa go to China to become sumo wrestlers. Pumbaa is trying hard, but Timon is just chilling. But when Timon realizes Pumbaa is in danger, he helps him. 58. Boohoo Bookwet. Timon and Pumbaa are tasked with delivering flowers, but they get the wrong house and shenanigans happen because of that. 57. Whiff. Timon and Pumbaa want to play golf, but they can't hit the ball. After a long time they lose their minds and try new ways to hit the ball, and as a result they destroy the planet, so now they have to fix it. 56. Bigfoot Little Brain. Timon and Pumbaa eat bugs that were friends of a Bigfoot, so they have to be his friends so that he wouldn't cry. But he unintentionally hurts them, so they find new bugs to replace his friends. 55. Now museum, now you don't. Timon and Pumbaa go to a museum to eat the bugs at the bug section. They shouldn't do that, so stuff happens. 54. Super Hog O, another superhero parody. 53. Hot enough for ya? Timon and Pumbaa want to see who can endure the chilliest food, and they don't give up. 52. Warhog of London, a parody of the horror genre. 51. To be or not to be. Timon and Pumbaa go to a jungle with giant bugs. They get captured by bees and become their slave. But they are so bad at doing anything that they bring chaos. Then they tell their Hakuna Matata philosophy to the bees, and because all the bees had been working for their dictator queen for their whole lives, they accept it and start a revolution and kick out the queen out of the colony. But Hakuna Matata isn't a good strategy to rule a kingdom, so everything falls apart immediately. So the bees bring back the queen and kick out Timon and Pumbaa. 50. Just when you thought you'd cruising it all. Timon tells Pumbaa that eating bugs isn't fun anymore. So they try to learn how to cook food and shenanigans happen because of that. 49. 2 for the zoo. Timon and Pumbaa want to get captured by Queen so that they could be zoo animals and have free food. But they accidentally get other animals captured, so now they have to save them. 48. Why no rhino? 2 travelers come looking for a blue rhino. Such a thing doesn't exist, but Timon forces Pumbaa to disguise himself as one so that they could get money from them. 47. Mook Island. Another episode of running away from a mad scientist. 46. Mr. Twister. Timon and Pumbaa try to find easy jobs, but they weren't as easy as they thought. 45. The Big No Sleep. Timon and Pumbaa try to stay awake all night, but it's hard for them. 44. Going overboard. Timon and Pumbaa take control of a ship and shenanigans happen. This episode makes references to all sorts of ship and sea related stories. 43. Dealer's Choice Cut. Timon loses Pumbaa in a bet and now he has to save him. 42. Astronauts. Timon and Pumbaa accidentally go to a space training program to become astronauts and go to Mars. 41. Escape from Newark. Queen puts Timon and Pumbaa in a zoo and now they have to escape. 40. Slalom Problem. Timon and Pumbaa are teaching a bear how to ski and shenanigans happen. 39. Next Best Thing. Timon and Pumbaa build a horse for a baby bird, but that bird was actually a criminal. 38. Circus Jerks. Timon and Pumbaa become clowns and things happen. 37. Luck Be a Meerkat. Timon and Pumbaa find a lucky marble, but each time one of them has it, the other one has bad luck. So they fight over it, but at the end they realize that those marbles were just regular marbles and become friends again. 36. Lemonade Standoff. Timon and Pumbaa want to sell lemonade, but the lemonade tastes bad and is full of bugs, so nobody likes it. Timon blames Pumbaa for it, so Pumbaa leaves him and tries to sell lemonades himself. So it's a competition now. After trying to eliminate the competitor, they realize that the lemonade tastes bad, so they become friends again. 35. Big Jungle Game. Pumbaa wants to become an athlete. Timon makes fun of him at first, but when he saw how hard Pumbaa tries, Timon helps him. 34. Don't have the biggest idea. Timon and Pumbaa work at a circus and shenanigans happen. 33. Truth Be Told. Each year, 2 best friends get rewarded. This year is the turn of Timon and Pumbaa. Rafiki is the host, but he isn't happy about it because each year the ceremony is boring. So this time Rafiki wants to make it more exciting. He curses Timon and Pumbaa so that they can't lie. That leads to Timon and Pumbaa destroy everything with their brutal honesty. At the end, Timon and Pumbaa tell each other that despite their flaws, they still like each other. So they get the reward and Rafiki tells everyone about what he did. 32. Jungle Slickers. Timon and Pumbaa become farmers. They are not used to it, so it is a miserable experience. until the end that they realize that place is full of bugs. 31. Robin Hood Winged. As you can guess from its name, it's a Robin Hood parody. 30. Cliffhangers. As a season finale, they take an interesting approach. This one is a clip episode, which is their way of celebrating the show. Timon and Pumbaa are falling to their death, and their entire life passes in front of their eyes, which is actually a smart excuse to use clips from older episodes. When they remember their life, they realize they can't bring anything from their bags, something that all cartoons like this do it, and it's the first time I see that someone acknowledges it. They bring an umbrella, and with that they save their lives. It has a good concept, but they could do better with the execution. 29. Serengeti Western. A Western themed episode in which Timon and Pumbaa are dealing with a criminal. 28. Bowery Glory Days. Pumbaa tells Timon that he is 7 years old and still young, but Timon tells him that warthogs only live 12 years old, so actually Pumbaa is old now. So you can already tell what will happen next. 27. Pirates of Plumzens. Timon and Pumbaa become pirates. 26. All pets are off. Timon and Pumbaa become pets of a rich kid and now they should run away. 25. Hakuna Matata You. Timon and Pumbaa become teachers. 24. Pygmalion. Timon and Pumbaa become students. 23. The Running of the Bullies. Timon pisses off a bull and now he is running away from him. 22. Lights, Camera, Traction. Timon falls in love with a female meerkat who likes movie stars. So Timon asks Pumbaa to help him to make a movie so that the girl would like him. It explodes into his face, but he gets the girl at the end. 21. Early Bird Watchers. The early bird always gets the worm, which annoys Timon. He tries to beat him to it, and Timon loses his mind because it's a virtually impossible task. 20. Ghostbusters parody. 19. Warhogs. Timon and Pumbaa join the military because somehow they think it's going to be fun, but the moment they do, a war happens. The war is between warthogs and meerkats, but when they see that Timon and Pumbaa are friends, they end the war. This season was made after Lion King 2, so maybe this episode is a parody of that. 18. The Swine in the Stone. A Sword in the Stone parody. 17. Broadway Bound and Gagged. Timon and Pumbaa compete with each other to see who can make the best Broadway show. 16. Kahuna Potato. After an encounter with their evil versions, Timon and Pumbaa learn Kung Fu from Rafiki to defend themselves. 15. Timon in Love. Timon falls in love with himself and shenanigans happen. 14. My Meteor, My Friend. Another episode of Timon and Pumbaa not being friends anymore, but at the end they become friends again. 13. Don't Wake the Neighbor. Pumbaa is tasked with taking care of a house and Timon is no help. 12. Recipe for Disaster. Timon and Pumbaa make sauce out of bugs. Everyone loves it and it makes them a lot of money. So Timon makes Pumbaa promise to not tell anyone that it's made of bugs. But Pumbaa can't keep a secret. 11. No Good Samaritan. A cheetah king thinks Timon and Pumbaa have saved his daughter. So as a reward he makes them her bodyguard. But it's a hard task, so at the end they tell him the truth. 10. Sitting Pretty Awful. At first it looks like a generic baby episode, but the ending was heartwarming.
Are you thinking what I'm thinking?
Exactly. Mom, Dad, I I never realized how hard it was raising me.
Mom, Dad, thanks for everything. If there's anything you ever need.
I can't thank you enough.
9. You may have already won 6 million Bakra. Pumbaa trades 2 bugs with a lottery ticket. Timon shouts at him because he doesn't believe they can win. But they win, so Timon takes back what he said. Pumbaa doesn't accept it because he is done with Timon's bad manner. So Pumbaa lets go of Timon and becomes rich. After a while, Pumbaa realizes that Timon has a hard life, so he helps him. But as a result, he loses all his money, and at the end, all Timon and Pumbaa have is their friendship. 8. You bet your takas. Timon and Pumbaa are in a competing program. 7. Space Ham. Timon and Pumbaa are kidnapped by the aliens and now they have to fight like gladiators. It seems it is the end for them, but because the gravity is much weaker there, they can take advantage of it. At the end, Timon and Pumbaa are forced to fight each other, so they come up with a plan to escape. 6. The Sky's the Limit, a James Bond parody. 5. Nearly Departed. A scorpion stings Timon and Pumbaa and they think they are going to die. So Timon lets go of everything he has and starts doing good things. And Pumbaa starts being reckless and does all sorts of dangerous but fun things before he dies. And of course at the end they realize they weren't going to die. 4. Urusam. Somehow, for some reason, animals of the jungle think Pumbaa is smart, and shenanigans happen because of that. 3. Ice Escapees. Timon and Pumbaa learn how to ice ski. 2. Wishy Washy. Timon and Pumbaa find a magic lamp and wish for infinite wishes. Now they can wish for everything and it will become a reality. After going through lots of shenanigans because of their wishes, they learn that they won't be happier by having everything, so they wish they never found the magic lamp. And number 1, special defects. Timon and Pumbaa can't tolerate each other, so they ask Rafiki to cast the spell so that they would become better versions of themselves. Because of Timon and Pumbaa's incompetence, the spell doesn't work correctly, and after lots of trouble, they learn to accept each other with their flaws. Find out why. Flight. Pumbaa asks Timon how an airplane flies. Timon gives a joke answer. Pumbaa says it's because of the wings. Timon doesn't believe it, so Pumbaa tells him how it works. Find out why. Static electricity. Pumbaa asks Timon why there is lightning. Timon says because the clouds are taking flash pictures of each other. Pumbaa disagrees and talks about static electricity to show him how lightning happens. Find out why pandas don't live in the desert. Pumbaa asks Timon why don't pandas live in desert. Timon says because they are afraid of cactus. Then they travel to China and Pumbaa tells the real reason. Find out why. Wind. Pumbaa asks Timon where the wind comes from. Timon doesn't have an answer, so Pumbaa tells him how the winds are the result of the sun. At the end of the episode, the wind takes Timon with itself. Find out why we sneeze. Pumbaa asks Timon why do they sneeze. Timon says because there are tiny volcanoes in their nose. So Pumbaa tells him the real reason of it. Find out why does it rain. Pumbaa asks Timon why does it rain. Timon says because when the sun is gone the clouds cry. So Pumbaa tells him the real reason. Find out why it's so cold at the poles. Pumbaa asks Timon why it's so cold at North Pole. Timon doesn't know, so Pumbaa tells him the reason. Find out why does the moon changes shape. Pumbaa asks Timon why does the moon changes shape. Timon makes up the answer. Pumbaa disagrees and tells him the actual answer. Find out why does a CD work. I think this one is lost media. We start the movie with Timon's origins. If you have watched the second season of Timon and Pumbaa or my video about it, you know we already had a Timon's origin story, but that is not canon anymore. But it's fine because this one is better. Far from Pride Lands, we see a clan of meerkats digging tunnels while we hear a catchy music. But Timon destroys everything. He is the only meerkat that does not like this life. Timon's mother suggests Timon to become a guard, but that also leads to disaster. So Timon decides to leave the clan because he can't fit in. His mother doesn't accept it at first, but one of the main lessons of this movie is letting go of your children so that they could make their own life. So she eventually agrees and Timon leaves. This scene is actually an expanded version of a deleted scene from the first film. Timon reaches Rafiki's tree. He is starting to regret his decision, but Rafiki shows up. He uses a metaphor to help Timon, but he didn't get it. He thinks he needs to go to Pride Rock, so he tries to do it. He meets Pumbaa for the first time. He is scared of him at first, but then he realizes that Pumbaa means no harm and he can help him. So he asks Pumbaa to take him to Pride Lands. When they reach it, it's during the first scene of the first movie, and they do a small retcon that is really funny. I hate fart jokes, but there are a few that are actually funny, and two of them are from this movie, which are the only fart jokes here. They could have a lot of fart jokes, but they respected the audience and only had two. Timon and Pumbaa are walking through the animals, but Pumbaa can't hold his fart, so it leads to an explosion, and some of the animals pass out. But the other animals thought they are bowing, so they bow as well. It kinda ruins the moment, but first time I watched it I laughed so hard that I can't hate it. Timon thinks maybe they should go somewhere around Pride Rock, so they go to a waterhole instead and sleep there. The next day they realize that place is also full of animals, so they go to the elephant graveyard. But after witnessing the be prepared moment, they realize that place is also not suitable for them. This movie is full of little retcons that shows Timon and Pumbaa had always been there, and I am fine with all of them except for this one. Timon and Pumbaa were also there during the stampede moment, and that's a serious one, so the existence of Timon and Pumbaa in it is not welcome in my eyes. But after that we reach a great scene. After falling down a waterfall, Timon tells Pumbaa that he is free to go now because they can't find the dream place to live. Pumbaa tells Timon that he has nowhere to go. When Timon realizes that Pumbaa has no family or friend, that is when his heart grows 3 times in size. Before that, Pumbaa was just a tool to Timon, but now Pumbaa is his dear friend. The next day they wake up and realize that they have actually found that dream place, the same jungle that they were living in the first movie. Then we see Timon's mother talking to Rafiki. She is looking for Timon, and she's amazing because she's the only person who is done with Rafiki's weirdness, as she is the one that hits Rafiki in the head with a stick. And each time Rafiki uses a metaphor and acts annoying, she sasses back. I would love to see more interactions between these two. It's satisfying to see someone give Rafiki a taste of his own medicine. After a while, they find Simba. And here is where I need to eat my words. In my review of Lion King 1, I said that Timon is mean, and because of that I am not sure how I feel about him. While in the Timon and Pumbaa show he can really be annoying sometimes. This movie shows how much Timon is willing to put his life in danger to help his friends. Raising Simba was not an easy task, and Timon suffered a lot for it, but he is fine with it because he knows that parenthood requires sacrifices. You could say Timon and Pumbaa are the real heroes of this franchise, because if it weren't for them, if they didn't take care of Simba when he was vulnerable, this poor kid could have died. This moment that they offer Simba to sleep next to them is really heartwarming. Time passes and Simba becomes a teenager, and we reach another funny part of the movie. Timon and Simba are in a snail eating competition. And it should be disgusting, but I said before that the bugs in these movies look surprisingly delicious. This scene makes me hungry. When Simba wins, Timon and Pumbaa talk about how much Simba has grown. More time passes and Simba becomes an adult. Then we reach the funniest part of the movie. This is the other fourth joke of this movie and words cannot describe what a comedy gold it is. Watch it yourself. After a while, Nala shows up and we see the Can You Feel the Love Tonight scene from Timon and Pumbaa's point of view. They are trying to prevent them from falling in love, but they ended up helping them. After that, Rafiki informs them that Simba is approaching Pride Lands. Nala goes to help him. Pumbaa wants them to go and help as well, but Timon does not, so Pumbaa goes alone. Now, Timon is alone. After a while, he realizes that he made a mistake, so he goes to help them. They reach Pride Rock. Timon's mother is also there, because she was searching for him. Timon and Pumbaa need to distract the hyenas while Simba is dealing with Scar. They did a dance in the first film, but it was not enough, so they need a plan. So, Timon's mother will dig a tunnel, and Timon and Pumbaa will make the hyenas walk on it. And then, they will destroy the tunnel, so that they would fall down. Their plan doesn't completely work, so Timon does a brave move to get rid of the hyenas. This scene is amazing. Not only it shows Timon's bravery, it also makes more sense out of the first movie. In the first film, it was weird how a few lionesses defeated an army of hyenas, but here it is shown that they just needed a smart plan. They win the battle. Simba gives Timon and Pumbaa a hug. Then he climbs the Pride Rock and roars, while they proudly watch him. Then Timon tells his mother that he has found a great place to live, so he takes the entire meerkat clan to the jungle. Now, the meerkats, safe from any predator, can have a peaceful life. Now you may say, where was the depth that I was talking about? Well, let me ask you a question. What was the lesson of this movie? If you say Hakuna Matata, you are wrong actually. This movie is the exact opposite of Hakuna Matata. From that phrase, you may learn that you should accept your life the way it is. But no, Timon did not accept his life. He was not satisfied with his life. So he tried hard to make a change. And now not only he is happy, he also made the life of his people easier. This is not a movie about Hakuna Matata. It is a movie about growing up, friendship, and bravery. This is mostly a Timon movie. He is not a flat character as we assume. Just like Simba, Timon had an arc that has similarities to it, but it is its own thing. I expected it to be something like the Timon and Pumbaa show, but it was much deeper than that. I thought it was just going to be something entertaining, but like the previous movies, it respected its audience. The main target of this movie are kids, but they knew kids deserved good stories. So I can happily say, with a great story, voice acting, animation, and music, just like Lion King 1 and 2, this movie is also a masterpiece. The only thing wrong with this movie is its name, because you could assume this is the movie that connects Lion King 1 and 2 to each other. But no, I think if this movie was called something like the Timon and Pumbaa movie or something, it would be fun, but that's just a nitpick. When the movie itself is good, why should I complain about the name of it? The Lion King graphic novel. The first Lion King comic is the 1994 movie in comic format. Hakuna Matata. This one takes place before adult Simba became a king. Simba is chasing Timon and Pumbaa as a game, but Timon gets hit by a tree. Then Timon shouts at Pumbaa because of it. Simba says that his shout was too loud. But Timon says that the only other animals that live here are the bugs that they are going to eat, not knowing that someone is hiding in the bushes. That someone turns out to be a monkey. He goes to his gorilla friends and tells them that the loud sound that they heard didn't come from a monster. It came from a weird little animal alongside a warthog and a lion. The leader of the gorillas says that if they deal with the others first, dealing with Timon is easy. I guess they want to have revenge or something, I don't know. At night, Simba gets thirsty and goes for a drink, but he gets trapped by the gorillas. Pumbaa comes and makes the gorillas angry, so they follow him, but the monkey stays. Timon throws a rock at the monkey and knocks him out. Then he unties Simba. When the gorillas reach Pumbaa, they argue about who should beat him, which leads to the gorillas fighting each other. When the leader beats up the other two gorillas, Simba comes and defeats him and tells them to never come back again. The Great Festival of the Sun. Rafiki tells Mufasa and Simba that the longest day of the year is coming, which means it is time for a celebration. And Mufasa tells Simba to do the preparation so that he would be ready for when he becomes king, and tells Zazu to keep an eye on his son. Scar hears about it and plans to ruin it, so he tells the hyenas to destroy the place. When they ask him how, Scar takes them to a river. He tells them to push the boulders into the river to change its direction, and the hyenas do as they are told. Scar's plan works and the celebration site is in water now. Scar comes to Simba and pretends that he had nothing to do with the disaster. He tells Simba that if he can't do such a simple task, he is not suitable for being a king, and then he leaves. Simba is having self-doubt, but Rafiki comes to boost Simba's confidence. Then Simba comes up with a solution. He kinda turns the site into a water park, which makes the animals say that it is the best celebration ever. Scar gets mad and throws a tantrum and falls in the water, but he tells everyone that he is just taking a bath. The Lion's King. This one is a parody hosted by The Simpsons. They watch a joke version of the movie and point out how stupid it is. Finding food. Timon tells Simba that Pumbaa was supposed to find some bugs to eat, but he is nowhere to be found. Simba tells Timon that he will find food instead. But then Simba hears Pumbaa's cry for help. He follows his voice and realizes that Pumbaa is stuck in quicksand. He uses a stick to save him. Then they go to Timon to tell what has happened, but Timon is too angry to listen to them. So he walks away to find bugs himself. He searches a hole in a tree, but it's full of bees, and they attack him. While the bees are busy, Pumbaa sneaks in and takes honey from the tree. When Timon escapes, they celebrate with honey as dinner. Kahuna Pumbaa. Pumbaa saw a few surfers and wished he was as awesome as them. Timon tells him that they can't surf like them. Then they fall down and accidentally go on a surfboard and start surfing. Pumbaa realized that he is good at surfing. Some of the surfers tell Pumbaa how awesome he is. Timon feels jealous and says that he trained Pumbaa to become a good surfer. Quint comes and challenges them to a surfing race. They accept it, but they don't know that Quint was going to cheat. They start the race. Quint uses a lure to make a shark attack Timon and Pumbaa. The shark eats their board, but now Pumbaa uses the shark as his board. Then the shark attacks Quint. Pumbaa asks Timon to help Quint. Timon jumps into the water and tells Pumbaa to stop being a hero. But Pumbaa wants to do the right thing, and with his surfing skills, avoids Quint and makes the shark hit a rock. Then Pumbaa approaches the beach, and people tell Pumbaa that he is even more awesome. Then they make Pumbaa the new king of the beach. But Pumbaa, being the nice guy that he is, gives the title back to Quint. At the end, Timon apologizes to Pumbaa. To eat or to be eaten. Pumbaa is running as fast as he can with Timon on his back. Timon tells Pumbaa that he is breaking his record, but Pumbaa isn't paying attention to where he is going and falls into water. Timon comes out of water and wonders where Pumbaa is. He shouts his name, but he doesn't hear him back. Timon thinks Pumbaa is dead, but he is alive. But a whirlpool has taken him to a cave full of mushrooms. He is hungry, so he eats the mushrooms. When Timon finds Pumbaa, the mushrooms has turned Pumbaa into a mindless beast. So Pumbaa attacks Timon. Timon runs away from Pumbaa and sends a smoke signal to Rafiki. Rafiki saw it and approached Timon. Timon tells Rafiki the situation. Rafiki says Pumbaa has to eat something that looks like Timon. So they make a Timon statue out of leaves and Pumbaa eats it and becomes normal again. Cruising for a cruising. Timon and Pumbaa hide in a ship to travel for free. Quint is suspicious and he is looking for them. He finds them and wants to throw them in the ocean. But he agrees to not do that if they entertain the passengers as a payment. Timon and Pumbaa start the party and everyone loves it, except for Quint. So he starts looking for them again. When he finds them, the floor breaks and one passenger falls down. Quint becomes mad and chases Timon and Pumbaa, while the falling passengers is going down floor by floor. Quint reaches Timon and Pumbaa, but the falling passenger falls on Quint, so they can escape now. They continue the party. Quint comes back and gets them. Timon and Pumbaa tell him that they did their job, so he shouldn't throw them in the ocean. Quint agrees but tells them if the next hour passengers weren't happy, he would throw them. They kinda do it with cheating, so he throws them in the ocean, but he gives them a lifeboat so that they wouldn't die. Love struck. Zazu realizes that everyone in Pride Lands has a mate except for him. But the moment he said that, a female rhino approaches him and tells him that she loves him. Then she chases Zazu and he falls down. The female rhino saves him, but Zazu tells her that he could fly and didn't need her help and he doesn't love her. But the female rhino is too ignorant, so she does everything to win his love. She throws a heart-shaped rock at him. It doesn't work. She gives him flowers. It doesn't work. After a while, Zazu finds a male rhino. Zazu makes the rhinos fall in love and now he is free. Discovers a bow. Rafiki's nephew makes his home a mess. Rafiki gives him a broom and tells him if he cleans his home, it will give him magic. But his nephew doesn't do it, so Rafiki does some magic and makes everyone irresponsible. That would lead to his nephew having a bad day, and as a result, he learned his lesson to be responsible. How's Bayou? Timon is trying to catch a certain bug for an hour, but he keeps failing. Then he finds a female frog who is crying. When they ask her why she is crying, she answers because she is ugly. Timon doesn't care, but Pumbaa wants to help. Pumbaa tells the frog that everyone is special. The female frog realizes that her long tongue makes her special. Then she saw a male frog. When Timon and Pumbaa are arguing in the background, the male frog notices the female frog as well. Then they fall in love and kiss. Then Timon and Pumbaa stop their arguments and Timon catches that certain bug, but it tasted bad. Mall I want for Christmas. Timon and Pumbaa go to a shopping mall for Christmas. They realize that Speedy the snail is captured, so they save him. But during that, Pumbaa disguised himself as Santa Claus and now he has to do his job. Greedy is as greedy does. Okay, why does it always talk in the comics? By the way, the hyenas are hungry. They find a baby hornbill, but he is so small that they don't want to share. When they are fighting each other, The hornbill, who seemingly doesn't know the intention of the hyenas, asks them to bring him back to his big sister. The hyena trio agree because they want to eat his big sister as well. When they reach her, they realize that there are other family members as well, so they take them to the family. When they do, they realize that there are too many hornbills. The hornbills attack them and the hyenas run away. Slime okay, you're okay. A bunch of hippos are making trouble and Zazu uses a mouse to scare them off. Splitsville. It's bestest best friend day, so Timon gives a cake to Pumbaa as a gift. But Timon accidentally throws a rock at a bird, and that birds fall into the cake. Timon and the bird start arguing. After a while, the bird tells his story. He used to be a really close friend to another bird, just like Timon and Pumbaa. But one day, they fight over which is better, blueberry or raspberry. Then they ended their friendship. Then he leaves, but Pumbaa feels sorry for the guy. Then he becomes paranoid and starts to think that maybe their friendship is going to end as well. Then Timon becomes paranoid as well and they start arguing. And then they end their friendship. Pumbaa is sad. He remembers his time spent with Timon. Timon isn't feeling good either. He is angry. After a while, they can't take it anymore and they become friends again. The Green Ghost. Timon and Pumbaa are paid to stay in a castle because the castle is rumored to be haunted and the higher-ups want to prove that it is not. Timon and Pumbaa agreed under the condition that they can take any treasure they find in it for themselves. They enter the castle. Pumbaa realizes that the castle is in fact haunted as a portrait becomes alive and blows some candles. But this is another story of Pumbaa realizing something but Timon being too ignorant to listen to him. Then we can see a green ghost who had been waiting for years to have friends. Then someone disguises himself as a ghost to scare Timon and Pumbaa. Then the real ghost comes to help Timon and Pumbaa. But they are afraid of him as well. So they try to escape the castle. They find a secret passageway. It leads to two doors. The green ghost approached Pumbaa and told him to go through the green door. But Timon goes to the red door and Pumbaa follows him, which leads them to the fake ghost. When the fake ghost reaches Timon and Pumbaa, he sees the real ghost and we can see that it's one of the guys that wanted Timon and Pumbaa to stay in there. Then the green ghost takes Timon and Pumbaa at where the treasure is, but turned out that the treasure was just potatoes. The Terror of Lake Timbuktu. Timon and Pumbaa become bartenders. Animals travel a long way to reach their bar, but they say it's worth it. They only serve water though, but that's the only drink animals need. Then a weird shark thingy scares off the animals. Timon and Pumbaa didn't see it, so they check out what has happened. But the shark attacks their boat. But at the end, they realize that this shark monster is just a submarine and it belongs to Queens. TV Tantrum. Timon and Pumbaa fight Queens over a toaster because they have heard of a thing called television and they think that the toaster is a television. Hit the Slope. A single-page comic strip with no dialogue in which Timon tries to ski and fails and breaks a leg as a result. Once Upon a Timon. I thought half of the Timon and Pumbaa comics would be adaptations of their animated series, but no, sometimes they will share the same name of an episode, but this one is the only direct adaptation of an episode. And it makes sense actually. This one is one of the best and most important episodes of the show. Bugs from Mars. Timon and Pumbaa accidentally go to a filming set in search of a bug, and they destroy everything. The Funny Monkey. Simba is wandering in the jungle when he hears monkeys laughing. They were making fun of a monkey with a very long tail. Simba also laughs at the long-tailed monkey, and so that monkey runs away. Later, Simba tells his father about it, and Mufasa says that Simba didn't do a good thing. So Simba asks the other monkeys where the long-tailed monkey is, so that he can apologize to him. But on the way, Simba falls into a river. The long-tailed monkey comes and saves Simba. Later, Mufasa thanks that monkey for saving Simba, and Simba apologizes. And so do the other monkeys. And then they tell him that they wish they had a long tail too. The Talking Tree. Rafiki is telling Simba the story of a talking tree. Scar was hiding behind a rock and heard about it, so he came up with a plan. Scar tells Shenzi to hide in that tree to trick Simba. When Simba and Rafiki reach that tree, Shenzi as the tree tells Simba that his father is in danger in the Hyena Valley and Simba must rescue him alone. Simba does as he is told. When he reaches the valley, he sees Bonsai and Ed, who can talk for some reason. Simba manages to save himself and realizes that Shenzi was in that tree. So Rafiki throws a honeycomb in that tree, and because of that, Shenzi runs away. Simba and the Sad Elephant. Simba and Nala are playing chase when an elephant pours water on them. The elephant says his name is Tombo and his herd has drove him out because he always pours water on everyone and can't help himself with that. Simba tries to convince the leader of the herd to bring Tombo back, but the leader says he wouldn't do that unless Tombo learns to behave himself. Later, lightning strikes and starts a fire, but the jungle is saved thanks to Tombo, so he is welcomed back to his herd. Go fish. Quint is fishing, and Timon and Pumbaa go underwater to eat the worms that he uses as a lure. The X-Files, a mystery-solving show parody centered around aliens. The Lost City of Gonzolonga. This one with more than 40 pages is the longest Lion King comic up until now. A normal day in the jungle. Everything is quiet. Until Timon and Pumbaa show up, of course. They jump into a pool, but when they have already jumped, they realize that there is no water in it anymore. They hit the hard floor. Then a monkey falls down as well. He isn't feeling good, so they take him to their cave. After a while, the monkey tells them that he is looking for the city Gonzolonga. They freak out when they hear the name. The monkey stops them with his magic. He tells them that if they help him reach Gonzolonga, he will fill their pool with water again. Then he does a rain dance to make them realize that he can do it for them. Then he wants them to promise to take him to Gonzolonga. Timon says may the lightning strike him if he breaks his promise. But since Timon isn't really a meerkat of his words, lightning strikes him and doesn't even let him finish his sentence. Timon is knocked out, so Pumbaa tells the monkey to stop the rain before someone else is hurt. The monkey does as he is told, and then he heals Timon, but he still needs rest. When Timon is asleep, the monkey hypnotizes Pumbaa to take him to Gonzolonga without Timon. Timon wakes up and sees that Pumbaa is nowhere to be found. He assumes that he went with the monkey, so he tries to reach them. Pumbaa is so dumb that even when he is hypnotized, he can't do anything right, so the monkey suffers. Timon realizes that the monkey has accidentally given Timon fire powers, so he uses it to his advantage. Timon reaches them and realizes that a bat tribe has captured them. Timon tries to save them with his breath of fire, but the side effects has worn off and he gets captured as well. But then his fire breath comes back and he rescues themselves. The monkey tries to hypnotize Pumbaa again, but Timon stops him. Then the monkey cries and tells them that he wants to go to Gonzolonga to find his mother. Then they run away from the bats. They jump into a river to escape. Then they make it to Gonzolonga. The monkey follows the bird. Timon and Pumbaa try to follow him, but they see other monkeys. They tell them that they were traveling with a magic monkey. That's when he shows up and the other monkeys try to get him. But the magic monkey summons a giant gorilla with a magic whistle. When they run away, the old man of the monkey tribe tells their backstory. Gonzolonga was built ages ago by an unknown civilization, but slowly the humans left and monkeys took over the place. But the magic monkey wanted more and created a magic vessel in order to make a kind gorilla into his slave, and with his help he took over the city. After a while they managed to subdue him, tie him to a log and throw him to a river and gave him a potion that made him forget where Gonzolonga is. Then the magic monkey shows up again. Timon tries to defeat him with his fire breath, but again he lost the power. Pumbaa charges at the gorilla, but he is no match for him. Then Timon tries to defeat the gorilla by tickling him, and it works. The gorilla falls on the magic monkey and breaks his vessel and gives him a major brain damage. So now the gorilla is free and the magic monkey has gone insane, so he can't do any harm anymore. So Timon and Pumbaa say their goodbyes and go back home. This one could have easily been an episode of the show, and it would be one of the best episodes. This one was ambitious, but also competent enough to execute it as well as planned. Knight in shining armor. In this one, two monkeys have stolen an egg from a pair of ostriches. So Simba saves the egg from the monkeys and gives it back to the ostriches. Great Little Prince. Rafiki tells Simba that he is going to be a king and that he is special, which makes Simba so proud that he thinks he is invincible and fearless. Then he starts doing dangerous stuff like climbing giant rocks and trees and swimming in the river. But it leads to Simba reaching a desert. When he can't walk anymore because of hunger, thirst and exhaustion, his father finds him and saves him, and Simba learns his lesson. Something in the air. Timon and Pumbaa make an explosion that leads to a crossover with Aladdin. How enlightening. Timon eats fireflies, and because of that he glows at night as well. The disguised zebra. After Simba and Nala play in the mud, their parents scold them for how dirty they are and tell them to wash themselves. After they take a bath, they see a crying little zebra. The zebra says her name is Zara, and the other zebras are over the mountains, but she can't go back because the hyenas will eat her because they love zebras. Simba suggests Nala to cover Zara's body with mud so that she wouldn't look like a zebra and she can be safe from the hyenas. Simba's plan works and Zara reaches her mother, but Simba and Nala get grounded because they were again covered in mud and they couldn't tell what happened. Isle of Kablooey. Timon and Pumbaa are in an island, but everyone runs away because the volcano in it will erupt on Monday morning. Timon and Pumbaa want to do all the things they wanted before the volcano erupts, not knowing that it is Monday morning. Completely safe. Simba and Nala are bored because they are not allowed to do anything fun, because their mothers say it's too dangerous. Srabi suggests them to play something safe. She tells them to use a fruit as a ball to play. and they do it, but when the ball gets trapped on a log in the river, Simba tries to catch it, but he gets attacked by a crocodile, then falls down to the waterfall, then gets caught by an eagle, then falls in the river again, then has to run through thorns, and then he gets followed by bees. Yeah, totally safe. At the last second, Simba is trying to catch a butterfly when he meets a mole named Malo, who really likes to dig. He digs the floor and makes the shape of a head of an elephant. Then Simba asks him to dig a big hole. Then asks him to dig as long of a tunnel as he can, which leads to him digging into the river. So Simba saves him. Later, Simba accidentally sprained his paw and got trapped in a stampede. But he's saved thanks to Malo. The birthday present. It's Rafiki's birthday, so Simba asks him what he wants as a birthday gift. So Rafiki asks for a special fruit. When he reaches the tree, he sees a baby rhino trapped in the mud. Simba saves him, and in return the rhino helps him to get the fruit from the tree. A heroic dirty cup. Srabi forces Simba to take a shower. When Simba asks why, Srabi says because he always gets dirty while he plays. Simba asks Srabi if that means he doesn't need to take a shower if he doesn't get dirty while playing. Srabi answers yes. So the next day, Simba's friend play in the mud while he just watches because he doesn't want to get dirty. Later, he is taking a walk with Nala when they see a young giraffe stuck in a hole. Simba tells Nala if they pour soil in the hole, the giraffe can eventually get out. So they do it. The giraffe is saved, but Simba is dirty now. But this time he willingly takes a shower. The white stuff. Simba asks Rafiki what are those white stuff at top of the mountains. Rafiki says even he doesn't know because nobody has ever climbed to the top of a mountain. Simba decides to climb the mountain to show his worth. When he tries to do that, a landslide happens. Then an eagle picks him up. After a little bit of struggling, he sets free and he lands safely on top of a ram. Thanks to the ram, he reaches the top of the mountain, full of snow. He uses a skull to bring some of the white stuff to the Pride Lands. But when he reaches home, the snow has obviously turned into water, so no one believes him. But Simba is still happy because at least he proved to himself that he can do it. Beauty and the Beast. Timon and Pumbaa catch a bug. Yeah, that's it. Zazu and the Refresher Course. Scar realizes that one of the reasons that Mufasa is a good king is the advices that Zazu gives him. So he comes up with a plan to get rid of him. He tells Zazu that Mufasa wants to replace him, and if he wants to avoid that, he should go around Mufasa's kingdom to increase his knowledge without telling Mufasa about it. And Zazu does as he is told. While Zazu is learning from the elephants, Ed, who can again talk for some reason, disguises himself as a zebra so that Zazu would try to talk to him. Mufasa can't find Zazu, but he heard from the monkeys that he was with Scar. So Mufasa forces Scar to tell him that Zazu is with the hyenas. Then Mufasa saves Zazu. On his own paws. Simba wants to go to the river alone, but Mufasa says it's dangerous. When Simba begs him, he tells he can go there but as long as Srabi is with him. But Simba runs too fast for Srabi to keep up. That's when a gorilla catches Simba by the tail. He throws Simba on a very small island in the middle of a river. Simba jumps on a log to save himself from the crocodiles, but that log goes to a tunnel full of bats. Then it falls down a waterfall. Simba later wakes up in a desert, but he will eventually find his way back to home. Hide and smell. Timon and Pumbaa play hide and seek, and Pumbaa stinks so much that flies are around him, so Timon can easily find Pumbaa. Small giants. Simba decides to annoy some ants, which leads to Mufasa scolding him. He tells him that he should respect all the creatures of the circle of life, and then he said that ants can lift 10 times of their own weight. And if ants were as big as the lions, they would be the ones in charge. Later, Simba sees some giant ants, so he runs away and tells his father about it. Then everyone runs away from the ants. When Simba gets tired, one of those ants tries to attack him. That's when Simba wakes up. Of course it was all a dream. Then Simba apologizes to the ants. The giant eagle. When Simba comes home late, he comes up with a lie. He tells his parents that the reason that he is late was a giant eagle that was trying to hunt him. Later, Simba encounters a giant eagle for real this time, and he uses multiple tactics to escape. When he is late, he tells about the giant eagle, but this time they won't believe it. Let's get out. Simba is bored with his life, so he tells his parents that he's running away and won't come back. And his parents let him do that. They say he will be back before it's dark. So Simba runs away, but a lot of bad things happens, and he comes back to home. And Mufasa tells him that all this time Zazu was keeping an eye on him. And he also says that he did the same thing when he was at Simba's age. Simba and the Flower of Courage. Simba has been afraid of other animals lately. So Mufasa pretends that he is poisoned and Simba must retrieve a special flower to save him. On his journey, Simba becomes brave. When he reaches the flower, his father shows up and tells him that it was all a plan to make him braver. Cooking clash. Timon and Pumbaa are at the backstage of a cooking show and they end up scaring the host, so she faints. One meerkat too many. Pumbaa asks Timon if he misses other meerkats. Timon says he hates the other meerkats, so no. That's when they see another meerkat. At first they keep an eye on him to see if he's dangerous or not. Then Pumbaa approaches him, but the guy doesn't like warthogs. Then Timon and Pumbaa try to have a party at night so that he couldn't get sleep and go away. It doesn't work. Then they try to make a lioness attack him, but she attacks them instead and the new meerkat saves them. Then they try to be his friends, but he doesn't like them and he runs away. At night, Pumbaa tells Timon what if they added another warthog to the group, but Timon tells him to shut up, not wanting another situation like the new meerkat. Simba and the snake. Nala has become friends with a snake and is playing with her. Later, Scar tells Simba that Mufasa was bossing around everyone when he was a cub and Simba should do the same if he wants respect from his people. Later, Simba demands Nala to race him all the way to the hills. She disagrees at first, but when Simba calls her a coward, she accepts it. Later, hyenas try to attack them, but they were lucky. After that, a gorilla tries to attack them. Meanwhile, Mufasa gets informed that the kids haven't come back yet. Later, Mufasa overhears Scar scolding the hyenas about letting Simba escape, and Mufasa angrily asks where Simba and Nala are. Mufasa finds Simba and Nala. They have escaped from the gorilla, but now vultures are attacking them. Mufasa comes to the rescue. Later, Simba loses a lot of confidence because of his failures. So Nala comes up with a plan. Her snake friend pretends to attack her and their mothers, and they pretend to be in danger. So Simba comes and saves them, and this would rebuild his confidence. The orphaned baby birds. Mufasa is telling a group of cubs about the great spirit that is watching over everyone. A cub named Tojo says that the great spirit isn't looking over him because he has sprained his leg. Later, Simba finds a nest full of eggs. The eggs hatch at that exact time, and then Zazu shows up. He tells Simba now that the hatchlings saw Simba first. It means he is their mother now. Then Zazu brings some worms for the birds and tells Simba to feed them, which disgusts him, but he can't refuse. He does this for a few days until the birds are old enough to follow him everywhere he goes. Later, Simba tries to teach them how to fly, which obviously had a disastrous outcome. Later, Tojo makes artificial wings to teach the birds, and it works. The next few days, Tojo spends time with the birds and bonds with them, showing the great spirit had risen in Tojo's injury after all. Dangerous shadows. Mufasa and Simba are taking a nap when an eagle attacks them. Mufasa defeats the eagle and tells Simba that he realized the eagle was trying to attack by looking at the eagle's shadow. So Simba tries to use this trick as well. Later, he is walking alongside Nala and is telling her about this shadow technique. A shadow of a tree looks like an antelope, so they run away, not knowing that they luckily ran away from a snake. Then a situation like this happens a few more times until they go home. At night, Simba thanks Mufasa for his lesson. Then he sees shadows of two snakes, but Srabi tells him that it is Nala and her mother's shadow. Two singers on tour. Pumbaa is waken up by Timon singing. Pumbaa asks Timon why he is singing. Timon answers that by singing, they can get bugs from other animals. So Pumbaa sings as well, but the animals hate it. A king-like hairdo. Simon, Simba's monkey friend, is showing off his hairstyle, and Simba tells him that one day he will have a mane. Simon says that lions shouldn't be king because that mane would slow them down, and then he shows off his speed. Simba says that a king needs to be calm and decide correctly and doesn't need a high speed. Then he hears a cry for help, but Simon tries to ignore it. The voice came from a lemur who was trapped in a river. Simba helps the lemur, but Simon is not willing to help. Later, Simba and Simon encounter a flock of flamingos. Simon scares them off, but when Simba sees an injured flamingo, he tells them to come back and nobody is trying to hurt them. Later, Simba is crossing a bridge, but the bridge breaks down and Simba falls into a river, but that lemur and the flamingos save him. Simba, Zazu, and the fight against nostalgia. Timon has gone to the land of meerkats alone, so Pumbaa is sad. Then Zazu shows up and brings Simba back to home. Yes, it isn't following the lore correctly. Later, Simba and Nala play a prank on Zazu, and after that, they try to make Pumbaa laugh. When they succeed, Timon shows up. An unusual choir. Simba's aunt and uncle, I assume Srabi's sister and her husband, have twins. Everyone is excited to see Simba's newborn cousins, but Simba himself is annoyed by how much they are crying. When Srabi tells Simba that he used to cry a lot as well, Simba decides to leave, but Mufasa stops him and tells him to put together a choir as a celebration. At night, Simba goes somewhere away from his baby cousins so that he could think in a quiet place. He falls asleep, but he is waken up by a few frogs and then gets scared by an owl. After talking with them, they agree to help. The next night, Simba shows up with his choir of an owl and 3 frogs. They sing alongside Nala and it makes a perfect lullaby for Simba's baby cousins to sleep to. Little know-it-all. Okay, I think this one is more of a joke than an actual story. Simba is on a journey with Rafiki, and on the way Rafiki makes this journey a nightmare for Simba. When they get back to home, Rafiki and Mufasa tell Simba that today's lesson was that he should enjoy every journey. Birds of a Feather. This is one of the only 2 comics that are about the Lion King 2. It isn't anything special though. Kiara gets kidnapped and Timon and Pumbaa save her. Save Nala. A bunch of gorillas are trying to kidnap Simba for ransom, but he hides behind a rock. When he escapes them, a thunder strikes his tail. Simba goes to his mother and tells her to take him into the cave. Simba is traumatized by today's events. Later, Serafino asks Serabi if she has seen Nala. Serabi replies she did, but that was hours ago. So Simba wonders if something has happened to her. And so Simba decides to swallow his fears and go search for her. He realizes that the gorillas have kidnapped Nala, and so he tries to help her. When he reaches the gorillas, they are horrified because they thought Simba died when they were chasing him, and now his ghost has come to revenge, so they run away from him. Simba takes Nala back to home, and she tells about his bravery to their parents. Rainmakers. Pumbaa tells Timon that each time he burps, it rains. Timon says it's impossible, but when the hyenas attack them, Pumbaa burps and it starts raining, and lightning strikes the hyenas, so they run away. The Great Drought. It is drought season, and seemingly because of that, the river has been dry, and if it doesn't rain anytime soon, they have to leave Pride Lands. Later, Simba realizes that some gorillas have made a dam, and that's why the river is dried out. Simba comes up with a plan to break the dam without being seen, and he succeeds and saves the Pride Lands. Laugh Again. Mufasa is alone and he is trying to take a nap, but it gets interrupted by Simon. He is falling down and Mufasa saves him, and in return he gets help from Simon to teach Simba about royal duties. The Shooting Star. Mufasa and Simba are stargazing when they see a shooting star. When Simba asks Mufasa what a shooting star is, Mufasa tells him that they are stars that spread important news. Then he tells Simba to go to sleep. When Simba is gone, Mufasa asks Rafiki if it is a smart thing to tell fairy tales to kids, which Rafiki answers is harmless. But Simba was listening to them, and the next day he tries to catch a shooting star to prove that it is not a fairy tale. And because of that, some cubs make fun of him. When Simba wants to fight with them, Nala stops him. The next day he follows a shooting star until he reaches a cave at top of a waterfall. And turned out that the fairy tale about the shooting stars were actually real. Rafiki, who was following him, also sees it and tells others about it and the bravery of Simba. The Flying Lion. A sudden storm comes up, so Simba and Nala escape to a cave. Eventually the storm ends, so they go to a lake. When they see a few birds, Nala says it's neat that they can fly, but Simba says that he could also fly if he wanted to. So he tries to make wings out of leaves. It doesn't work. When Simba is laughed at, he takes a walk to the mountain alone. But he sees the hyenas, so he jumps down on a tree to hide. So Zazu and his friends fly him back to home. Never friends again. Simba pours mud on Nala during play, so Nala goes away from him. Later Simba tries to cheer him up by trapping her. So this time Nala says they are not friends anymore. Later Srabi suggests Simba to give Nala a flower to make up to her, which gets Simba into trouble. Then he tries to give her a fruit so that she could use it as a toy. But that fruit turns out to be a honeycomb, so more trouble. Then he tries to give her a fish, but he again fails. But this time Nala was watching him and it made her laugh. When Simba tells Nala that he was trying to give her something that she likes, Nala said that she liked to look at the sunset. So they do it and become friends again. A royal fib. Zazu is teaching Simba, but Simba is not willing to learn. So he tells Zazu that he is a prince, so he does not have to listen to him. Mufasa was listening to the whole conversation, so in order to make Simba listen, he comes and tells Simba that Zazu is also a king from a land far away, but his evil uncle dethroned him. A very forced overshadowing if you ask me. Later, when Simba is alone, he thinks that his father has made it up. So in order to make sure, he calls two birds that were flying over him and asks them about it, and they agree to prank Zazu. The birds go to Zazu and say that his evil uncle has been chased away and the throne is waiting for him. Zazu tells Mufasa about it, and they are both confused about this made-up land to be real. So Mufasa tells Zazu to find this made-up land to clear things up. Later Mufasa finds out that it was all Simba's plan, so he scolds him. 2 weeks later Zazu comes back and Simba apologizes to him. The cheeky bird. Nala tells Simba that she has something funny to show, which is a few young birds failing to learn how to fly. When one of them learns to fly, it starts annoying Simba. A little later the bird does it a few more times, and each time it happens, Simba tries to catch it but fails and ends up hurting himself. The last time, he falls into a deep hole, so the bird tells Nala about it, and Nala tells Mufasa about it, and Mufasa saves Simba. The Lion King 2: Simba's Pride. This is the other comic that is about the Lion King 2, and it is just that movie as a comic. Hakuna Matata. This one is a gag comic, including 6 very short stories. A gift from the heaven. Mufasa tells Simba that the stars are the great kings of the past who are looking over them all the time. The next day, a hungry, skinny lion is walking around. A meteor hits him, but he survives. Simba saw the meteor falling, so he followed it. Simba reached the place the meteor hit and saw the skinny lion. And Simba thought that he is one of the great kings of the past who has fallen down from the sky. And the lion runs with it because Simba brings him food. He tells Simba that he is on a secret mission and Simba shouldn't tell anybody about it. Mufasa and Zazu realize Simba is hiding something, but they pretend to believe his lies. Later, they realize what has happened, but they don't do anything so that Simba wouldn't be heartbroken. Later, Zazu sees Simba being attacked by a crocodile. So, he tells Mufasa, but when they reach Simba, he had already been saved. Turns out the skinny lion saved Simba and told him that his mission is done and he left the Pride Lands. Dream Child. Simba and Nala take a nap, but Simba was on a log next to a river, and the river slowly takes the log with itself, but Simba is still asleep. This one is also a joke comic. The entire time, Simba is sleeping in danger, and sometimes by accident and sometimes by other animals he is safe. At the end, some monkeys bring back Simba next to Nala, and then they wake up, not realizing the stuff that happened when they were asleep. Teacher in danger. Simba is again bored with Zazu's lessons, so Simba makes Zazu go away. Later, a bunch of big birds are bullying Zazu, so Simba and Nala disguise themselves as a monster to scare those birds away. Whoever lies 3 times. Mufasa tells Simba and Nala to organize a party for all the cubs in the Pride Lands. Simba doesn't like doing this, so each day he comes up with a lie and avoids doing stuff, so Nala has to do everything. Nala and Zazu realize that Simba is lying. Zazu wants to tell Mufasa about it, but Nala stops it because she has a plan. When the day of party arrives, Nala tells everyone that Simba was a great help, even though he has gone through a lot lately, which makes Simba feel guilty. So when the party ends, Simba tells Nala to rest while he does all the cleaning. The baboon problem. Rafiki's cousin, Biba, has come to Pride Lands. He is clumsy, which leads to him accidentally hurt Mufasa and Rafiki, but they forgive him and let him stay for a while. Later, Rafiki tells his frustrations to Mufasa because Biba always brings trouble. Their conversation is interrupted when Biba sits on an ant nest and falls into water. Later, Biba hangs from a branch and falls down. Then he sits on Pride Rock and falls on Mufasa. Later, Biba performs a rain dance, and that leads to a storm. Simba and Nala are nowhere to be found, so Biba searches and finds them in trouble, and calls the rest, and they together save Simba and Nala. The prince from the ice. Simba saves a penguin from the river. Simba has never seen a penguin before, and the penguin, whose name is Azo, has never been there, so they are both weirded out. Later, Simba shows Azo the Pride Lands, but Azo says that his lands are better, and he was drove here by accident. That's when an eagle picks him up and brings him back. Good behavior. Mufasa and Trabi go on a journey, and Zazu has to babysit Simba and Nala. And of course the kids tire him for 2 days until Mufasa and Trabi come back. Home, sweet friend. After getting wet in the rain, Pumbaa wants to build a house so that he wouldn't get wet again. Timon tells him that they should find a place instead. So they go their separated way. Timon has a miserable time trying to find a shelter while Pumbaa is building one. Pumbaa fails, but at least he saves Timon from a cheetah. Just lying around. It's an April's Fool comic in which Timon and Pumbaa trick King Simba to hang out with them. Simba Size It. A full-grown Simba plays with Timon and Pumbaa, chasing them, and suddenly gets stuck in between two rocks. While stuck, he falls asleep and dreams that he becomes a giant. Timon and Pumbaa wake him up, and Simba suggests that he is too big to play with them. But Timon replies that they just took a different route than usual. Simba eventually gets out of the tight spots and starts chasing and playing with them again. The spatial training. Timon tells Pumbaa that he has become too fat and now he should lose weight. The Pumbaa perfume. Timon has fallen in love, so Pumbaa makes him a perfume so that Timon could be surrounded by butterfly and get the girl. Better safe than sorry. A bunch of lizards try to attack Timon and Pumbaa and fail. Revenge is sweet. Pumbaa is falling down a tree and Timon isn't helping him. When Pumbaa saves himself, he puts Timon in the same situation. When two fight, Timon and Pumbaa argue. The family tree. Simba gets stuck in a tree and a rhino saves him. And in return, he is allowed to be in the lion's den. In a tight spot, Timon and Pumbaa get stuck in a log. A gift is a gift. Timon gives Pumbaa a gift, but Pumbaa has nothing in return, so he doesn't accept the gift and calls himself a bad friend. He takes it so long that a hornbill takes the gift away from Timon. A genuine friendship. Pumbaa wants lunch, but Timon says he is not hungry. Pumbaa then says he is not hungry either. But after a few seconds, he runs into some bugs because he really is hungry, but he accidentally throws Timon into bushes. Smart hug. The hyenas attack Timon, and Pumbaa saves him by outsmarting the hyenas. The bridge on the river. Pumbaa tries to use some rocks in the river as a bridge, but those rocks were actually hippos. Rainy season. After a rain, Timon and Pumbaa find bugs. Simba's new brother. Simba and Nala are playing when a cub named Malka shows up. The lionesses say that they don't know him, so he probably has lost his pride. Nala is on top of Simba. Malka is impressed by Nala and makes fun of Simba for losing to a girl. Malka then sees the hyenas and scared them off. Mufasa and Srabi are so impressed that they want to adopt Malka, which will make him Simba's brother. Simba does not want this, so he tries to get rid of him. Simba takes Malka to a maze-like place and tells him that they are playing hide and seek. When Simba leaves Malka alone, Malka freaks out, so Simba feels guilty and runs back to him. When Simba asks what happened, Malka said that he was scared. He tells Simba that he just pretends to be a brave and clever boy. He said that he has lost his original pride, and each time he joins a new pride, he gets lost again. And now he really misses his mother. Simba is now bringing Malka back to Pride Rock, but on the way, the hyenas show up. They escape from the hyenas and reach Pride Rock. Turns out that Zazu has found Malka's mother. Malka says his goodbyes and goes back to his pride with his mother. The latest trend. Timon and Pumbaa play baseball. Then everyone is playing baseball and rocks are thrown everywhere, so Timon and Pumbaa take shelter. Stirred by thunder. Lightning strikes and Pumbaa jumps on Timon. Fully convinced. Timon works out. A great team. Simba began to challenge other young animals to competitions in which he held an unfair advantage. Together, the young animals informed Simba that they would only compete again if they could make the rules. After a few more rounds and an encounter with the hyenas, Simba learns to respect the other animals and play fair. Snakes in Paradise. Recently, Nala has been spending time with a female cub named Tama more than Simba, which makes Simba feel jealous, so he follows them. They go through some rocks and reach a secret valley, full of flowers and butterflies, which seems so girlish to Simba that it makes him sleep out of boredom. So that's why Nala didn't want to show it to Simba. When Simba wakes up, he realizes that he is surrounded by snakes. So he yells for help, and Nala and Tama come to rescue. Circus ready. Timon and Pumbaa try to do circus stuff and fail. With depth. Timon and Pumbaa try to use a hippo as a boat, then a crocodile attacks them. Fresh fish. Timon and Pumbaa try to catch a fish and fail. Nice mess. Timon tries to be nice to a girl and Pumbaa is no help. Dangerous art. Timon and Pumbaa annoy Rafiki and he attacks them in return. Taking root. Pumbaa tries to plant a tree. Nice views. Timon and Pumbaa are looking at the clouds, then it starts raining. All under one roof. Pumbaa makes a small house and makes a few animals live in it in his own way. Powerful sound. Timon and Pumbaa make loud sounds and the animals throw fruits at them for it. Flowing water. Timon and Pumbaa dig a road to have water at their home, but that leads to a hippo falling down on Timon. Unbungalivable. Rafiki and Simba are on a journey and Rafiki is telling the story of a monster to Simba. They reach other baboons and Simba talks about that monster to them. They try to set a trap to catch that monster. Later, Simba falls into a river, but he is saved by that trap. Snorting protects. A cheetah tries to hunt Timon when he is asleep, but Timon thinks it's Pumbaa snorting. So he shouts at him and the cheetah runs away. Tarzan Timon. Timon is trying to impress Lulu, a female meerkat, by doing Tarzan stuff, and he fails. Hat trick. Timon tries to impress Lulu by wearing a nice hat, and fails. Heartbreaker Zazu. Zazu is trying to teach Simba and Nala, but he is distracted by a female hornbill. At first, they tease Zazu, but then they try to help him, which didn't work. After a few more failures, turned out that female hornbill knew who Zazu is and she already liked him for who he is. Who saves whom? Timon tries to save Lulu from a fog and fails. The swing. Timon builds a swing for Lulu and Pumbaa accidentally breaks it. Elephant walk. Simba runs away from Zazu and meets two young elephants who has lost their hair. Simba wants to help them. On the way, crocodiles attack them and Mufasa saves them. Roar. Okay, this one is really goofy. Scar is roaring to show his strength and Timon tells Cub Simba that it's annoying. Yes, Timon is living with Cub Simba on Pride Rock in this one. Timon goes to Scar and pretends to roar, while Simba roars in a ravine to make a loud sound, which makes Scar think Timon can really roar loud, and because of that he runs away. Let's just say it's a joke and completely ignore that it happened, shall we? Spots and stripes. Zazu is teaching Simba and Simba is bored. It's getting tedious at this point. Simba says sometimes he doesn't want to be the future king and sometimes he doesn't even want to be a lion. So he asks Babu, the baboon, one of Rafiki's students, to draw black stripes on him to make him look like a zebra. But after spending time with the zebras, Simba realizes that the life of zebras are boring. Then Nala comes with black dots on her body that makes her look like a cheetah and scares the zebras off. Then real cheetahs come and mistake Simba for a zebra at first, but soon they realize that they made a mistake. But they want to attack them anyway because they made them lose their lunch. But the zebras save them. You never stop learning. Simba doesn't want Zazu to teach him. What's new? Simba tells Zazu that a hornbill can't teach anything that is useful to a lion. Then a few animals ask Simba for help. Some elephants don't let them have water. Simba tries a few ways, but it doesn't work. Then Zazu scares the elephants off with a few mice. Simba realizes that Zazu's lessons are in fact useful. Landslide. When Simba boasts to Timon and Pumbaa about being the future king, they laugh at him and insist that he doesn't scare them. So Simba climbs a rock pile to try and pounce on them from the above. However, he slips on the rocks and joins a small rock slide that rolls onto Timon and Pumbaa below. Simba asks them if they're afraid of the future king now, but Timon laughs and says, "We're only afraid of the landslide king." Monkey magic. Simba tells a rhino and a zebra that Rafiki can see the future, and so does Simba because he has learned a few things from Rafiki. The rhino doesn't believe it, but the zebra does, so Simba and the rhino try to prank him. Later, Simba tells the zebra that in a few seconds, a giant rock will fall into a ravine, while from the above, the rhino pushes that rock and makes it fall. But the rock almost fell on Simba and made him fall in the ravine, where the hyenas are. Rafiki realizes it and asks help from his baboon friends, and they save Simba. Alarm clock. Pumbaa and Simba are sleeping. Timon wants to wake them up because it's their turn to find food, but they won't wake up. So Timon takes a long walk to the water hole, but he ends up scaring a little elephant, so its father chases Timon. When Timon escapes, he's so tired that he passes out. That's when Simba and Pumbaa wake up and make fun of him for sleeping. Border case. Timon and Pumbaa argue over bugs, so they draw a line and each of them take a side to divide the bugs. But the bugs are only on the line, so none of them gets to eat the bugs. After the success of the Aladdin video game on the Super Nintendo and the Sega Genesis, Disney attempted to recreate the success. So this time Disney wanted a Lion King video game to be in development alongside the movie. Before that, usually toy video games would be out a few months after the release of the movie, but this time, Disney wanted the game to be taken as seriously as the movie that it is based on. So they asked Virgin Interactive Entertainment, the developer and publisher of the Genesis version of the Aladdin game, to develop a Lion King game as well. And Disney themselves would do the animations of the game alongside the new rendering process so that it would have an animation that is almost as good as the movie itself. The developers were given voice samples of the characters, and the creators of the music of the movie also made music for the game. A short while after the release of the movie, the Lion King video game would be out on home and handheld consoles of Nintendo and Sega and personal computers, alongside an $8 million advertisement campaign. Just like the Aladdin game, the elements that made the movie special would also exist in the game. If the Aladdin game was good, the Lion King video game had to be great. A game known to be one of the best video games ever by Disney fans and also one of the most difficult games ever by retro gamers. At the time, it was one of the most impressive video games ever, So now, after 30 years, I am going to see if this game actually holds up after all this time, or the only reason that this game is so beloved is the impressive animations of the time. For this video, I played 4 versions of the game: Sega Genesis / Mega Drive, Super Nintendo Entertainment System, Nintendo Game Boy, and Sega Game Gear. I played them on the Disney Classic Games collection, except for the Game Gear version that is absent from the collection. I know there are more versions than these 4, but they are just a slightly different version of them. Like how the NES version is a port of the Game Boy version, and how the Master System version is a port of the Game Gear version, or how the PC versions are very similar to the Genesis or the SNES version. And also I think this game exists on LCD games as well, but I do not need to play a Tiger Electronic LCD game to realize if it's a good game or not. Of course it's a bad game. In my first few playthroughs of the Genesis and the SNES version, I used save states and the rewind back function. But I played them enough times to get used to them, and my final playthrough of them, that are the playthroughs that I captured, is done without any use of save states or rewind back function. But my footage of the Game Boy and the Game Gear versions do include the use of the rewind back function, because I just don't think that those versions are good enough to get good at. So now, with all the introductions out of the way, here is my review of the different versions of the 1994 Virgin Interactive Lion King video game. We start the game at the beautiful savanna of Pride Lands. Simba is trying to reach his father, and you can get used to his controls here. You can move and look up and down with the D-pad. You have one button for jump and one button for roar. On the top left of your screen is your roar meter. Each time you roar, it will be reduced and it takes a short while for it to refill. The higher roar meter you have, the louder you can roar. For some enemies you will need a louder roar. On the top right, you can see your health. And also here I should mention that this game is some sort of a cinematic platformer. It is less of a Mario and more of a Prince of Persia. What I want to say is that don't expect your platforming to be as good as more well-known platformers. It is not going to be as fast or accurate as what you expect. The platforming is more realistic and you should be more careful with it. In real life you cannot jump too high and you can't have a control of where you land when you have already jumped.
The cat, if he jumps in midair, wouldn't all of a sudden jump and turn the other way. He'd have some actions where he turns around. Physics would carry him a certain way. So we have to make these things appear to happen instantly and still apply the same sort of naturalistic feel that the film has.
Be patient and you will get used to it. There are chameleons that you can deal with by jumping on them. And there are hedgehogs that you should roar at them to make them vulnerable and then you should jump on them. And there are bugs that when you jump on them, they would explode, so run away from them after jumping on them. And there are also yellow bugs that by collecting them you will receive health. Checkpoints of this game is in the form of Simba's painting. You can also grab the ledge of platforms. There are also some colorful bugs that you can collect, but I don't know what they do. At the end of the level, you will see a hyena as your first boss fight. And it is easy. Just avoid it for a few seconds until it gets tired, then jump on it. In the Game Boy version, explosive bugs will explode by impact, so stay away from them and kill them by roaring at them. You have no roar meter in the handheld versions. The Game Gear version of this level is vertical. You should use the platforms and the circles that you can grab to reach the higher parts of the levels. Bugs on this version will explode when you get near them. It also has some emeralds that you can collect, but again, I don't know what they do. You will see a pixel art version of the Everything the Light Touches scene in the home console versions after the first level. After each level, you have a chance of playing a minigame in which you can play as Timon or Pumbaa and collect bugs to get extra lives and continues. Here is probably where a lot of people were stuck as a kid. Yes, it becomes that hard in the second level. Just like the movie, it has realistic colors, but suddenly it changes into a colorful world. There are rhinos that you can grab their tails and swing. Jumping on their heads will send you flying into the sky. And there are monkeys that will send you into another part of the level. There are giraffes that you can use their heads as a platform, but do it fast because when you jump on them, they will look up and that will send you down into the water and it will instantly kill you. You can see some nests that you can jump on and you can use them to reach some pink monkeys. Roaring at them will change the direction that they will send you at. This level is some sort of a puzzle platformer. At first, the monkeys will send you back to where you was, and you should change the direction of pink monkeys so that you will be sent to the end of the level. There are ostriches that you can ride, and in these parts you should have fast reflections. There are pink animals that you should jump to avoid them, and nests that you should hold down to duck so that they won't hit you. And sometimes there are both nests and animals, and you should jump twice to avoid them. And you should be careful with its timing. Any mistake can lead to an instant death. Then you will reach a tight platforming section. You should swing with the tails of the rhinos and jump on the head of hippos to reach the next section. In the Genesis version, there are shortcuts, and I won't feel bad for using them because this part is not a fair challenge. It is just annoying, because after a few playthroughs, I still don't know what part of the tails I should grab exactly. In the Game Boy version, you don't need to roar at the monkeys. Also, the small size of the screen and the placing of the ostriches makes this version of the level even more unfair. In the Game Gear version, the ostriches are just moving platform and there is no do or die situations in them. But the puzzle elements are still there, but here roaring works on all monkeys. Just like the movie, there is a gigantic skull that hyenas would come outside of it. It is one of those situations that the boss of the first level would become a regular enemy. There is a locked door that would be unlocked when you deal with the hyenas. Then there will be some falling platforms that you can get health by avoiding them. But then there are some bugs that you will be damaged by collecting them. This game sometimes punishes you for exploration, and I don't think that is considered a good design. There are some bones that you can grab and swing to reach the next sections. Then you will see new enemies in the form of vultures, and they can obviously fly, but you can deal with them by jumping on them. Some parts of the level is blocked with piles of bones, and like the classic Sonic games, you can hold down while moving to roll down and destroy them. And then some ledges that you should grab and climb to get to the higher places of the level. For some of them you should do it fast in order to avoid instant death. There are also some springs in the level and some of them will break down. Then some breakable platforms that you should be careful with to avoid getting hurt. And then a part that you can avoid the enemies and run and even tank damage to reach the end of the level faster. But be careful because there is a part that if you make a mistake in it, you will be sent to the beginning of the level. At the end of the level, there is another locked door that will be opened when you kill the 3 hyenas that are guarding it. When the level ends, just like the movie, the camera goes up to show Scar, and in the games, thanks to some shadowing, he looks even more menacing. In the Game Boy version, the climbing of the ledges is kinda automated. Just mash the jump button. And I guess here is a good place to mention that the handheld versions are kinda mindless. Like very few times I actually had to slow down and do some actual platformings. This level is different. Simba is running toward the camera, and you can only move him to left and right, and you can jump, but you have even less control over it. Just like the movie, there are a lot of wild beasts, each of them moving at a different speed. And there are also some rocks that you should avoid as well. They will blink 3 or 4 times before hitting you. Sometimes instead of a picture of a rock, a question mark will appear. And you may think it means that the placing of the rock would be random, but nope, it is always the same place. The handheld versions are easier. In the Game Boy version, it is a top-down view and there is no rock, so it is easier to avoid getting hit. The Game Gear version is a traditional level. You just need to be careful of where and when you jump. Also note that if you are playing the handheld versions on easy mode, this will be the final level. So play the handheld versions on normal or hard mode to get the entire experience. This level starts with a cutscene. This time you have to reach the lower part of the level in order to escape. But be careful because some rocks will fall down occasionally. In some parts, giant rocks will roll down and kill you if they touch you, and you should run fast to avoid it. Sometimes there is an enemy that you should roll to kill. At first I was not aware of this move and I lost a lot of lives because of that. Also, this level loves hedgehogs and pits filled with spikes. Being cocky in this level will get you killed. The level also ends with a cutscene. The Game Boy version is just a dumbed down version of the level. In the Game Gear, it is also dumbed down, but it also reuses assets from the first level and it is not a challenge at all. In this level, there are waterfalls that will send you down, and by holding left or right sometimes you can change the direction to get some collectibles. There are some frogs that shoot at you when you get near them, and spiders that are really annoying. They move fast and jump at the worst moments possible. This level is also full of ledges that you can grab and rocks that you can swing on, and sometimes go different ways to get health and extra life. But the worst part of the level is where you should cross a river and a waterfall, and there are logs that you can use as platforms, but the way they move makes it really difficult. At the end of the level, you will see an actual boss fight. There is a gorilla that hits you when you get close to it, so you have to wait and avoid the coconuts that he throws at you, and then jump on him when he gets up, and if you don't, he would hit the ground so hard that it would damage you. Do this cycle a few times and you will win. In the Game Boy version, making mistakes at the waterfall section won't instantly kill you, but instead it is slow and boring. The gorilla boss fight functions different in this one. He will throw coconuts, but this time you have to jump at a certain time to throw it back to him in order to damage it. The Game Gear version of this level is annoying. It is completely different from the other versions. In this level, there are leaves that you can use as a platform and leaves that you can use to swing. But it is hard to tell where exactly you need to go. The gorilla here is also different. He just tries to slap you, but it is easy to cheese this version of the boss fight. Now we have reached the adult Simba levels. The gameplay changes a little bit. You cannot roll down anymore, but you now have a slash and a double slash button. And I think Simba is a little bit slower now. And we have a new type of enemies, leopards. They will jump on you and attack you when they see you, but mashing the slash button usually gets the things done. This game has a very simple combat system. There are also some annoying monkeys that throws rocks at you. And there are some portal thingies that blocks your way and summons a few leopards, and when you deal with them, Rafiki would come and unlock the door for you. Then you will see some giant rocks that are connected to vines, and by slashing the vines, the rocks would fall and roll to make way for you. But don't touch them when they are moving. Also check around to find some extra continues before setting the rocks free. After a while, you can find a bottle that increases your maximum roar capacity, which is useless because I barely use my roar. It should have increased the maximum health instead, because being hit 4 times will kill you, and that is annoying at the latter half of the game. You will reach Mufasa's ghost at the end of the level. In the Game Boy version, the gorilla becomes a regular enemy. Also here it is a little bit hard to find your way out. The Game Gear version continues being annoying with a level design that is both boring and confusing at the same time. You will fight the gorilla again at the end of the Game Gear level. Here the game can get really annoying. There is too many enemies in the level, and because the combat system is kind of brain dead, that is not a good thing. And also the worst animals that can exist in video games is here. Bats. They rotate around you fast and it is really hard to hit them. They are the reason of half of my deaths. And not only there is too many enemies, there also is too many obstacles. Lava comes from both above and below, and it makes this level hell. After a while you will reach a section that you have to hit a few rocks that are connected to the ceiling to continue. After that you will be on a moving platform on the lava and bats will attack you. Here really needed a checkpoint, but there isn't any. And because of that, if you choose to not use the rewind back function of the collection, it can really be annoying because those bats can make you fall into lava and die instantly. The Genesis version sometimes glitches and doesn't load all the bats, which is a good thing actually. After more platforming, you will reach the boss fight of this level. There are 4 holes that lava comes out of them, and it would lead to some rocks fall down. You have to avoid them until those holes would be blocked, and then you have to jump on the left one to finish the level. The Game Boy version does not include this level, and the Game Gear version is again a boring level design. This level is also annoying. This one is a maze. This level is full of caves, and if you reach one and push the up button, you will go to another room. Each room also has a few caves, and you need to kill all the hyenas in a room to be able to use the caves. There are 2 things that makes this level unfair. First is the fact that you don't know which cave to use, so a lot of times you would go to the wrong room and it takes a long while to find the right cave. And second is that when Simba is an adult, the hyenas act unpredictably, and that combined with the large count of the hyenas makes this level really hard. The final room has 4 hyenas in it, and it is more than enough to make this level a nightmare. The Game Boy version is again just a smaller version of the home console versions. But each time you enter a new room, you will have a few seconds of iframes so that the hyenas wouldn't kill you the moment that you enter a room. And the Game Gear version is again just boring. Now in the final level we can deal with Scar. After multiple playthroughs, I have just realized how to fight him. You should jump on Scar's head. When you do that, Simba would automatically slash Scar once. That is when you should rapidly mash the slash button to do a huge damage to him. When he forces you to stop doing that, get away from him so that he can't hit you, and then repeat the cycle until he runs away. Then you have to do more platforming to fight Scar again. There are multiple hyenas in the way, but I suggest you to just avoid them. After fighting Scar for the second time, you have to do even more platforming, but this time it is really annoying. There are a few platforms, but lightning will strike on most of them and they would be burning in fire. It took me a while to understand the pattern and avoid reaching Scar without losing most of my health. When you fight Scar for the third time, things get a little bit different. You should still do the multiple slash thing until Scar gets tired. That is when you should move toward him and hold the double slash button, and that would throw Scar. Just like the movie, you should use this technique to throw Scar off the Pride Rock. After defeating Scar, the rain would put out the fire and you will reclaim the throne. The Game Boy version has no strategy. Just mash the slash button to defeat Scar. In the Game Gear version, there is no level. It is just Simba vs Scar. And in this one, when Scar jumps, you should also jump and slash at him to send him down. I expected the Game Boy version to be the worst of the four, but somehow the Game Gear version was worse. And the reason is that the Game Boy version is a watered down version of the home console versions. But the home console versions are good enough, and even a watered down version of it is fine. But the Game Gear version tried to be its own thing and failed miserably. Usually I would prefer Game Gear games to be their own thing and avoid being just the worst version of the Sega Genesis games. For example, I do not love most of the Game Gear Sonic games because they just try to be the Genesis Sonic games on the go, but because the Game Gear is much weaker than the Genesis, they fail, and I would rather replay the Genesis games than playing the Game Gear ones. But the only Game Gear Sonic game that I love is Tails Adventure, because it does not try to be the Genesis games on the go. It knows the Game Gear is not as powerful as the Genesis, and because of that it tries to be its own thing, and this makes it one of the best Game Gear games ever. But because The Lion King on Game Gear is probably a rushed product, it failed both as a handheld version of a home console game and as its own thing. The Game Boy version isn't anything special either. In the year of 1994, it was acceptable, but now that you can play the better versions on the likes of Nintendo Switch, there is no need to play this version of the game. Nowadays, I don't think there is any Game Boy game that is still good by today's standards. But now we get to the important question. Which version is the best, SNES or Genesis? I believe it is up to your own taste. They are both good games, but in my personal opinion, the Genesis version is slightly better, because in the SNES version the camera is a little bit zoomed, and that makes the game a little bit unfair. Also, in the SNES version the color look, what is the word, muddy, washed up? It looks a little bit weird, and I prefer Genesis music over SNES music. And also those shortcuts in the Genesis/Mega Drive version saves you from a few unfair challenges. But again, feel free to disagree with me, because this stuff is usually subjective. But now the other important question. Does this game hold up after 30 years? Yes, but under one condition. Don't play it on the original hardware. I suggest you to get the Disney Classic Games collection, because that rewind back function saves you from annoying moments. And also it includes Aladdin and the Jungle Book games as well. The handheld games aren't anything special, but the home console games alone makes it worth it. As you can guess from the name of the game, it is an interactive storybook. We start the game with an animated picture of all the characters. Then we see Timon. He tells us how to play the game and talks about the options. By choosing the play option, the game starts. In this game, we see a picture of a few scenes of the original movie, and by clicking on different parts of the picture, stuff happens. On some parts, a narrator reads some text on the screen that tells the story. Sometimes the characters are animated and they talk. Outside of the main screen, there are characters that by clicking on them, you will see other things. For example, by clicking on Simba and Nala, you can play a minigame. First is the Circle of Life scene, and then the Everything the Light Touches scene. That has a minigame in which we pounce on Zazu as Simba. Then it's the Our Little Secret scene. And after that, the Can't Wait to be King scene. And after that, the Elephant Graveyard. And after that, the Look at the Stars scene. It has a minigame for drawing animals by connecting the stars. And after that, the Be Prepared moment. And after that, the Stampede scene. When Simba runs away, Scar has a really funny smile on his face. After that, it's the Hakuna Matata scene. The minigame of this scene is us pointing on the bugs so that Timon can collect them. Then Simba grows up. After that, Nala shows up. So that means the next scene is the Can You Feel the Love Tonight scene. And after that, the He Lives in You moment. And after that is the final battle. And there isn't any interactivity for it, but the aftermath is great instead. You yourself have to click on different parts of the Pride Lands to make it green and lively again. And then the final scene. The narrator refers to Simba and Nala's cup as a he. I could look deep into it and say this is Copa, so it's in the 6 New Adventures timeline. But it was years before the Lion King 2, so who cares really? It's just a video game. There's a very low chance of it being canon. And that's it. I don't have much things to say about it because it's just Lion King 1 as an interactive storybook. And there isn't anything interesting to say about it, except that this game could be one of the main reasons of the existence of DirectX, because this game wasn't compatible with all devices of the time. We start the game with a look at the Pride Lands. You can click on different parts of this shot to see different parts of the game. First, I went to Rafiki's tree. I clicked on Simba's painting, which led me to a drawing and painting section. This game, just like the previous game, is for very young kids. So there isn't anything special for adults. Unless, like me, you want to experience every single Lion King media. You can have an invisible picture that by dragging on it, it will be revealed. Then you can paint it in different ways and put stickers on it. There is also a mode in it that you can complete a picture with connecting dots. In Rafiki's tree, there is also a tic-tac-toe minigame and a jigsaw puzzle game. The next section I chose was the Elephant Graveyard. It has a maze minigame, and a matching minigame, and a Simon Says minigame. The next section I chose was the Waterhole. Here we can watch clips from the Lion King 1. The next section I played was the Waterfall. This one has a minigame in which you should guess a word by clicking on letters. And again, I say this game is for younger kids. There is no penalty for making a mistake. And a minigame in which you have to choose two bugs that look the same. Here I realized you can easily get a clue without any problem. And a minigame in which you should find hidden animals in a picture. And that's it. This one was also just a collection of minigames. This one is also a collection of minigames. It is a menu with a few pages, and on each page you can choose a few minigames and also have some cute interactions with the characters. In the first minigame, we play as Zazu. We control where he flies to with the D-pad, and we should make him touch the animals and avoid the obstacles. In the next minigame, we play as Simba. A bug jumps on a few platforms, and we should make Simba do the same thing by clicking on the platforms. In the next minigame, we play as a bug. It is a maze game, and we should help the bug reach the end of the maze with the D-pad. In the next minigame, we also play as a bug. With the D-pad, it moves, and it should move according to the order of the alphabets. The next minigame is a jigsaw puzzle game, and the next minigame is a very easy platformer. And the next minigame is also a jigsaw puzzle game. The next minigame is a counting game. In the next minigame, there are bugs that are hidden in the jungle, and you should click on them so that Pumbaa can eat them. The next minigame is a little bit complicated in comparison to the other minigames, but you will understand it by seeing one round of it. This is how the game works. It's some weird sort of a card game. The first person or computer that gets rid of all of his/her/its cards wins the round. There are 6 slots in the middle of the screen. The 2 middle slots are full. Each 2 cards are connected to each other. There are shapes on each card. You should put a card next to the middle ones so that the same shapes would be next to each other. Then the similar shapes next to each other would disappear, and the furthest shape would replace the middle shape that disappeared. So now you got rid of one of your cards. You can rotate the cards as well, and if you don't have a card you need, you should get a new one. And that was the last minigame. There is just an extra drawing section in this game that lets you draw stuff and put stickers on it. This game is a minigame collection. There are 2 versions of this game, a PC version and a SNES version. The first minigame I played is called Burper. It's a weird shoot 'em up game. The closest thing to this game that I can think of now is Donkey Kong 3. You can go left and right with the D-pad. The bullets of this minigame is in the form of Pumbaa's burp. You have 1 button for small burp and 1 button for big burp. But don't spam it because you can run out of burp. Some of the enemies are bugs that if you fail at killing them, they can land and walk, and if they touch you, you will be damaged. But you have some sort of a melee attack for those situations. Pumbaa can use his tail as a whip, 1 button for left attack and 1 button for right attack. In a certain amount of time, you need to kill a certain count of enemies. If you run out of time or you receive too much damage, you will lose a life. And if you run out of lives, obviously it's a game over. You can receive extra lives. These games are kinda endless. In some of them you can go to the next level, but there is no end to it and it just gets harder until you die. The next minigame that I played is a Timon and Pumbaa themed pinball. It's obvious what a pinball is, you don't need me to tell how it works. I love pinball, but this one is kinda annoying. You know those rare situations that the ball is falling down, but you can't hit it no matter what? That situation in this minigame is anything but rare. I think there isn't a next level in this minigame. Sometimes you can get some power-ups like an extra ball or saving a falling ball. The next minigame I played is called Sling Shooter. It's my favorite minigame in this game. I don't know if it's the name of the genre, but if you see it, you know how it plays. You can aim with the D-pad and there is one button for shooting. You should shoot at a certain count of targets in a certain amount of time to go to the next level. But be careful because you can run out of bullets and there are a few targets that will give you negative points. And now the PC exclusive minigame. I think its name is Bug Drop and it's basically a Puyo Puyo game. If you're on YouTube, you already know what Puyo Puyo is. It's a puzzle game. You need to put shapes of the same color next to each other in a certain way to get a point. I don't know what else to say about it really. And also, if you already do not like the SNES version, you are not going to like the PC version. Yeah, the PC version is better, it has an extra minigame and it has some nice animations, but the core of it is the same. With the exception of this one extra minigame, there isn't really any spatial difference between these two versions of this game. The last minigame I played is called Hippo Hop and it's a variation of Frogger. I don't know if it's a bug or this one is just hard, but I was stuck at level 1. Even setting the game on easy mode didn't help. I think there isn't that much difference between easy, normal or hard mode. Because in Burper and Sling Shooter I would go up more than a few levels no matter the difficulty level. And in Jungle Pinball and Hippo Hop I fail miserably no matter what the difficulty level is. It isn't balanced well. 2 minigames are too easy and 2 minigames are too hard. And yeah, that's it. What do I think about this game? It's good enough. If you like minigames and The Lion King, then yeah, play it. But if you don't, well, nowadays there are lots of these type of games on mobile devices. If you have played a similar game, then this game does not offer anything new. Unless you are nostalgic for this game or you love Timon and Pumbaa. It's not anything special, but I still wonder, why wasn't this game on the Disney Classic Games collection? There was already an SNES emulator on that, then why didn't they just add it in the base game or DLC? It's just a sad thing about modern gaming. Only games that are considered perfect will get re-releases. And if they are anything less than that, then companies pretend that they don't even exist. It would be cool if we had a Lion King video game collection. Imagine all the versions of the OG game alongside the 2 versions of Simba Mighty Adventure and the GBA game and this one on a collection. Everyone would buy to play the OGs, but then they would also play the rest as well. In a perfect world, all the 30 or so Lion King games would be available on modern hardware, but I just asked for bare minimum. It's a very old PC program that lets you print the picture of Lion King characters. It's a Tiger Electronics LCD game. I don't know what more to say. As you can see, there are more than a few Lion King games that are educational. That's because the term edutainment was popular in the 90s. There were franchises that were made to be edutainment media. But most of the more well-known educational games were based on non-edutainment franchises. Oh, did I say well-known? Sorry, I meant infamous. the likes of Mario is missing and Sonic's Schoolhouse are laughing stocks at this point. Because they were not made with teaching in mind, they were made with making money in mind. Game development in the 90s were cheaper, so when any genre of gaming would get popular, already established franchises would release a new game in that genre in just a few months, and bam, easily made money. And of course, it wasn't just related to gaming franchises, because cartoon franchises also did this, especially when it came to edutainment. Because in an era that parents were worried about stuff like violence in gaming, educational games were the only types of games that some of them would willingly buy for their kids. So for companies like Disney, with their huge amount of lovable characters for children, it was granted money for them to make edutainment games based on their IPs. One more popular form of an educational game is 10-finger typing. So Lion King made a typing game with their popular characters Timon and Pumbaa. I am not that good at typing, so even though I am not a kid, I think I am a suitable enough person to review this game. So let's start. This game actually has some sort of a story. At first, Timon and Pumbaa are in a classroom, I think. Some bugs are annoying Pumbaa, so we should help him through typing. But before that, we should learn a few typing lessons from Rafiki. He tells the basics of 10-finger typing and tells the easiest keys to type without looking at the keyboard. After a little bit of practice, it's time to help Pumbaa. There are holes in the floor that are organized similar to a keyboard. From the holes that are in the place of the few keys that we have learned, bugs would come out. And by pressing the key that represents the hole that the bug has come out of it, Pumbaa would shoot berries at them. After that, Rafiki would teach a few more keys, and then again we should play the same minigame. After a few rounds, the cycle ends. You will receive a certificate, and Pumbaa and those bugs become friends because they actually had fun, and we reach the next section of the story. Timon and Pumbaa are walking through the desert. Pumbaa is thirsty, so he can't walk anymore. Timon drags Pumbaa to a place so that he can get some water for him. They reach a construction that can give them water, but it's broken and the guy responsible is not willing to help. So Timon has to make the construction work himself. But of course he can't do it alone, so we should help him through typing. So that means more typing lessons from Rafiki. The minigame in this section is a little bit more complicated. In the first section, we dealt with letters, but now we deal with words. For each word we type, the construction works more, and eventually the water tank would be full. But each time something happens that makes us repeat the cycle a few times. In the next section, Timon and Pumbaa reach a jungle full of bugs. So now we should help them catch the bugs through typing. So again, after a few lessons from Rafiki, we reach another typing minigame. This time there are a few words at the same time. Each of them will make Timon and Pumbaa jump on a platform. I think the game wants us to choose the platforms that have bugs on it. But instead of catching bugs, I just typed the word that was easier for me and didn't catch that many bugs. But it didn't register as a failure. Yeah, there are failure states in this game. If you make too much mistake, you should repeat a round. And now we reach the final section of the game. Well, at least I hope it's the last one because the game crashed, but I had seen enough from the game and didn't feel like there was a need to play the game more. Timon and Pumbaa reach a cave, but there were hyenas in it. So now we should help Timon and Pumbaa run away from them through typing. After a few lessons from Rafiki, it's time for the typing minigame. This time we are dealing with sentences. The speed of Timon and Pumbaa's running is related to the speed of our typing. So if you're slow at typing, you will lose. Sometimes there are two words to choose to type, and each of them will lead you to a different way. So there you have it. What do I think about this game? I had my fun with it. As I said, I am not good at typing, so I kinda needed something like this. And I am also a fan of The Lion King, so there is also that. I guess if you are as big of a Lion King fan as me, and you are not a typing expert, then you will have fun with it. And I believe kids will like it as well. But here is the problem. These games are old and you can't install it on modern hardware. I played most of these old PC games on a Windows XP virtual machine, and I don't think it's worth creating a virtual machine just so that your kids will learn typing with Timon and Pumbaa. But if you already have a virtual machine or an old PC, then yeah, why not? I think it's a good way to teach your kids how to type. I mean, I think it improved my typing a little bit by just playing it for 2 or 3 hours. So yeah, I guess it can actually help kids how to type. The game starts at Rafiki's tree. There are paintings of different animals on the wall, and clicking on each of them will lead you to their respective section. First I clicked on Rafiki's color tank, which led me to the drawing section. Then I played the giraffe section. It has a music production part. You can make music by giving fruits to the giraffes. By clicking on Rafiki's staff at the top right corner, you can go to the other parts. There is a part that lets you create a giraffe. And also every single section has a part that is a music video about that respective animal. The next section I played was the elephant section. It has a minigame in which you should put an elephant on the platform according to the pattern.
How'd you figure that one out? I was having a hard time.
The Future King, everyone. The Future King. Then there's a section that lets you make an elephant. Yes, every animal section also has a part that lets you make that animal. The next section I played was the monkey section, which had a Simon Says minigame. Then the hippo section that has a minigame in which you should move purple hippos so that a pink hippo can get out of water. I think I played mobile games similar to this before. Then the lion cub section with a minigame in which you should find hidden cubs. After playing all sections, you can click on Prologue to play the final section. All the animals are gathered and Simba asks you questions about the animals. You have already heard the answers to those questions before in the game. At the end, you will become an honorary member of Pride Lands and they will celebrate it with another song. In Simba's Pride Active Play and Simba's Pride Game Break, Kovu is seemingly living in the Pride Lands, or at least Simba is okay with Kovu coming to Pride Lands sometimes. I could go off on a tangent again and theorize for 10 minutes about what is different in this timeline. And if you have been following this channel from the beginning, I think that's expected from me. But I'm not in the mood today, it's just a stupid toy game, who cares really. This one is also a minigame collection, but I think some of these minigames have been sold separately as well, but I only played the complete version. The first minigame I played was Cup Chase, which is a maze game, I don't know what more to say. The next minigame I played was Paddle Bash, which is a competitive breakout clone. There are a lot of factors in who will win. There is the amount of bricks you break, but be careful to only use your ball to break them, because if you use the ball of your enemy, then it won't count for you. But the more important factor is to hit the wooden squares, so that a bridge would be made in front of a character, Timon or Pumbaa according to which character you choose. And if the bridge in front of your chosen character is fully made, then he will eat a bug and that gives you a lot of points. And there are a bunch of power-ups as well. The next one I played was Swamp Berry Sling, and it's a shooting minigame. I have played countless amount of these type of minigames. And the last minigame I played was Conga Longa, which is a weird version of those snake games on those very old mobiles. So that's it. This one is also a fine minigame collection. If you are interested in my videos, please subscribe. After the success of the Lion King game on Super Nintendo and Sega Genesis, Disney knew they had to have more Lion King games. Not all of them were platformers like the original, but with the release of the Lion King 2, it was time to make another Lion King platformer to work as a sequel to the SNES/Mega Drive game. Despite the popularity of some Disney games on Nintendo and Sega consoles, this time Sony's PlayStation console was their main focus, because it sold much more than the Nintendo and Sega consoles of that generation. This time Activision was tasked with publishing the game, and Activision does not always mean good quality, does it? The Lion King 2 is not as big of a success as the Lion King 1, but at least some people respect the Lion King 2. But when you compare Simba's Mighty Adventure to the game that it was supposed to be a sequel to, it's a big failure. The first game was a critical and financial success, but not this one. With a score of 3 out of 10, this game is considered a disaster. I was caught off guard when I realized that, because I played this game as a kid and I remember really enjoying it. So I guess now as an adult, I need to revisit the game and see if people were too harsh on it, or was this game really that bad. This game isn't just an adaptation of the Lion King 2, it's actually an adaptation of both Lion King 1 and 2. So that means that just like the first game, we will start this game at the beautiful savanna of Pride Lands. And again we need to help Simba reach Mufasa to see the everything the light touches scene. And I think I shouldn't have called it the beautiful savanna of Pride Lands, because it is Pride Lands, but it definitely isn't beautiful. You know, if this game was released in 1996 or sooner, I would be fine with it, because at least I could come up with the excuse that it was an early PS1 game, so 3D was a new concept in the world of gaming. Even though Crash Bandicoot was released at that year, but not everyone is as talented as Naughty Dog. But the thing is, this game was released at the year of 2000. Even if it was released at 1998, at least their excuse would be that the game had to be rushed so that it would be there next to the Lion King 2 VHS. But it was released 2 years after the movie. If they were already 2 years too late, why was this game still rushed? These models don't look good. When I played this game for this review, I realized that I had one of the worst cases of nostalgia blindness. I remember these 3D models to be much more detailed. In my mind, they look like the models from the PS2 Kingdom Hearts games. But in reality, man, these 3D models are ugly. So without even needing to talk about the gameplay, I can already see where the hate of this game comes from. The first game was one of the best looking games of the time, but this game even by PS1 standards look ugly. But the graphics are not everything. If the gameplay is good, then I am willing to forgive the ugliness. So let's see how the gameplay is. You can move with the D-pad or the left analog stick. There are collectibles that gives you points, with each color having a different value. You need 100 points to unlock the next level, but don't worry, even on a very casual run, that is an easy task. Even if a young kid finishes a level in this game, he or she would have collected enough collectibles to have enough points. But if you are not a child, then try to collect them all so that the game wouldn't be a boring brain dead experience. Also, I should mention that the movement controls aren't as responsive, and I don't know if that's because of the lack of polish or because they were trying to recreate the movement of the first game in this one. It is not bad, but don't expect a movement as smooth as the movement of the likes of Crash and Spyro. You can jump with the cross button, and there is a little bit of a momentum to it. You can jump slightly higher if you were running before jumping. You will see Nala and she will tell you this, but it's a little bit too late because you already had to jump in order to reach her. Be careful with your movement though, because hitting a wall kills the flow. There are 5 letters that you can collect to form the name Simba, probably inspired by Donkey Kong Country. You will see your first enemy, which is a bug. You can roar at it with the circle button to kill it. Killing enemies will also give you points. In each level, there are 500 points to collect, and that includes the points that you will get by killing enemies. So if you want to 100% a level, you need to collect everything and kill every single enemy. Also, collecting 100 points gives you an extra life. Then you will see lizards that you should jump on them to kill them. After that, you will see fruits that you can collect to unlock minigames. You will reach Mufasa and he tells you how to row, which again is too late to say. Zazu is the checkpoints of this game. You can collect meat to fill your health bar. You will see Scar, and I think it's a good time to say that the voice acting of this game isn't anything special. I think none of the voice actors of the movies returned for this game, so they just tried to mimic their voices and yeah, they failed at it. Scar tells you that you can roll with the square button. You can use it as an attack, but I think roaring and jumping are more useful. You can use the roll to kill the bugs, but for more powerful enemies like hyenas and lionesses, you could end up damaging yourself. But you can roll before jumping to reach a slightly higher place. You will see Scar again later in the level, and this time he will teach you how to pounce. If you jump and then roll in the air, you can pounce on enemies. That's what Scar says, because it doesn't actually work. I think they ran out of time and they couldn't implement this function correctly. Sometimes I use the pounce to correct my jumps, but as far as combat is concerned, a regular jump is more useful than pouncing. Not that I'm complaining, it's actually funny because they accidentally got Scar's personality right. Then you will meet Nala again, and she tells you that you can grab from the edges of platforms. So yeah, on paper this is a sequel to the 16-bit game, because it brings back almost every mechanic from that game. At the end of the level, you will reach Mufasa, and I think here I should mention that the worst thing about this game is the long loading screens. If you are not a patient person, then don't play this game. Also, this game uses random clips from the movies to tell the story. Then it will show how many points and other things you have collected, and again it takes a long time. The second level is the elephant graveyard. You need to escape the hyenas, and you will start with a 2D section. The common enemies of this level are hyenas and vultures. This part contains a top and a bottom section, and if you want to complete the level, you need to explore both of them. You will see holes that lava would come out of them, and you should be careful when you jump over them. And hyenas from afar that would throw bombs at you, so be careful when you cross their path. And moving platforms on lava. After a while, you will reach the second half of the level, which is in 3D. At the end of the level, you will have a boss fight encounter with Shenzi, Bonzai and Ed. And I am being nice by calling it a boss fight because they aren't different from regular enemies. Now we reach the horrifying part of the first movie as the third level. You need to run away, but unlike the first game, it is not an auto runner. It's still a traditional level, you just need to run towards the camera. Here, because you should be careful of the wild beasts, killing all the enemies, which are J-calls in this level, and collecting all the collectibles are a little bit of a challenge. If it takes too long to kill the J-calls, they will run away, so you would probably need to die to restart from the checkpoint. But that's not really a big concern, because if you die, you don't need to recollect the points. The biggest threats of this level are the boulders that can fall on you, because 2 or 3 of them are enough to kill you. Now Simba is an adult, but the gameplay isn't different. Nala is trying to hunt Pumbaa and you should save him, but the level is not on a time limit, so don't panic. Enemies of this level are monkeys that throw coconuts at you, and skunks, and hedgehogs that I think you can't jump on them, so you should roll instead. At the middle of the level, some boulders will fall down, be careful with them. And then there are some weird plants that you can use as a spring. At the end of the level, you will see Nala and Pumbaa. Now the final battle with Scar and the end of the first half of the game. And I don't have anything new to say because it's more of the same thing, except for the fight with Scar at the end of it. And again, the bosses of this game aren't that much different from regular enemies. Just sometimes you can't hit them and you should wait and dodge some boulders and logs to be able to fight them again. And some trash talking here and there. The funny thing is that the pouncing was actually useful for me in this fight. Now we reach the second half of the game, and it has already time skipped to the adult Kiara parts of the movie. Simba has realized Kiara is around the fire, so now he is trying to rescue Kiara. Something that you wouldn't know if you skip all the cutscenes. In that case, you would think that you are saving Kiara right after defeating Scar, and this level is just 2D. The enemies are zebras and gazelles. They are more of an obstacle than an enemy, but you still need to kill them to get the points. You need to do some dangerous jumps to get all the points in this level. There are also some logs that you should dodge. But the most dangerous thing in this level are rhinos that you should jump on their back. But be careful not to touch their horns because they can instantly kill you. In this game, Simba is even more of a stalker. As you can see, Simba was there during the rhino chase moment. And this level is just like the Stampede level. And now the ambush scene. And this one is also in 2D. And now the final level. The section that Kiara and Zero fall down is a full level here. This level is the best level if you ask me because it is a challenge in comparison to the other levels. There are 2 roads in this level and you need to explore both of them to collect everything. Also in this level, you can build the momentum and keep a flow. For a few moments, this game feels like something like Crash 3 and it made me realize if this game was not rushed, it could become a really fun game. This game had the potential to be something great, but it wasn't developed enough to reach that potential. At the end of the level, you will fight Zero, and it's similar to the Scar boss fight. During the end credits, you can hear a music that you could also hear in the menus, and this one is a great music if you ask me. This game made original soundtrack instead of using cheap tune version of the movie soundtrack, so you could expect mediocre music. And yeah, the music you hear in the levels are not bad, but not anything special either. But this one, this single music is really good. By finishing the final level, you can unlock a puzzle game that made me realize I am even dumber than what I thought. At the Rafiki section, there is a minigame called bug catching. In it, you play as Cub Simba. You can move his paw by going left and right and catch the bugs by pressing the cross button. You will lose by missing 3 bugs. There are 3 more mini games that you can buy with the fruits that you collected from the levels. Matching game is a matching game in which you play as Cub Kiara. Martial arts is a minigame in which you play as Rafiki. Hyenas are attacking him from different directions and you should press 1 or a combination of directional buttons and cross to attack the hyenas. Meerkat Bash is a variation of Whack-A-Mole. You play as Pumbaa and you can move him with the D-pad and press the cross button to sit on a meerkat. Do it while you are moving for a faster results. And here we are. So, is Simba's Mighty Adventure a bad game? Yes. But is it 3 out of 10 bad? No. It is more of a 6 out of 10 bad if you ask me. But here's the thing. To me, a 6 out of 10 game is a game that is bad by default. But to the right people, it can be an enjoyable experience. I agree that it is a bad game, but I would be lying to myself if I said I didn't enjoy it. And I think there are 3 reasons for that. First, the fact that I love the Lion King. Just being able to control a Lion King character is enjoyable for me. Second is me loving platformers. It's a genre that even a mediocre game in it is good enough in my eyes. And third is that I love the PS1. An ugly low poly model still has a charm to me. So I guess just like me, if you love, and I should emphasize that you should love, not just like, the Lion King, platformers, and PS1, then you should check this game out. But even if there is one of these 3 that you don't love, then you don't need to play this game. You could play Toy Story 2 on the PS1 instead. That game is fun for everyone. So yeah, I still love Simba's Mighty Adventure, but I know it is in fact a bad game. Not that bad, but it's still a bad game. I would love to see some sort of a remake or a Lion King game similar to it to fully realize its potential. Or at least have a Disney Pixar PS1 collection. That would be nice. I mean, everyone would just buy to play the Toy Story 2 game, but I think that's a good excuse to make them play the other Disney and Pixar games on the PS1 as well. In comparison to the PS1 version, this game is much more similar to the OG game. You have one button for jump, one button for claw attack, and one button for roll. You can grab the edges of the platforms. While moving, you can push the down button to roll. And there also is a roll meter. It is almost one-to-one with the 16-bit game, except we have the claw attack from the start of the game. And your health bar is much longer, so you can take quite the beating before dying. No for hit death nonsense. And there is no need to roar in this game. And also, it's more explore based than the other games. And repeat with me, we start the game at the beautiful savanna of Pride Lands. But this time, it's after the everything the light touches scene. It is where Simba pounces on Zazu. But this time you should help Simba to find Zazu and pounce on the poor guy. There are stars that you can collect. 100 of them give you an extra life. In the PS1 version, you had 5 words to collect to form the name Simba. But here, instead you should find 5 puzzle pieces that will shape the painting of Simba. You can find bugs to fill your health bar, and Simba heads to get an extra life. The enemies of this level are bugs, chameleons, and snakes, and they can all be dealt with in the same way. You either jump on them, or attack them with your claws, or roll down to kill them. At the end, you will find Zazu. You should stay at the down left corner and don't move. Wait for Zazu to finish his flying and land on the floor, and then jump on him. Do it 3 times and the level is over. There are 4 minigames in this game, and by collecting all the puzzle pieces of a level, you can play one of them. The first one is called Catch the Worms, and you play as Timon in it. You should grab worms from the holes and put them in a tree. Each time you lose a worm or Pumbaa eats them, you lose a point. Lose 10 points and the minigame is over. Each worm gives you a star. And here I realized they had very young kids in their mind while making this game. It's really easy. This game actually has a level for the can't wait to be king scene, and I have already ran out of important things to say. Enemies of this level are monkeys that throw rocks at you, and also frogs that can shoot at you, and piranha fishes that come out of the water sometimes, and also crocodiles that you can use as a platform when their mouth is shut. Another minigame in which you play as Timon. This time you are playing tennis against Pumbaa. You can go left and right and use a button to serve and hit the ball. Each time you hit a ball you get a star, and by losing 3 balls you will lose the minigame. Now the elephant graveyard scene. The enemies are hyenas and vultures and scorpions, and there are holes that lava comes out of them. The only minigame in which you play as Pumbaa. It's similar to the 16-bit game. Timon drops bugs and you can move left and right to eat the bugs, and you will lose the minigame by missing 3 bugs. Just like the first game, this level is an auto-runner. I think here you are playing as Mufasa with Simba on his back, which is a cute move, I like it. Another minigame from the 16-bit game. You play as Timon. You can move and jump, and you should collect yellow bugs and avoid red bugs. Now we reach the adult Simba section, and just like the PS1 version, the gameplay didn't change. The new enemies here are jackals, and they are one of the few enemies that take more than one hit to die. And they are fast, be careful with them. At the end of the level, you will fight a cheetah as a boss fight. And the boss fights are the only thing wrong with this game. You should just rapidly mash the claw attack button. Now the final battle with Scar. In this level there is a possibility to get lost, but exploring a little bit will solve the problem. Here, the cheetah is a regular enemy that you can kill by 2 claw attacks. When you reach Scar, you should push him with the claw attack until he falls down. This game actually has one level for the Cub Kiara section. In this game, you should save Kiara from the crocodiles as Simba, and this level is similar to the Stampede level. Now adult Kiara sections. Just like the PS1 version, you are trying to save Kiara as Simba. Enemies of this level are lionesses, and they are the strongest enemies because they take 3 hits to die. There are also boulders that can fall on you, so be careful. And now the final battle. In the background you can see the Pridelanders and the Outlanders fighting each other. At the end you will fight Zero, and again just rapidly mash the slash button to win. At the end you will see a cool one shot of Simba. I love the way his face is covered in shadow. Then you will see the end credits. So what do I think about this game? It's good. Not something that you should go out of your way to play it, but if you have the opportunity, then play it. In comparison to the other Lion King games, it is better than the Game Boy version of the first game, and it definitely is better than the Game Gear version. But against the 16-bit game, well, I have to say both versions of Simba's Mighty Adventure are much easier than that game, so they are a better starting point. But with the save states and the rewind back function of the collection, the 16-bit game is much better than these games. That game is something that all retro gamers should play, and this game is something that you should play if you have already played that game and you are hungry for more. But the final question, which version of Simba's Mighty Adventure is better? I think objectively the Game Boy Color version is better because it is polished and looks good by Game Boy Color standards. But subjectively, the PS1 version is more interesting to me. Despite its ugliness, that game can be a chill and relaxing experience. The 16-bit game and the PS1 game are kind of sides of a coin. The 16-bit game is a challenging game that you will enjoy by the sense of accomplishment it gives you after the end of each level. But the PS1 game is something easy that, I don't know, at 11 PM you play it before you go to bed. At that time you are probably tired and want something easy so that you would forget the real life for a short while, so that you could have a mental rest. But this game is kind of more of the same, which is not a bad thing, but if I did the top 10 Lion King projects, this game would not make it in the list. So this game is a good game, but nothing special. Play it if you are interested, but I think the 16-bit game or the PS1 game would be a more unique experience. This one is a flash/browser game on the now defunct Toon Disney website. It has 3 difficulty settings. beginner, intermediate, and advanced. And it is a breakout clone. You are playing as Timon and you use the mouse to make him move. There is a picture of a bug on every single brick. Breaking every brick gives 1 point. From some of the bricks, bugs will fall down when they break. And collecting those falling bugs will give you 10 points. Breaking the bricks will slowly reveal a promotional image for the Timon and Pumbaa show. It's a Tony Hawk Pro Skater clone. The main target of this game is kids, so that means it's simplified in comparison to Tony Hawk. It has characters and stages from Toy Story, Tarzan, and The Lion King. Timon has to look out for the colony, so we need to help him reach his post. We can go left and right with the D-pad. We can see the tunnel that Timon has destroyed. You can jump with the A button. There are bugs to collect, 40 of them in each level. For finishing each level, you just need to reach the end of the level. But again, if you are an adult, I suggest you to collect all the bugs to complete the game, so that it wouldn't be boring. There are vines that you can climb, and there are coconuts with a heart on them that you can collect to refill your health. At first, you can be killed by only 3 hits, so be careful. Also, this game is the most exploration-based Lion King game up until now. You can hold the down button while moving to crawl. You can use the B button to dig. You can hold down and then push the B button to dig beneath yourself. If you collect all the bugs, at the end of the level you will get a puzzle piece. Now the hyenas attack the colony. You can jump on the head of the hyenas to use them as a spring. But Timon cannot damage them and you can only knock them out for a very short time. There are also hedgehogs with blue quills that Timon cannot jump on them, so you should jump over them. There are some special bugs that you can collect and it allows you to take 1 more hit. If you press the R button, Timon will dance and that will distract the hyenas for a while, so you can pass them by. There is a power up that when you collect, you can push the L button and it will work as a screen nuke. Now you play as Pumbaa, and at the beginning of this level, something interesting happens. In the movie, we saw Timon's point of view, but in the game, we see Pumbaa's point of view. Pumbaa is sad because he is alone. Rafiki tells him that he saw a meerkat who is also alone. So Pumbaa follows Timon. Yes, Timon and Pumbaa meeting each other was not an accident. Rafiki is the one who was pulling the strings this whole time. The animated movie trilogy would happen completely differently if he was not doing all sorts of stuff in the background. Pumbaa can also jump with the A button. There are some branches that you can use as a spring. With the R button, Pumbaa will charge forward and you can break some walls with it. Pumbaa can also push rocks. In the next level, we are still following Timon as Pumbaa. By pushing the B button, Pumbaa will burp and it works as a projectile attack. Pumbaa can also charge at the hyenas to kill them, but he should burp at them to make them vulnerable before that. Later, you can collect a remote control that can stop time for a while, but I never used it. If you collect all pieces of a puzzle, you can unlock a bonus level that can increase the maximum health. The first one is for Timon. The bonus levels are on a time limit, but you can collect clocks to increase your remaining time. A funny thing that happened to me here is that just like 1 frame before I ran out of time, I collected the thing that upgraded Timon's health. So it restarted the level, but there was no need for playing the level again because I had already gotten what I came for. There are 4 gameplay styles in this game. One for Timon, one for Pumbaa, one for Timon and Pumbaa, and one on the run style, which is this level. Pumbaa is running with Timon on his back. You can hold right to run faster or hold left to run slower, and jump with the A button. Also, while running faster, you can also attack the enemies. Now, we reach the main type of the levels, the Timon and Pumbaa levels. Their controls are the same as their solo levels. You can use the select button to switch the characters. And you can see the nature of this game. It is a puzzle platformer. Pumbaa can burp at the hedgehogs to kill them. Timon can also jump on Pumbaa's back to use him as a spring. Be careful and search everywhere before going to the next section, or else you have to restart the level if you want to complete it. This is the Can't Wait to Be King section. From Timon and Pumbaa's point of view, there are some green birds that if you reach them, they will make a loud sound and it will break the walls that Pumbaa cannot reach. There are also monkeys with projectile attacks. Another on the run level, and I have already ran out of important things to say. Another bonus level. This one is for Pumbaa to increase his maximum health. Now the elephant graveyard. There are boulders that can fall down, and just like the other Lion King games, they are dangerous, so be careful with them. You can find bugs that can upgrade Pumbaa's burp. Another on the run level. In the next level, there are holes that lava comes out of them. You can also find an upgrade for Timon's dance that can distract the hyenas for a longer time. There are yellow hyenas that can summon more hyenas. Yet another on the run level. And here is where the game gets time consuming. If you just want to reach the end, this is an easy game that you can finish in an hour or 2. But if you want to complete it, from now on this won't be an easy game. Not a hard game, but not an easy game either. There are vultures that work as a moving platform for Timon, but Pumbaa is too heavy for them, so to him they are falling platforms. And here is where the on the run levels also get difficult, because these levels are auto-scrollers, so you can't just go back and explore properly to catch all the bugs. I lost count of the many times I restarted these levels. You can increase the health of Timon and Pumbaa individually, but that won't upgrade the shared health bar that they have in the on the run levels. There is a bonus level to increase that, which is also an auto-scroller. Now Timon and Pumbaa are at their dream home. Even more auto-scroller levels. At the end of this one, you will find Simba. A Pumbaa only level is playing hide and seek with Simba. Another on the run level. This time you are running away from Nala. Another bonus level that can make Timon take 5 hits. This is where Timon and Pumbaa get separated. So again, a Pumbaa only level. Now a Timon only level, in which you can upgrade Timon's dance even more. An auto runner, in which Timon and Pumbaa are approaching Pride Lands. Then an auto runner that is a nightmare. I had to replay it many times to complete it. And now one of, if not the hardest level to complete, as it should be because it's the final traditional level. Now this is where we see Timon's bravery, so it means a Timon only level. And now the final level, which is an auto runner, and this one is also a miserable experience because it's so hard to find all the bugs. At the end, a Pumbaa bonus level to make Pumbaa take 5 hits, to make replaying the game easier, I guess. So, what do I think about this game? I think I finally found a Lion King project that can be considered a hidden gem. Everyone say how awesome the Genesis/SNES Lion King game is, but barely anyone talks about this game. Nostalgia makes me love the PS1 game more, but if I remove the nostalgia, then this GBA game is definitely better. The characters look fine, but Pumbaa looks amazing. It's one of those rare situations that doing a fake 3D works on GBA. But if we look at the environment of the game, it is not the best looking GBA game, but it's fine because the level design is great. But don't play it in one sitting if you want to complete the game. If you want to finish it, yeah, do it in one sitting because it's, I guess, a work of an hour. But if you want to complete it, then it will take a much longer time. For me, it surprisingly took 7 hours because this game is a puzzle platformer and it's a very slow paced game. So I guess again, if you do not have the patience, don't play it. But if you are a patient person, then yeah, give this one a shot. I recommend you to play it in like 2 or 3 sittings. This game has 25 levels. When you compare it to the previous games that I have talked about, that's really impressive. And I think this one, if you want to complete it, it's the most fair game, I guess. You know, the Genesis/SNES version is a little bit too hard. The PS1 and the Game Boy Color version are a little bit too easy. But I think this one is right there in the middle. It's challenging enough so that the game wouldn't be boring. But it's also easy enough that you won't say when will this game end. On a DVD release of The Lion King, called The Lion King Platinum Edition, a lot of extra features exist. A lot of behind the scenes stuff and interactivity added. There are some mini games in it, but I think the big one is called Timon and Pumbaa's Virtual Safari. It's kinda like an interactive movie. At first, Timon and Pumbaa are in a car and you choose where they should go. And all of the choices lead to shenanigans. Then they are on a boat and again funny things happen to them.
Check in with Max to find out what's new at Toon.
Awesome. Are you ready?
Hey gamers, ToonDisney.com has a brand new game. It's Timon and Pumbaa's Grub Grab. So ask your parents and then see how many grubs you can grab. Right here at Toon.
I think this is the only Lion King Flash game that is not a lost media. For one of them I found a gameplay of it, and for the other one I could just find a commercial for it. But this one is preserved in some websites, so I could play it for myself. And I am glad that this one is the one that is preserved because it looks much more fun than the other two. Although in a perfect world, no game would be lost to time. This game is some sort of a Frogger clone. You use the directional buttons to move. You should go from platform to platform in order to reach the end. And avoid the enemies, which are spiders, scorpions, snakes, and rhinos. There are friendly animals as well. For example, hippos and elephants that can be used as a platform. There are also bugs to collect that give extra points. You have 5 lives. If you collide with an enemy, you will lose a life. And if you lose all of your lives, then you should start from the beginning. I didn't finish the game because it has more than a few levels, but finishing it does not seem to be an impossible task. The Platinum Edition treatment was given to the other Lion King movies as well. The Lion King 1.5 also has extra features, and again one of, if not the most important extra feature of it, is the Timon and Pumbaa virtual safari game, which becomes a tradition in these special edition versions. And again, it's a collection of shenanigans, but because this is related to the Lion King 1.5, this time Timon's mother and Uncle Max joined the ride as well. And finally we reached the final Lion King game exclusive to old PCs. And you could say this one is the most ambitious one. It is again just a minigame collection, but this time it has an actual story and it utilizes more than a little bit of 3D graphics. This game happens just a little bit after Simba becomes a king, so it could have happened even before the final scene of the first movie. As you know, during Scar's reign, all the animals except for lions and hyenas left the Pride Lands. So now that Simba is the king and the Pride Lands is slowly returning back to its glory days, it is time for the animals of the Pride Lands to come back. So Simba asks Timon and Pumbaa with telling this good news to the animals. They have to explore the lands around the Pride Lands to find them and convince them to come back. Timon and Pumbaa meet an old rhino who, thanks to a little bird, knows where the other animals are. The first animal I chose to bring back was the hippo. Before you go to an animal, you should answer a few questions about that animal. I reached a hippo, but she couldn't find the other hippo, so Timon and Pumbaa should help her find the other hippo. This minigame is a weird shoot 'em up. They are in the river and swimming underwater. Timon uses his burps as a projectile and Pumbaa uses his farts. You should avoid the fishes and the projectiles and reach the end of the levels to find the other hippo. Then I tried to bring back the elephants. Timon and Pumbaa find a young elephant, but he is too ignorant and he won't come back. So Pumbaa challenges the elephant to a wrestling match, I think. This is how the minigame works. Pumbaa is in a white circle. If you move the mouse to the left, slightly outside of the circle, Pumbaa will move forward. There are a few shapes around the white circle, and clicking on each of them will do a variation of an attack or defense. But for my case, I just spammed the shape on the left of the circle and I won. Then I tried to bring back the snakes. Timon and Pumbaa reach a snake, but he is too hungry to move. He asks Timon to feed him some foods, so the minigame starts. This is some sort of a basketball minigame, and I am still not sure about how exactly it works, and because of that, this minigame took a long time for me. There is a limited count of fruits, so be careful if you don't want to repeat the minigame. I think you should click on Timon to start the round. Then you should click on a place that the game tells you, and then I think you should click on the snake's mouth. But I am still unsure about it because it seemed random to me if I succeeded or not. And that combined with the fact that my mouse kept freaking out made this minigame a miserable experience. I think the mouse wasn't fully compatible with the virtual machine or the game. Also, I was playing the game in hard mode because I underestimated the game. I don't know how easier is the easy mode, but choose easy mode because even if it's just a little bit easier, it's still a better experience if you ask me. Also, I think this snake is the worst Lion King character. If you ask me before playing this game, I would probably say the worst Lion King characters are Tifo and Zuri from the Lion Guard, or that ungrateful zebra that no matter how many times Bongo saved her life, she was still a jerk to him. But now I know that this snake is the worst. I just kept feeding the guy and he just refused to move at all. Then I tried to bring back the frogs. A female frog is in a termite hill. I can't remember if she's hiding in there or if she's stuck in there. But whatever it is, we should help Timon and Pumbaa help her. Termites will come out and you should slowly drag and drop them to Pumbaa's mouth. When you captured all the termites, the frog can come out. Then Pumbaa lets go of the termites. Then I tried to bring back a chameleon, but I couldn't because I had to collect some flowers. On some levels, there are some flowers that you should click on them to collect them. Then I tried to bring back a baby crocodile. A family of crocodiles from outside of Pride Lands adopted a Pride Lander crocodile. But now that we can bring it back, the parents can't remember which crocodile is the adopted one. So it's our job now apparently. But first we should do a mini game, and this time it's a slightly more complicated version of a Simon Says game. Then we reach the next mini game to realize which baby crocodile is adopted. The parents make some sounds and the babies try to repeat it. We should click on the one that does it correctly. After that, we should click on the baby crocodile that do the same move. Then we should hover the mouse on them to see which one jumps the highest and jumps the most. Then we should click on the baby crocodile that moves. Then at the end, we should choose the baby crocodile who made the most mistake during the first round and repeated the same moves as its siblings the most and jumped the least and the lowest and moved the most at the last round. If you make a mistake, you should do the whole minigame again. It was difficult to me, but I don't know if my brain just stopped working or the game wasn't working correctly. Then I came back to the chameleon and he looks weird. He does not look like a Lion King character at all. First, it is a dressing minigame. Then Pumbaa is in the water and we should use the cursor to make Pumbaa move and collect some stuff. Then again, it becomes a dressing minigame. And then, it's a finding minigame. The chameleon is dancing and shapes would appear above him. There are bubbles coming up and we have to pop the bubbles with the same shapes that are above him in the correct order so that Timon would repeat the same moves. Then the final level unlocks so that we can bring back a spider. First, we need to put fireflies into Pumbaa's mouth. We should rapidly click on them to make them go sleep and then drag and drop them into Pumbaa's mouth. Then Timon and Pumbaa go to the spider. She is asleep and we should get rid of her food so that she has no choice but to return to Pride Rock. We should drag and drop the fireflies from Pumbaa's mouth on the fireflies that are trapped in the webbing. Then rapidly click on them to free them. But be careful to not wake up the spider during it. Then at the end, the spider will be convinced to come back. At the end, all the animals celebrate while coming back to Pride Lands, and Simba watches them from afar, and we see a cool one-shot of him. At the end, you will unlock a few more optional minigames. You know what? Even though I don't think that you should go out of your way to, I don't know, install an old operating system on a virtual machine or, I don't know, find an old PC to play these games. But I do not regret it, you know. I think if you are just as big of a Lion King fan as me, you should do this as well. But if you are not that much of a fan of the Lion King, then no, it's not worth it really. But again, it was a charming experience for me, you know. And that combined with the fact that after many years I used Windows XP again, that's nostalgic to me, I played that pinball game that is packed in with some versions of Windows XP, so that one was also nostalgic. And yes, that's it. This one is also an edutainment game, but this one is good enough actually. And by that I mean I can call it a video game. It plays like a platformer. The main mode of this game is called Learning Adventure. In the first level, the narrator asks Simba to pick flowers of a certain color, and we must help him jump at those flowers. Then we should do the same thing with birds. Then we must choose the smallest or largest version of a shape. In the next level, Simba is playing hide and seek with his friends, so we should help him find the hidden animals. Then it's some sort of a matching minigame. We should take baby animals to their parents. In the next level, Simba wandered too much and ended up in a jungle far from Pride Lands. This level is 3D. Sometimes we should collect a certain amount of logs to build a bridge for Simba. Then we should catch a certain bug. In the final level, Simba should go back to Pride Rock. This level is a regular platformer. Just sometimes you should push rocks or jump on a specific platform. At the end of the level, it's celebration time. You can go left and right and jump in joy. Then you will unlock a level select and extra minigames. In one minigame, we should put leaves of the same color in the same spots. The next minigame is a puzzle game. And the next minigame is a finding game. You should find a certain count of a certain animals. And in the last minigame, you should collect bugs as Pumbaa. While trying to research this one, I found a preserved version of a website that advertised the Lion King 2 Special Edition DVD. Apparently the other two movies had a website like this as well, but I couldn't find them. It tells what this special DVD has, and it has some activities, like two minigames. One is a Frogger game, and the other one is a minigame from the Game Boy Color version of Simba's Mighty Adventure. It isn't anything special, but it's depressing how much lost media or partial lost media exists. For the Lion King it isn't that much, but there are lots of franchises with lots of lost media. By the way, the DVD itself again has some extra features and activities, but the biggest one is Virtual Safari 2.0. Again, it's a bunch of shenanigans that happen to Timon and Pumbaa, but this time they are riding an elephant and the slapstick is dialed up to 11. This one is a TV plug and play game, and in two of them you play as Lion King character. One of them is called Timon to the Rescue, in which Pumbaa is sleepwalking and you as Timon should make a bridge for him so that Pumbaa won't fall into water. The other game is called Simba and the Tree of Trials. This one is a puzzle game similar to the likes of Tetris and Puyo Puyo. I am not a fan of Kingdom Hearts or RPGs in general, so I didn't play the game for myself for this video, but I watched its cutscenes on YouTube and it has some interesting stuff that I have to talk about. First, I like how the Lion King section of this game is like its own movie or game. Seriously, why didn't we have a Lion King platformer on PS2 that looks like this? I like how this section starts with Simba's nightmare, which is a flashback. It shows how traumatized he is. Then it shows Sora in the elephant graveyard. I love his lion design. In other words, he may change an outfit or change his design a little bit, but here he is 100% a Lion King character. I could totally see a character like this in the franchise. I love how he uses his mouth and tail to wield his sword because he's walking on all four of his limbs now. Like seriously, why didn't anyone at Disney try to use more of these interesting ideas? I could imagine a version of Sora exclusive to the Lion King. He could be this young adventurer lion who travels around the world to learn magic and make friends and see more of the world. Imagine this guy with Kion. Whether they would fight against each other or next to each other, it would be glorious. I also like how they gave magical powers to Simba as well. I like how he spin dashes, and I love how in this franchise, in his summon form, he has red fur and white mane. It's really cool. But I can't say that for the others. Donald is fine, but Goofy looks really weird. They also come up with good enough excuses so that Sora would be unable to mess around too much with the timeline. Nala thinks Sora can dethrone Scar, but Rafiki said that it was not enough and they would need a new king, so Sora can't challenge Scar. Also now you can add attempt of cannibalism to the list of Scar's crime. Nala attacks Scar so that Sora and friends could run away, and now also Nala has a reason to run away. Also apparently Simba met Sora before this game, but I think it wasn't from Kingdom Hearts 1. If there is any Kingdom Hearts fan here, please tell me when did they meet for the first time. Sarabi isn't in this version of the Lion King, so Scar meeting adult Simba doesn't hit that hard. Well, the entire scene doesn't hit as hard, but that's a nitpick. If I want Lion King, I will watch Lion King. This is Kingdom Hearts, I shouldn't expect it to recreate like 5 movies one-to-one in a game. It's for roaming around in the Disney cartoons, and maybe add a few things here and there, and also its own stuff. You are expected to watch the movies before playing this game. It's not meant to replace, it's meant to add. I like how Sora dealt with the hyenas and helped Timon and Pumbaa, but he didn't help Simba at first because it's Simba's fight, not Sora's. Only when Scar started to use magic and Kingdom Hearts material, Sora helped Simba. So don't say that this game ruined the Lion King because Simba had already won the battle and it's just an extra round for gameplay reason. Also, this is one of the Lion King adaptations in which Scar and the hyenas didn't betray each other. There was this and the Broadway show and the Realm of the Pride Lands, and maybe there is one more, I don't know. So if some of this stuff got a sequel, it could go very differently. Imagine if they turned Lion King 2 into a Broadway show. Or I don't know, in Kingdom Hearts 4 we got a section related to the Lion King 2 or the Lion Guard maybe. All of this would be dream situations for me. If the Outlanders and the hyenas joined forces, then the Pridelanders would be in a harder situation. By the way, the most interesting thing of the Lion King in Kingdom Hearts is not the adaptation, but it's the aftermath. It has some really interesting ideas that made me realize we really needed a Lion King TV series that is not a spin-off like the Timon and Pumbaa show or the Lion Guard. I mean a series directed towards Simba. The events between Lion King 1 and 2 are begging to be told. Or the time that Scar was a king, that one would also make a good TV show. I like how it shows that after defeating Scar, Simba really struggled in his early days of being a king. It makes much more sense than just becoming a king, and bam, Pride Lands is green again. After Scar was gone, Pride Lands was still a dead place, and Simba needed the help of his friends and family to find himself and slowly rebuild the Pride Lands. I also like how Scar's ghost is around, and even after death, he manages to hunt down Simba and the Pride Lands. which could have inspired the Lion Guard and Disney Mirrorverse. And again, if somehow we got a Lion King 2 adaptation in Kingdom Hearts, imagine Scar's ghost helping the Outlanders. Zera's dynamic with her children would probably be different if Scar was still kinda around. And Scar would probably come up with more menacing plans. Maybe we could finally see what Scar thinks of his own children. I am still salty that the Lion Guard didn't do something like this. The Lion King 2 tried to do something, but here it was done better. Simba was trying to be Mufasa, but he has to learn to be himself. Both Lion King 2 and Kingdom Hearts 2 didn't do it perfect, and again in a TV or a streaming service show these ideas could be done even better. Also, Nala is expecting Simba's child now. After running away because of his fears, Simba learns to believe in himself and be a great king in his own way, and returns to Pride Lands to save his kingdom. Okay, I think that's enough rambling from me. Let's move on to the next game. This is all we know about this game. There is no gameplay of it on the internet, there is no ROMs of it. I couldn't find a place to see if you can buy this game or anything really. This game I think is lost media. You know, if by some miracle you have this game, you know, upload a gameplay or something of it on the internet. This one is a virtual pet game that includes some Disney characters. Cub Simba is one of the pets. You can pet him, talk to him, feed him, dress him up, find bugs for him, and play games like Whack-A-Mole and hide and seek with him. And do other virtual pet stuff. This game is not anything special, but it can be a charming experience. I think this type of games have their audience and they would enjoy it. But I think kids would really love it. I am no virtual pet expert, but if I think it's a good enough DS game, then they would probably enjoy it as well. So if you have a DS around and you can find this game for cheap, then yeah, you can let your children or young siblings enjoy it for at least a short while. This one is a light platformer similar to Sackboy, with a very basic combat system and a little bit of puzzle solving. You are not playing as any Disney character, but you are playing as an avatar that can wear costumes of Disney characters. For Lion King, they have Pride Lands as a level, and you can wear the costume of Simba, Timon, Pumbaa, Rafiki, and Scar. This one is a 2D platformer and a spin-off to the Epic Mickey duology, and it's also some sort of a sequel to a Sega Genesis Mickey Mouse game. It's kinda a Metroidvania. You are in a big castle and each room is kinda dedicated to a Disney character. So there is a room that belongs to Simba and it looks like Pride Lands, and Timon, Pumbaa and Zazu are also in it. You know, in this game you are rescuing Disney characters, and you know, each Lion King character that you rescue would show up on Simba's room. This one is a simulation game. You can create attractions based on Disney cartoons and you can do quests for Disney characters. That includes Lion King characters as well. You should help Simba, Nala, Timon, Pumbaa, Rafiki and Zazu to defeat Scar. When Scar is defeated, he is banished. Later he will be welcomed back to the game because that's what heroes do. Always forgiving and giving another chance and being stupidly optimistic. Scar of course has plans of backstabbing, but for the while he will agree to lay low and don't make trouble for anyone and just mind his own business. So Scar is unlocked now. This one is one of the best mobile games of all time. It's very simple, but it's its simplicity that makes it beautiful. There was a game called Crossy Road, which was a very good Frogger clone. And if you ask me, it is the best Frogger game. And I think some Disney executives liked it as well, because after a while, a Disney version of it was released. The game was already really good, but now that lovable characters are added to it, now it is a perfect mobile game. The gameplay is simple. You will go one tile forward by tapping the screen. If you want to go left and right or go backwards, then you should swipe to that direction. But I believe what makes this game really charming is its art style. It is a very low poly game. Imagine an 8-bit game but in 3D. And also the music of it is inspired by 8-bit soundtracks. You can play as many characters from many Disney and Pixar cartoons, which of course includes The Lion King. I don't have much to say about this game, but don't think that means this game is not good. If I did a ranking of the games that I reviewed in this video, this game would be in the top 10. Yeah, I believe this game is that good because I appreciate it for what it is, a simple mobile game for relaxation that is meant to be played in short bursts. Now we reach the most depressing part of the video, because it includes cancellation, lost media, partial lost media, lack of documentation, and wasted potentials. First, a trilogy of mobile games that I consider the main Lion Guard games. The Lion Guard or the Lion Guard Assemble. It's a 2D autorunner. You play as Kion and you can take 5 hits to die. You should collect tokens to get points and lion emblems to fill your power meter. When it's full, you can be invincible for a short while. By tapping the screen, Kion jumps and you can double tap in order to double jump. There are hyenas that you should avoid or else you will take a hit. You will also meet Kion's friends on the way to invite them to the guard. And that's it. All the Lion Guard games have one thing in common, and that one thing is being brain dead. They were designed for 3-year-olds, so there isn't really anything for adults in these games. There are much better 2D autorunner games to play. Protectors of Pride Lands. This one is a minigame collection. 5 minigames, which means 1 game per each character. In the Kion game, you control where he goes with your finger. You should rescue the trapped animals and avoid the obstacles. The Fully minigame is a 2D autorunner. Sometimes you should tap the screen to jump and avoid the obstacles. In the Beshti minigame, you should make a safe way for the animals to cross the river. In the Bunga minigame, you should tap on platforms to jump on them, but be careful where you jump on. And in the Ono minigame, you control where he flies with your finger. You should find the rest of the guard and avoid the obstacles. The Lion Guard to the rescue. This one disappointed me the most because I saw potential in this one. When I was playing the first level, I kinda enjoyed it. So I expected the next levels would be better, but all the levels are literally the same. It's just one level that repeats itself. You play as Kion. and you can make him go to 4 directions by tapping the screen. There are lion head tokens to fill your magic and lion paw tokens to fill your health. You can take 3 hits. When your magic is full, Kion can roar to scare off the hyenas. In some sections, you can summon the rest of the guards to rescue animals. Then there are the games that you could play through the Disney Junior Play app. But now that the app is down, you can't play them anymore. First, there is the Descent to Defend pack, including 4 games. Grubs Up, that is a minigame that I have played to death at this point because it's in more than a few Lion King games. Then Cave Painting, in which you should scratch the wall to uncover the paintings. Then Prideland Prodigy, which is a Simon Says game. And finally, Animal Rescue, which is a jigsaw puzzle game. After playing each minigame, you will unlock stickers for a sticker book. Then is the Rough, Tough and Ready pack with another 4 games called Baobab Ball, On Your Mark, Pounce Practice, and Prideland Protector. I couldn't find footage of them, but they are probably similar to the previous pack. Then there are 4 games that I could just find one low quality picture for each of them. Their platform is seemingly Windows, but it seemingly also uses motion sensors. So I assume they are just a bunch of tech demos that very few people played them in a convention or something. I think in all 4 of them you play as Kion, but you should do something for one of the other guard members. So 4 games called Bunga's Bounding Bravery Challenge, Ono's Eye of the Guard Sight Challenge, Beshti's Log Bashing Strength Challenge, and Fuli's Super Sprint Speed Challenge. And then the 3 remaining games. There's VTech the Lion Guard, that I couldn't find any ROMs or videos about it. I could get a physical version of it, but then I would have to get a V-Smile as well, and I don't have the space for it, and I won't buy an obscure console to just play 1 or 2 games and then not touch it at all for just a single YouTube video. If you have this game, upload a gameplay of it on YouTube so that other people could see it. But I have seen but Simba's Big Adventure is on V-Smile, and I assume this game is similar to that. But also note that it could be a series of games and not just one single game, but I am not sure about it. Then there's the Lion Guard Save the Day, which is a cancelled game, so at the moment there is no footage of it on the internet. And finally the Lion Guard Pop, and every single franchise that has touched mobile gaming has a matching game like this. I don't know what more to say. And that's it. As you can see, in the world of gaming, the Lion Guard part of the Lion King franchise got the short end of the stick. Mostly mobile games for 3-year-olds, and half of them are lost. There isn't anything special to see in the Lion Guard video games, and that's depressing. The Lion Guard had the potential to have a great game, or even multiple great games. It deserved to have a console game. For example, a AAA 3D action platformer. Considering Season 3, Kion has a variety of powers that can make him fun to play. Just imagine how we could use his powers for combat and puzzle solving. We could also play as the other guard members. There could be parts that would be exclusive to only one character because of their unique abilities. It could lead to teamwork or even a co-op experience in which at the same time players could use their specific powers to finish a challenge as a team. Or I don't know, you could make a Metroidvania or even an open world game. There are lots of ways to make a really good Lion Guard game, But unfortunately, most licensed games nowadays are cheap mobile games, and that breaks my heart. It's a dress-up mobile game with Disney characters in it, including Simba, Nala, Timon, and Pumbaa. This one is a Bejeweled clone. Every franchise or company under the sun has one game like this at this point. If, like me, you like mobile games as well, then play it. But I think Candy Crush is much better. This one is a game that you could play on the Disney Junior Play app. It is a minigame collection that is a throwback to old arcade games, and it is designed for very young kids. In each minigame, you play as a Disney character, and Kion from The Lion Guard is one of them. A mobile RPG featuring Disney characters, which of course includes the Lion King. We have Scar, Rafiki, Timon and Pumbaa as a 2-in-1 character, and also the cup versions of Simba and Nala as a 2-in-1 character as well. Another mobile RPG for Disney characters. The Lion King characters of this one at first was Simba, Rafiki, and Scar, and later more characters were added. This one is a 3v3 arena brawler video game exclusive to Apple Arcade, featuring Disney and Pixar characters. At the moment, the only Lion King character in this game is Timon, and in some of his attacks, Pumbaa will assist him. And now the most interesting Disney mobile game. And I say that just because of the concept and not because of the gameplay. Because gameplay wise, it really isn't anything special. A mobile action RPG. There are more than a few similar games to this one. You can choose 3 Disney characters for each level. Each character has a light attack, and if you hold the attack button, then after releasing the button it will do a heavy attack instead. Each character also has a special attack that takes a time to recharge. And then there are the RPG elements, upgrading characters and other stuff, each character having some special stats, some rock paper scissors stuff, elemental stuff, poisoning, preventing enemies from healing themselves or other. Each character having a class like support unit or tank or melee attacker or projectile attacker, having so many options to choose in the main menu that can confuse you, and other stuff. But as I said, the concept is what makes this game special. It apparently happens in a universe in which all the Disney movies coexist, but of course not one-to-one. This game really takes advantage of happening in its own universe, completely non-canon to the original universes. It takes a twist on each character that makes them 10 times cooler. This game is basically an official fanfiction, and that's why I love it. So let's take the franchise I am talking about for example. Look at Mirrorverse Simba. He is a Super Saiyan in this universe, and he has more personality according to his bio. He is a king, so he has his royalty side, but he also has his adventurous side. which is much better than just trying to be Mufasa 2.0. But the moment I unlocked Scar, I didn't play as anyone else. Scar was already a cool character, but now he is even cooler. I think after his death, he became a demon, a shadowy figure, and I mean that literally. He literally turns into a shadow on the floor for faster traveling. Or maybe that's a portal and he thinks he is Noob Saibot. He is the king of darkness now, the complete opposite of Mufasa. Everything the light touches is Simba's kingdom, but everything drowned in the darkness and shadows is Scar's kingdom now. He had everything a great villain needed, but now he also has cool superpowers. As a light attack, he attacks with his claws. In his heavy attack, the dark aura around him becomes a big jaw and he would bite his enemies. And for his special attack, he would go into his shadowy portal and then a giant claw would come out and do heavy damage to his enemy. All the character designs in this game is god tier. Just look at the characters. The game will probably become repetitive after a while, but it is meant to be played in short bursts. I mean, it's a mobile game, you know, you shouldn't really expect PC or console level of quality from it. So I have lower expectations in this one, and also you could say I'm a mobile game apologist. I kinda defend those games. Like, I mean, yeah, console games are better, but not every mobile game is garbage, you know. There are really some mobile games that I enjoy them as much as console games. Yeah, you know, there are a few Angry Birds games, there are a few Cut the Rope games that I still play sometimes and I still enjoy. And as I said before, Disney Crossy Road is also a really good mobile game. I know nowadays most of them are very greedy with lots of microtransactions, but again, that's not all that there is to mobile games. For Disney Mirrorverse, I didn't really have a case of annoying microtransactions, but I haven't played that game a lot, you know, I've just started playing this game for this review, but I'm going to continue playing this game. There is this and Disney Crossy Road, these two Disney mobile games, I'm going to play them even after this video. The rest of them, I don't think so. And also, some of them are already delisted, so you can't even play them if you wanted to. And yeah, that's it. It's a nice little mobile game if you ask me, and it's meant to be played in short bursts. But this concept should really be taken advantage of. This game is fine, again, not really a perfect game, but a good enough game. But it would be cool if we got a game with this concept for PC or console, you know. I don't mean just port this game to them, no, I mean make some AAA action RPG or a regular RPG or something, or a hack and slash thing like a warrior clone or something. These are some good concept and character designs, you know. I would like to have them on a grander scale, you know, a better story, a deeper combat system and other stuff. Or, you know, maybe an adaptation of it, you know, even a short cartoon or anime of it would be cool. You know, what I want to say is that these character designs are really cool, you know. I like watching them, I like to look at them for a long while. And yeah, I want more of this universe, you could say, or more of a universe with Disney characters that look like this. And yeah, I think I rambled enough. Let's finish the video. This one is a life simulation game in a world that Disney characters live. And I think it's an ambitious one. A life full of adventures, each of them happening in a Disney movie. But as you can see, I didn't play the game for myself. because I am not into this type of games. But if you are into life simulation games and Disney movies, then this seems to be a must play for you. Safety is smart at home. Timon and Pumbaa go to a new home. So Pumbaa tells Timon tips about being safe at home. Stuff like not having a cord under a carpet, or keeping your home tidy, or safety tips about kitchen and other stuff. Safety is smart goes green. This one is about keeping the environment clean, an anti-littering episode. Talks about reducing, reusing and recycling. Safety is smart in the water. This one is about being safe at the beach, like using sunscreen so that your skin won't burn, and things about being safe in the water. Safety is smart about fire. Safety tips about fire. Pumbaa wakes up because of fire alarm, but Timon doesn't care. So Pumbaa starts teaching him about fire safety. Safety is smart, healthy and fit. This one is about being healthy. Stuff like washing your hands, eating healthy food, and things you should do when you are sick. Safety is smart, online. This one is all about online safety, keeping yourself safe and being nice to others on the internet. And it was released on a good time too. It was around the time that smartphones and social media was exploding with popularity. So teaching these things to kids are important. There are still some media for very young kids that still talk about the same things they did 50 years ago. So teaching relatively newer stuff is welcome. The world is changing all the time. Why some stuff never adapt to it? Safety is smart, honest and real. This one isn't that much related to being safe. This one is mostly about being a good person. I guess you could say it's about keeping the mental health of other people safe by being nice to them. But even if it's not related, it's still a great thing to teach kids. Safety is smart, on the go. This one is about having a safe travel. This movie starts with a sunrise similar to the first Lion King movie. Then we see Simba and Kiara on Pride Rock. First you hear a music from the first movie, but then it changes into something else. Then they make a reference to the Everything the Light Touches scene. Then Kion, the main character of this sub-series, shows up. It's a good choice that they first started with familiar characters and then they introduced new characters. Who is Kion, you might ask? He is the second born cub of Simba and Nala and Kiara's little brother. And then you might ask, where was he in The Lion King 2? That question will be answered in the third season. But even though they say the Lion Guard is canon to The Lion King, I still believe that it is an alternate universe. Not that I dislike the Lion Guard. In fact, I like it actually. But later some stuff happens that makes it hard to believe it is canon. But there is nothing wrong with having fun with a non-canon story. Here, Kion is brave, but is very playful and a little bit of a troublemaker. Some would say he is a reimagined version of Koppa from the non-canon 6 New Adventure books. And it makes enough sense to me. Then we see Kion's best friend, Bunga the Honey Badger. He is very brave, but let's be honest, he is also very stupid. He is also raised by Timon and Pumbaa. So in a way, he is Simba's brother. And not the only one, because Timon and Pumbaa also raised a crocodile in their own show. So yeah, these two raised 3 kids together. Bunga makes another reference to the Lion King 1. During this scene, we see how much ignorant Kion and Bunga are. It is a real challenge for Simba to make them listen to him, but that is not a critique because they are very young and they will mentally mature very soon. But there are 2 common critiques that I hear about this show and I disagree with them. First is that some people say Simba is a little bit of a jerk, and I say that is an over-exaggeration. Yes, Simba raises his voice a little bit at Kayan. But isn't that what parents do when their children don't listen? Dude, he just raised his voice a little bit. I don't know why some people pretend Simba is abusive toward Kayan. Did he beat him up or something? Yeah, there are a few moments that he tells Kayan to be like Kiara a little bit. But they are all said because he loves him. His tone is kind, with a little bit of disappointment in it. There is a difference between the way Simba says it and the way Ahadi says it. Also, each time Simba was a jerk, he had a good reason for it, with only one exception that I will say during the next video. And if you think Simba was okay in The Lion King 2, but he acts weird in The Lion Guard, sorry, but you're a hypocrite for saying that. Nothing against Lion King 2, because The Lion King 2 is literally my favorite movie of all time. But even I have to say that Simba was a jerk sometimes in that movie. I actually believe that Simba is much kinder and much more reasonable in The Lion Guard than The Lion King 2. It's weird in this show, he is so chill and shows no sign of PTSD. But in The Lion King 2, he is very traumatized. A reason for me to believe that this show is not canon. Then you could say Simba is a bad father because he lets his son go on dangerous missions at a young age. But that is how child media is working. The rules of real world is not meant to be considered in a fictional world. In the world of fiction, there are 8-year-olds who are very independent. Also, there are so many cartoon and video game protagonists that are 10 years old. In most fantasy universes, teenagers are basically adults. Simba does not let Kayan do dangerous stuff while he is chilling in Pride Rock because he hates him. He does it because Kayan is the main character here and Simba is not. I guess the low reason would be that kids need to learn to become independent in order to grow up. But even if you think that is too much responsibility for a child, it is a work of fiction. And also there shouldn't always be a low reason. Sometimes you really should consider the stuff that happens outside of the media you are talking about. The other critique I hear is how some people think that we have a case of a character assassination for Kiara in this show. They say that Kiara is very reckless in this show and she sometimes bullies Kayan. But dude, Kiara was reckless in The Lion King 2 as well. Kids make mistakes sometimes. That's part of growing up. And no, she does not bully Kayan. She's just a little bit sassy, which is what siblings do. There is always banters between siblings. They argue and even fight sometimes. But when the time calls for it, they have each other's back. Are all the people that complain about Kiara's personality in The Lion Guard the only child? I think that is the case. I think they don't actually have siblings to realize how it works. Okay, enough tangent for now. Kayan and Bongo go out of Pride Rock to play, and we see the other main characters. Ono, who is a very careful bird and has very sharp eyes. Deshti, who is very strong but also very kind. And Fuli, a super speedster cheetah with a little bit of an ego. A baobab that Kayan and Bongo were playing with falls in the Outlands. Kayan says the game is over, but Bongo wants to get the baobab. Then we see the main villains of this season, the hyenas. The main three are Jonjo, Cheesy and Chango. The hyenas want to eat Bongo, so Kayan gets angry and roars. While he is roaring, the clouds turn into lions and they roar with Kayan, and it resulted in a roar so powerful that the hyenas froze in place. So yeah, the Lion Guard is basically the Lion King combined with Avengers with a little bit of Star Wars and Harry Potter in it. So Bongo is saved. While they are returning to Pride Rock, Simba, Nala and Rafiki are talking about Kayan's role. Kayan and Bongo reach the Pride Rock, and Simba tells Kayan that they need to talk. Then something weird happens. Kayan says,
"Oh no, Dad, we already had that talk. Can you feel the love tonight?"
Which is questionable if you ask me. I know they probably just wanted to make the 100th reference to the first movie and they couldn't find a place for it, so they put it here. But out of context, it's weird. It came out of nowhere. If you want a low reason, I can only come up with one idea, and that is kind of a dark one. Like, did Kion one day ask Simba how cubs are born and Simba was honest with him? That's the only reason I can come up with. By the way, Rafiki says they heard his voice. Then he says what Kion did is a superpower called the Roar of the Elders. When he uses this power, the great lions of the Pride Lands past roar with him. Then Simba and Rafiki take Kion and Bongo to a secret cave below the Pride Rock, which is called the Lion Guard Lair, which is a secret meeting place for the members of the Lion Guard. Then Simba tells Kion what a Lion Guard is. It's basically a superhero team, a group of 5 lions, the fiercest, bravest, fastest, strongest, and the keenest of sight among the lions of the Pride Lands. Their duty is to protect the circle of life in the Pride Lands. Then Simba tells the sad story of the previous Lion Guard, and here convinces me that this show is not canon because it just doesn't make any sense. And again, it does not mean I dislike this show. It just means that I accept it as a separate timeline. Apparently when Mufasa was at Kion's age, his younger brother Scar became the leader of the Lion Guard. The power of the roar slowly boosted his ego so much that eventually he believed that he had to be the king. He commands the guard to help him dethrone Mufasa. When they disagree, Scar becomes mad and uses the roar to kill them. Also, this show is afraid of using words like kill and death and uses the word destroy instead. When Scar does this, he loses the power. And again, having this in mind, it just makes it unbelievable that Scar was just chilling in the back cave in the first movie. Dude killed 4 innocent lions and he wasn't punished for it. The show doesn't tell much about it, so the only way to make sense out of it is saying that this is an alternate timeline and the event of the first Lion King movie happened differently here. Or you can rely on fan comics instead. I should really do a video about the Lion King fan comics one day. Then Simba sends Kion to assemble the new Lion Guard. Kion goes out and one by one asks his friends to join the guard. Unlike the previous choices of his life, Kion is actually serious and thoughtful this time. By not limiting his choices to just lions, he can make an even better team. I mean, no matter how fast a lion can be, a cheetah is always faster. And no matter how strong a lion can be, a hippo is always stronger. And also it's about the circle of life, so why not have animals from all levels of the food chain? It's kinda racist that only lions should be part of the guard. Then we see Kiara's friends, Tifu and Zuri. And if I did a list of worst Lion King characters, these 2 would be on that list. Not the worst, but definitely in the bottom 10. I could have a section to just rant about them, but I will keep it brief. I have 2 reasons for why I think they are bad characters. 1. Their entire personality is just being girls who do girlish things and that's it. 2. They are totally incompetent but have huge egos. And yeah, these 2 are the main reasons. Then Timon and Pumbaa show up, and Pumbaa's voice actor is like always Ernie Sabella. I love how dedicated this guy is. He always reprises his role as Pumbaa. Disney just had to be a jerk and replace him in the remake. I don't remember if I say it in my first video or not, but every voice actor from the first Lion King movie deserves an award for what a great job they did. Then Simba shows up and indirectly tells Kion how disappointed he is. Again, he is justified for it if you ask me, considering how childish Kion was prior to this movie and how much Simba respects his father's tradition. And even if it is not justified, it is the start of an arc for Simba, so it's acceptable in my eyes. Then Kion wants to spend a time alone. but Mufasa's spirit shows up to guide Kion. Mufasa tells Kion to believe in himself and trust his instincts, and then leaves. So Kion gets his confidence boost. The hyenas heard about the lion guard thing, so they start attacking the gazelles before they can stop them. Kion and his friends find it out and assemble the lion guard. Then they fight the hyenas. You may say the hyenas are just doing what is in their instincts, but before they start, they mention that the hyenas have hunted a few gazelles, which is enough for them. I think totally there are 7 hyenas on their team. So no, they don't want the hyenas to starve to death. They just want to defend the circle of life. They only started attacking the hyenas when they realized they were just hunting to bring chaos. During it, a stampede happens and Kiara gets trapped. But thanks to the lion guard, Kiara is saved and the hyenas are chased away. Simba and Nala and Rafiki watched it from afar and realized that they are worthy of being the lion guard. So with that, the age of the new lion guard begins. Who is quicker? Cheetah versus Hummingbird. Bongo chooses the Hummingbird as the winner. Because yeah, Cheetah is faster but can't run for a very long time. You could say cheetahs are overrated. Who is mightier? Lion versus bear. Bongo chooses the lion because lions are cool. Who has better hair? Zebra versus giraffe. Bongo chooses the zebra as the winner. Who is hungrier? Hippo versus bear. Bongo chooses the bear as the winner. Who is the better babysitter? Monkey versus bear. Bongo chooses the bear because monkeys are jerks sometimes. Who is cuter? Baby chimp versus baby cheetah. Bongo chooses the baby cheetah as the winner. Who is sillier? Monkey versus flamingo. Bongo chooses the monkey as the winner. Who is louder? Lion versus elephant. Bongo chooses the elephant as the winner. Who is brainier? Chimp versus spider. Bongo chooses the chimp because while spiders can do some smart web patterns, the chimp is capable of learning and problem solving. Who is a better flyer? Flamingo versus butterfly. Bongo chooses the flamingo as the winner. And there you have it. Episode 1. Never judge a hyena by its spots. While chasing off Jonja, Chizi and Changu, Kion falls into the river and ends up in the Outlands. He tells his friends to wait at a certain place while he finds his way back. This story has a Kion side and an other side. On the other side, Kion's friends are trying to reach that place, but they don't know where it is. So one by one they try to lead the group. First, it's Bongo's turn, and even though he has no idea where they should go, he pretends to know what he is doing. They get lost in the jungle, so Ono takes the lead and takes them out of the jungle, but he doesn't know where to go next, so Beshti takes the lead. Nothing against the guy, he is one of the kindest characters ever and I love him for that, but he is also dumb, so Fully takes the lead. But she is too fast and the rest can't keep up with her. This side shows why Kion is the leader. Without him, the rest can't work properly. But overall, I say Fully was the best replacement for Kion, with Ono being the runner-up. Ono is smart, but Fully is seemingly a better leader material. And she did become the leader when in season 3 Kion couldn't think straight, right? Or do I remember it wrong? Whatever, I will rewatch the 3rd season in a few days to find it out. But the point is that Kion is the best choice for leading the guard. Also, we see that sometimes Beshti refers to Bongo as Little B and Bongo sometimes calls Beshti Big B. That's cute. And also in this episode, we see the main comic relief character of this series, Thurston the Zebra. This side is fine, But Kayon's side is what makes this first episode one of the best episodes of the series already. You guys probably know one of the Lion King's controversies was how it did hyenas dirty. Some people weren't happy that hyenas were a bunch of dumb lackeys that just destroy everything they touch. And the first episode of this series actually finally tried to fix that problem. Kayon meets a female hyena named Jasiri, who alongside Fuli is another fan favorite of the series. Kayon is at first kinda racist toward her. She tells him that he is going the wrong way, but he doesn't listen to her. So he falls down and gets trapped in a bush. At first it seems Jasiri is gonna take advantage of the situation and hurt Kayon, but she actually sets him free. Kayon is limping because of the damage, so Jasiri goes with him. Then Kayon tries to teach the circle of life to Jasiri, but she already knows that. Then she sings a song, and at the end Kayon gets convinced that not all hyenas are bad, and that they are similar to the lions, and that the hyenas are also part of the circle of life. When Kayon is reaching the Pride Lands, Janja's gang attack Jasiri, so Kayon goes back to help her. Jasiri is smart and she has more than a few techniques to deal with multiple hyenas at once. But there are too many of them, so Kayon relies on his role to deal with them. Then Kayon's friends show up. They want to attack Jasiri, but Kayon tells them their story. Kayon and Jasiri tell each other that they are friends now, and then they say their goodbyes and leave. We already have a perfect episode at the beginning. The only problem with it is that I want more of it. At the third season, we see that Simba is also cool with Jasiri, and it is good to see that Simba is actually on a good term with the hyenas, considering what happened in his childhood. But I wasn't that much satisfied with it because it was kinda unearned. Another case of wasted potential for a good drama. You could say it's too dramatic or cliche, but I would love to see Simba being against Kayon for befriending a hyena at first. Simba is too nice in this show, and I would like to see more flaws in him so that he could have a bigger arc. For Kayon, it's easier to befriend a hyena. But for Simba, considering his childhood traumas, it could be much more difficult. It would be interesting if Simba realized that the hyenas are also responsible for the death of his father, and that would make him paranoid around hyenas. I can't come up with a good way to slowly make Simba accept Jesse as an ally in a good way, but I'm sure a smart writer could find a way for it. Also, I like to think when Scar and Shenzi were kids, their dynamic were similar to Kayon and Jasiri's. I would love to see a Lion Guard season 0 or something. I would love to see a story about the events before the Lion Guard and the Lion King. We could see that Scar as a cub was a kind and brave lion just like Kayon, and as he grows up he slowly becomes the heartless monster he is, and slowly he would think of his friends as nothing but tools to help him reach the throne. And yeah, I am as much excited for Mufasa the Lion King as much as I am worried about it. I don't know why some people are against prequel movies. Don't you like to see your favorite movies become deeper? It will probably twist the original movie in a way that will either ruin it or it could make it even more tragic. Seriously, which one is more interesting? Scar hating Mufasa since day one, or having Scar as such a good brother that he would die for Mufasa and then he slowly becomes the monster we know? I don't dislike good versus evil stories, but I prefer deeper stuff over it. Of course, I am not saying that Mufasa the Lion King will definitely be a good movie, because I know it could be bad. I am just saying that I don't understand the hate for prequels. Okay, so let's wrap this episode. It's a good episode, one of the best. Definitely watch it, even if you dislike the Lion Guard show. Before I go to the next episode, I don't know if I said it in my 6 New Adventures retrospective or not, but that book series has a spin-off in which Koppa befriends a hyena named Asante, and the overall structure of the story of that spin-off is similar to this episode. So if we accept the idea that Kion is just a reimagination of Koppa, this episode could be an adaptation of that story. But it could be all a coincidence because that story is very obscure. But if it really is an adaptation of that, that's really cool. That's like a reference to one of the most obscure things ever. Wait, I'm still on episode 1? Episode 2, The Rise of Mako. The Lion Guard saves a small animal from a bush. Then a snake named Ushari tries to eat it, but Bongo stops him. Ushari is basically a Squidward from SpongeBob. He's just born to suffer. This scene shows one of the biggest flaws of this show. Remember in Return of the Road, the Lion Guard only attacked the hyenas when they hunted too much. That was one of the few times that they were reasonable. Because from now on, the Lion Guard will mostly take the prey side, no matter what. They don't consider that the predators need to eat as well, and will just prevent them from hunting the prey in the name of Circle of Life. Not knowing that they are actually against the Circle of Life by doing it. In a way, you could say Kion and Fully are hypocrites in this show, because they are allowed to eat, but other predators are not. By the way, this episode also has 2 sides. The unimportant side is Ono trying to make Bongo smell good. On the important side, there is an old crocodile named Pumbaa, who is the leader of the crocodiles, and he respects the Circle of Life. But there is a strong young crocodile named Mako who doesn't respect the Circle of Life. So he challenges Pumbaa to a machine dano. What is a machine dano? It's a crocodile tradition in which a crocodile can challenge the leader to a fight, and if he wins, he will become the new leader and the old leader gets banished, and if he fails, he himself gets banished. This is why I like the Lion Guard series. It expands upon the Lion King lore. The movies are always about lions, but in this show we see the traditions of other animals as well. It's called the Lion King, but after more than 20 years, just now they finally decided to actually show how the kingdom works. But better late than never. By the way, Mako defeats Pumbaa in the machine dano, so Mako becomes the new leader and Pumbaa gets banished. This leads to disaster because Mako with his selfishness brings chaos to the Pride Lands. Simba and Nala are busy hunting, so it's up to the Lion Guard to fix the problems. Kion doesn't want to fix the problem with violence, so he asks for Mufasa's guidance. And yeah, this is another big problem with the show. Mufasa can talk to Kion whenever Kion wants. This makes that spatial scene in the Lion King 1 less spatial. And also it kinda makes death meaningless. So yeah, I am not a fan of having Mufasa in every other episode. Also in this episode, they had to dumb down the characters to hit the 20 minutes mark. That's why Kion had to be told by Mufasa to, just turn around and roar to a scale of Mako. It really needed a genius to come up with that plan. Episode 3, Pumbaa the Wise. This one is more like a Timon and Pumbaa episode than a Lion Guard episode. There is a flood because of a storm, and Pumbaa suggests the guard to block it with giant rocks. Then because of that, alongside a misunderstanding, the animals think Pumbaa is the wisest. So you can already guess what happens next. Overall a generic episode, but the ending was a little bit interesting. The dam the Lion Guard built breaks down, so Kion uses the roar to change the direction of the flood. This roar is OP. Also it's the introduction of this little guy. His name is Metoto, and in the later episodes he will become Beshti's #1 fan. He is this very young elephant who admires the lion guard and wants to be like them when he grows up. The moment I saw him, I was like, I have known Metoto for just a few seconds, but if anything happens to him, I'll kill everyone here and then myself. I would love to see him as the strongest member of the next generation of the Lion Guard. Episode 4. Can't wait to be queen. Okay, remember when I said in the previous video that I disagree with the people that say Simba is a jerk in this show? And then I said that there was only one exception in which Simba was in fact a jerk? Well, here is that exception.
No way! You can't tell me what to do!
Actually, she can.
Dude just created a new score at this moment. Simba and Nala and Zazu should attend a funeral, which means Kiara will be the queen for a while.
I have faith in you. And the Lion Guard.
Simba, you know your son needs attention as well, right? Then again, there are two sides to the story. The Simba side in which he's trying to learn the elephant language for the funeral. He can't learn another language, so that will be a problem. But Simba avoids the problem by total luck. Then the Kiara side. I guess this part could be used for some people to prove Kiara's bad personality. But again I disagree. Actually both Kiara and Kayan acted childish in this episode. But here's the thing. They are children. And it led to a bonding moment for both of them. So it's justified in my eyes. First, we see Kiara has taken Ono as her major domo, which is a great choice, and has taken Tifu and Zuri as her advisors, which is not a great choice. I agree that it was mean that Kiara didn't even tell Kayan that she has sent Ono on another mission. But whatever. Before season 3 was out, I had theorized that the Lion Guard would retire much sooner than they should, resulted by Kayan's death or something. And I thought if Ono wasn't part of a Lion Guard anymore, he would be the perfect major domo for Kiara. I mean, he can fly, he is fast enough, he can see really good, and he is smart. He could be the best major domo of Pride Land's history. And also I don't think that Rafiki, Zazu and Timon and Pumbaa will be alive by the time that Kiara becomes queen. So they would need replacements. And Ono is the perfect replacement for Zazu. By the way, Ono tells Kiara the morning report. So Kiara orders the Lion Guard to do something about a problem. Kayan is a little bit salty, so he tries to do things in his own way, which leads to disaster, but they manage to solve the problem eventually. Then Mazingo the vulture finds out that Kiara is queen, so he tells Jonjo about it to make a plan. Jonjo sends Mazingo to Kiara to offer a peace. Kiara agrees to go, but Kayan obviously doesn't like that. He warns her, but Kiara doesn't listen, so Kayan leaves. Then Kayan talks to Mufasa. This time I am actually fine with it because it's an important call. Mufasa tells Kayan that Kiara, both as a queen and as his sister, needs his support, especially when she is wrong. I think it would be cooler if we saw a flashback about Mufasa and Scar's childhood in here, you know. Mufasa could tell a story about their childhood so that Kayan would learn the lesson from it, but whatever, it's good enough. So Kayan goes back to Pride Rock and realizes that Kiara has already left. It was all a trap, but thanks to the Lion Guard she is safe. Episode 5. Eye of the Beholder. Ono loses most of his eyesight for a short while, so the rest tell him to rest while they do the Lion Guard things without him. Jonjo finds it out and tries to take advantage of it. Without an eye in the sky to ruin his plans, Jonjo manages to trap the Lion Guard. But Ono comes back and again thanks to him, Jonjo's plan is ruined. Also here we see that the vultures live in a democracy-based society. The other side of the story is Rafiki trying to paint the new Lion Guard. All the lion guards of the Pride Land's history are painted on the walls of the cave for historical reasons. But Rafiki is not satisfied with his paintings because it doesn't stand out. Then he realizes that the difference between this lion guard and the previous guards is that this time the guard members are friends as well, and they consider each other equals. In the previous paintings, the leader is always on top because it was more like a job and the leader was considered the boss. The members were not friends. So this time Rafiki paints the lion guard, but this time Kayan is not on top. This time in the painting, the members are equal and they are much closer to each other. Episode 6. The Kupatano Celebration. It's Kupatano Day, which is a day in the Pride Lands in which they celebrate the circle of life. This episode begins with a good music that gives me the vibes of the stage musical. Then in the Outlands, Jonjo's gang are chasing a baby jackal named Dogu. Kayan is sad that he can't do a thing about it because it's outside of Pride Lands. Simba says they can make an exception for Kupatano Day. So the Lion Guard go to the Outlands to stop the hyenas. And again it's a mean move. I have already said that the hyenas need to eat as well, but this time it's extra mean. Because it's in the Outlands, aren't they allowed to eat even in their own home? The Lion Guard invite Dogo to the Pride Lands. But they didn't know that Dogo actually has parents and a dozen of siblings, I think. The mother is named Ray Ray and the father is named Goi Goi. Ray Ray is evil and Goi Goi is dumb. And Ray Ray loves him despite how annoying he is, I think. I know evil wife and stupid husband is kinda a cliche dynamic, but it's a very entertaining dynamic, so I like it actually. The Jackal family make problems before and during the celebration. So the Lion Guard and the other animals stop them. But Simba is the one that does the final move and kicks out the Jackals. Simba is the king and he doesn't need to rely on his super soldier son to do everything. Also, it's good to see Simba as a good father. Episode 7. Fuli's New Family. Bunga annoys Ushari, so Ushari bites Bunga, so Bunga's friends need to take him to Rafiki. Rafiki says that honey badgers are immune to snake poison, so he is fine. Then Timon and Pumbaa invite everyone to join them and Bunga in a party as a celebration. But the rest say they need to join their families for lunch, except for Fuli who lives alone. So Timon insists that Fuli should join them. She does, but she obviously doesn't eat bugs, so she leaves. Also, Bunga thinks he is immune to everything, so he starts doing dangerous stuff. Then each time, Fuli's hunt gets interrupted by the other members of the guard. They think Fuli's life is sad because she is alone, so they want to spend more time with her, not knowing that Fuli likes to be alone. She gets annoyed by them, so she tells them to leave her alone and then she leaves. But later she realizes that Bunga is in danger, so she goes to help him. But they both get trapped in lava, so the rest of the guard come to rescue them. At the end, the rest of the guard tell her that they are sorry and it's okay if she doesn't want to hang out with them. Fuli tells them that she wants to be alone sometimes, but that doesn't mean she doesn't want to have friends. Then she tells them that they are like a family to her. Then they finish the episode with a hug, which is kinda the end of a mini arc for Fuli, because during the episode she shows multiple times that she doesn't like to be touched, so she kinda becomes friendlier at the end. I think this episode is a story about the introvert and how they and the extroverts around them should act. An introvert should learn to socialize more, and an extrovert should learn to leave an introvert alone sometimes, which is a lesson that more people should learn. People don't understand introverts sometimes. I myself am an introvert and I agree that sometimes I should go out and touch some grass. But sometimes people around me are annoying. I think some of my family members and friends think I am depressed or something because I'm in my room most of times and don't go outside of the house a lot. But they don't understand that I'm happier that way. If I don't hang out with others a lot, that does not mean that I don't like them. Also, I say it's a good choice that in the lion guard we don't see the predators hunt and we are just told that they hunt. I know usually show don't tell is a much better way of storytelling, but this is an exception. I know it's the circle of life and I would be fine with seeing the process of hunting in this franchise, but I know some people won't be fine with it because the animals of the Lion King world are sentient, and I know for some people, even though it is the circle of life, it would still be hard for them to see a sentient being killed. So I say this franchise should be in a way that people could ignore them. So it will be easier for them if they just don't see the process. If they are just told that the predators hunt the prey, it's much easier for them to ignore it. But the moment in the franchise we see that a predator kills a prey, then the world building of it would be destroyed for some people. Again, I say it is not an objective problem. If you ask me, I say they should actually show the process of hunting. But I know some people would have a subjective problem with it. Yeah, if you see that the Lion King franchise, especially the Lion Guard show, does not show the process of hunting, that would be the reason. Episode 8. The Search for Otamu. This episode is about Bongo and Fuli mostly. We see that Fuli is so fast that she did 3 missions back to back all by herself. Kayan is thankful for how useful Fuli is, but he tells her to rest and next time slow down and do teamwork instead, so that she would have enough energy for the next mission. So Fuli lays down while the rest go. Bongo is searching for some bugs named Otamu, which are rare but very delicious bugs that only show up at this time of the year. The rest ask him why he cares so much about these bugs, and Bongo says that they are the reason that Bongo met Timon and Pumbaa. Bongo says he doesn't remember his parents, but he could take care of himself. But one day he meets Timon and Pumbaa and they are so friendly that he wants to be with them. Timon isn't ready for raising another kid, but when Bongo gets them the Otamus, Timon agrees to raise him. Also, apparently Pumbaa is the one that has named him Bongo. The lion guard reached the tree that contains the Otamu. Bongo tries to get the Otamu, but the tree breaks and falls down. Then we see that Fuli didn't listen to Kayan and she continued working. So she has no energy left. The vultures realize Fuli can't defend herself at the moment, so they attack her, but the rest of the guard show up and save her. So Fuli learns the lesson that it's okay to ask for help and how important it is to be a team player. Then they go to Timon and Pumbaa and they tell Bongo that this day is not special because of the Otamu. It's special because it was the day that they adopted Bongo. So Bongo learns that celebration should be an excuse for togetherness. And also that tree fell down next to Timon and Pumbaa, so they did get the Otamu. Episode 9. Follow that hippo. Oh look, the little guy is back. In this episode, some very young kids are pretending to be the lion guard, which is cute. Why don't we see kids pretending to be the Avengers in the MCU? This leads to a misunderstanding and some animals think real hyenas are attacking, so they panic and run. The lion guards find it out and tell the kids to scale down their game to prevent more misunderstandings. Matoto wants to hang out more, so Beshti invites him to their training. He makes some problems, so Beshti brings him back, but on the way, he tells Matoto to believe in himself. Maybe one day Matoto will become a member of the Lion Guard as well. I hope so. Later, the hyenas chase Matoto, so Beshte goes to save him, but crocodiles also try to attack them. So Matoto uses a move he learns during the training to help him. Episode 10. The Call of the Drongo. A drongo shows up, which is apparently a bird that can intimidate others. Using that talent, he pretends to be Jonjo, Goi, and Maku to scare off some animals and steal their food. The lion guard finds it out and tell him to stop him. Later, Jonjo finds it out as well and captures him and forces him to help them hunt some animals. But he escapes, and with his talents, he distracts the hyenas while the lion guard come to save those animals. I think it would be better if at the end we saw that Drongo has started a show or a stage play or something, so that he could get food from the animals willingly. In that way he could have a job instead of stealing. Also, I like how relatively smart Kayon is. In most kid shows, these problems wouldn't be solved this easily. There could be much more unnecessary misunderstandings. Episode 11. Paintings and Predictions. Because of a coincidence, Bongo thinks Rafiki's paintings predict the future. He sees a painting in which seemingly Kayon is falling down a tree. So one by one he tells the other members of the guard. So all four of them try to prevent Kayon from climbing any tree. That leads to some shenanigans. At the end, Rafiki tells them that these paintings actually tell the past, not the future. And that cop that looked like Kayon was actually Nala's father. I guess my only problem with this episode is that Fully and Ono were kinda stupid. Also, they never said the name of Nala's father. Wait, the cop looks like a young Mufasa.
You know, you're starting to sound like my father.
Good. At least one of us does.
No. Episode 12. Mabali Fields Migration. Zebras and gazelles are fighting because there isn't enough grass for all. Simba tells the lion guard to take them to a place with enough grasses, but it won't be a short journey. Remember in my Lion King games video that I said this zebra is almost the worst Lion King character? Well, I should eat my words again. I think I was too harsh on this show as a teenager. This zebra was a hypocrite and quite the troublemaker. But at the end she did apologize. Also, there was this part.
I am swimming for two!
That made me really dislike her. But turns out I was dumb like Bongo. We thought she meant Bongo, but she was actually referring to the baby in her belly. But here is the funny thing. When Bongo said,
I'm the one swimming for two!
Her reaction shows she didn't get him either. In her mind she was like, wait, you too? But you are a guy, right? What guys don't? What did you mean by that? It's so weird. This show is funny when it tries. Episode 13. Bongo and the King. The royal family are attending an elephant concert, but something happens that Kayon has to leave and help the lion guard. From Simba and Nala's facial expressions, I can tell that they are still not sure about giving this much responsibility to a cop. While the lion guard are busy, a small earthquake happens, and Simba falls into a big hole while rescuing Kiara. And the show is still obsessed with the references. Simba is fine, but he can't get out of the hole. The lion guard find it out and approach Kayon's family. Bongo acts before he thinks and jumps into the hole and falls on Simba's head. And now they are both trapped. Simba tells Nala and Kiara to go without them because it is an important tradition for the elephants, and at least some part of the royal family have to be there. So they go while Kayon and the guard try to save Simba and Bongo. They fail, so Simba and Bongo enter a cave in the hole to find their way out. It is a maze actually, and Bongo is really annoying Simba. Some people use this episode to prove how bad Simba's characterization is in this show, but I totally disagree. Bongo is a very annoying person. I say actually Simba is very patient. I would have lashed out much sooner than he did. They can't agree about anything, so each take their own path. And again, I really like Simba here. The moment he finds the way, he goes back to Bongo so that he could go out as well. But how do they find each other in a maze? Well, the answer is what it makes me love this episode so much. They were both raised by Timon and Pumbaa, so they both know Hakuna Matata. They both sing this song and find each other by following each other's voice. Through this song, they bond. And here is where they agree that they are kind of brothers. On the other side, the rest of the guard try to get help from Timon and Pumbaa, but they don't take the fact that both of their sons are lost very well, which also leads to funny moments.
Coming for you! Dead end! We're still coming for you!
Then Simba and Bongo have to make a big jump to get out of the maze. Simba wouldn't do it at the beginning of the episode, but now he tells Bongo to climb on him so that he will jump and take both of them to safety. He even says Zuko Zama with Bongo when he jumps, which is Bongo's motto. Simba and Bongo getting along well is something that others won't forget. Timon and Pumbaa give Simba and Bongo a hug and kisses. They are really happy that they did not lose both of their sons the same day. Then Simba, Timon and Pumbaa and the Lion Guard join the concert. Simba apologizes for being late, and at the end they all sing Hakuna Matata. This episode is the perfect merger of the Lion King, Timon and Pumbaa and the Lion Guard. Episode 14, The Imaginary Okapi. Beshti befriends an Okapi, which is a half giraffe, half zebra thing that is apparently an actual thing. He came here from a place far, far away because a leopard chased him. He is a coward, so he is hiding all the time. And because of that, only Beshti has met him. And others think this Okapi thing is Beshti's imaginary friend. Kayan believes it though, because a leopard named Makucho has shown up. And if he has chased the Okapi, then it all makes sense. The Lion Guard chased the leopard away, and Simba and Nala allow the Okapi to live in the Pride Lands. In The Lion King 2, we see that more Okapis live in Pride Lands, which means the rest of the Okapis followed this one after a while. Episode 15, Too Many Termites. There are these animals called aardwolves who eat termites. At night, the Lion Guard mistake them for hyenas, and Kayan chases them away with his rope. The Pride Lands become full of termites, and the Lion Guard realize the mistake they made. So they go to the Outlands and bring them back, but they will fight Ray Ray and Goi Goi in order to do that. I like that Kayan makes mistakes and learns from them, and I also love how much of a good father Simba is. Episode 16, The Trouble with the Galagos. There is this coward leopard named Badili who is sleeping in a tree that belongs to the Galagos because another leopard has chased him out of his own home. The Lion Guard teach him how to stand up for himself. It's a childish episode, but it's a good thing to teach to kids. Episode 17, Janja's New Crew. Janja is done with Cheesy and Chongo, so he fires them. Cheesy and Chongo go to Pride Lands and start eating leftovers. The Lion Guard tell them that as long as they don't make trouble, they can stay. Two other hyenas become Janja's second in command, and they are actually pretty smart. So they ditch Janja and do their own thing. The Lion Guard defeat the new hyenas, and Janja welcomes Cheesy and Chongo back to his crew. The Lion Guard is far from the first show to do an episode like this, but they are cute episodes, so I am fine with it. What I don't understand is why the other hyenas are still with Janja. They are much better without him. Episode 18, Baboons. This episode also has two sides. On one side, Fully needs to take a baby baboon to his home, but trouble awaits. On the way, Fully saves the baboon from the vultures, and when they reach the baboon's home, the vultures attack Fully, and the baboons help Fully. On the other side, Kiara needs to meet the buffaloes for a special tradition, but Tifu and Zuri take her to some place to look better first. But because of a flood, that place turns into a small island, and now the rest of the Lion Guard should save them. Both Kiara and Kayon have plans, but they don't work. So they combine their plans and the girls are saved. But as a result, Kiara approaches the buffalo when she is dirty. But that actually is a good thing, because in this tradition, the buffaloes will roll in mud. So they actually really appreciate that Kiara is dirty. Episode 19. Beware the Zimwi. Every kid show has a spooky episode, so here it is. You know how it works. Someone tells a scary story to kids, then slowly everyone thinks it is real, then it really looks it is real, then it turns out that it was not real at all. Episode 20. Lions of the Outlands. Jessiri shows up and tells Kayon that some lions have taken their water hole. Kayon goes to help her, but tells Bongo that there is no need for the rest of the guard to come with him, not knowing that those lions are the Outlanders, Zero and her followers. But before that, we see that Jessiri has a sister named Madonna. Then when Kayon and Jessiri are approaching the water hole, Nuka pounces on Kayon, but you guys know Nuka. He tries his best, but that is far from enough. So Kayon deals with him easily. Also, I don't know if I said it before or not, but for the characters of Lion King 1, only Pumbaa is voiced by the original voice actor in this show. Yes, in Return of the Road, James Earl Jones did reprise his role as Mufasa, but that was only in the movie. In the series, it's another person. But for Lion King 2, they brought back as many people as they could. Nuka is voiced by Andy Dick, who did voice Nuka in Lion King 2. Then Kovu shows up, and he is voiced by Jason Marsden, who voiced adult Kovu in The Lion King 2, but here he will voice the young version as well. When Kayon says he is son of Simba, Kovu says,
I could see Kiara again.
You know Kiara?
And that's all they will say about it. Kayon will never get curious to ask Kiara about Kovu. Then they bring them to Zero and Vitani. Vitani is voiced by Lacey Chabert, who voiced young Vitani in Lion King 2, but here she will voice the adult version as well. So yeah, all three children of Scar and Zero are voiced by the original voice actors. Not Zero herself though. Her original voice actress, Susan Plecht, sadly passed away years before this show, and this one is a big loss. We all say how great James Earl Jones as Mufasa and Jeremy Irons as Scar is, but the original voice of Zero shouldn't be forgotten either, because it is a top tier voice acting if you ask me. Zero sounded so menacing in Lion King 2. And also sorry if I pronounced any names wrong. I tend to get names wrong a lot, and that's why I usually don't mention the people behind the media I talk about. Zero's voice isn't very menacing here, but I actually like her singing voice. It is no My Lullaby, but one of the best Lion Guard songs if you ask me. And also again, sorry if I have disrespected the voice actors of this show. They are also talented people and they do a good job, and their voice actually grew on me. I just subjectively, in a personal opinion, think that they are not as good as the originals. Zero and her children are weirded out by the fact that Kayon is friends with the hyena. If Rafiki didn't show the painting of Scar and Zero being next to each other, here I would have believed that Zero actually wasn't close to Scar at all. Wasn't Scar friends with the hyenas at some point? Or I guess he really did consider them just tools, and he probably told his family that the hyenas are nothing but pawns that Scar was playing with them. So yeah, there's that. Also, the show expanded upon Zero's personality. What did they add to her? She's racist now. No care for the circle of life, just lions overall. Zero wants to manipulate, so she tries to look nice to Kayan, even though she was racist to his friend. Zero tells Kayan to roar at a cloud. Kayan does it, and by doing that, the cloud starts raining. Zero tells Kayan that she was very close to Scar, and it was during the time that Scar was leading his own guard, and he told her all about the secrets of the road. So Zero tells Kayan to follow her so that she would show more secrets about the road to him, and she would also talk about the waterhole situation. Zero tries to take Kayan to her side, but Kayan does not agree with Zero's racist ideology. He tells her that he is on the side of the circle of life, which means sometimes he will be against hyenas and sometimes he will be against other lions. Zero is disappointed by Kayan, so she tells the other lionesses to attack him. But Jessiri and the rest of the lion guard, who heard from Rafiki about the Outlanders, come to help him. Zero tells Kayan that Scar lost his roar because he roared at lions. So if Kayan roars at the Outlanders, he would lose the power as well. Kayan has some doubts, but Bongo tells Kayan that Scar lost the roar because he used it for evil, not for roaring at lions. So Kayan roars at the Outlanders and he still has the roar. Kovu, who didn't fight anyone, goes away the last minute and avoids the roar, but he goes willingly after that, unlike his siblings. Vitani was willing to fight but fully easily stopped her, and Nukama boy, he is always the first to attack and is always the first to be defeated. Poor guy does everything he can, but he is just too weak. Kayan's roar sent the Outlanders to the place that they were living in Lion King 2, and this is another proof for me for considering this show non-canon. This show happens after Kiara and Kovu's first meeting, and that time they were already living in the Termite Hill, but here they were living in a different place before. So yeah, that's it. As a big fan of Lion King 2, this episode feels the most nostalgic. I know it's not much, but I appreciate every single acknowledgement, no matter how small it is. Just that one single cave painting pulls a smile on my face. The entire episode is a bittersweet experience for me. Would it be cool if Zero and the Outlanders were a bigger threat? Yes. Would I rather have more episodes about the Outlanders? Yes. Would I want more than just a few cave paintings? Of course yes. This show was the perfect place for more content related to Lion King 2, and we just got 2 episodes. We could have more episodes to connect Lion King 1 and 2 to each other. We could have finally seen a flashback about Scar and Zero being together. In season 2, Scar had to recruit Zero and the Outlanders. Sometimes it makes me angry about all these wasted potentials. We could have perfection, but we got just good enough, and sometimes that is not enough. But at the end of the day, I am happy that at least I got 2 episodes. A little bit acknowledgement is better than lack of acknowledgement. Episode 21, Never Roar Again. This episode also has 2 sides. In the unimportant side, Ono has lost the colored feathers on his head, so he needs to regain confidence. But the important side is what makes this episode special. The hyenas attack Nala. When Kayan sees it, he gets very angry and roars. But this time it is different. His roar is very powerful this time. The hyenas are sent all the way back to the Outlands. Kayan and Nala hug each other, but then Kayan's powerful roar comes back at them, and it leads to an earthquake. The earth shakes and tears apart. Nala almost fell to her death, but Kayon saved her. They hug again, but then Kayon looks at the chaos he brought. The trees that were sent flying to the sky, and the floor that is destroyed. Kayon is horrified. Later he is looking at the cave paintings, thinking that he may become just like Scar. Later, Kayon tells Bongo that he will never use the roar of the elders again. Meku overhears it and tries to take advantage of it. He takes a giant water hole just for the crocodiles. Then Kayon talks to Mufasa about it, and again this is important, so I am okay with it. Mufasa tells him that Scar was selfish and cared about nobody but himself. The exact opposite of Kayon. And seriously, was Scar just born evil? You mean he didn't care about his family even as a cub? Never mind. Mufasa tells him that he was very angry because he cared about someone, and it's better if he talked to that someone. So Kayon talks to Nala. He says,
"Can you ever forgive me?"
And Nala says,
"Forgive you? There's nothing to forgive. You were saving my life."
We saw Simba as a great father, and now we see Nala as a great mother, and we see what a great son Kayon is. But we never got an episode to see Kiara as a great sister, did we? By the way, the rest of the guard are trying to fight Meku and the crocodiles, but it's no use without the rope. Kayon and Nala join the party. Nala is in danger again, but Kayon controls his anger this time and finds a new use for his roar. He can make waves and unlock his normal roar. This one can be used for attacking one target at a time, so he can use the roar without putting Nala in danger. So yeah, another great episode. I could complain about the fact that Nala was a damsel in distress in this episode, but that's just cruel. This episode does lots of good things. Why should I ignore them because of one single flaw? Yeah, I believe Nala could defeat Janja's entire gang all by herself, and if I did it, I would first establish Nala as a great warrior and show her do a great fight, and she would only need help because the bad guys cheat instead of being captured by the crocodile by the first move. But so what? I already know that Nala can fight and she can defend herself. I don't need this show for me to prove that. I saw Nala as a kind and supportive mother and Kayon as a protective and caring son, and that's enough for me here. Episode 22, The Lost Gorillas. The episode starts with fart jokes. Brightest Star. There are two prince gorillas that have a message from their father to Simba. A long time ago, Simba made a peace with the Gorilla King, and each year the Gorilla King sends a message to make peace again. This time his sons came instead, but they have forgotten the message. So the Lion Guard have to go with the gorillas to get the message. The gorillas are annoying, so most of the journey is hell. They reach the snowy parts of the mountain, which is an alien concept to Pridelanders. This is the redeeming part of the episode. It's cute to see characters have fun in snow, especially when they have discovered it for the first time. At the end, Kayon is falling to his death, but the gorillas save him. So when they reach the Gorilla King, he is proud of them. The Gorilla King tells the Lion Guard that he wants to continue the peace. So the Lion Guard gives Simba the message, but in the Gorilla King way. Episode 23, The Trail to Udugu. Simba and Nala tell Kiara and Kayon that they are old enough to find Udugu. It is a tradition that royal siblings should do. Simba never did it because he didn't have any siblings. So Nala takes Kiara and Kayon to the path to Udugu, and today Simba will be the leader of the Lion Guard. We see how competitive Kiara and Kayon are. After a while, Nala disappears. At first, Kiara and Kayon aren't that good at teamwork, but eventually they learn to work together and they will find Nala. She tells them that Udugu was a concept and not a place. When Kiara and Kayon learned to work as a team, that was the moment they found Udugu, and also she was hiding on purpose for this reason. On the other side, we see that Simba isn't a team player either. He expects the rest of the guard to do things in his way, but after a while, he realizes that it is not how it works. So he lets the rest of the guard do things in their own way and work as a team. At the end, Kiara and Kayan told Simba their adventure, and Simba tells them that today he found Udugu as well. I know some people would want a show about Simba and the characters from Lion King 1 and 2, but I say less is more. These few episodes that focus on Kayan's family are usually the best, and I think I wouldn't think like this if they were in every single episode. You can see that Kiara and Kayan has a cute rivalry, but this could become toxic when they grow up. So doing something like this was totally necessary. I mean, Mufasa and Scar's rivalry was also just cute and innocent at one point as well, right? Episode 24, Ono's Idol. This one is a false hero type of stories. There is this eagle who is apparently a legendary hero, and Ono idolizes the guy. Even Simba and Nala show up. There is this mod place in which the legendary heroes of history will put their paw print on it so that they will be written on history. But at the end, he admits that he is nothing but a liar. So instead, Ono, who have been doing all the heroic works in this episode, will put his paw print in the mod and he will be remembered as a hero. Episode 25, Beshti and the Hippo Lane. Beshti and his dad are making way through the grass so that the animals can pass. But Beshti's dad hurt his leg, so Beshti has to do it alone. But he gets distracted by helping people, so instead of a straight line, he makes a maze. But thanks to his dad, he can fix the problem. On the other side of the story, the rest of the guard are taking a bunch of ignorant animals to a safer place through the line that Beshti and his dad made. Also, Meku and the crocodiles make some trouble, but they are dealt with. Also, can we appreciate what a great support character Beshti's dad is? Episode 26, Ono the Tick Bird. A rhino and a tick bird that were friends split apart. So the rhino makes problems because rhinos can't see very well and they need a tick bird for guidance. So after lots of shenanigans, they make them friends again. Okay, those were the episodes. Let's rank them. Number 26, Pumbaa the Wise. This episode doesn't have any redeeming quality about it. Pumbaa is very annoying in it. Number 25, the imaginary Okapi. Fully Ono and Pumbaa were mean to Beshti. Number 24, Beware the Zimbabwe. This one is a generic episode. There are similar episodes to this one in a lot of kid cartoons, and this one does not stand out. Number 23, The Lost Gorillas. There were lots of fart jokes in this one, and also the gorillas were really annoying. Number 22, Paintings and Predictions. In these episodes, the characters were dumb. Number 21, The Call of the Drongo is kinda a generic episode. Number 20, Jonja's New Crew is also generic. Number 19, Mabali Field's Migration. The main characters were fine, but the rest of the characters were annoying. Number 18, The Trouble with the Galagos. Standing up for yourself is an important lesson that we should teach kids about. Number 17, Rise of Meku. We have reached a good episode. This one is an interesting episode. We see more of the lore of the Lion King universe. It's good to see that Kayan tries not to solve problems with violence, but it's the worst of the best episodes. The characters were kinda dumb in this one. Number 16, Eye of the Beholder. It's good to see what makes this Lion Guard special. Also, this was mostly about Ono, and yeah, Ono was a great character in this episode. Number 15, Follow That Hippo. Metoto is a cute character, and yeah, he is very likable. He's this cute kid that is really brave, and yeah, it was good to see that he had a major enough role in this episode. Also, it's good to see what a kind person Beshti is. Number 14, Too Many Termites. It's good to see that the Lion Guard make mistakes, but they learn from their mistakes. And yeah, not judging a book by its cover is also an important thing that a lots of films and cartoons were trying to teach kids and adults, but people just refuse to learn this lesson. Number 13. Baboons. It's good to see that Fully, deep down in her heart, is actually a caring person. Number 12. Ono's Idol. This one can also be considered generic, a false hero or a lawyer reveal trope or cliche, but again this one is about Ono and Ono was a great character in this one. Number 11. Ono the Tick Bird. Again, another episode that shows what a great guy Ono is, and yeah, it didn't have any annoying parts, so here it is. Number 10. Beshti and the Hippo Lane. Again, it's good to see what a great guy Beshti is. Also, his dad is a great character. Also, seeing Bongo referring to Beshti's dad as Bigger B is also funny. Number 9. Can't wait to be queen. Now I say we have reached the really good episodes. I think these 9 episodes should be watched by everyone. Every Lion King fan, There are Lion King fans that like the Lion Guard and there are Lion King fans that don't like Lion Guard. But I think even the ones that don't like the Lion Guard will still find something to appreciate in each of them. But this episode is lower than the ones above it because at the first part of it, Simba was a jerk to Kayan, but that's the exception of it. The rest of the series, Simba is actually very good to Kayan. It's good to see what a great brother Kayan is. Number 8. The Kupatana Celebration. It had that one part that the Lion Guard just went to the Outland to annoy the hyenas. That was bad, but with the exception of that, it's a really good episode. Ray Ray is a good villain for this show, and I like her dynamic with Goi Goi. It's funny. I also like that at the end, actually Simba was the one to kick out the Jackals. Number 7. Fully's New Family. This one is obviously a Fully episode and I love that Fully is a great friend. Number 6. The Search for Otamu. This one is a Bunga episode and it shows how he got adopted by Timon and Pumbaa. I like Timon and Pumbaa, when they are not annoying, they are really great characters. And yeah, it's also a Fully episode as well and it was cool to see how OP Fully can be. It's good to tell kids that, sometimes it's okay to ask for help. Number 5. Never judge a hyena by its spots. Another great episode. And I said, some people didn't really like that. The hyenas were just these dumb, evil things. But the Lion Guard showed us that there are good hyenas in this universe. And yeah, I can't find anything wrong with it. Number 4. Never Roar Again. Nala was in this episode. I saw her as a great mother and I love how Kayan cares about his family. Number 3. The Trail to Udugu. Again, another episode that I can't find anything wrong with it. Learning how to get along with each other, how to work as a team. Also seeing that Simba had to learn that lesson. That was also a great thing. Number 2. Bongo and the King. At the end we saw Simba and his family and that is not just Simba, Nala, Kiara and Kayan. This family also includes Timon and Pumbaa. This family also includes the rest of the Lion Guard. Seeing all of them sing Hakuna Matata at the end of it, I really can't find anything wrong about this episode. And number 1. Lions of the Outland. Is this because of bias? It probably is. I really love Lion King too and first time watching this episode I had the most nostalgic feeling ever. And yeah, that very good feeling is what makes me put this episode at number 1. But even if it was not the nostalgia, it would still be in the top 10. The Day of the Crocodile. Because of a landslide, the waterfall gets blocked and this leads to a flood. So there is water everywhere and the crocodiles can easily attack everyone. Zuri is trapped. Kayan first tries to talk it out but it doesn't work. Most of these Lion Guard comics have a choose your own adventure structure. In each comic, 2 of the members come up with an idea and you choose which one to execute. Beshti tells Kayan to use the roar, but Fuli says that they should find another way. On the Beshti's way, the plan barely works. Zuri is saved, but she is covered in mud, so of course she won't even say thank you. On the Fuli way, Kayan reaches Zuri through a branch and she follows him through the same branch. Then Kayan uses the roar and kicks out the crocodiles. This time Zuri thanks Kayan. Which way out? Jonjo and his gang attack. The lion guard chase them to the outlands. They lose them in a maze. On the Beshti way, he destroys walls to make way for them. On the Ono way, he flies up and tells the rest where to go. Both ways work and they escape, but the hyenas themselves get lost in the maze. Calf in danger. A calf is missing. The mother believes that the calf is in the outlands. On the Bongo and Fuli side, they see that vultures are attacking the calf. They come up with a plan to scare them from afar. On the Beshti, Ono and Kayan side, they see that the calf is being chased by jackals. Again, the heroes come up with a plan to deal with them from afar. In both ways, the calf is saved. Jonjo's prisoners. Timon and Pumbaa go to the outlands to find new bugs. The hyenas find them and kidnap them. On both ways, the lion guard save them. The missing ingredients. Rafiki is painting the picture of the lion guard. Bongo messes up and pours Rafiki's blue and red colors on the floor. So they split up to get those colors. On the Ono, Beshti and Fuli side, they go to a valley and find red flowers. On the Bongo and Kayan side, they go to a desert and find blue flowers. Hippo springs. Some hippos are stuck in dried mud. That's because the water source is blocked. So the lion guard go to the mountains and fix the problem. The best guard. Kayan tells his friends that they are the best lion guard in Pride Land's history. Zazu tells him that he is exaggerating. But Simba actually agrees with Kayan and as an example says that no lion can run faster than a cheetah. See, Fuli is even Simba's favorite. In the rest of this comic, the rest of the guard do tasks to convince Zazu. It's good to see that Simba, who used to be against having animals other than lions on the guard, is totally cool with them now and believes how good they are. Let's help Rafiki. Rafiki loses his staff and the lion guard try to find it. Saving a flower. Some special butterflies are missing and if they don't come back, some beautiful flowers will die. So the lion guard bring those butterflies back. Wildfire emergency. A zebra is trapped in fire, so the lion guard save it. An enemy in trouble. Ray Ray is in danger and Goi Goi can't save her. So he asks the lion guard to save her. They do it, but Ray Ray is angry that she had to be saved by the lion guard, so she chases Goi Goi. The night mission. The hyenas try to hunt in Pride Lands at night because the lion guard are asleep at that time. But a bat finds it out and tells the lion guard. A remedy for impatience. A baby hippo eats unripe fruits, so he gets stomachache. The lion guard tries to find a remedy for him. Maku's trap. Crocodiles attack a calf and the lion guard save it. The ancient outposts. The lion guard tries to find another secret lair of the previous lion guard. A test for the guard. Rafiki thinks that the rest of the guard rely too much on Kayan's leadership. So he tells Kayan to pretend to be in danger so that the rest could learn independence as well. Rest of the guard see Kayan unconscious at a place far from them and a crocodile is lurking around him. When they go through some challenges to reach Kayan, they realize that Kayan just pretended to be unconscious and that crocodile was actually their friend Pua. Team play. A calf is in danger in the canyon. The lion guard save it. Learning by experience. This one is a retelling of the episode Can't Wait to Be Queen. Episode 1. Babysitter Bongo. Bongo becomes a babysitter. He teaches the kids how to defend themselves. So when jackals attack them, they can deal with the jackals themselves. Episode 2, The Savannah Summit. A short while before the dry season, the Lion King will invite the leaders of each animal to a summit in order to negotiate and fix the current problems and prevent the future conflicts that will happen in the dry season. Meku, as the leader of the crocodiles, is also there, and Kion attacks him multiple times, but turned out that Meku is actually trying to be a good guy now, and he was willing to negotiate, but now thanks to Kion it is ruined. So Kion will make it up to Meku, and at the end a peace is made between all the animals. I love how even though Kion made a big mistake this time, Simba still didn't lash out at him. Again, he just raised his voice a little bit. He already knows that Kion regrets it, and shouting at him won't make it better. Instead of telling Kion how angry or disappointed he is, he gave a chance to his son to fix his mistakes, just like how a great father would do. Also, I know Meku's redemption came out of nowhere, but should we really need a reason to become a better person? Can't we just one day wake up and decide to let go of our bad behaviors and start doing good things? Episode 3, The Traveling Baboon Show. A few circus monkeys show up, but they turned out to be food thieves, so they ran away to the outlands. But hyenas attacked them, so the lion guard saved them. At the end, the monkeys changed their ways. Episode 4, Ono and the Egg. Ono finds an egg in his nest. That egg hatches, and Ono will take care of the hatchling until her mother is found. When the mother is found, a hawk named Mpishi tries to hunt the hatchling, but the lion guard stops her. Also, I like her motivation. She comes from a far place to Pride Lands to taste new foods. It's a very simple motivation, but it makes sense to me. After all, what is more enjoyable than a delicious meal? Episode 5, The Rise of Scar. Okay, I have a small complaint. Wouldn't it be better if we had the first 4 episodes of Season 2 as the final 4 episodes of Season 1? And then have episode 5 of Season 2 as a TV movie just like The Return of the Road? Then Season 2 would start with episode 6 instead? In that case, Season 1 would be 30 episodes, which is a round number, and then the Lion Guard would become an even bigger deal, and then the pacing and structure of Season 2 wouldn't have any problems. Season 1 is fine because every episode is 20 minutes, and the whole season has a problem of the week formula. But in Season 2, the first 4 episodes are just like Season 1, and then episode 5 is even longer than the Return of the Roar movie, and then from episode 6 the opening changes and the status quo changes. If it was the way I said it, then the first 4 episodes wouldn't stand out like a sore thumb, and also it would be much cooler. By the way, it is the dry season, and because of that, there are much more problems for the Lion Guard to deal with. The hyenas attacked the Pride Lands multiple times in the same day. The last time they chased them out, Ushari got mentally tortured again. This is where Ushari loses his mind. Dude had so many bad lucks that he went mad and started his villain arc. And it's justifiable if you ask me. Bro was just minding his own business during the entirety of Season 1. But just bad things happen to him for no reason. Matembo, the leader of the elephants, has the responsibility to find a new water source with her great hearing ability, but the other animals are making loud sounds and doesn't let her focus. Then Kion is talking to Mufasa and a new character is secretly watching them. She is Mekini, a mandrill just like Rafiki, who will be his apprentice and his future replacement for when Kiara becomes queen. She tells to Kion, and turns out that only lions and experienced Meduses can talk to dead lions. Also, it is a secret and the other animals shouldn't know it, but Ushari was hearing them as well and starts thinking of a plan. Also, Ushari refers to Mufasa as the wisest king of Pride Land's history. I don't like how Mufasa is the best king of history and Scar is the worst king in history. It kinda makes the world building smaller, as if there wasn't anything before Mufasa. I personally think if there were kings that were even better than Mufasa and kings that were even worse than Scar, it would be much more interesting. Then the Lion Guard deal with the hyenas again. Then Rafiki is teaching lessons to Makini, and Makini is a very talkative and impatient person. She has a long way to go. Then he sends her to find her own staff. Then Kion is talking about Motembo to Simba, and Simba tells him that finding water is her responsibility and they have their own responsibilities. Then they sing a song about responsibility, and during it we see a flashback of a very young Kion when he was just learning how to walk. Baby Kion is very cute. Mufasa also looks at them, and it's cool to see all three generations in one shot. And also Simba tells Kion how much he is proud of his son. The hyenas find Ushari in the Outlands and try to eat him, but he tells them what he knows and says if Kion can talk to Mufasa, maybe they can find a way to talk to Scar. So they let him go to execute his plans. When Makini is finding her staff, Ushari manipulates her to ask Rafiki about how to talk to evil lions of the past. Then Makini takes her staff to Rafiki and he connects two fruits to the staff. One represents the past and the other one for the future. Then Ushari introduces his little lizard friend to the hyenas. The lizards follow Rafiki and Makini and tell Ushari about the secret lair. Ushari follows Rafiki and Makini to the lair. Then Rafiki introduces Makini to the rest of the guard. Then Makini asks Rafiki and he tells her about how to talk to evil lions of the past. And Ushari hears it. Then Makini is introduced to the rest of the royal family. Kiara and Makini go to Motembo to see if they can help and to know each other for the future. Then Ushari and Jonjo come up with a plan. When Kiara and Makini are alone, the hyenas attack them and get Makini's staff and kidnap Kiara. They need the staff to summon Scar, and they need Kiara to make Kion angry so that he would roar, and they will need that to start the summoning process. The Lion Guard rescue Kiara, but Jonjo manages to make Kion use his roar in anger. The Lion Guard go, under the false assumption that nothing bad is going to happen. Ushari couldn't summon Scar, so Jonjo gets angry and throws the staff in the lava. But that was exactly what they needed to do, and Scar's spirit gets summoned from the hell. The fire forms the shape of Scar's head, and he introduces himself with an evil laughter. The design of Scar is literally and figuratively fire. It is such a cool design. At the end, Makini manages to make the rest of the animals quiet and Motembo finds a new water source. And also Rafiki tells Makini that the staff was just a piece of wood and the thing that is important is the person that wields it. This was a perfect episode. It deserved to be considered a TV movie, not just a long episode. I really have no problem with it. Bringing back Scar was an obvious yet genius idea. Of course, he is not voiced by Jeremy Irons here, but that redesign makes up for it. Later, I will find some problems with how they handled Scar, but those problems are not in this episode. Episode 6. Let Sleeping Crocs Lie. There is an antelope stampede. Ono suggests the guard to drive them to a dead end to stop the stampede. The plan works, but they didn't know that the crocodiles were hibernating in a cave nearby. And because of the stampede, they are awake now and can't go to sleep again. So Meku goes to Simba to solve the problem. But now that Meku has changed his ways, another crocodile named Kiburi is not satisfied with the new peaceful base, so he makes problems. The lion guards stop them, and by Simba's order they find a water hole for them. But it is small, so Kiburi challenges Meku to a mashindano so that he could easily bring chaos. Scar sends Ushari to Kiburi, and Ushari tells Kiburi to send his loyal crocodiles to attack Simba while he is distracting him during the mashindano. Meku defeats Kiburi, and also thanks to Ono, his loyal crocodiles are stopped. So Kiburi and the 3 crocodiles loyal to him are banished. Kiburi and his crocodiles get introduced to Scar. At the end, we see that the crocodiles are getting used to the new situation, and Meku forgives Ono. It's good to see how much Meku has changed. His redemption arc isn't anything special, but I love how he went from a generic villain to one of my favorite characters of the show. Episode 7, Swept Away. The zebras are trapped in a dried mud, and Kion roars at the cloud to make it rain and make the mud wet again so that the zebras can free themselves. But I think the cloud Kion roared at was big, so it was too much rain, and as a result, a flood swept away Beshti to the Outlands. Scar finds it out, and with a plan traps Beshti and sends the hyenas to crush him under giant rocks, but the lion guard stops them. Episode 8, Rafiki's New Neighbors. 3 annoying animals show up and annoy Rafiki, so he sends them away. Later the tree is in fire, so those 3 animals come back and save the tree. Rafiki tells them that they can stay with him if they want, but the 3 say they have found a new home, so there is no need for that. In this episode, we see how worse the situation is during the dry season. Disasters happen left and right. Also here, Mekini does her first official royal painting. A lot of small things happen in this episode, but none of them hold any importance. Episode 9, Rescue in the Outlands. Scar hears about Jessie and sends Jonjo's entire crew to kill her. Their plan almost works, but the last minute the Lion Guard came and saved her. Episode 10, The Ukumbushu Tradition. Another lore episode. There is a tradition in which the members of the current Lion Guard will play in a stage show. In it, they will play as the members of Oscari's Guard. Oscari is the first Lion Guard leader in history. Mekini uses fruits to make yellow color in order to paint the rest of the Lion Guard members, in order to make them look like lions. So as a result, she runs out of yellow color, so she uses flowers to make more yellow color to paint the elephants' faces. Because of that, during the stage play, bees attack the elephants. The Lion Guard save them and continue the stage play. One lioness in the background looks like Sarabi, but I think it is confirmed that it is not her. The show had around 50 episodes or something, and not in even one of them Sarabi even got mentioned. Why don't they talk about her at all? Is she dead? Is she just in the background? What happened to her? It's insulting that they just ignore her. I like how they talked about the Pride Land's history in this episode. I would also like to see a full version of that stage play. An animated short would be fine, but it would be cool if they turned it into an actual real-life stage play. The Lion King on Broadway is one-off, if not the most successful Lion King project. I don't know why they didn't make more of it. Episode 11, The Bite of Kenge. A giant lizard named Kenge shows up, who with his venomous bites can make his opponents paralyzed, except for Bongo, who is immune to it. So him and McKinney distract him while the rest of the guard heal and come back to kick him out. The effect of Kenge's bite won't last forever, but McKinney made the healing process faster with some flowers.
Are we supposed to smell the flowers? Eat them?
Or wear them?
They had to shove it in the episode 12, Timon and Pumbaa's Christmas. It is a Christmas special episode. I am not sure if this episode is canon or not, but it is interesting to see a Lion King adaptation of the concept of Christmas. Overall, a generic and childish episode that feels more like a Timon and Pumbaa episode than a Lion Guard episode, but it has its charm. It's also cute to see how kind everyone in Pride Lands are. Episode 13, The Morning Report. It was about time to have a Zazu episode. Scar tells Jar to capture Zazu and get the royal secrets from him. They capture Zazu, but Zazu distracts them long enough so that the Lion Guard can come and save him. Also here we see that although Zazu is a comedy character, he has his heroic side. We see a flashback to baby Kayon days, and in it we see that once Zazu saved Kayon and Bongo from the crocodiles. Also in the current day, we see Zazu, while being trapped in a cage, he manages to take down 2 hyenas and save Fully. Also we see some references to the first Lion King movie, but none of them are satisfying to me. I say when Zazu's cage was rolling in the direction of the steam, he could say not again or something, or he could reference Scar or the old hyenas. Episode 14, The Golden Zebra. There isn't enough water for all Pride Landers, so Simba sends the Lion Guard to the Backlands. It's a neighboring territory to the Pride Lands, and I think the queen of that place is a golden zebra named Habu. And I have a question. Why isn't she a fairy icon? I expected her to have a huge following on DeviantArt, like the likes of Nala, Zero and Kovu, but she barely has any fan arts. And also, I am not a fairy, but if you are one, good for you, it's your life. Also, DeviantArt isn't just for weird stuff, because that's just half of it. In the other half, there are lots of good fan arts and fan comics about the Lion King, and not all of them are questionable. In fact, I have already shown some of them in some of my previous videos, and I will eventually make a video about the Lion King fan contents to show you guys that there are actually lots of good and non-questionable stuff on that site. By the way, the Lion Guard ask her if they can share their watering hole with the Pride Landers, but that watering hole is also dry because Makucho has blocked the river. But the Lion Guard, with the help of the Habu, defeat him and the rest of the leopards, and then they break the dam, so the watering hole is full of water again, and both the Backlanders and the Pride Landers can have water now. Episode 15, The Little Guy. Well, another generic episode. There are similar episodes to this in other kid shows. I think you know how it works. There's an animal who wants to be another animal, and then he gets laughed at because of it, but later he shows his worth, and as a result becomes an honorary member of the animals he wanted to be. Episode 16, Divide and Conquer. The Jackals have joined Scar. Now hyenas can attack a place, while the Jackals will attack another place. So the Lion Guard have to divide, which will make them weaker. But Kayon realizes that Jackals and the hyenas have teamed up. So Kayon asks that Drone go for help. He has actually started a show. Good for him. He will distract the bad guys so that the Lion Guard will find the time to deal with all of them without dividing. Also here the hyenas tried to attack Rafiki, but he defeated them by referencing the Lion King 1. I like this reference actually. Also at the end, Kion saw Scar, but he didn't bring it up for some reason. Episode 17. The Scorpion Sting. Okay, the stakes were kinda high in this one. We see Scar's entire gang here. Hyenas, jackals, crocodiles, vultures, Ushari and the lizards. But today he will also ask the help of a scorpion as well. It is the anniversary of the day that Simba defeated Scar. So the animals are celebrating. While everyone is distracted, by Scar's request, the scorpion stings Simba. Simba is going to die by the sunset if he doesn't get killed. But Rafiki will need ashes from the volcano for that. So McKinney and the Lion Guard go to the Outlands, but they will fight all of Scar's gang on the way. When they get the ashes from the volcano, Scar reveals himself. Scar still can't hold his tongue, so he tells them that it was all part of his plan and that they are all trapped now. But the Lion Guard kept their cool, and Kion used his roar multiple times in a way that it won't make the volcano erupt. Scar has a huge ego and just assumes his plan will work because he thinks others have the same flaws as him. And Kion is smart and mentally strong and won't make the same mistakes that Scar made when he was a lion. And because of that, Kion seemingly has much more control over the roar than Scar ever did. The Lion Guard give the ashes to Rafiki, but they barely made it because the Outlanders kept attacking them. Simba is saved, but he will be weak for a while. That moment that Kion nuzzled Simba and Simba woke up was a heartwarming scene. Kion tells Rafiki about Scar's return. Rafiki tells Kion that he should tell this to Simba when his illness is fully cured. Then the Lion Guard and McKinney are on Pride Rock. Kion tells the rest that from now on, things will be harder, but they won't give up. This episode was good, but it could be much better. They had to take this one much more seriously. Simba's life was in danger, but there were still jokes in it. Also, if you ask me, it's too bad that the show tried to be canon. You know, if it just accepted itself as an alternate universe, they could do much more. Just imagine if Simba died in this episode. Things would go much more differently. I would like to see that universe somehow. Like now, imagine Nala, Kiara and Kion trying to rule the Pride Lands without Simba. That would be hard. And yeah, you know, that would be tragic. And you know, I just would like to see what would happen if Simba died. You know, why are you trying to be canon? Why don't you just accept yourself as a non-canon one thing and just do cool stuff with it, you know? But whatever. Episode 18. The Wisdom of Kangwa. The only interesting part of this episode is the beginning of it. I said multiple times that I don't like bringing back Mufasa, but I love this one. Mufasa is talking to both Simba and Kion. I love how all three generations are here. Then Fully and McKinney have to escort an old wise turtle to Pride Rock. And you can guess what happens. The trip is much longer than what Fully expects. But at the end, she learns to be patient and to stop and observe sometimes. Too bad she forgets all of it later. Episode 19. The Kilio Valley Fire. Just like the last episode, only the beginning is good. The Lion Guard actually lose at the beginning. The vultures put 6 on fire and throw them, and it looks like as if it's raining fire from the sky. The target is where the elephants live. On normal circumstances, they could put out the fire, but hyenas, jackals, and crocodiles attack the elephant at the same time. So the lion guard have no choice but to escort the elephants outside of their home. The elephants are safe, but the same can't be said for their home. It's completely burnt, and now it's part of the enemy's territory. It was interesting to see the bad guys win one round for a change, but the rest of it is again predictable. The lion guard tried to take the elephants to another place, but in all of them animals leave, and it's hard for them to cope with them. Until the end that another place is on fire, but the elephants put out the fire, so they are welcome to stay now. Episode 20. Undercover Kinyonga. A chameleon shows up and agrees to spy on Scar for the lion guard. She learns Scar's plan but gets revealed to Scar. The lion guard saves her. The lion guard gets inspired by her and uses stealth techniques to ruin Scar's plan. Episode 21. Cave of Secrets. McKinney and the lion guard search for more paintings in the caverns to find a solution to defeat Scar. As a result, they find a secret cave. This leads to a dungeon, which is a test for the lion guard. One by one, they prove their worth by doing a task. And at the end, they realize that they themselves are the key of defeating Scar. By believing in themselves and working together, they can overcome any challenge. Now they have proved it to themselves that they are worthy. Episode 22. The Zebra Mastermind. Every animal crew that worked for Scar have at least one idiot in it. Jackals have Goi Goi, hyenas have Cheesy and Changu, and there are also two idiot crocodiles. Thurston accidentally gives tips to each of them about how to defeat the lion guard, and it goes as disastrous as you expected. Episode 23. The Hyena Resistance. Jessiri makes her own lion guard. They call it the Hyena Resistance. They are a great help to the lion guard because they can prevent Scar's plan and make the lion guard's job much easier. Scar finds it out and sends his army to deal with the hyena resistance. But the lion guard comes to the rescue. At the end, Jonjo is falling to his death, but Jessiri saves him. She offers him to join the good guys. Jonjo disagrees and runs away, but it was obvious that Jonjo had his doubts. Jonjo is slowly becoming tired of being evil and is questioning his current life choices. Episode 24. The Underground Adventure. Tifu and Zuri want to bath in mud to protect their skin or something. They make Kiara come with them as well. Kayon and Bongo also join them to protect them. It's cute to see Kiara and Kayon spend time together. That's something I want more of. Scar finds it out and sends a vulture to bring fire. I said before that Kiara didn't have a great moment in this show, neither as a sister nor as a character, but she has a few good moments, and I think this one is one of the good ones. Kayon tells the girls to take shelter while he and Bongo put out the fire, but Kiara disagrees and comes to help the boys. She has her heroic moments, like in this episode that she saves Tifu once, or in season 1 that she saved Tifu and Zuri once. These two idiots are just totally unaware of the world around them. Like, Scar is back, and Kiara is spending time with Simba for royal duties and also figuring out what to do with Scar. And these two refer to these life or death situations as boring, stupid stuff. Like, seriously? Calling the guard because your skin is dry? What? I just wonder why Kiara even hangs out with them. She's just taking care of them half the time. I guess there are no other girl lions around here. By the way, They couldn't put out the fire, so they enter a tunnel and find another way to reach Pride Rock. During it, we have a mini arc for Tifu. She is afraid of the dark, and she eventually learns to not be afraid of the dark. Episode 25, Beshti and the Beast. The Gorilla King sends his strongest gorilla to help the Lion God. His name is Shuja, and he is so strong that he destroys everything while trying to help. So Beshti teaches him how to control his strength. Episode 26, Pridelanders Unite. The Outlanders have become a much bigger threat now that they are united. And also the Pridelanders have become paranoid because of it and are making problems for each other. Kion wants to teach the Pridelanders how to defend themselves and how to work as a team to fix both of the problems. Kion's friends tell him that if the Pridelanders knew about Scar's return, then they would be more willing to help. But Kion tells them that his father doesn't want the Pridelanders to know it because he fears they might become even more paranoid. The Lion Guard recruits some animals, but they can't make them get along with each other. So they call Meku and the crocodiles to train them. But the other animals can't fight like a crocodile. And also Meku is a good guy now, but still a jerk. So it doesn't work either. Meku and the crocodiles leave, but Scar has heard about the Pridelanders uniting and has sent all the Outlanders to deal with Meku and his float first. But the rest of the Pridelanders with the Lion Guard come and help them. During the fight, the different animals finally learn how to work as a team. At the end, Meku thanks everyone and tells them that he will help them anytime they need it. Episode 27, The Queen's Visit. Queen Dahabu shows up with her zebras. She will talk to Simba about keeping their alliance. She will have a tour on Pride Lands and somehow Tifu and Zuri will be her guard. Scar sends the Outlanders to attack Dahabu in order to break the alliance. Fully does her job, but Tifu and Zuri are cowards, so instead, two of Dahabu's loyal zebras come to save her. So she chooses them to be her royal bodyguards from now on, and Fully and Tifu and Zuri are free from her annoyance now. At the end, Dahabu tells Simba and Pridelanders that she will continue their alliance. Episode 28, The Fall of Mizimu Grove, lore episode. There is a part of the Pride Lands called the Mizimu Grove. In it, all the royal Majuzis have planted a baobab tree in order to represent themselves in Pride Lands history. Today is McKinney's turn. The Lion Guard invite lots of animals to see it. During it, all the Outlanders attack and also bring fire. The Pridelanders have been training for this. So this time they defend themselves and fight the Outlanders, and they do a great job with it until Scar shows up from the fire, and now the Pridelanders panic and run. The Outlanders are kicked out and the fire is put out, but the damage is already done. The Mizimu Grove is badly damaged and the Pridelanders are not happy that Simba kept Scar's return a secret. They are even considering leaving the Pride Lands. Simba tells them that it is his duty to protect them, but if they leave, he can't do that. He tells the leaders of the animals that they have time to think and they will tell their decisions tomorrow. At night, Kion seeks guidance from Mufasa, and then he finds out that the tree that McKinney was supposed to plant is still safe and sound. Tomorrow, the leaders are seemingly planning to leave, but Kion uses that tree as an example to show them that united they stand, divided they fall. So the animals agree to stay. A great episode, but not perfect. For example, I don't know how that tree was a metaphor of togetherness. Episode 29, Fire from the Sky. During this season, lots of sticks on fire were coming from the sky, and today they will find out how. Ono tries to fly as high as he can to see where the fire comes from, but he can't fly high enough. So Beshti introduces them to someone who can fly high, Anga, a female eagle. And at first glimpse, she is seemingly the most straight and serious character in this show. Her expressionless face and next to nothing reactions when others are trying to interact with her are priceless. She is either shy and introvert to some unhealthy measures or an egomaniac. Sometimes she just doesn't even answer the questions, and sometimes her reactions are very delayed. She agrees to help and realizes that vultures are the reasons. Then they recruit Hadithi and his followers, and with their help, they manage to defeat the vultures. It's good to see that Hadithi has become an actual hero and a leader, although he is still an egomaniac. And Ongo is a great support character. Write that down, put a pin on it. You will need it when I talk about season 3. And this was the last episode, so not even the final episode was like a normal episode. There were no season finale to it, just like season 1. But I was fine with it in season 1 because it was a monster of week type of season. But Scar was back in season 2. It had to be more story driven. It had to have a season finale, but whatever, man. Those were the episodes. Now here is the ranking. Number 29, Rafiki's new neighbors. Those 3 animals were annoying. Number 28, the traveling baboon show. The baboons were annoying. Number 27, Undercover Kinyongo. The lion guard learning from the chameleon was interesting, but overall a generic episode. Number 26, Beshti and the Beast. There are episodes from other shows that are similar to this one and it doesn't stand out. Number 25, Swept Away. Beshti was nice, but this episode has nothing special about it. Number 24, Babysitter Bongo. A childish episode, but Bongo teaching kids how to defend themselves was interesting. Number 23, The Zebra Mastermind. Overall a predictable episode, but it had its funny moments. Number 22, Divide and Conquer. Interesting idea, but in execution a generic episode. If Scar just continued the strategy from this episode, he would have eventually won. Number 21, The Little Guy. Again, generic episode, and everyone forgot about it later. Number 20, Timon and Pumbaa's Christmas. Generic episode, but it was interesting to see a Lion King version of Christmas. Number 19, The Golden Zebra. The hobo has a good design and is friendly, but the episode isn't very special. Number 18, The Underground Adventure. Another generic episode, but at least Kiara was heroic, I guess. And Tifu had an arc, I guess that's good too. Number 17, The Wisdom of Kangwa. Yet another generic episode, but the beginning of it was cute. Number 16, The Kilio Valley Fire. It was cool to see good guys lose for once, if only the rest wasn't generic. Number 15, Rescue in the Outlands. It's a Jessiri episode, and Jessiri episodes are always good. Number 14, The Bite of Kenge. Kenge was a threat, and it was nice to see McKinney in action. Also, why didn't Scar use this guy again? If he just combined this idea with another idea, he would have won. Number 13, Ono and the Egg. Ono became some sort of a big brother figure. Ono is such a nice guy. Number 12, The Savannah Summit. It was good to see a redemption arc for McCool. even though it came out of nowhere. Number 11. The Scorpion Sting. A kid who isn't aware of the existence of Lion King 2 would be on the edge of the seat while watching this episode. Number 10. Let Sleeping Crocs Lie. Mako is one of my favorite characters of this show now. Number 9. The Hyena Resistance. Another Jessery episode. And I am happy to see good hyenas in action. Number 8. The Queen's Visit. The other Dehabu episode. She is such a nice and happy person. She is also one of the best characters of this show. Number 7. Fire from the Sky. Introduction of Anga, another good character. It's also good to see normal people in action, and by normal people I mean the normal animals. You know, the birds were doing lots of stuff in this, and also in other episodes the other animals are doing good stuff. It's good to see that the Lion Guard actually tried teaching their people how to fight. Number 6. Fall of the Mizimu Group. Again, the bad guys won at the beginning. Also, Kayan is such a nice guy. Number 5. The Morning Report. Wow, didn't know Zazu was this good of a character. Number 4. Pridelanders Unite. It's so good to see all the Pridelanders fighting for a better tomorrow. Number 3. Cave of Secrets. It's great to see why Kayan and his friends are worthy of being the Lion Guard. Number 2. The Ukumbusho Tradition. There is a weird relaxation in this episode. Seeing the royal family together is nice, and seeing the characters singing and playing a stage show, these are all interesting. Like, I want more episodes like this. You know, there is this episode and there is the Kupatana celebration episode from season 1. I like seasons like this. They are, you know, crazy stuff doesn't happen in it. They are very grounded. It's kind of more like Lion King. It's less like Lion Guard. It's more like Lion King. There are less fantasy stuff in it. There are less unrealistic stuff in it. These two episodes are just a gathering of family and friends, and it's cute. I like that. And number 1, the rise of Scar. Reviving Scar is such a cool idea. I can't think of a better way of doing it than this episode. Of course, in the rest of the episodes, the way they used the Scar was underwhelming. But you know, if I wanted to rewrite this season, you know, I would have changed everything that happens after this episode. I would have kept this episode the same. Zazu tells Scar that tonight people would tell stories of past kings so that Simba would learn some stuff. Scar doesn't like it, but he has a plan, so he agrees to join them. He tells his plan to Shenzi, Bonzai and Ed. He will tell a story in which he will indirectly give signals to the hyenas to then stealthily attack Simba. Scar volunteers to be the first to tell a story. Simba asks him to tell a scary one, not a boring one about an old king or something. Scar agrees and begins the story. Now look at this picture. Isn't it cool? It's interesting to see Scar outside of that cave for once. I mean, can you believe it? Scar actually interacting with people? This one single picture is the only interesting thing about it. That's why a few months ago I just showed this picture of it and said that I won't talk about this book. But here we are now. From this picture, you could imagine Scar is telling a cool psychological horror story that even those lionesses would think about it overnight. You could also think he's flirting with one of them maybe. But no, Scar is actually making up the story as he tells it, so as a result it's just a lame and confusing story. In it 3 times he told the hyenas a way to attack Simba, but they fail at all 3 times. So Scar immediately finishes the story and the hyenas leave. Simba tells Scar that it was a nice story, but maybe make it scarier next time. So that's the story. The first scene is good actually. It's a nice tech demo of what today's technology is capable of. But from the second scene, the problems begin. First problem is how long the movie is. It's 2 hours long because some scenes are unnecessarily longer than the original versions. And also some new scenes are here that add nothing to the narrative. The voice acting is bad because they are not voice acting. They are just reading their lines in the most lifeless way possible. They casted celebrities here, and that doesn't always mean a bad thing. For example, the original Lion King or Kung Fu Panda had celebrities in them, and they actually did a great job in there, but not here. The celebrities usually don't care about voice acting, and because of that they do a bad job. But you know what is the worst thing? The only voice actor that reprised his role from the original movie was the legendary James Earl Jones. Rest in peace. And unfortunately, this is the only time that his acting is not legendary. But no disrespect for him. This probably is because of the direction or old age. But one interesting thing is that Cop Nala is voiced by Shahadi Rai Joseph, who used to play as young Nala in the Lion King stage musical. So this one is a choice that makes sense actually. The other problem is the visuals actually. The visuals are impressive but not beautiful. There is a difference between them. The Lion King 1994 was beautiful. Looking at every single frame of that movie was a treat for the eyes. But here, even though it is impressive that this is all animated, it is kinda ugly. And also the characters don't have body language and aren't expressive at all. For example, look at the stampede scene. In the original version, Simba looked horrified, but here he looks bored. You just can't realize how they feel by looking at their face. The exact opposite of the original. This movie is boring. None of the characters have their playfulness from the original movie. Usually they just stay in one place and barely move at all. The script is also inferior. They just add new lines and remove some lines and change some lines. And in all of these situations, they make it worse. And that combined with the bad voice acting turns this into a miserable experience. For example, in this scene, Mufasa sounds like a jerk. But not everything is bad here. There are a few small changes that I like. For example, we see there are other cubs here alongside Simba and Nala. Also, the soundtracks aren't as good as the original. Again, they just change some stuff that are totally unnecessary and sometimes make it worse. And again, that combined with the bad voice acting results in legendary lines like,
"If this is where the monarchy is headed, count it out."
The hyenas are not fun here. Why? Because the hyenas can't be lame anymore. And I have to say, since when Shenzi and the hyenas were lame? They weren't that dumb. Did you forget that they killed Scar? Shenzi had always been the best lackey to a villain because she was the only one that dared to kill her own boss and succeeded. But now she isn't fun anymore. But at least Bonsai and Ed are not ruined here because they don't exist in this version. They are replaced by 2 new hyenas. This version of Be Prepared needs a dishonorable mention. They wanted to completely remove it from the remake, but when fans realized it, they complained. So Disney added this scene the last minute. I know why they wanted to remove it, but isn't that overkill? Couldn't you just change that one single problematic part of the scene? The stampede scene also deserves to get a dishonorable mention. All the problems with this movie can be seen in this one single scene. They butchered this scene. There is no feeling in it. It is not horrifying nor tragic. The original version always makes me sad, but I just don't care about this version. Also, Timon and Pumbaa here are not funny at all. But they show that Timon and Pumbaa were not the only animals that lived in the jungle. Which makes sense, so another small change that I actually like. In this universe, Scar has a crush on Sarabi. So he hates his brother because of a girl. That's one of the most cliche reasons for hating someone ever. There are only two new scenes in this movie that I like. First is the one in which Nala is running away from Pride Lands to get help. And second is the scene that shows how a part of Simba's mane was sent to Rafiki. Oh look, can you feel the love tonight? Doesn't even happen in Night. Then we reach the biggest problem with this remake. Well, the second biggest problem, because the first biggest problem is how expressionless the characters are. You know the scene in which Rafiki hits Simba with his staff? The scene that contains one of the main life lessons of the movie? That scene doesn't exist here. Then Simba is going back home and we hear a new music. I said that the remake songs are bad, but the new songs are good actually. Then the final battle has two small changes that I like. First is that Zazu is also part of it. And second is the fact that Nala and Shenzi have some sort of a rivalry here. So yeah, that was it. This remake has a few small changes that I like, but it also has lots of big changes that I hate. So yeah, overall, the Lion King remake is inferior to the original version of it. King for a day. Simba and Nala are running away from Zazu because today is school day. They continue running and we see other male lions. Then Simba bumps into Mufasa. Mufasa tells Simba that he shouldn't skip his lessons with Zazu so that he could become a good king. Simba says that he already knows everything he needs. In order to prove him wrong, Mufasa tells everyone that today Simba will be king. Serabi is not sure about it, but Mufasa won't change his mind. Then an antelope comes from a far place and is shocked to see Simba is the king. With Mufasa away, Scar tries to corrupt Simba, which isn't even needed because Simba alone is destroying the kingdom by making the wrong decisions. While Simba is trying to fix this mess, Scar manages to trap that antelope and tries to kill and eat it. Simba tries to stop him but Scar doesn't listen. But then Mufasa shows up and he stops him. At the end, Simba learns his lessons. Keeper of the egg. Timon tells Pumbaa that he stinks. Then they find an egg, but it's very big. Timon wants to keep it, but it's too heavy for him. He asks Pumbaa for help, but Pumbaa doesn't help. Timon carries the egg for a while before he takes a break. Then the egg falls into a place full of rocks so Timon can't find the egg. A jackal shows up and wants to eat the egg. Timon gives him a rock instead and it damages his teeth. Timon finds the egg and runs away from the jackal. The jackal almost gets him, but Pumbaa stops him. Later, the egg hatches and an ostrich is born. The mother shows up and thanks Timon for taking care of her baby. Snow Day. Simba and Nala are pissed because of how hot it is. So they go to the snowy mountains and shenanigans happen. Bad omens. A tree falls down in a way that its branches are pointing at Simba. Rafiki is horrified. He says it's a sign of a bad omen for Simba. Rafiki tells Simba to watch his step today. So everyone gets worried and they take turn in taking care of Simba. And they won't even let Simba take a single step. Serabi puts Simba on a turtle and that turtle would take Simba to where he wants. After a while, Simba is done with everyone and runs away. Then an earthquake happens and Mufasa saves him. So now they say that the danger is over. But if you ask me, I think the tree was talking about Scar and not the earthquake. Episode 1, Battle for the Pride Lands. The episode starts with Simba and Rafiki watching the sunrise. Then we see the burnt former House of the Elephants, which is slowly becoming green again. Jonjo is watching over it while the rest of the hyenas are asleep. Then we see the burnt Mizumo Grove. Then we see the Lion Guard looking at the tree that McKinney has planted in there. Then we see a montage of the Lion Guard doing their duties. During the montage, the Lion Guard members grow up a little bit and now they are teenagers. Simba tells the Lion Guard that now that they are much stronger, it's time to attack Scar and his army and finish this war once and for all. After that, we see Jonjo is much more doubtful of his life. He has almost decided to become a good guy now. And Scar knows that, so he sends the hyenas to a self-destruction mission. After that, we see the army of Pride Lands getting ready for the war that will happen at sunrise. Then the hyenas go to do their mission. They go to a secret lair and fight the Lion Guard. And the rest of Scar's army start a fire and trap both groups. Jonjo manages to escape, but not his gang. So he goes to Jessiri to get help. The Lion Guard and the rest of the hyenas escape through a secret underwater maze. The rest of the royal family are also trapped in the fire, but Onga and Hedithi save them. Jonjo and Jessiri reach Pride Rock, but the rest are already saved. Jonjo tells the Pridelanders that Scar told him if Kion roars as powerful as he can in the volcano, Scar will be gone. This is a lie that Scar told Jonjo, but Jonjo doesn't know that. Simba is not sure of trusting Jonjo, but Jessiri tells him that she trusts him. And also Maku tells Simba that if he was given a second chance, then so should Jonjo. So Jonjo and his gang are also on Pride Land's side. Then Scar tells Ushari how he got his scar. When Scar was the leader of his guard, a strange lion with a scar on his face showed up, and he is very similar to Zero. He is either her father or brother. I don't know why the Lion King franchise just establishes some questions and doesn't answer them, which leads to years of discussion in the fanbase. Do you think it is an intentional choice on the Disney side to always keep the Lion King relevant, or is it just laziness? The strange lion tells him that he can become a king by joining him, which really interests Scar, so he follows him. But then a snake that was the strange lion's friend bites Scar in the face, and that is how he got his scar. The strange lion tells Scar that the bite was poisonous. He will heal it for him if he does everything he tells him to do. Scar didn't want anything with it, so he killed both of them with the rope. Scar tells his quote-unquote heroic actions to Mufasa, and he expects being called a great hero or something. And here it gets confusing because we see Scar's point of view, and Scar isn't a very reliable and trustworthy person, is he? I don't know how much of it is real and how much of it is a lie or a misunderstanding. In Scar's point of view, Mufasa is a jerk. He nicknames him Scar, and the way Scar says it makes it look like Mufasa said it as an insult. Scar claimed that nickname and started to call himself that to show that his past self died and a new version of him was born that day. Even if Mufasa was intentionally or unintentionally mean to him, it's still Scar's fault. Some would say that they don't like this backstory because the fact that a poison has turned Scar evil is lame and unrealistic. But even if we say it really makes you evil all the time, it still is Scar's fault because he already wanted the throne before being poisoned. The snake would never bite him if he wasn't greedy in the first place. During the backstory, we see an actual look at Scar's guard, and also Scar said that he died in the fire, and he did not mention the hyenas at all. After that, the sun rises and it's time to start the final war, and it is satisfying to see all those shenanigans in season 2 finally paying off. All the animals of Pride Lands are now fighting as a unified force, and also now that Jonjo's gang are on Kion's side, the good guys are wiping the floor with bad guys. It is kinda anticlimactic because it was kinda an unfair war because there are much more good guys than bad guys, and it's usually the exact opposite in other cartoons, so that it would be interesting. The other problem is that Simba and Nala are not in the war. Some could use this as another point for proving that Simba was a bad father, but the reason is again because it is not Simba's story, it's Kayon's story. There are already too many good guys. Adding Simba and Nala to the list would make the war last for only 10 seconds, but I have an idea that would fix both problems. In season 2, Scar had a song in which we saw some animals made of fire. Scar would summon all the evil animals from hell, or create animals made out of fire, and he would even recruit Zero and her lionesses. Then there would be enough bad guys to make an actual threat. Then Simba and Nala had to join the fight. Again, I know I have already said that the Lion Guard is aiming to be a kid-only show, but this is the Lion King franchise that we are talking about, and also there won't be a need for good guys to die. The Lion Guard reach Scar. Ushari bites Kayon in the face. Just like Scar, Kayon will have a scar on his face. Bongo pins down Ushari. Scar keeps trash talking to Kayon, but again we see how much stronger Kayon is mentally. Kayon won't become evil because he is not like Scar. Kayon remembers his conversation with Mufasa the last night. He told him that he can't fight fire with fire. Kayon now realizes that their previous plan wouldn't work, so he does something that Scar would never expect.
I forgive you.
You what?
But I can't judge you for everything you've done. The lions of the past need to do that.
We see a new power of Kayon. Instead of roaring, Kayon blows. The great lions of the past also blow with him. It results in a rain, and the Scarfire spirit alongside the lava in volcano are no more. Ushari tries to attack Kayon. Bongo defends Kayon, and Bongo and Ushari are falling into the lava. Ono saves Bongo, but the same cannot be said about Ushari. Before the lava is gone because of the rain, Ushari falls in the lava and dies. And this is tragic. In this show we had many bad guys that are evil because they chose to be evil. But Ushari was the only one whose reason for being evil is understandable. He lost his mind because during his whole life he suffered. If there was one villain in this show that deserved a redemption, it was Ushari. All the Outlanders kinda got redemption. Even Ray Ray and Kiburi, the most evil ones at the end of the war, were like, I guess we are cool with Pridelanders now. I could say it is a kid show, so at the end all the bad guys should become good guys. But then why Ushari died? It's so unfair that only this guy died. He deserved much better, man. He deserved much better. The war is over and Scar and Ushari were the only people that died. And Kayon and Ono are the only ones that are hurt. Kayon is scarred and poisoned, and Ono can barely see because he was in the smoke too much and breathed too much of it while trying to save Bongo. Jonjo tells them that Jasiri should be the queen of the Outlands. It is a kid show, so of course all the bad guys accept it with no problem. Ushari's poison is now affecting Kayon more. He accidentally roars at Bongo. They go to Rafiki. He does all he can, but it is not enough. He could just clean Ono's eyes a little bit and give some flowers named Tulizo to Kayon to eat at least once a day to keep himself calm. Kayon's family come in and are worried about him. Rafiki tells them that he can't heal them, but there is a place far from Pridelands called the Tree of Life where Kayon and Ono can be healed. Ono, even with his damaged eyes, looks at the map and memorizes it. Simba happily allows the Lion Guard to go to the Tree of Life because they earned it. And also now that Outlanders will behave under Jasiri's rule and the dry season is over, they can manage it without the Lion Guard for a while. Now that Ono can't see good enough, Anga will become the keenest of sight. Kayon and Simba are willing to break more traditions, and now Ono is the smartest. So now the Lion Guard has 6 members. The next day it is time to go, and Mekini will also go with the Lion Guard because once she went there as a kid with her parents. And that is where she met Rafiki for the first time and was chosen chosen by the great lions of the past to become the royal Medusi. And now we see a satisfying end to the episode, as McKinney and the Lion Guard are slowly leaving the Pride Lands. All the Pride Landers are saying their goodbyes to them. Episode 2, The Harmattan. At the opening of this season, we see now that there are 7 main characters in this show. Ongo is now the 6th member of the Lion Guard, and McKinney is also tagging along. They must pass through the backlands, so Makucho and his friends show up. A harmattan happens, which leaves a gigantic sandstorm that can last for days or weeks even. So Makucho stops the fight and tries to escort them out of his territory. But during it, he hears about the Tree of Life, so he comes up with a plan to get rid of the Lion Guard and capture McKinney and make her tell him where the Tree of Life is, so that they could find new food to eat in the Tree of Life. The plan doesn't work, but Makucho will secretly follow the guard to the Tree of Life. Episode 3, The Accidental Avalanche. The Lion Guard need to go around a snowy mountain, but the scar has made Kion impatient, so he tries to make a tunnel through the mountain with the roar, but that doesn't work. But it destroys the house of a family of snow monkeys. The rest of it is an Ongo episode. She needs to learn to not be an antisocial, so that the snowy monkeys won't be afraid of her, so that she could save them and find a new home for them. And this is the only episode in this season in which I like Ongo. Only in this episode and her debut episode Ongo was interesting. Her interactions with other characters led to funny moments in these 2 episodes, but in the rest, she barely is a character. At best, she is just a lesser Fully. Nothing against her creators and her voice actress, but Ongo is not main character material. If she was just in a few episodes, I would have really liked her, but now that she is in all episodes of season 3, I don't. That's what I meant when I said Ongo is a great support character in my season 2 video. As a support character, she is great, but as a main character, she is not, because I just don't have any feelings toward her. For other main characters, I either love them or hate them, but for Ongo, I feel nothing. Episode 4, Ghost of the Mountain. A bunch of red pandas think Bongo is a legendary hero that will save them from the ghost of the mountain. That ghost is actually a snow leopard, and Bongo accidentally reveals her by pouring color on her. So now that the red pandas can see the ghost, Bongo recruits them and tells them to fight for themselves. It's shameful that Bongo ultimately dealt with the snow leopard with a fart, but it was interesting to see Bongo as a commander of an army. Episode 5, Marsh of Mystery. McKinney and Ono are trapped in an underground maze and need to work as a team to escape. Episode 6, Dragon Island. The Lion Guard will deal with some Komodo dragons. Episode 7, Journey of Memories. This one is a McKinney episode. It seems that McKinney is remembering some stuff wrong and is leading them to the wrong way. But at the end, the guard and McKinney herself learn to believe in McKinney, and she will find the way to the Tree of Life. You may think I don't like McKinney because I don't like Ongo that much, but no, I actually like McKinney. She is this clumsy girl failure type of character, the exact opposite of Fully, who is this independent, serious girl with an attitude. Fully is a cool character and McKinney is a relatable character. I am not against adding new characters to the main cast. In fact, I actually welcome it. But again, my problem with Ongo is that she isn't relatable like McKinney and doesn't have enough personality like Fully. Episode 8, The Race to Tuliza. Kion is grumpy, but they are out of Tuliza. They reach a sea. It's so salty that they can float on it. McKinney suggests Kion to just relax on it while they find Tuliza for him. Kion takes a nap while floating. Ongo sees some Tuliza and wants to go get it, but Fully tells her to keep an eye on Kion while she goes to get the Tuliza. It is one of those few situations in season 3 that Fully Fully will become the temporary leader while Kayon isn't himself. And she makes a good leader because she knows the strengths and weaknesses of her friends. While Fully is searching for the Tulizo, flamingos show up and start a dance party. And Kayon's friends do everything to make sure Kayon won't be waken up by the flamingos. Fully meets a male cheetah named Azad, which means free in Arabic. He also has Arabic accent and his catchphrase is "Mibinamet," which means see you later in Persian. As a Persian myself, it's cool to feel represented in my favorite franchise in the form of another good character in this show. But with all the Arabic and Persian stuff with him, I assume he is an Asiatic cheetah, which is weird because not counting the Timon and Pumbaa shenanigans, the Lion King franchise happens in Africa, so having an animal from Asia in Africa doesn't make sense. But they probably wanted to do something different just for the sake of it. But it's good that at least they do their research and give a specific accent to a specific animal that makes enough sense. And nothing against it. Giving different accents to different characters is cool and makes them more iconic. But now I have to assume that not all the different accents in this franchise is African. Azad tells Fully that she is in his territory now. Fully tells him that she is looking for Tulizo for her friend. And Azad is kind of what Fully could have been if she didn't meet the rest of the Lion Guard as a child. Just like Fully, he is a good guy but full of ego. To Azad, it's weird that a cheetah has friends and isn't a loner. Azad tells Fully that he will help her if she wins a race against him. Fully loses because Azad knows this place better. Fully challenges Azad to a rematch and Azad's ego doesn't let him say no. This time Fully goes as fast as she can, so Azad tries to take a shortcut but almost falls to his death before being saved by Fully. Azad now respects Fully and takes her to where the Tulizo is, and both go to give the Tulizo to Kayon. And they reached him just in time because the flamingos are annoying to Kayon, so he is just one step away from roaring at them. Fully is afraid of water, but she will go through the water for the sake of Kayon. After eating the Tulizo, Kayon is feeling like himself again, so they are ready to continue the journey. Fully and Azad say their goodbyes to each other and leave. The best thing in this episode was Fully's personality. In season 3, Fully has matured, and because of that she has become an even better character. She cares deeply for her friends, especially Kayon, and I think that's what Simba thinks as well. As in the first episode of season 3, Simba tells Fully to
bring Kayon home safe.
And I think that is why Fully would freak out the most each time Kayon wasn't himself anymore. Some would say it's romance, and even myself used to ship these 2 years ago. But nowadays, I actually love how they didn't fall in love at the end. Not everything should be romance. Sometimes friends will also do everything for their friends. They don't need to be romantically attracted to each other in order to do everything for each other. Romance is overrated, and friendship and found family is underrated. Now I am happy to see how good the dynamic of Kayon and Fully is without getting romance involved, because that would be lazy. I don't understand all those people that went mad at 2019 when Kayon didn't end up with Fully at the end, because if they did, they would be slightly less deep, because everything is romance nowadays. We don't have stories about friendship and found family that many today. At the end, it was shown that Kayon and Fully were more like siblings than anything else. Fully was much more of a big sister to Kayon than Kiara had ever been. And nothing against Kiara, she's actually one of my favorite Lion King characters. And what I said is the result of this show not being about Kiara. I am sure if they wanted to focus more on her, we could see Kiara as a great sister. But they didn't, and because Kayon spent more time with his friends than his family in this show, we, fortunately or unfortunately, saw Kayon's friends as his family, especially in season 3. But Fully was the star of this season if you ask me. It's heartwarming to see how much Fully cares about Kayon. She loved him like a sister. Each time Koyon was acting out of character, Fully was the first to try to prevent Koyon from doing something that he would regret later. And also each time someone would say bad things to Koyon, Fully usually was the first to stand up for Koyon and defend him. Fully understood Koyon the most. She was a real friend. A good friend should be supportive, but that doesn't mean your friends are justified to do anything they want. You should stop them from making mistakes, and you should make them learn from their mistakes when they make one, even if you have to be harsh on them. Fully is a great friend because she knows when to stand up for her friend and when to stand up against her friend. Episode 9, Mama Bintrong. There is this character named Mama Bintrong who I think is a parody of a mafia boss. She loves Tuliza, so she sends her porcupines to get Tulizas from everyone who has it. And the other animals are so afraid of her that they will run away when they hear the word Tuliza. She robs McKinney's staff, so Bongo goes to get it back. He has to defeat her with his fart, so as a result all of the Tulizas she has is destroyed. So she seeks revenge on Bongo. Episode 10, Friends to the End. The poison is really affecting Koyon and he is a jerk at the moment. Even the Tulizo isn't working that much. When he is called out for it, he goes away alone to clear his mind. During it, he falls down and is holding for dear life. The rest find it out but can't help him. So they get another animal to help him. An animal that Koyon had been a jerk to in this episode. He wasn't sure at first, but he eventually saved Koyon. Koyon apologized to the guy, and now that he has cleared his mind, the Tulizo did work. This episode tried to focus on Koyon being a jerk, but not gonna lie, the biggest jerk on this episode was Bongo. He said some harsh stuff on this episode. I know he doesn't truly mean what he said, and it was a result of being an idiot, but it doesn't undo the fact that he called Koyon evil multiple times. This episode showed who is a good friend and who is not. Fully and the rest showed their true friendship to Koyon, but Bongo did not. I know at the end he told Koyon that he would be with him even if he becomes evil, but why did you call him evil in the first place? Episode 11, The Tree of Life. The gang are finally reaching the Tree of Life. They just need to cross a small valley, but thanks to Bongo a landslide happens and the path is blocked with him trapped under it. This catches the attention of the Night Pride. They are basically the lion guard of the Tree of Life. The members are Princess Rani, the next in line for the throne and granddaughter of Jana, the queen of the Tree of Life. Balio, Rani's brother, Surak, Rani's uncle and Queen Jana's son, and Nirmala. I don't think she's related to anyone, but she is a fighter and a healer. And there is also an owl named Ulu that helps the Night Pride sometimes. As you can see, the lions from the Tree of Life all are brown. Due to a misunderstanding, the Night Pride attack the lion guard. During it, Koyon lashes out and roars at Balio. So a mad Rani tells the lion guard to go away and never return. Then they go to check on Balio. The lion guard save Bongo and start clearing up the mess. Rani goes to her grandmother. She told her what happened. When Jonah hears about the roar, she tells Rani to bring back the lion guard.
Mom? Dad?
We're here, Ronnie.
Does death even have a meaning in this universe? So apparently after Jono becoming old, Ronnie's parents were supposed to become king and queen. But they died, so Jono couldn't retire and had to stay the queen until Ronnie was old enough to become queen. Couldn't Surak be a temporarily king until then? Jono had to lead until the day she died? How does the kingdom work here? How did Ronnie's parents die? How did she get that Scar. I already want a Night Pride spin-off. Yeah, I want a spin-off to a spin-off show. I want to see the events of the Tree of Life before the third season of The Lion Guard. I can already say that Surak is an anti-Scar. Scar was an evil uncle that ruined Simba's life for the throne, but Surak is Rani's supportive uncle who has no eye for the throne, and his priority is to take care of his orphaned niece and nephew. After a conversation with her parents, Rani is convinced to talk to Kayan. She sees that the Lion Guard have cleared the path, but they didn't go closer to the Tree of Life. She welcomes them to the Tree of Life. And here I should mention that the Tree of Life in this show is similar to the Tree of Life in Disney's Animal Kingdom theme park. This is something that one of the dear commenters of the channel has mentioned before. I don't know if this similarity was an accident or not, but if it really is intentional, then it is a very nice reference. Episode 12, The River of Patience. The injuries of Kayan is mostly mental than physical, so now he is having some sort of a therapy with Nirmala. She is teaching him patience. On the other side of the story, the animals that the Lion Guard fight against them during this season have teamed up to have revenge. Rani is mad at Kayan for it, but Kayan makes it up for them by helping them deal with the enemy. Episode 13, Little Old Ginterbong. Mama Bintrong is back for revenge. Only Bongo has met her in person, so it would be easy for her. Because all the time Bongo is away from the rest and didn't meet her until the end that she was kicked out. She pretends to be a good guy so that she would be allowed in the Tree of Life. Now it's time for Ono to be healed. Queen Jana does her miracle and Ono is healed. Not completely though, but even without his superpowers, he still is a great part of the team with his cleverness and manages to ruin Mama Binterong's plan. But this episode has two big problems that makes this one of the few episodes of this show that you should stay away from it and never under any circumstance watch it. First is that Bongo has found another honey badger named Bingo, who is basically a gender swapped version of Bongo, but not as brave. This will lead to a fart joke so horrible, it is hands down the worst moment in the entire Lion King multimedia franchise. The other problem is Bongo's personality. It's time for Ono to be here. Everyone were there for Ono except for Bongo because he was too busy trying to impress a girl. We had 2 episodes in this season that shows Bongo is not a good friend. That is a result of his low IQ, but again it does not undo the bad stuff he does. Some would say this is the character assassination of Bongo, but I have to have my sword surrounding moments and say that Bongo had always been a bad character. I tried to be nice to him before, but I have to be honest with myself now. Should I mention how he is the reason that Ushari became a villain? Or the many troubles he made? Or all the times he was mean to his friends? This guy never did anything that made him special. The other 4 members had their moments, but not Bongo. Okay, you know Timon and Pumbaa, and you know they both have good characteristics and bad characteristics. And Bongo is like the combination of the bad sides of both of them. He is an idiot who stinks like Pumbaa and is selfish like Timon. With the exception of his bravery, Bongo has nothing else that makes him daring. Episode 14, Hoa the Destroyer. Beshti accidentally destroys some stuff and that leads to shenanigans. This is a very childish and generic episode. If this happened in season 1, I would be fine with it, but not in the final season of the show. In season 2, we already saw in the episode Beshti and the Beast that Beshti had complete control over his strength, and he is such a soft person inside that his strength would never lead to collateral damage. But here he has become just like Shuja. This is an actual character assassination. Beshti is a little bit dumb, but he is usually aware of his surroundings. Not in this episode though. Episode 15, Long Live the Queen. Queen Jono dies out of old age in this one. It didn't execute it perfectly, but it's good that it tried to teach grieving to kids. Even though to an adult it looks ridiculous, it's good that at least the show tried to teach the concept of death to toddlers. After the death of Queen Jono and her burial, Rani will become the new queen of the Tree of Life. Episode 16, The Lake of Reflection. One interesting thing in this episode is that we see what a wonderful place the Tree of Life is. It feels like the entire planet bundled into one place. All 4 seasons are in this place. All 5 continents are in this place. All sorts of different animals that are impossible to live in the same ecosystem are living in this place together. The Tree of Life is a place that every animal who needs to be healed can come to. It is like a zoo in which all the animals can come in it anytime they want and can leave it anytime they want. As long as you are peaceful, you can stay in this magical place. But the best part of it is Koyon's friend rebuilding Koyon's confidence with a flashback to the baby Koyon days. We see Jonjo, Chizi and Chongu trying to rob an egg. Koyon leads Bongo, Beshti and Fuli, and together they save the egg and kick out the hyenas. Then the egg hatches and Ono is born. With that memory, Koyon remembers that he was a leader even before having the roar of the elders. With that being said, Koyon is finally his old self again, and his healing process is finished, and now they are ready to go back to Pride Lands. Episode 17, Triumph of the Roar. Oscari, the first Lion Guard, discovered the roar of the elders at a place near the Tree of Life. Koyon goes to that place and meets Oscari's spirit. Oscari trains Koyon, and just in one day, Koyon learns everything about the roar and gets so many different powers that makes me wish for a 3D AAA Lion Guard video game in the action-adventure genre. All these powers are so cool, I want to control them. Imagine all the creative ways we could use these powers for combat, navigation, and puzzle solving. We had the perfect idea for a perfect video game, but no, we just had to get cheap mobile games. At the end of the episode, Koyon uses his new powers to deal with the villains of season 3 for the last time. Episode 18, Journey to the Pride Lands. At the beginning of the episode, we see that Koyon and Rani have fallen in love. They have a love song, but it is nowhere near to Can You Feel the Love Tonight or Love Will Find a Way. Then Azad, Jasiri and Jonjo show up. Jasiri and Jonjo heard that Zero and her followers are going to attack the Pride Lands, so they came to bring back the Lion Guard faster. On the way, they met Azad and he took them here through the shortcuts he knew. So they start going back to Pride Lands, except for McKinney, who will stay. Going from Pride Lands to the Tree of Life was a long journey, but going from Tree of Life to the Pride Lands will be a short journey, because now with the shortcuts that Azad knows and the new powers that Koyon has, they can reach home much faster. You may now think that Koyon is now so OP that there is no need for the rest of the guard, but actually they thought about that. And at the end of the episode, Koyon makes a mistake that the rest of the guard are needed to fix it. 19. Return to the Pride Lands. Now the final episode. You guys know that season 1 and 2 of the Lion Guard happened after Kiara and Kovu's first meeting and before Kiara's first hunt. But some parts of season 3 happened during adult Kiara sections of the Lion King 2, and some parts of it happened after the Lion King 2. So yeah, for the longest time the Lion King 2 was the furthest point of the Lion King franchise, because almost everything else happened before the Lion King 2. Even the upcoming new Lion King movie is a prequel. But finally we have something that happens after the Lion King 2. This final episode of the Lion Guard show not only is the epilogue to the Lion Guard show, it is also an epilogue to the Lion King 2 Simba's Pride and the entire Lion King franchise. Kion and gang reach the Outlands. They try to reach the Pride Rock. Ango is horrified to see Kovu on Pride Rock. They think that the worst has happened. Then something weird happens. We see Vitani with 4 other Outlander lionesses and they say the Lion Guard's catchphrase and start attacking Kion and gang. At the beginning of the fight, Vitani says,
"The lion with the mark of evil is mine."
What did she mean by that? That everyone with a scar on the face is evil? This is a mentality that Pride Land's history has. And it's really mean because it is an objective judging of people based on how they look. They start a fight and Kion and friends are confused about how their enemy is working as a team similar to them. Both teams seem to be evenly matched, so Kion wants to use the rope, but Kiara stops him. She approaches him with Kovu behind her. Kion freaks out at first, but Kiara tells him that there is nothing to be worried about. Kion asks about Zero, and Kovu says,
Zira has completed her journey on the Circle of Life.
Yeah, this show basically censors the words love and death. You know, the 2 main themes of the Lion King 1 and 2. Also, another disrespectful thing that they did in this episode is that they acted as if Nuka never existed. Couldn't they just say in one line that he died as well? At least Nuka had 1 episode. Poor Serabi didn't even have that. Kion rushes to his parents. They are very happy to see their son after a long time. They introduce Azad to the royal family and tell Rafiki that McKinney has decided to stay. Then they tell a TLDR version of the Lion King 2 to the Lion Guard. Then Pridelanders are coming to welcome back the Lion Guard to their home. Timon and Pumbaa and Beshti's dad are the firsts to come. There is seemingly something between Hedisi and Anga now. With the exception of Beshti and Ono, all the Lion Guard members have a love interest now. This scene is so heartwarming. We see everyone spending time with their loved ones. Banga with Timon and Pumbaa, Ono with the bird family that he helped in the episode Ono and the Egg, and Beshti with the hippos, crocodiles and elephants. We see how much Metoto has grown up. Fuli and Azad are running through the antelopes to see the sunset, and they see the baboons, including the young one that Fuli saved once. This scene never fails to make me shed a few tears of joy. It's so cute. I mean, for 5 years this show was part of my life. And then Kion is spending time with his family. Then Kiara sees that Kion is not entering the cave and is just looking at the stars. So she goes and checks on him. They have a heart-to-heart moment. Kion tells Kiara about Ronnie. Kiara makes a few jokes, but overall is very supportive. I said that Kion and Kiara didn't have great moments together, but this single moment is a very good one. A moment doesn't need to be over the top to be special. Sometimes something as simple as just talking to each other under the stars can be a very special moment. The next day, we realized that Kion's journey had taken so much time that during his absence, Vitani became a Lion Guard to help while Kion was gone. So now that they are back, we have 2 Lion Guard teams that won't back down. So there will be problems. They will make a tournament to see which team is superior, so that the superior team would become the permanent Lion Guard team. The strongest members each have to push a giant rock with an elephant on it. The final episode becomes the most ridiculous one. This has to be impossible for even a hippo, let alone a lion. Beshti at first is doing a better job, but his skin is sensitive to the sun, so he needs to take a short breath to cover himself in mud. So because of that, Beshti loses. Then the fastest members will do a race. Fuli obviously wins. Then the competition of the keenest of sight. Unfortunately, this challenge happens in a cave, and Anga, unlike her opponent, can't see great in darkness, so she loses. Then the battle of the bravest. They need to do a dangerous task. Banga's opponent is brave, but she is nowhere near Bunga's level of bravery, so Bunga wins. Which means it is a tie, and the fate of the teams are on the shoulder of their leaders. Vitani challenges Kayon to a machine dano. Kayon tells Vitani that this is an unfair fight because Kayon has superpowers while Vitani doesn't. But Vitani tells Kayon that it won't stop her from trying her best, which impresses Kayon. He thinks that this makes Vitani worthy of being a Lion Guard. So Kayon tells everyone that Vitani is the winner. Then he gives the roar of the elders to Vitani. The mark of the guard is on Vitani's shoulder now. Then she uses the roar, and as a result the mark on the shoulder of Kayon and his friends vanishes. The spirit of Oscari shows up. He tells Kayon how proud he is and tells them that their destiny is to be in the Tree of Life. The mark of the Night Pride emerges on the shoulder of Kayon and his friends. Kayon's roar is back. He shows Vitani who is the boss. We see the coolest thing that happens in the entire history of the Lion King franchise. He roars at Pride Rock, and it's so powerful that the Pride Rock gets separated from Earth and is floating in the sky. Then he slowly makes his roar less powerful, and because of that Pride Rock slowly goes down back to where it was. Then the final scene. Almost all the characters are at the Tree of Life. Why? Because Kayon is getting married to Rani. We make fun of some Disney princesses about marrying someone they just met. But man, Kayon and Rani make every single Disney prince and princess blush. These two are the worst example. I mean, look at Kayon. His mane isn't even fully grown. He is still a teenager. Bro got married at the age of 15 or something. Now Kayon is the king of Tree of Life. Everyone is celebrating while the camera zooms out and we see the spirit of Oscari, Mufasa and Jono in the sky. Without considering that one weird thing, man, what an ending to the show and franchise. Kayon, this guy that at first was an irresponsible troublemaker, slowly became a responsible leader, a heroic person, and at the end, he became a king, even before Kiara becoming a queen. The ending was satisfying in its own way, but the journey to this ending was rough. I feel like this season was the product of a rushed development. I feel like at the final episode, Kayon was supposed to be fully grown up with a fully grown mane, but they ran out of time. I mean, even the beginning of the episodes of season 3 didn't have the flashy title screen of season 1 and 2. And this season was shorter than the previous ones. I could theorize that they wanted to release this season before the 2019 remake, so that we could say we finished the Lion Guard era and have entered the photorealistic era. But this season came after the Lion King 2019, so maybe it is not that. Or you know, maybe the budget of this season was low because of the focus on the remake. Or you know, maybe someone at Disney really hated the Lion Guard. Maybe, you know, there were some Lion King fanboys or fangirls at the Disney side who didn't really like the Lion Guard because it kind of disrespected the original movies. So maybe they demanded that they should end the show in a way that it would become completely separated from the Lion King. I think they did a retcon. I think Mekini was supposed to be Kiara's Mejusi, but in season 3 they changed their mind and said that she's actually supposed to be Rani's Mejusi. You know, even Rafiki said that he just assumed that Mekini was going to be Kiara's Mejusi and he was wrong. But I don't know, to me it still feels like a retcon. Kayon just went to a place far from Pride Land and got married and became a king, and his friends were also there because their love interests were also there. Maybe years later someone finally made an actual Lion King 3 or the Lion King 4 if you consider Lion King 1.5 the Lion King 3, or you know, maybe they could call it the Lion Queen. If someone wanted to write a story about adult Kiara as queen, win, then that person wouldn't be asked by anyone where are Kayan and the Lion Guard. I know that there are still a few elements in the Lion Guard that are still at Pride Lands. For example, Tifu and Zuri and some other characters from the Lion Guard are still there. But they are not important characters, you know. If they wanted to make a new Lion King movie, even if they existed in Pride Lands, there would be no need to focus on them. So there's that. These are all just a theory, you know. Maybe that's literally how they wanted to finish it, because they wanted it to be canon, so they didn't want it to influence the Lion King too much. I said before that I would rather this show being established as non-canon from the beginning, so that they would be free to do whatever they want. I feel like all these subjective problems that I have with this show is because they tried to be canon, so even they themselves couldn't be too ambitious, and even if they wanted to be ambitious, then somebody else could influence them from outside. Ranking time. Number 19, Little Old Ginterbong. I have already said that it has a very bad fart joke in it, and I also said that Bongo was a bad friend in this one. Number 18, Friends to the End. Again, Bongo was a bad friend in this one. Number 17, Mama Bintron. I don't know, I just don't like this character. She is not interesting at all. Number 16, Boa the Destroyer. Beshti was too dumb in this one, and most of the characters were dumbed down for this episode, and yeah, it's very generic and childish. Like, this episode belonged to season 1, not season 3. Number 15, The Harmattan. It is not a bad episode by any means, but it is not anything special either. Number 14, The River of Patience. Again, this episode is not bad, but is not special either, but I guess learning patience is a good thing. Number 13, Dragon Island. Again, not a bad episode, but not special either, but you know, that one Moses reference was kinda cool. Number 12, Ghost of the Mountain. Again, not a special episode, but I don't know why the way that Snow Leopard became invisible by hiding in the snow, it was interesting. I don't know why, but it just gave me a good feeling. Number 11, Marsh of Mystery. Bongo was annoying in it, and McKinney was kind of annoying in it. But those parts that McKinney was trying to follow those shiny bugs, I don't know, those kind of lights always gave me a good feeling. Anytime I saw something like this in a game, cartoon or movie, always interested me, you know, it feels so magical. I think this magical feeling is what also gave me a good feeling in the Ghost of the Mountain episode. Yeah, I don't have a good reason for it, it just gives me a good feeling. Number 10, The Accidental Avalanche. This episode was an Anga episode, and I said before that it's the only episode in this season that Anga was interesting in it. Number 9, Journey of Memories. I know this episode could be tedious to some people, but I like this kind of flashbacks. Number 8, The Tree of Life. It just felt wrong to put it lower on the list. Number 7, The Race to Tuliza. At first, this was on my number 1. Fuli was great in this episode. Azad is also a good character. But when I thought more about it, I realized that no, this should not be number 1, because Fuli was a great character, but that's just half of it. The other half of the episode is very generic. Number 6, Battle for the Pride Lands. As you can see, this time the long episode wasn't number 1. It was kinda anticlimactic. The way they brought back Scar was good, I couldn't think of a better way. But the way they finished him was anticlimactic. I expected the final battle with Scar to be this horrifying thing, this very hard challenge that the heroes would barely make out of it alive. But it was like the most pathetic final battle of all time. Like, the good guys dealt with the bad guys so easily. It was just funny. The events before and after the war were more important than the war itself. But despite all of that, it's still a very enjoyable episode. It does not have pacing issues. Number 5, Long Live the Queen. They actually killed a character. In this show, death is just meaningless because Kayon can talk to Mufasa anytime he wants. I think also Rani can talk to her deceased parents anytime she wants. But again, just the fact that it killed the character, it's interesting, again, comparing it to death of Mufasa in Lion King 1 or even comparing it to death of Nuka in Lion King 2, this death is very pathetic, it's very cowardish. By Lion King standards, it's really nothing special because we had much more heartbreaking deaths than this. We barely spent time with Queen Jana to care that much about her. But if we don't compare it to Lion King, if we compare it to other kid shows, and I mean just kid shows, because I know there are some adult animations that are so good, this show is nothing in comparison to them, but if we just compare it to modern kid cartoons, yeah, this show is good actually. Number 4, The Lake of Reflection. I love the flashback to the baby Kayon days in this one. It showed that Kayon had always been a good leader. Number 3, Triumph of the Roar. All the new powers that Kayon got in this episode are really cool. Number 2, Journey to the Pride Lands. Again, Kayon had cool powers in this one. All the different and creative ways he used his roar was really interesting. But I also liked that at the end they show that no, because he has the roar, it does not mean that he can do everything he wants. He got a little bit of an ego boost, so Kayon made a mistake, and then his friends were needed to fix the problem, and the episode kept Kayon's ego in check. And number 1, Return to the Pride Lands. It's a great epilogue to the show, The Lion King to Simba's Pride, and the entire franchise as a whole. Even though it would not be the way I would have ended the show, it's still a good ending to it. I mean, I would like to see a season 4 of this show. But even if we never get a new Lion Guard project, I would be fine with it because the ending was satisfying in its own rights. Issue 1. Scar tries to hunt a calf, but the entire herd start a stampede and beats Scar. Then mother of that calf comes and tells him that it was the love of her community that defeated Scar, not the herd's number. Then she throws him off the cliff. When Scar was unconscious, he had a nightmare. In real life, 2 vultures named Kras and Kabir are watching the unconscious body of Scar. They saw what happened before and realized that if Scar was king, they could have much more food and wouldn't have to eat leftovers all the time. Then Rafiki chases them away and gives Scar a medical treatment. Scar wakes up and he's pissed off. Rafiki gives him a painkiller. Then Rafiki tells Scar that he's brilliant and cunning, but his dark choices overshadows his potential. Scar has a very on-the-nose and meta answer to it. When Rafiki talks more, Scar thinks that he understands him, so he asks him to join him. Rafiki of course doesn't accept it, so Scar goes away and we see Kras and Kabir following him. Issue 2. An elder zebra is talking to another zebra about Scar. He says Scar, like a horsefly, spreads diseases, and Mufasa, like the stripes on their body, protects them from Scar. Then 3 lionesses attack them and hunt a zebra. Then they pray before eating. Then Scar shows up and makes fun of them for praying. Turned out that the lioness that led the other 2 actually hunted by Scar's request, while the main hunting party is hunting another animal. So it means some food will be wasted. Scar told them by doing this, they can eat first instead of eating after the royal family. It was nice for those 3 lionesses to eat first for once, but now they regret it. Scar tells them that under his rule, they all could eat like queens. They won't join Scar either, so it leads to a fight. Then the lionesses leave. Kras and Kabir come to Scar and call those lionesses ungrateful females. Scar says those females, as you call them, keep my belly full. Scar may be lots of bad things, but he is not sexist. You may say, what about that time he hit Serabi? I say Scar would have done the same thing if Serabi was male. Scar will ruin your life no matter what your gender is. You can't be racist or sexist if you hate everyone equally. The vultures tell Scar that they want to help him become king. Scar asks them why. They say because Scar deserves it. Of course, Scar knows they are lying, so he demands the real reason. They say they will do it for food and maybe even joining the royal court. Scar says self-interest and power. Now you're talking my language. The vultures say they have a hyena friend that could be a great help, so they take him to the elephant graveyard. Scar looks horrified at first, but turns out that it was not fear and it was nostalgia instead. After so many years of negativity, Scar is overwhelmed by a little bit of a positive feeling. As a cop, Scar used to run away to the elephant graveyard each time he wanted to be alone. He says that the elephant graveyard feels more like home to him than the Pride Lands ever did. The hyenas show up, so Scar and the vultures hide. Issue 3. We see how the hyenas used to live before meeting Scar. Apparently the hyenas have nothing to eat, so once in a while, their queen with some dark magic thing chooses one hyena to be eaten by other hyenas. They are so hungry that cannibalism is their only way to survive. This time, Shenzi is chosen. She fights back and beats multiple hyenas. The queen calls her a hypocrite because Shenzi was totally fine with eating other hyenas, but the moment it becomes her turn, it's unfair. Shenzi believes that this whole dark magic thing is a lie, and the queen just chooses anyone who is strong enough to dethrone her. The hyenas are taking the queen's side. The vultures say that Shenzi is their friend. So Scar reveals himself to the hyenas with a robe. The vultures run away. The queen questions Scar why he is here. Scar asks for their alliance. The hyenas laugh at first, but when Scar says he can bring them out of the shadows, the queen is interested. Scar asks the queen to spare Shenzi and give her to him, and he will bring them food instead. The queen agrees and also gives Benzai and Ed to him. Scar takes the 3 hyenas to the Pride Lands. Issue 4. We see Scar as king. Because of the hyenas, most of the animals have moved on and the meerkats are the only animals left, so they are being hunted all the time. They complain to Scar, but he doesn't care, so Rafiki casts a spell on him. Scar asks Rafiki what he did to him. Rafiki says this is all a dream. Scar says he knows he casted a spell on him. Rafiki says, of course you do, you were taught by me. Scar sees how dead the Pride Lands is. Rafiki tells Scar that if he doesn't change his past, this will be his future. Then Scar wakes up in the present day. We see that Zozu has a group of birds that help him sometimes. Then Benzai and Ed attack Zozu. They let him go so that Zozu would tell Mufasa, and while Mufasa is busy, Scar and Shenzi scare some wildebeests. So they all run away to the elephant graveyard. So the hyenas have lots of food for now. The queen is impressed. She tells Scar that he isn't that bad, but Scar has a very cool answer to that. He says, "Oh darling, I'm worse." Then he throws her off the cliff. In one day he gave them so much food that the queen couldn't even give them in her dreams. But the other half are royal to the queen. The queen survived the fall, which means a war will happen. But turns out that the vultures made an alliance with Scar before running away. and now an army of them come to help Scar. So Scar wins the battle. And now with the hyena queen and her followers gone, the vultures and the rest of the hyenas are free to eat whatever they want when Scar becomes king. You guys know Marvel's What If series? Would you like to see something like that but for Disney and Pixar cartoons? Well, there already is one. We have a series of novels called A Twisted Tale. Each novel takes a Disney or Pixar cartoon and changes one single detail, which can lead to a totally different story. This series began in 2015 and we get 1 to 4 books in each year. This series also has spin-offs. For example, we have A Twisted Tale Anthology, in which instead of one big story based on one franchise, we have multiple smaller stories based on multiple franchises. Which is the topic of this section of the video, because it has a Lion King What If story in it. The story is named A New Dawn and the description is, what if Mufasa gave up his throne? And I have to say the title feels like a clickbait to me. What did you think when you heard the description? I myself thought that Mufasa left the throne and let Scar or somebody else become a king, which to me is slightly more interesting than what actually happens in the story. But that is mostly a nitpick, because the story is still interesting. The description of this story had to be what if Mufasa survived the fall, because that is the big change in this what if story. This story was out in 2023, so it's relatively new. So skip to the next section and read the book for yourself later if you don't want to be spoiled. But trust me, it's a good enough story, you should read it. So let's go to the spoiler heavy part of this section. Okay, here is the weird thing. Mufasa survived the fall and the stampede, but he barely made it. Even walking the short distance between Pride Rock and the watering hole is a struggle for him sometimes. So now that he is suffering because of his brother, what does he do to Scar? Absolutely nothing. He forgives him. Yes, his brother almost killed him and his son, and Mufasa didn't punish Scar at all, which I don't know what to say about. I have no idea why he still keeps around a person that wanted to kill his son. I expected them to show a backstory for Scar that is so tragic that it justifies every bad thing Scar has done in Mufasa's mind. Like, did he do something very bad to Scar in the past? That is the only way I can believe Mufasa forgiving Scar in this situation. But no, there isn't any tragic backstory for Scar here. He is just a jerk and Mufasa is just blinded by his love for his brother. A while has passed and Simba is an adolescent now. And his relationship with Mufasa isn't the best, which is totally understandable. Mufasa may have forgiven Scar, but Simba will never forgive him. Simba still loves his father and it breaks his heart to see his father in pain. But he just can't understand why he is letting Scar get away with the terrible things he has done. And I am totally on Simba's side here. If Scar genuinely regretted what he has done and wanted to make it up for them, I could understand Mufasa. But the thing is, Scar is even more of a jerk now. By the way, there are rumors about a pride of outsider lions named the Wasaki that come and destroy every pride they see. Simba is fearful that they might be close to Pride Lands now, so he is ready for anything. But Mufasa thinks this Wasaki thing isn't real. He still hasn't accepted that Simba isn't a cop anymore, which leads to more disagreement between them. Simba thinks it's time for Mufasa to retire, but Mufasa thinks Simba isn't ready yet. And things get even worse when Scar is around them. But the good thing is that he isn't with them a lot. For the past 2 years, Scar mostly isn't with them. He is with them for a few weeks, and then for many months he leaves Pride Lands and nobody knows where he goes. Today Simba had enough of it and tells Mufasa that either he will make him the one and only king, or Simba will leave Pride Lands right now. Before they start a serious argument, 2 lions attack Mufasa. Simba attacks those 2. Then more lions show up and a war starts. After a while, Scar reveals himself and says that he is the leader of the Wasaki. At the end of the war, Scar tries to attack Mufasa, but Simba pins him down. He wants to kill Scar, but Mufasa, still blinded by his love for his brother, begs Simba to spare him. At first Simba isn't listening and he is suffocating Scar to death. But eventually he lets go of Scar. For a moment, Simba is afraid of himself. He couldn't believe that he was capable of this much hatred and violence. Scar even coughed up blood, but he is alive. Simba banishes Scar and the surviving lions and lionesses of the Wasaki pride and tells Scar that if he hears about the Wasaki destroying other prides again, he won't have mercy on them again. After Scar and Wasaki leave the Pride Lands, Mufasa apologizes to Simba and makes him the new king of the Pride Lands. So that was it. What do I think about it? As a what if story, it's really cool. I love it. Definitely a hidden gem that more people should read and talk about it. I am glad that I made this video because literally nobody else has talked about this story. So yeah, it's one of the best Lion King projects, and even if I have spoiled it for you, you should still go and read this story for yourself. I said that A Twisted Tale is a series of novels that is basically Marvel's What If series but for Disney and Pixar cartoons. At the time of the release of this video, the latest addition to this series is called Be Prepared, and as you can guess from the name, it's a Lion King What If story. But it is not the first Lion King Twisted Tale because there was a short Lion King What If story as part of the Twisted Tale anthology spin-off, which I have talked about. So now let's talk about the Be Prepared book. The description is, what if Nala was compelled to team up with Scar for a secret mission? My dirty mind first thought of madness of King Scar and then where is your pretty daughter Nala. But fortunately, or unfortunately depending on what kind of person you are, it has nothing to do with that. The description is vague, so let me say just a little bit more details. The story happens 6 months after the death of Mufasa. Nala is still a cub. She gets suspicious that maybe Simba is alive, so she runs away from Pride Lands to find Simba. The lionesses are worried. Scar knows that nobody has accepted him as the king yet, so he thinks if he does a heroic thing, he would be accepted. So he tells the lionesses that he will go look for her. Scar easily finds Nala, but when he asked her what was she doing, Nala tells Scar that according to these few proofs, she thinks that Simba is alive. The proofs made sense to Scar, so now both of them will look for Simba. This is as spoiler free as I can get. So do I recommend it? The answer could spoil the story a little bit. So if you don't want to get spoiled at all, skip to the next section of this video. The timestamps are down there. In my personal opinion, this 300-page book isn't really worth reading. Let me get into details. I didn't enjoy the first 50% of the story. But for the remaining parts, I didn't enjoy the final 10% of the book, but the remaining 40% I really enjoyed it. What I want to say is that I loved the concept, but I didn't enjoy the ending of it. Not that it had a bad ending, no, it actually had a good ending. It's just that I feel like the ending didn't really take advantage of the story being a what-if story. What makes a what-if story fun is that it tells stuff that you wouldn't expect, or it tells stories that they could never tell in the original timeline. Or it just tells a fun story and it doesn't care if it makes sense or not. For example, you know what a great threat Thanos was in the original MCU timeline? Then it was very interesting that in an episode of Marvel's What If, they were talking about Thanos, then he casually showed up and turned out that they talked it out with Thanos and he easily became a good guy on that timeline. That was a shocking thing that I really enjoyed. I wanted to see something like that here. The ending to the Be Prepared book was in a way that it made the story a worse version of the first Lion King movie. Imagine if after the death of Mufasa, we immediately skip to the final scene in which Rafiki shows Simba and Nala's cup to the animals. So you know, we lost at least half of the good stuff. Of course, this book has a few good moments in it, two of which are even great, and one of them can even be one of the best moments in the Lion King franchise. But it also has a few bad moments in it. And one of them was so messed up, it made me hate a character that I didn't used to hate. What I mean is that those few good moments are not worth reading 300 pages. This is a problem that A New Dawn doesn't have, because that story actually does something different and is cool enough, and also it's short so I can easily recommend it to you. But this book, I don't think you should go out of your way to read it. And that is depressing to me because I actually had high expectations for this one. This book was published just a few weeks ago, so it is a very new thing, which means I have to warn you for the second one. Now we reach the spoiler heavy parts of this section, so skip to the next section unless you are totally fine with spoilers. After the apparent death of Mufasa and Simba, Serafina became really paranoid, so Nala had to be under her watch all the time. Each time Nala was playing with other cubs, when Nala for a single second was out of Serafina's sight, she would freak out and scream until she would find Nala. As a result, no other cub wanted to play with Nala, because Serafina wouldn't let them have fun. And even slowly they started making fun of Nala. And this makes the first half of this book hell for Nala as a character and me as a reader. I just hate stories like this in which a character is just being mentally tortured for literally no reason. Serafina babied Nala so much that eventually Nala was mentally affected by it. And that strong, sassy, independent girl in the first movie became an incompetent girl failure. Which is wild because Nala always felt like a Marisu to me, but one of those very rare Marisus that are actually likable. It's hard for me to accept Nala as a helpless character, even as a cop. Remember the book Nala's Dare from 6 New Adventures? The Nala in that book is the exact opposite of Nala from this book. Nala is slowly becoming old enough to join the hunting party, and while the other cubs around her age and even a cub younger than her are getting good at hunting, Nala barely knows anything about it. Because Serafina doesn't let her do anything and doesn't teach her anything because of the fear of harming Nala, not knowing that she is ruining Nala's life as a result. they say when a lioness reaches a certain age, if she isn't capable of hunting, she will be banished or killed even. Later there is a hunting test, and when Nala and her team are trying to hunt, Serafino interrupts it. Now Nala is really embarrassed and also horrified knowing what will happen in a few months if Nala doesn't get good at hunting. So she tells Serabi to talk to Serafino about it. Serabi and Serafino are best friends, so Serabi is probably the only one who Serafino will listen to. But even Serabi can make Serafino understand how wrong she is. And you know what happens next? When Serabi is trying to reason with her, Serafino tells Serabi, I don't want to end up like you. When I read this line, I just had to take a short break. What Serafino said was harsh, selfish, and villainous even. Like for a moment, Serafino just became a monster. Did she really say that to her best friend? Did she say that to a mother who has lost a child? I don't care how Serafino was feeling. Nothing, under any circumstance, will make this act justifiable or even understandable. What Serafino said was unforgivable. After this, Serabi was depressed for a few days. The last time she felt this bad was when she lost Simba. Serafino vaporized Serabi's heart. No, she didn't shatter it to pieces. No, worse, she hands down vaporized Serabi's heart. And the other cubs blamed Nala for it. They said if Nala didn't ask Serabi for help in the first place, none of this would have happened. This was the final nailing on the coffin for Nala. After this, she will soon decide to leave Pride Lands. During these 6 months, Serabi had sent multiple animals to search the entire Pride Lands and even the lands around the Pride Lands. And each time they say they have seen Simba, it turns out to be a false information. So the last time Serabi hears about Simba, she just tells everyone to stop looking for Simba. This time even Rafiki had a vision about it. But Serabi has lost hope and believes that Simba is really dead. And you know the heartbreaking part? This time the animals said the name of the jungle that Simba was living in with Timon and Pumbaa. The moment Serabi realized where her son is, she gave up. Not Nala though. She actually remembers that sometimes she and Simba would talk about traveling to there once they grow up. But she didn't tell Serabi about it because she knew Serabi would stop them. So at night Nala would sneak out and leave Pride Lands in search of Simba. But another problem with this book is that it relies a little bit too much on OCs. In order to make this book 300 pages long, it introduced new characters and it focused on them more than I preferred. Another cop who is younger than Nala also sneaked out and followed Nala. She didn't want to, but she eventually agreed to let her tag along. But after a while the young cub regrets it and has to take her back to the borders of Pride Lands. And then she has to go find Simba. When the young cub reaches home, she tells everything to them, even though she promised Nala not to. The lionesses want to go search for Nala, but Scar stops them. Because Scar wants to do something heroic so that the lionesses will accept Scar as their king. This is hard because the hyenas made lots of problems for the lionesses, and that combined with Scar's bad manners really makes it hard for the lionesses to respect Scar. Scar tells them that the lionesses have hunting to do and that the safety of his subjects is Scar's duty. So he and Zozo will go search for Nala. Scar and Zozo find Nala. They want to bring Nala back, but Nala is desperate, so she tells Scar and Zozo what she knows. Zozu doesn't believe it, but Scar had always been suspicious if the hyenas really did kill Simba or not, and the evidence tells him that they did not. So Scar agrees to help Nala find Simba, so that he would finish off Simba himself this time. He also tells Zazu to tag along with them and don't tell Serabi, because if Simba really is dead, then Serabi would be heartbroken. Scar and Nala's journey was the 40% of the story that I enjoyed, because there was a few cool moments in it. For example, once Nala tries to run away, but a bunch of gorillas capture her. But before they crush her to death, Scar saves her. And it was cool to see Scar in action. It is one of those two moments in this book that are great. Scar murders a gorilla all by himself to save Nala. And when the rest of the gorillas see what Scar is capable of, they run away and Nala is saved now. Nala thanks Scar and hugs him. Later, Nala learns how to hunt. Near the end of the journey, 3 lions show up, whom Scar had screwed over in the past. They agree to let Nala go. When they want to attack Scar, Nala comes up with a plan, and with the help of Zazu, they save Scar. When they finally reach Simba, Scar tries to kill Simba, but Nala, who is just a cub at this point, manages to cripple one of Scar's legs, so all of them can run away from him. Simba, Nala, Zazu, Timon and Pumbaa reach Pride Lands. Serabi is so happy to see her cub alive. Later, they all realize what terrible things Scar has done, and then the hyenas leave the Pride Lands. And also later they will hear that those lions managed to find Scar and kill him. Before I tell you my general thoughts of it, let me tell you the one single moment in this book that I really like. When Nala is missing, Serafina is devastated. But Serabi, despite the harsh things Serafina had said to her, slowly approaches her to comfort her. She puts her paw on Serafina's paw, and then Serafina cries on Serabi's shoulder. Serabi, despite what Serafina said to her, still was there for her friend when she needed her the most. I like how this book is the only Lion King story in which Serabi was one of the main characters. She is an underrated character that deserves much more attention. One of the biggest problems with the Lion King franchise is that they overlooked how much Serabi and the lionesses struggled under Scar's rule. Serabi, despite losing her husband and son, still stood strong and was the true leader for the lionesses when Scar made life harder for them. Despite all the hardships of life, Serabi didn't break. Serabi didn't become evil. She had always been a hero. And I am finally happy that this book focused a little bit on this fact. But with the exception of that, I overall did not enjoy this book. And I said my reason before. And also the ending was anticlimactic. If they just changed the ending, I would have absolutely loved this book and would have ignored its problems. From the beginning, I knew Scar wouldn't get a redemption arc. I knew Scar would ultimately choose to kill Simba. But while reading the second half of the book, I was bargaining. I was helplessly reading the book, begging for it to change. I was hoping that we would get a The Last of Us situation, and those few small heroic things that Scar did for the wrong reasons, and the time he spent with Nala, would change his heart. I hoped that the moment that Nala hugged Scar would be the first step for Scar's redemption. But deep down I knew it wouldn't happen, and I was just lying to myself. It was so lame that a child managed to defeat Scar. You know what would be cool? If by the time Scar reached Simba, he would have changed. He would apologize to Simba for blaming him for Mufasa's death. He could have told him that it was actually Scar's fault for suggesting Simba to work on his role. He could have told Simba that Scar couldn't rule a kingdom and that he needed Simba. So Scar would take Simba, Nala, Zazu, Timon and Pumbaa to Pride Lands. Scar would be called a hero by the lionesses and they would finally respect Scar. Scar would stay a king until Simba becomes an adult. And then Simba would be king and Scar would become his supportive uncle. And after a while, when Scar was on his deathbed, he would admit all the terrible things he had done. He would finally tell everyone that he killed Mufasa before dying. Was what I said cringe? Of course it was. But at least it wasn't a worse version of the Lion King movie. The way they ended the story had the same outcome as the original Lion King. Except Simba is still a cop. So we didn't have a cool final battle and we also didn't have the he lives in you moment. So we lost the main life lesson. This book had good moments and the right and wrong ways of parenting is a good lesson. But we didn't need 300 pages for that. Does Scar deserve a redemption? Of course not. But that is the point of a what if story. Feeling like an official fanfiction is what makes this concept fun. So no, I did not enjoy this book that much. But if the ending was the way I said, I would have enjoyed it. It's just that the ending soured my taste. But you know what? There is one way I could have enjoyed it. And what is that one way? An animated adaptation of this book. Keep the overall structure the same, but do the ending in the way I said. But until that day, go and read A New Dawn instead. That is a much better Lion King what if story. The Mufasa movie is an improvement in every way. Unlike the Lion King 2019, this movie is a new story and not a remake. Unlike that movie, here the characters are expressive. You can see from their face how they feel, not just simple feelings like sadness and happiness. I can even tell more complicated feelings like regret from their faces. Unlike that movie, this one is beautiful. Also, there is variety in it. There was everything in it: savanna, jungle, desert, snowy mountains and underwater places. And all of them are both impressive and beautiful. Unlike that movie, the voice acting is good here. The soundtracks from the Mufasa movie is also good. I enjoyed listening to most of them. Especially I Always Wanted a Brother. So in my opinion, unlike Lion King 2019, the Mufasa movie is a good cartoon. It just isn't as good as the perfection that is the original Lion King trilogy. But I still haven't mentioned the most important part, which is the story and characterization. Not in my case though. I like the story and characterizations of this movie. It's simple and that is okay. It's about stuff like bravery and believing in yourself and standing together. These lessons have been taught millions of times in different stories. But that is because of a reason. That is because these are all good lessons that people should be reminded of all the time. You know, in the trailers, they said that Mufasa was actually an orphan and Taka, aka Young Scar, was the actual heir to the throne. You know, this movie could very easily make Mufasa flawed in an unlikable way. You know, they would sacrifice Mufasa's characterization just so that Scar would become sympathetic. But they did not do that. Keeping it spoiler free, this is a good movie in my opinion. If you are a Lion King fan, you should definitely watch it. And also, families would enjoy it as well. Yeah, I can't really do a spoiler free anymore, so if you just want to know my opinion, it is worth a watch.